At night, in the Oryudong neighborhood, a baby cries as he's being held by a mysterious creature, with the mother begging anyone to save her child. The others who did, however, are now littered on the ground, as they are no match for the strange beast. Seeing as nobody can or will help, the baby's fate seems to be sealed, but the moment that the beast tries to strike, a single man takes off its hand with ease and looks behind, beckoning it to come forward. The beast becomes increasingly madder and madder as the man just wipes off the blood from his hand, until eventually the beast becomes fully red and charges the man as it throws the baby away, who the mother successfully catches. The beast tries to strike, but the man dodges and uses his superhuman strength to send the beast flying, but it's not done, as it jumps at him with even greater rage and tries to chomp him up in one go, but the man uses his leg to give it the uppercut of the century and then unleashes a punch barrage on the beast, killing it on the spot as its red color is dissipating. Everyone around is amazed by what they just saw, but after this moment of silence, they start clapping and cheering for the man, calling him a hero and a savior. The man doesn't seem to be interested in the fame and turns around, but that's when the mother of the child he saved stops him and thanks him from the bottom of her heart. She doesn't know how she could ever repay him. The man just stares at her before jumping from building to building and disappearing into the night. One middle-aged man can't believe that they actually exist, that superhumans really do exist. At Seoyeon High, which is situated in Incheon, one of the teachers is doing his usual thing, which means that he is speaking to the bored students about natural disasters, about how they can't ever stop, which is why they are called natural disasters in the first place. As he keeps yapping and yapping, one of the students notes that he starts growing sick when this old man uses big words, but that's when his friend interrupts his suffering and says that he should take a look at this, as someone filmed the incident at Oryudong that happened a few days ago, and they show the white-cap superhuman kicking Major butt. They are both amazed by how unreal his movements seem, with some of the comments also talking about how amazing he is, while some others think that they are the main character and say that they would have easily taken care of that monster. The teacher overhears them talking and tries to rip into them, but that's when the alarm starts blaring, an alert about a disaster that scares everyone, except one guy, who's just sleeping. The alarm message goes on to say that this is an inhuman alert, as a potential inhuman has been spotted near the port. Because of this, all of the classes are cancelled, and students are asked to go home. The teacher quiets everyone down and tells them to not go anywhere else or shove themselves in the hallways. They shall go straight home. As one girl packs up her bag, she thinks that it's only been a week since the last inhuman incident, and it's the third time this year. Something is clearly going on. Years ago, an inhuman killed over 70 people and wiped out the city of Gangneung. Needless to say, it would be bad if something like that happened again. Her thinking is interrupted by seeing that one of the students is just sleeping, so she tries to wake him up. But that's when his phone starts to ring, which he instantly picks up. A call from Ju-ri. The student, Lim Kong, groggily answers, and Ju-ri tells him that there's an incident at the port. He will give him the exact coordinates, but he shouldn't forget his earpiece like last time. Kang says that he understands and closes the call, but then he looks at the girl who is reaching for him and asks what she wants. She explains that there's an inhuman alert and they all need to go home before something happens. Kang just looks at her for a bit and says that he will go while yawning, making the girl think that not all of his dogs are barking, so she leaves on her own as she did her part. After that, he opens up his bag that contains everything he needs, including the earpiece. He looks around before sneaking to the bathroom, as he has to change there. At the Incheon port, a man tries to kill the inhuman by crashing a truck into it, but the inhuman is not even slightly fazed by this amount of force, and kills the driver with one punch that also flattens the truck. Two workers see that the truck is destroyed, with one of them starting to cry, as he knows they are both screwed. The other man tells him to stop making so much noise if he wants to live, calling him by his name, Jaegu. They can survive, as the military is on their way, so all they need to do is shut up and hide. However, if it comes down to it, he will take up the fight. Does he understand? Jaegu doesn't answer, as he is in shock from what's above them. Ju-ri asks Kang where he is, with him explaining that he's still getting changed. Ju-ri notes that the situation is quite bad. He will need to hurry, so he will give him some live directions to help. After getting prepped with his costume and earpiece, he confirms it with Ju-ri, who also asks about his backpack, which Kang believes is hidden quite well. Ju-ri lets it go for now, and tells him that he is about 10 to 11 minutes away from the port. He will direct him at any given time. With that, Kang jumps high into the air, making haste to the port. The other worker also notices the inhuman that's above them, and doesn't get to fight like he said, as with one swift punch, he is put down. Jaegu is too stricken with fear to do anything, so he is crushed like an ant by the inhuman, who notices another worker running away, so he jumps to him and grabs his head. The man begs to be spared, but the inhuman has no moral code or feelings, so it throws the man into the containers, which doesn't directly kill him, but the Inhuman is not about to let him go. The worker can't believe that he had the misfortune of meeting an Inhuman, and as the beast reaches for him once again, he thinks that it's over. But that's when a wrench is thrown at the Inhuman, who looks behind to see the boss of these workers, all worked up and probably very afraid. Kong continues to run as Ju-ri tells him where to go, but he also tells him that the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force is on their way, which is pretty useless it seems. Eventually, though, Kong arrives at the port, where the boss tells his worker to run away while he can, as the beast is already on him. The man does not move, however, as he is too shocked. The Inhuman looks at the boss with focused eyes, and the boss apologizes to his wife and child, as this is probably the end for him. He hopes that at least they will find it in their hearts to forgive him. However, the Inhuman doesn't go to him outright. Instead, it just seems to be leaving, but when it gets close enough to the edge of a container, it grabs it tightly and throws the container at the boss, who can only just watch as his impending doom is flying towards him. That's when Kang appears, and in the last moment before impact, he kicks the container away, shocking the boss way more than the Inhuman ever could. The Inhuman just looks at him, as Kang says that this is a no-litter zone. Ju-ri isn't even there, but he says that he's quite nervous, up until Kang asks if he should try to talk with him. Ju-ri uses the camera Kang has inside of his cap, and tells him to do so, as even if it's a slim chance, he might give them something. They are doing this because even though Ju-ri knows that these things are just animals that deserve to be killed on the spot, some of them may be able to talk. So if Kong ever encounters one, he should ask about their objective and where they come from, as they don't have anything to lose if they just ask, right? With this in mind, Kong asks the Inhuman if he is able to speak, as he has met beings like him before, but if he can understand what he is saying, he might let him go. The Inhuman seems to be actually trying to form some words, which makes them both attentive. But after he turns completely red, he charges in with a great attack that Kong is barely able to dodge, but the Inhuman follows him with its bloodshot eyes and slaps him away from the air straight into a container. Fortunately, Kong has not sustained much damage, so he is able to jump back into the fight. But he can't lie, he was quite surprised by the Inhuman's speed. Ju-ri notes that he's worried sick about him, so he should be more careful from now on. Naturally, the news are also there, and are reporting from a helicopter, as they do not dare to approach the Inhuman even from a distance. They report about the white-capped Superhuman, who seems to encounter every Inhuman that is in the region. But besides him, the Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force has also arrived, with them bringing out all of the toys, such as tanks, missile launchers, and all sorts of explosive goodies. The general tells his man to stand by. They are not allowed to fire until he gives them permission. One of his men says that the entrance is too narrow for the tank and railgun to go through, but the general says that it's fine. They are on standby anyway. The soldier doesn't get it, as they need to go through if they are to initiate Plan A, but the general says that he doesn't get something important. He has yet to grasp the true power of an Inhuman. It is not something that they can take out with any of their weapons. Additionally, the Special Intelligence Agency analyzed Whitecap's fights, and his power rivals their entire military force at once. The Inhuman in front of him is one the same level. So to put it simply, if that Superhuman somehow loses this fight, there is quite literally nothing they can do. The soldier asks why they are even here in the first place if that's true, but the general notes that even lowly humans like them always have a plan B. Because of the news reporter, everyone around the country watches Whitecap fight the Inhuman. He might be veiled in strangeness and mystery, but right now, he is fighting for all of humanity. But it seems like he is currently on the run. As Kong runs away from the Inhuman, he notices how fast he is, but he doesn't have time to think about anything else, as the beast tries to pummel him into the container. But Kong has enough time to dodge and try to counterattack. But the Inhuman spits at him with his own tongue, which breaks Kang's balance and allows the Inhuman to grab his leg. Because of this, Kong is thrown to the ground and straight into another container, with Ju-ri being shocked about this. The soldier and general are shocked to see this, but the general hopes that Whitecap didn't just lose this, as their only mission is to help him, without getting in his way. Seeing as there's no other choice, he notes that this time for Plan B, which makes one of the trucks swing open, as their Plan B is ready for battle using his blaster. The man aims and shoots in the same second, making a 50 cal bullet crash through the head of the Inhuman and send him flying. The general thinks that it's over, but the Inhuman is not done as it rises from the ground and starts growing red, as being hit in the head so hard made it even madder than before. Seeing that he had enough strength to sit up, Plan B starts to unleash bullet after bullet into the Inhuman, who simply does not care and looks directly at Plan B, who reloads his weapon and aims again. That's when both him and the Inhuman notice something, some rumbling coming from the container, as Kong is still alive and seems to be very glad that he wasn't thrown into the sea thanks to this container. Ju-ri can now breathe a sigh of relief, but tells Kang that he can go ahead and kill it, as this inhuman either doesn't know how to talk or can't. Hearing this, Kang gets ready to crush the beast with all of his strength. He starts tapping his foot on the ground, but in a split second he throws himself directly at the inhuman, who doesn't even notice that Kang is above him until it is too late, so it is hit with full brunt of Kang's kick. He is not done, however, as he grabs his upper jaw and throws him into the ground with so much force the entire area feels the gust of wind the attack made. Kang lets go of the inhuman, and everyone who watched this is utterly shocked, even Ju-ri, who is used to this stuff. The reporter tries to talk about what happened, but that's when the inhuman starts to move again, as even with its head almost completely crushed, it stands up on its hands and seems to be alive and well, until it falls to the ground and dies. Ju-ri is sweating bullets now, and asks Kang if it's finally over, with him explaining that it should be, since he destroyed the brain, but even if he gets back up, he will just beat him into the ground again. He must say though that this creature was not as powerful as the guy he beat on Anmyeon Island. Ju-ri agrees. He had a pretty bad time with that slimy bastard, much more than this guy. Someone watches from above and notes that live fights really are more exhilarating, but as rumored, this white-cap dude is one merciless guy, but he feels that he's not using his whole strength. He asks the woman next to him, Dan Yang, if she feels the same, but she does not answer, making him jump away to greet their little hero. Kang instantly notices his presence and asks who he is, with the man noting that his glare is quite scary, for a hero, that is. Ju-ri wonders where this guy even came from, but Kang looks up and tells him that there's another one with him that seems to like the distance between them. The reporter tells everyone that something weird is happening as in front of Whitecap. A mysterious man with an even more mysterious fashion style has appeared. They seem to be talking, but about what? The soldiers ask the general what they should do in this situation, but he doesn't have a clue either, as even if this unidentified individual appeared, they can't do anything, so they should sit like this until Whitecap leaves the area. The man says that he really liked their fight. It was flashy and bombastic, kind of like Ketchup Man. Ketchup Man is the main character of a famous superhero TV show that Kang absolutely loves, so he's very pleased with this compliment as he starts to blush. Ju-ri knows that Kang is weak to compliments, so he screams at him to get his act together and ask for the stranger to identify himself or where he came from. Kang didn't hear him very well, so he asks where his identity came from, something which the man doesn't know how to respond to. Ju-ri knows Kang isn't good at anything related to people, but he can feel that the man in front of him is extremely dangerous. The man laughs at Kang's non-existent sense of danger, but he has kept a close eye on him all of this time, either on TV, social media, or streams. Whenever an inhuman shows up in a matter of minutes, he also appears no matter the time. He came to him today because he has something that needs doing. Watching his fight was just a bonus. He promises to not do anything to him, as his job doesn't have a thing to do with him. Kang asks why he should believe someone like him, which makes the man smile. He certainly didn't expect that answer from him. Ju-ri tells him to not trust any strangers. He must remember what happened to him in the past. Two suited men chromed to him in Samchuk, and even though they acted friendly, they started to tase him out of nowhere. Additionally, the ISSTF was also there on that day, so this guy might be from the military or a government agent. Either way, he needs to get out of there. Since he does not feel welcomed anymore, the man says that he will leave after revealing something interesting. But first, a question. What does the world refer to him as? Kang says that people call him a superhuman, allowing the man to reveal that he is also one, and there are many more out there. Other than them, there are people that defy all logic all over the world, people stronger than anyone could imagine. Ju-ri knew already that there were two superhumans confirmed somewhere else, one an American and one in Europe, but in Korea, there was only one officially, that one being Kang. At the same time, in the United States, the superhuman by the name of Pearl watches the broadcast with the help of a man, who notes that the situation has become quite strange from the looks of it. Pearl says that she has seen that weird-looking guy before, so she asks Ben if they can listen to their convo. He says that unfortunately, they cannot make what they are talking about out, but he can't lie, he is also quite curious. In Scotland, at a burger joint, an elderly lady is also watching their meeting on TV, until her sister interrupts her and says that they are supposed to be at a show, as she bought the both of them tickets to Justin Bieber's concert. She tells her sister that she shouldn't have done something like that, but since she did, they should get going. In Moscow, the broadcast is also played, with one Mr. Bashilov being extremely mad about it, as the guy with the dark getup seems like a super asshole rather than a superhuman. Kang tells the man that he doesn't really care if he is a superhuman or not, so he shouldn't follow him anymore. The man says that he still has things to say, but Kang just walks away as he is quite hungry from all of the fighting he did. The man isn't mad, however, as they will finish their talk at his school. It would be easier that way anyhow. This makes Kang turn around, with the man asking if he's not a student when he is not wearing the mask. Both him and Juri are too stunned to speak, which the man notices, but he promises to keep it a secret, just between them. Also, he should tell that pink hair guy that's talking to him through his earpiece that he should not worry. He knows that his friend is not an average person. As he created his resistant mask and his ultra-small camera, he is most definitely a person with tons of potential. If he's honest, he resisted the urge to kidnap him more than a few times, but he will play around with him while he is at school, since he might be too lonely. Juri knows that this bastard knows of his entire identity, but the man apologizes for his crude joke. As Kong's atmosphere changed completely, he notes that it can't be helped at this point. Even if they are all superhumans, Juri is the only person he can consider family, so he will make sure that he can never get close to him ever again. The man's aura changes too, as he says that it was just a simple joke. He is not his enemy, so they should keep talking without any hostilities now. Kong doesn't care anymore, making the man say that it can't be helped. They will have to fight. Kong instantly jumps at him, shocking Juri and the others too. But as Kong tries to punch the man, he blocks with his arms, which seems to not be that difficult for him. Kong tries to hit him on the rebound, but the man instantly disappears and lands straight on Kang's hand. He notes that judging by his actions, he must be one of those tsunderes. He was acting like he was going to kill him, yet he pulled his damn punches. The man jumps down and says that if he wishes to keep fighting, he does not need to test him anymore, as he is acting like a fool that is showing generosity in a street fight. He already told him that he is also a superhuman, so if he does not want to die, he better show all of his strength. He will tell him now, however, that once they start, this whole place will be destroyed, because that's just how superhumans fight. Juri tells Kong to chill, as what this guy is saying is not wrong. There is quite literally nothing to gain by fighting him, and even though it bothers him that he knows of their identities, fighting is not the right choice. He is a superhuman, something which he has never fought before, so they need to get out of this situation with as little injury as possible and find out more. That's just how it is. The man notices that Kong is relaxing and says that he must have understood him, which is nice, but he has to leave now so they will meet at a later date. Before he leaves, however, Kong asks for his name and reveals his own, Lim Kong. The man smiles and says his name too, Nan Gi. Dan Yang jumps down at him and asks if he wants to have his arms looked at, because only from the impact, his arms are both red and shaking. Nan Gi laughs and says that they are not that bad, but they should go right now, as they don't have time to waste. Ben is surprised that they just left, as he thought that he would get to see another fight, but this was very anticlimactic. Pearl and the man next to her don't say a word, yet their faces speak volumes. Bashilov is very mad that the broadcast is over so suddenly, but the man next to him notes that they still don't know why Whitecap threw a punch. However, if they were to fight, the entire port would have been blown to bits, and the casualty number would have skyrocketed. Before leaving, Kang is stopped by the workers, who want to express their gratitude towards him, as they would have both died if it wasn't for him. Since his actions were the only thing that kept them alive, the boss feels the need to treat him to some pork belly, as he knows of a place that makes it very well. Kang refuses, but thanks him for his offer, and then just flies away. Seeing him leave, the general tells everyone to clear out and call the Inhuman Corpse recovery team, as they need to pick up the body while it's fresh. B suddenly tells him that the problem with these bullets isn't the shape or weight. Changing the gunpowder composition won't help him either. Even if these bullets are specially manufactured to be the best armor-piercing rounds around, they are not much better than a normal long-range precision bullet. He cannot do anything with a toy gun like this one, unless he gets something that is revolutionary in every standard possible. They will all die meaningless deaths. The general says that he will forward his concerns to the ISSTF researchers. His phone starts to ring, and so he picks it up and answers, as the commander has called him to ask about the situation. The general explains that Whitecap has just fled the scene, and the Inhuman was taken care of. The commander, Baek Oh-jin, doesn't appreciate the fact he called first, as he told him numerous times that he should report back as soon as it's over. The general apologizes, but the commander tells him to listen carefully. The transport of the Inhuman Corpse is now his top priority, as he has dealt with the NFS and other national agencies. He does not need to worry about any repercussions and put the corpse in the transport vehicle 101. The general confirms that the men are now loading up the corpse as they speak, so Oh-jin notes that as soon as it's loaded and on its way, the whole situation is no longer under their jurisdiction, so his last mission is to retreat all forces from the area. The general confirms it, and closes the call rather reluctantly, with a certain disgust in his eyes. Oh-jin then calls another person, who asks if it's something urgent. He confirms that it's not, but he just wanted to report on the situation, as there was an inhuman crisis. There are 14 dead, with 2 in critical condition. The man he called tells him to listen. He doesn't care about any of that. He can just give him the damn summary already. Ojin says that the transform vehicle carrying the corpse is currently leaving for the Falcon area, with the arrival time being tomorrow night. The man's agent says that they have to go, so the man says that he needs to hang up, but he will warn him now. If he ever wastes his time on useless shit like this, he will make sure to remove him. As he fixes his tie, the man wonders why he should care about some dirty people. It's enough that he has to speak in front of these dirty ant-like people. As he gets in front of the public, his attitude changes and someone introduces him. He is the hope of the new generation, the one who will make the world peaceful and revolutionize the future, Marcus Gerald. As the 101 transport vehicle leaves, the soldier wonders what this transport vehicle is, as it doesn't seem to be a part of their corporation. The general tells him that it's something they don't need to know about, but Nangi sure does, as he watches the transport vehicle and notes that it must be going to Falcon. In the newest Ketchup Man episode, he finally catches one of Sherlock's goons and demands to know where his base is, as he is going to crush him and stop crime. The goon tries to say that he needs to be let go in order to speak, but Ketchup Man sees this as him not wanting to talk, so he throws him into a building and uses one of his signature moves, Ketchup Smash, to completely annihilate the good, who starts to spew out blood. Ketchup Man tells him to stop acting like a big baby. That was not even a tenth of his true power, because he wants to spare him, in order to send a message to Sherlock. As long as he is still breathing, none shall threaten this planet. The people are amazed at Ketchup Man's power, and a news reporter that is on the scene explains to the populace that a dangerous monster has attacked the middle of New York, but ultimately, the monster's evil rampage was stopped by Ketchup Man. He really is Earth's hope, the hero they all need yet not deserved, a superhuman. After the episode is done, Kang is very sad that he has to wait another week for another, but that's when Juri wakes up and asks how he's not tired after fighting so much yesterday. To watch Ketchup Man first thing in the morning, he really is obsessed. Kang says that he had to watch the premiere, and sure enough it was amazing, so he should watch the rerun. He accidentally tries to spoil it to Juri, who immediately stops him. Kang starts to think about what Nangi saw in him that was similar to Ketchup Man, which he has apparently done tons of times. So Jiri goes back to sleep, but then he remembers that school isn't cancelled today. He forgot to tell him. In an instant, Kang gets ready and bolts out the door, but leaves a mess in his stead, something which Jiri has to take care of. On the way to school, Kang overhears two students talking about Whitecap, with one of them noting that the mysterious guy blocked his attack. Whitecap got owned. His friend says that just blocking an attack doesn't mean anything, but the guy keeps hating and says that Whitecap was still at a disadvantage. His friend doesn't care about that. He is still the best. Is he going to be the one to fight the beasts that show up recently? Just who is he to judge when he is a keyboard warrior that plays battle royales all day? The guy asks why he's suddenly so bitchy, but his friend is just defending Whitecap, because he is the only guy who is fighting against these inhuman things, and risking his life too. He's a bona fide hero. The guy notes that he heard Whitecap is only a cyborg created by the military, but his friend has had enough of his dumbassery, so he says that if he was Whitecap, he would beat the snot out of him. The guy notes that he couldn't beat a fly if he wanted to, making the friend try to take a joke swing at him, but he accidentally hits a very tall dude with his arm, who asks if he wants to die all of a sudden. As his friend apologizes, the guy thinks that they are screwed, as that guy is Choi Tae-ik. He continues to threaten the friend, up until he notices Kang staring at him. He asks what he is staring at, but Kang just continues to stare, making Tae-ik increasingly angrier, as he tells him to stop until he comes up there and shoves his school bag up his ass. Kang looks away and apologizes, which makes Tae-ik let them go, but he will remember their faces, especially this glaring fucker. The ginger tells his friend Wook that they were extremely screwed, which makes Wook ask why. The ginger guy asks if he knows of the Gundu gang, which Wook confirms, but not that well, mostly just the name. The ginger guy explains that this gang is more of an organization created at Mabong Middle School. It's a group that Park Gundu made by beating up everyone who were known to be good fighters. Everyone from that group has at least 10 times more strength than an average high school dude, and they are notorious because nobody can match their strength in Incheon. He also heard that most members came from Seoyan High, so since they are a new school with not a lot of upperclassmen, they are basically just toys to them. That gorilla-looking fucker that threatened him just now is one of their captains. Wook can't believe how fucked they were about to be. Even so, they are still in his sights. The ginger guy says that the inhuman crisis causing schools to shut down doesn't help either, as delinquents can basically do whatever they want. Even this plain dude in front of them was about to be beaten up just for looking in his direction. Anyway, he should stay as far away as possible, as he doesn't want to mess with anyone in that group. In Kang's class, one of the girl's friends, the one who woke Kang up, gets woken up by a friend of hers, who calls her Hong. She eventually wakes up, and her friend can't believe that she is sleeping first thing in the morning, but she is more worried about the injuries on her face. She should stop boxing already. It's not healthy for her. Hong asks if she's only here to pester her. Is she her mom or something? Her friend, Yo Jinju, doesn't know how to respond to this, but her thoughts are interrupted by Kang, who just came inside of the classroom. She grabs his attention and says that his fly is open, which it apparently is, so Kang gets to fixing it. With this, Jinju says that she will leave now, while Hong tells her to never come back. But before leaving, she says that she smelt cigarettes on her. Shouldn't she stop hanging around with those guys by now? Jinju hits her back with her own line. Is she her mother or something? If she quits boxing though, she might consider it. Hong thinks that she is not going to end up well, but is distracted by Kong, who cannot seem to zip up his flyer, making her smile. In the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, a fisherman notices something strange in the water, something which keeps growing and growing as it surfaces. 5 minutes earlier, the captain of the boat asks his only employee why he has a penguin doll with him. He explains that it's his daughter's birthday, Ruby, and since it was cheap at the port, he decided to buy it. The captain asks why he doesn't get his only princess something pretty, like a real doll, not a penguin. The employee says that her dream is to one day go to Antarctica and find the penguins. This is why he bought her this, because she will certainly like it a lot. The captain asks if he's seeing her today, which the employee confirms. After lunch is over, he will go straight home. He's scared that since he basically lives on this boat, she might forget his handsome face. The captain laughs and asks if she told him that, which he confirms, as she is able to talk about all kinds of things now. The captain notes that she has indeed grown a lot. Time sure flies, especially when watching kids grow. Now that he thinks about it, however, he never got his daughter a proper gift. The employee suggests that it's never too late to get her a doll or something, but the captain says that she's way too old for that. Anyway, he should bring that penguin inside, as it will stink if it gets wet. That's when a little splash happens in the water, making the captain quite curious. Sure enough, something starts to rise out of the water, something that does not signal anything good. As the employee tinkers with the boat controls, he says that it won't stink since he will take the plastic off, and he needs to move faster, as his daughter will disown him if he misses their promise. The thing from below keeps surfacing, until eventually a big blue hand appears and crushes the captain out of nowhere. The employee goes outside to see what it is, and sees a fish-like inhuman, who has just gotten on the boat. At Seoyan High, a teacher explains to the class that inhumans have started to appear more and more frequently as of late, with this recent event being the third time it happened, so the public fear has skyrocketed as a result. He also tries to draw a caricature of one, which he manages to do, and explains that unfortunately, they are currently living in a time where dangerous things like these appear. That is why today, they are going to have a little chat about them. This is Park Chang-sik, the math teacher. He notices that the students are very glad to not have a lesson today, but anyways, he should get to the explanation. An inhuman is exactly what the label suggests, a species that is not human. What they know so far is that they have unreal strength and can destroy a truck or tank in one simple hit. They also have the dexterity and stamina to run at speeds of 200 kilometers per hour or 125 miles per hour. They are in the truest sense of the word, monsters that prey on humans. This might all sound pretty unreal, but if they have the misfortune of meeting one face to face, they will understand how terrifying they can be. The United Nations has announced quite recently that in the past 5 years, there have been 37 cases of these inhumans appearing, and in total, 517 deaths have been allotted to these things. Among all of this, Korea has had a total of 6 inhuman incidents, and with the recent incident at the port, they can make it 7. Since it was yesterday, he imagines that the families of the 14 that died are still in mourning. What a tragedy. Anyway, in these 7 incidents, the white-cap superhuman has appeared in the last 5 and resolved them. The list goes like this: Mokpo, Samchuk, Taiyan, Oryudong, and Incheon Port. Without fail, White-Cap has appeared and crushed the respective inhuman. With the strange appearance of these inhumans came the strange appearance of this superhuman, which made a lot of people theorize about him and his powers. But every theory is baseless, and experts have confirmed that he is completely veiled in mystery and secret. This guy is as mysterious as the inhumans, so people have started to find a glimmer of hope in this person. The problem, however, is related to the 2 incidents before White-Cap appeared. The first is about the incident that proved these inhumans really exist. The Pohang incident that happened in 2015. 15 people died that day, but among them was the corpse of the inhuman that seemed to have been killed by someone, something which they don't know about to this day. The next one was in January, and almost like clockwork, it happened a year after the 2015 incident. 75 people died and hundreds were injured, which gave it the title of the tragic Gangneung incident that many choose to not even talk about. From this incident, they got data on the first inhuman that remains undefeated, Heptahorn. This name was given to him because of the 7 horns that he has on his body. the first inhuman that lived. According to the survivors of this incident, when people began dying and dying without stopping, a large, long-haired man suddenly appeared and fought against Heptahorn. However, not much is known from here, as the large man disappeared completely, and Heptahorn slowly disappeared into the sky too. This incident was investigated and analyzed by all kinds of government officials and experts, with their theory going something like this. The long-haired person, who they suspect was a superhuman, was killed by Heptahorn, but not without injuring him. So now Heptahorn is in hiding and waiting patiently to come back. Because of this internationally felt incident, the Center for Inhuman Disaster Alert was created, which assigned alert levels to inhuman appearances, and also allowed for the creation of a special squad within the military, the ISSTF, Inhuman Subjugation Special Task Force. Currently, however, the most important questions are being asked in connection to these three. Who is the man who stopped Heptahorn? Did he truly die? If he is dead, who will stop Heptahorn? Who has murdered him? What about the white-cap superhuman that appeared out of nowhere, right after Heptahorn disappeared? But the most important and biggest question is, where did the Inhumans come from? Changsik notices that almost nobody is listening to his lesson, so he slams the table to wake them up. But since the bell is about to ring, he will say one more thing to them. Just because he is teaching them something, this does not give them the right to sleep. A student's duty is to learn, but that isn't the most important thing. Not at all. That would be to show a deep interest in their current society and events. They cannot just live by looking at what is given to them for free. During these times where humanity has proven how weak it is, they shouldn't just do their homework and then play games. He pleads with them to at least show more interest in this world. That is his honest opinion as a teacher and as a parent. With that, he leaves. But Hong listened to everything and seems quite touched by his words. As Changsik leaves, he talks with his wife, telling her that he just finished class and is on his way, as he wanted to get there early. He had to, because it's the anniversary of his death. After he closes the call, he looks at the pictures of his dead son that he has attached to his dashboard and thinks that he must be there no matter what happens. He has to see his lonely son and pray with all of his might so that his son won't meet any monsters up in heaven. The employee is being crushed again and again in the boat walls, but he is not dead yet, and in his last moments, he begs for anyone to save him. With the radio that he has been using starting to make noise, someone has heard his message. On the SS Opera, where people are enjoying the sun and are generally having fun on this luxury cruise, at the bridge, the captain asks the others what the situation is, with a woman explaining that the transmission was cut off. But the last data suggests that the message came from a fishing boat. The captain asks the distance of the ship and their distance from it, with the ship driver noting that the ship's name is unknown, but it is at 10 nautical miles from them. It's opposite to their course, but it's only 25 minutes away from them, give or take. The captain makes the choice to change course to rescue anyone who might be in trouble. They cannot let this stand. At the fishing boat, the bloodied penguin and the body of the employee sit together, with the inhuman having taken the appearance of the employee. Lunchtime arrives at Seoyeon High, with one fat dude saying that he's quite hungry, but his friend notes that he constantly said this today. He knows that he is fat, but did he not get enough food today? The fat guy notes that his mom cut his food size because he has been gaining more weight recently, which sucks. The friend notes that he shouldn't say recently, if he has a conscience, that is. But anyway, why doesn't their class have any good-looking girls to date? The fat guy says that girls say the same thing about him probably, but the friend, Wu Chang Ryul, notes that he shouldn't talk that way to him, if he doesn't want to get injured. The fat guy, Dae Bang, notes that they got lucky with their class placements. Doesn't he know that the guys in the higher-numbered classes are basically living through hell? Chang Ryul thinks that he must be talking about those fuckers, with Dae Bang confirming that he is indeed talking about the Gundu gang. The three heads of this gang are all in the higher-numbered classes, so most of their lackeys were placed in the same classes too, so everyone who is normal in that class is basically majorly screwed. Chang Ryul can't stand how these ugly bastards think that they are so great, but they also have one of these people in their class too, a lackey that acts high and mighty thanks to Gung Do. Dae Bang says that he shouldn't get involved with Gun, as it's much better not to. Ryul also notices Quan behind him, who is also in their class, and could probably easily take care of Gundu and his gang. Dae Bang confirms that he is very strong, but just was not able to become the best fighter in their middle school for some reason. Ryul enlightens him. It's not that he wasn't able to, he just hates bullying people. Unless someone directly harms him, he does not fight. One time the head bully of their middle school picked a fight with him because he was jealous of how good he looked, but Quan completely annihilated him in seconds. Secretly, however, Ryul hopes that he will stop putting up this goody two-shoes act and make them look better under these bastards. As Dae Bang chooses the food he wants to eat, he asks the auntie serving them to put more spicy pork on the rice, with her noting that he should have gotten soup instead of another rice portion. He explains that he does not like soybean soup, so he begs her to just give him a bit more spicy pork. The auntie can't refuse one of her precious kids, so she puts more on the tray for him. Daebang is extremely moved by this and asks to call her mom, just once, with Ryul pushing him away from here. As Kang is feasting on the tray of food he chose, Kwon grabs the seat next to him and asks why he eats alone. But he can't lie, he always eats alone too, because he doesn't have a single friend. It seems that he also doesn't have friends, which makes Kang think of Ju-ri, but he considers him family, so yeah, he doesn't have them either. Kang notes that they are both pretty lonely dudes, but then looks at how he's eating, with a spoon and chopsticks to help him stuff his mouth faster. He compliments his physique and asks if he does any sports, with Kang noting that he's just self-learning taekwondo, which confuses Kwon, but he lets it go, and notes that they should eat together from now on, which Kang agrees with. That's when a student flies in front of them, with Taeyik and his group telling him to get out of the way faster if they doesn't want this to happen. This is Taeyik's entire squad, with everyone being quite focused on their entrance, except Kang, who is just indulging in his meal. Taeyik has had enough of bastards disrespecting him, so to calm down, he will choose 5 guys to beat up that he just doesn't like. At the same time, in the United States, the Secretary of Defense and his assistant have a meeting about something, which the Secretary of Defense feels that they need to hurry. The assistant shares his worries, but there is no other option here but to calm down and wait patiently for the 2 they called to arrive, as they will be here soon enough. The Secretary of Defense feels useless and helpless. He does not want to wait around while people just die. Eventually, Pearl and the other person she was with Ro, arrive, with Pearl asking the assistant, who goes by James, to explain the situation in more detail. He gets up and explains that every second counts in this situation. Due to this, he will give them the details while they are on their way, but to put it simply, the worst-case scenario has happened. Right now, a cruise carrying 3,000 people has been invaded by an inhuman in the middle of the ocean. Both Pearl and Withrow are shocked, and Withrow says that they are trapped in there like mice, unable to run away. It is truly the worst-case scenario. James goes on to say that in a situation like this, they can't spare even a minute, but there's an even bigger concern here. Pearl cuts him off and says that they should hurry. He will give them the details while they are on their way, which James agrees with. They have a helicopter prepared to leave at any point. Before leaving, he asks the Secretary of Defense if he has any last words for them, which he doesn't, but he hopes that they come back safe. After the door slams shut, the Secretary of Defense sighs, as he never expected for his lips to go dry just because he is in the same room as them. So these are the rumored superhumans. In some abandoned building, Dan Yang tells Nangi that the media has been going haywire since his encounter with that white-cap fellow. Everyone has started to search for him, and both of them seem to have bounties on their heads. This makes Nangi laugh. Should they just go and ask what they did wrong? Dan Yang doesn't like it, as they didn't come here to mess around. Did they really have to reveal themselves so suddenly? He knew too that there was a live broadcast there. Nangi says that it doesn't matter either way, and there is a reason why they appeared on the news, which he will reveal at a later date. But this situation is getting just too interesting to just sit around and do nothing. The world will fall into utter chaos soon enough, so he is thinking of which side to join, as a game is only fun if it's balanced, right? James lets Pearl and Withrow inside first, but he thinks that it's like he is headed to a funeral all of a sudden. As he fastens his seatbelt, he tells the others to do the same, but he realizes how dumb that sounds, and says that they can choose not to if they are uncomfortable with it. As soon as everyone is on board, the pilot takes off, with James explaining that the chopper they are on is the fastest one in the US. But from here to where the SS Opera is at, there is approximately 2 hours of travel time, so while they get there, he will explain the situation. Today, at exactly 4 p.m., an SOS was sent to a Navy base located at the coast of Virginia. The SOS message contained one sentence: "Ship under inhuman attack." The Navy base soon realized that the ship was the SS Opera, which had 3,000 people on it. This cruise is an international one that travels back and forth between the US and UK. They have yet to get information on the boat's damage, but as soon as the Navy grasped the situation, they sent out a message to them, and in turn they contacted them for help. At the time, however, they were both in Scotland, but since they couldn't just want for them to come back, they sent people. But in that time, the ISSTF HQ and the underwater demolition teams were utterly destroyed. Additionally, 5 squadrons of men were sent to the scene. Pearl asks if these 2 groups are currently in combat, but James explains that they arrived on the SS Opera at about 8 p.m., and within 20 minutes, they lost all communication with them. Judging by the situation, even if this seems to be impossible, all 5 squads have likely been utterly annihilated. Additionally, however, there is the problem that he wanted to discuss earlier. They both ask what it is, so James tells them that the ship is now on autopilot, and at this rate, it will arrive in Florida as it was programmed to do. Withrow notes that basically, the issue is that the Inhuman would be let loose on land, which James confirms, but because of that possibility, F-40 fighter jets carrying small nuclear missiles have been sent to the area. If the SS Opera gets close enough, they have clearance to fire on it before it docks. Pearl just stares while Withrow calls them a bunch of lunatics. James says that this is a situation where they do not know how many survivors are there, and the government has decided that this is the best course of action. They do not know a single thing about this case, which scares him to no end. Pearl tells them to stop trembling so much, which he does. He does not have to be pessimistic about all of this, because she is here. Back at Seoyeon High, Taeik starts to choose the guts to beat up. First is the bastard who blocked his way and ruined his mood in the first place. The guy tries to apologize, but Taeik tells him to shut up. He will speak only when he is allowed to. That's when Hong comes around and tells them to stop what they are doing right now. Taeik asks her to repeat what she said, which she does. They better stop being such pieces of shit and leave. Everyone is shocked by her words, including Kang and Kwan. Her friend didn't even see her disappear from her seat. What a craft woman. Taeik throws away the guy he wanted to beat and says that they must have put something in the food to make all of them more dumb. But she should know that he is such a bastard. He doesn't hold back against girls either. Hong says that she knows how dumb he is, making Taeik try to slap her soul away, which she braces for. But that's when someone grabs his hand and says that the rumors are true. He is really a bastard that does whatever he wishes. He is scared of that. How is he supposed to attend school in this kind of dark atmosphere? Kang didn't expect for Kwan to move like that, who now insults Taeik, calling him a giant freak. Taeik's group knows of this guy. According to the rumors at least, he isn't an average person. Ryul tries to move Bong's head out of the way to watch the fight, as this is a legendary moment. As Taeik turns around, he kicks Kwan away, asking if he lost his damn mind. Taeik thinks that he got him and tries to talk shit, but Kwan has blocked his mighty kick and asks him to speak up, as he didn't hear him. Ryul and Bong cheer for their idol, as those bastards will finally know who the boss is, while Kang just watches. Kwan moves in with a flying kick that Tae barely manages to block, but Kwan is not done with it and strikes his face with a deadly punch. Tae's lackeys are angry and shocked at what they are seeing, but he manages to not get knocked out and spits out the blood he accumulated in this month while saying that he is not as weak as he expected, but he is still dead, as he will not let him go even if he starts to beg for mercy on his knees. Kwan expected for him to get knocked out, as he hit him with a full-powered punch to the chin. Was it perhaps the difference in size that did him in? Suddenly, someone from behind tells them that this is far enough, fighting when it's not even noon and especially at lunchtime. Such bad manners. Tae tells him to back off. He's not going to repeat himself. Gung-Moo tells him that the teachers are on their way, so he should call it quits while he still can. Bong is surprised to see him here, but Ryul wonders if he ate a teacher on his way here or something. Bong explains that he is the biggest guy among the three heads of the Gun-Do gang, and technically he is third in the ranking, but he is ruthless, so he is the one they need to watch out for the most. Tae eventually relents, but tells Kwan that this is not the end. He will see to it that he will scream out in pain. Moo also notes that he has heard some things about him, but he really crossed the line on this day. Being so brazen, he will visit him soon enough and make him his bitch. Kang wipes his mouth after eating, with everyone around gossiping about what just happened, up until Kang lets out a burp that almost levels the school, with everyone in the cantina hearing it. Pearl and Withrow eventually arrive at the scene, where the atmosphere is gloomy, and the weather really does not help. Pearl tells James to open the doors, but he notes that they can go lower. Pearl tells him to just open them already. This is not the first time they jumped from this height. James explains that they will communicate through the earpieces that he handed out to them. It's activated through biometrics, so as long as they breathe, they can stay in contact. He will act as their middleman and report on their locations and situations. Pearl prepares to jump after this, but tells James to contact his higher-ups and say that since she arrived on the scene, they can send their little nukes back. James agrees and says that he will do so now, but he wishes the best to the both of them. May fortune smile on them. Withrow and Pearl jump from the plane and land directly on the helipad, where they see the mess that Inhuman left around. Tons of lifeless bodies thrown everywhere. Pearl notes that this just confirms they are actually dealing with an Inhuman, so they should go and search for the bastard. The Inhuman sits nearby, watching them with its eager red eyes. James contacts them and notes that he has important info about this ship. The SS Opera is very large, and because each floor has a unique layout, it is easy to get lost. Unless this Inhuman approaches them, they might have difficulties in finding it. Withrow wonders if they could make it come out if they make a ruckus, but Pearl thinks that the best choice here is to split up. James confirms that they don't have much time, so it's best for them to split between the upper and lower levels respectively. They are both currently on the forward deck. One of them can head straight forward to find the engine room, while the other goes below to the cargo area. From there, the one on the top floor will move down, while the one on the bottom floor will move up. Their objective is to look for any possible survivors and defeat the Inhuman. He is concerned, however, as if they moved in a unit, they could coordinate themselves and defeat the Inhuman, but if they search alone, they might have a one-on-one fight with it. Pearl notes that it can't be helped, as they don't even know if there are any survivors. They need to choose the quickest option. Withrow notes that he will be taking the upper level, which makes Pearl go to the lower level, but he should be careful and tell each other if they will be fighting. Pearl jumps down the side of the ship, and instead of going down like a normal person, she shoves her fist into the ship's side, and then crashes into it with her legs, arriving at her designated area. She reports that there's tons of cargo piled up, with James confirming that it's because she's seen the cargo are on B4. But does she see anything of intrigue? She says that there is nothing here. There is no sign of any human activity, and everything seems to be in order. Seeing that Withrow is deeper, James asks him about how things look on his side. Withrow reports back and says that he didn't find anything new, since the entrance all he can see are corpses, be it on the bridge, inside of the control room, or even the information center. He has searched high and low, but nobody is alive. It seems like this place was a living hell once. James suggests that since it's not showing itself, the Inhuman must be playing hide-and-seek with them, but Withrow doesn't quite understand him, as he's starting to break up. James also feels this on his side, making him wonder why, but when he checks their location, he notices that they are in the Bermuda Triangle. That might have something to do with it, but this is a problem, as communications were imperative. Withrow continues to move along the area, but that's when the person starts speaking with him, noting that his wife was a damn monster. He tries to tell James that he found a survivor, but he notices that the man is in complete shock and keeps repeating that his wife betrayed him. James can still track their respective locations, but he cannot communicate with them. He damns it all, as what he could do for those two was only these earpieces, but now even those are gone. Pearl also notices that the earpiece is malfunctioning. That's when a little girl appears behind her and says that she must be Saint Pearl, right? She came to save all of them, right? Withrow eventually makes his way to the event hall, where the stench of blood is much more pungent than anywhere else, as there are tons of corpses. As he tries to make the earpiece work, he spots something, or someone, that being Pearl, who looks back at him as soon as he calls out her name. He asks why she's on the upper level all of a sudden, but that's when the illusion breaks, and the Inhuman tries to swallow him whole, but it only manages to catch his arm, which certainly leaves him at a disadvantage against this smart yet vicious beast. Withrow dodges another attack and hides himself while thinking that he was careless. If he hadn't reacted when he did, his head would have been gone in a split second, but he doesn't get why he saw Pearl. Was it an illusion or a mimic? One thing he knows though, if he lets his guard down one more time, he will lose more than an arm. That's when the Inhuman almost takes his head clean off with the illusion almost fully breaking. But this missed attack allows Withrow to kick the Inhuman away. This is nowhere near enough to stop it, however, as it slowly gets up and reveals its true form, meaning that it's a mimic type, like Withrow expected. He removes his cloak and rips some of it to stop the bleeding on his arm. But things won't remain like this, as he will get his arm back from this disgusting thing. The Inhuman charges once again. James looks at the two on his radar, but notices that Withrow's movements have begun to be fast and unpredictable. Is he in combat, perhaps? The pilot tells him that the storm is getting more and more intense by the minute, so they should land on the deck so as to not jeopardize the entire operation. The little girl leads Pearl back to the people that survived this cruise, with them also saying as such, they are hiding in this place, but there are even more people that are hiding in the lower levels. Seeing so many survivors makes Pearl think that she needs to find that Inhuman and kill it fast. The survivors know that it's a lot to ask, but they beg her to save everyone here. In the event hall, the fight between Withrow and the Inhuman rages on, with the Inhuman trying to catch Withrow by surprise, who even without his arm, still manages to defend himself quite well, and so they arrive at a standstill. He can't believe how combat-ready this beast is. Even with him losing an arm, he can admire its skills. He can't admire for long, however, as the beast unhinges its jaw and prepares to swallow him, but he kicks it to the ground and jumps away, creating enough distance for him to think about things. Since the beast stays in its true form while fighting, its shape-shifting ability does not provide any combat advantage. Even so, he must end things, right here and right now. The Inhuman notices the strange new energy around him, and Withrow goes up to a barrel of aged wine and kicks it open, creating tons of sharp icicles with his ability, something which the Inhuman did not see coming. Withrow is not done, however, as he picks up a bottle of wine and breaks it, letting the contents flow out until it's long enough to create a sharp, icy blade. He has had a really long day today, so he's not in the mood to fool around. He will end things now. Withrow jumps in to strike the beast one last time. Galen Withrone is from the east of Harlem, and he does not look dangerous at all, but he has quite a sharp gaze. At the time, James, an international lawyer, said that the gang was annihilated by him completely. It wasn't even a big fight. He took care of them without any issues. Ben, a biotech engineer, notes that recently the Safario Street gang were also arrested after they were found knocked out cold. Could he be the perpetrator? James confirmed it, which made Ben think that he wasn't bad, since he took care of the trash that was littering their streets. That's when Pearl asked him, considering that he has a body which can withstand bullets, it's clear as day that he is a superhuman, but how did he heal the injured, as their injuries stopped bleeding in an instant? For his benefit, she suggests not lying to her. As an example, Withrow used his ability and said that it's quite simple. He can't explain why or how, because he doesn't have a clue, but he can harden liquids around him instantly. The range is about 10 meters, and he can harden the liquid as much as he wants, which requires tons of stamina and concentration on his part. Pearl asked if it's like freezing it, but Withrow explained that it's different, as in principle it's around the same, but the liquid becomes too hard for it to be freezing. It's more comparable to diamonds in terms of durability. Pearl was amazed, as it basically changed the whole composition, but since it's so hard, surely it can be used as a weapon too. Withrow confirmed that he can. If he can harden a liquid and apply force, it's more powerful than any firearm out there. He manages to strike the Inhuman's head, but it's not enough to kill it, and it punches him away. He knows that he missed, as he did not put enough strength in his attack, but because of his arm his balance was entirely off. That's when he notices the enraged Inhuman rushing in, so he starts running away, as he thinks that this bastard is way too resilient. Pearl runs through the halls as she thinks that the 4th and 5th levels had no abnormalities, which means that something is happening somewhere above, since she can hear a rumbling. That's when James tries to contact her and say that there's something going on at the event hall, which she barely understands, but she starts to move even faster as a result. James notices that Withrow is most definitely in a fight, but it's taking too damn long for no reason. Fortunately, Pearl is close enough, so if she hurries, she might get to him in time. Withrow starts to get blurry vision, which also slows him down, but that's when he notices a sprinkler above him. So he activates it using his kick, and it starts to spew water everywhere, allowing him to completely engulf the Inhuman in frozen water, saving him from his untimely demise. In the past, since he was curious and wanted to find out more, James asked one more thing of him. What is the duration of his ability? As even if it's amazing, it must have limits. There has to be a limit, or perhaps it freezes forever. Withrow denied it, as his ability is connected to his mental fortitude mostly. Once the material fully hardens, however, it can last up to an hour, give or take. Withrow notes that he hasn't had a fight like this one in ages, but now he wonders how to get rid of this thing for good. That's when something sharp touches him, and his head starts to fall off of his neck, as a second Inhuman has appeared. In his last moments, he wonders when this one got here. Will Pearl be able to defeat 2 Inhumans at once? James is glad to see that Pearl and Withrow are about to meet, but that's when Withrow's signal turns off, which confuses him. But that's when the revelation shocks him. He himself said that these earpieces are activated through biometrics, so the only way to deactivate them is death. He does not want to believe it, and starts to retry his signal, but nothing shows up. Pearl arrives at the event hall, where she spots 2 Inhumans, one alive and well, and another completely frozen. But she also notices Withrow, whose head is missing from his body. This makes her remember the time they spoke in a park, where she said that even if people do not express it, everyone is thankful that he joined their team, her included. James was particularly happy about this, but Withrow knew, as he tried to make him wear that ridiculous suit, something which he will never do. Pearl told him that Inhumans are extremely dangerous, so just like how they were in danger yesterday out of nowhere, there is no way to tell when one of these monsters will appear, or what kind of situation they will be in. So she hopes that in the event where one of them dies, the other can rationally think about things. Withrow wonders if that's viable for them, but Pearl continues. In a bad situation, the best strategy is retreat. So what she's trying to say is that they shouldn't go on a meaningless rampage and maybe lose their lives too. The one that survives that encounter, which is bound to happen, needs to protect the world, even if it means admitting defeat sometimes. Withrow noted that she really likes to say meaningless things. If he ever met an opponent that she couldn't beat, he would get out of there, since it would mean that it would be someone who they can't win against. Since he is not sentimental though, he wouldn't care if she died. The act of kindness he showed with the kid that lost his balloon tells Pearl otherwise. But this is why now she is filled with rage and summons all of her strength to send the remaining Inhuman into the ground, which presumably kills it. After this, she has time to look at Withrow's head, which still has its eyes open, so she tries to close them out of respect. But that's when the Inhuman jumps at her and successfully catches her arm. But his claw appendage isn't enough to cut Pearl's hand off, who finishes her business and lets Withrow rest for good. With that out of the way, she gives the Inhuman one glare while powering up, making it jump away. But Pearl doesn't let it, so she catches him and throws the beast into the wall while also breaking his arm. Since she has started this Inhuman eradication business, this has been the worst day of her job, so she will do things her own way now. He will never realize how or why he died, but she will make sure that it will be gruesome. That's when the Inhuman behind her starts to crack, something which she does not notice. The Inhuman doesn't just sit around to be a punching bag, so it attaches itself to the wall and uses its powerful leg monsters to charge at its prey with a stabbing attack. But Pearl simply deflects it and punches the beast so hard its teeth start to fall out. She does not stop the relentless assault, punching the Inhuman 2 more times before throwing it into a pillar. She wanted to make this day a torture for him, but he does not deserve to be alive any longer. So he will get up now, as she will end his miserable life once and for all. As she does that, the other Inhuman keeps cracking and cracking. Back in America, the president and his associates speak about what happened, as they cannot contact James anymore. All that they got from him is to cancel the bomb order. The discussion flares up, with some thinking that they were defeated, but others think that it's because of the weather that they are unable to contact them. One tells the president to try and re-establish communications with the ship as soon as possible, or perhaps send aircrafts to recon. A woman is refusing his idea, as this is an emergency. They don't have the time to do all of this. A chubby fellow tells everyone to calm down already, as acting so uncivilized will not solve anything. He tells the president that since Pearl and Mr. Withrow have sent the message asking them to cancel the bomb order, means that they are quite capable of taking care of what is happening on the SS Opera. This puts the president in deep thought, but that's when Marcus says that this is not really true. Advocating for such an easy decision, that is what is causing these people to act like this. But now that he thinks about it, he's the only one who is against it. The president has already gone through the biometric activation, meaning that the nuclear missiles are ready to fire, so he must give them the orders to fire now, without an ounce of hesitation. The chubby guy says that his words are meaningless, as Pearl and Withrow are still on the scene. Have they failed them yet? Marcus relents and says that it's true, but he should ask himself something. Why isn't James debriefing them if the situation is under control? They deployed 5 squads when this started, but they lost all communication when the teams arrived on the opera, and the same thing is happening right now. It doesn't matter if they have failed or not. As their eternal peace they desperately drag down everyone for is impossible. So he should tell him, in the very unlikely chance that they fail. Will he step up and take responsibility for what will happen? If not him, perhaps. Does anyone else want to step up? The chubby guy still keeps his idea. Does he think that launching nuclear missiles will fix everything? What about the crew members and passengers, who are all presumably still alive? Marcus asks his subordinate how long it will be until the opera reaches shore, with his subordinate noting that they will arrive in about an hour and a half. Marcus asks Chubby what he will do in this situation, perhaps ponder if this amount of time is too short or too long. He must also know that the opera will arrive at Fort Lauderdale, which has a population of 200,000 people. Is he going to take the chance? Chubby tells him to stop acting so high and mighty, as he is also just guessing everything. Right now, Pearl and Withrow are probably fighting to keep everyone alive. Marcus notes that he doesn't like to bet on things he does not see directly, so it would be safer to minimize the risks and press the big red button. How does he not think of this? The president screams at them to stop, as he has decided already. He will cancel the strike on the opera. He will not be listening to any more opinions. Marcus is annoyed by this, but the others are very glad. The president, however, doesn't care about their reactions, as he thinks of the time he met Pearl and apologized for arriving so suddenly. But he wanted to thank her for everything she has done. To everyone who keeps saving people and fighting these demons, he keeps piling on debts. She looked at him and said that one cannot put a price on saving people, so there are debts. In a last-ditch effort, the Inhuman lets out a pile of web from its stomach, which Pearl is more annoyed about than anything. But that's when the frozen Inhuman breaks out of his icy prison and takes a bit out of her. But she notices that it tried to take Withrow's appearance, which enrages her to no end. So she grabs him and throws him directly at the other Inhuman. She now knows why Withrow was defeated, but she tells the Inhumans that he was a foul-mouthed bastard with a cold personality, so he won't ever reach heaven. So once they meet him in hell, they will have to beg for forgiveness. With that, she lets out all of her power in a single punch that fractures the entire upper deck of the ship in a spectacle of light. The light breaks through as the power of the punch permeates throughout, with James and the pilot feeling it too. James tells the pilot to open the doors, and once he goes outside, he notices the gigantic hole Pearl left behind. With her coming out of the light like a triumphant warrior, she jumps down and looks James straight in his eyes, before telling him the news that he never wishes to hear, something which completely breaks James, who falls to the ground and starts crying his eyes out. At the underground bunker where the president is currently having his meeting, an employee gets the news and rushes to the meeting room, where he tells everyone what happened, with them celebrating their victory. The president just sits down, while probably thanking his lucky stars that nothing happened. But that's when the employee tells them about Withrow and about how he passed away, which completely removes the celebratory cheer from the room. At the news, the SS Opera situation is being televised, with Kang eating a giant bowl of ramen as he watches the news. Juri, who is taking a dump, hears him slurping from there and tries to get his attention, but he is too focused on the news, making Juri scream, which works. He tells Kang to wait and leave some for him, but there is literally nothing left, so he tries to go and make more. But Juri comes out of the bathroom and says that he will teach him a lesson in patience, but then notices that Kang is quite focused on the TV, which thinks of as a fake. But when he looks too, he notices that news about Withrow, a superhuman, dying while fighting some inhumans is being televised. But even so, Juri wants more ramen, so he sends Kang to make more. Dan Yang and Nangi watch the news on a large screen outside, with Nangi noting that he didn't expect for him to die. But even if superhuman, he is still human, right? Though he is very certain that they fought separately and not together. Dan Yang asks why he says this, so Nangi explains that the yellow-haired woman wouldn't let anyone die on her watch, which makes Yang ask if Pearl is really that strong. Nangi notes that he met her before, or it's more like he got caught watching a fight. She felt his presence instantly, so he had to reveal himself. So even if he was quite suspicious and she was quite angry, she let him go. Yang says that she is too kind, with Nangi saying that they would have never met if she didn't spare him. Yang notes that she doesn't believe him most of the time since he is a liar, but she believes that, as this woman seems to be quite dangerous. Somewhere in Florida, James calls Ben, who was still asleep, and says that they have a huge problem. Withrow's body has seemingly disappeared. Ben asks how such a thing is even possible, but James doesn't have a clue. But he shouldn't speak about this with anyone else, as this is a secret for now. Even Withrow's funeral has been cancelled. Things are getting complicated and fast. Fortunately, there will be a briefing tomorrow specifically on this issue, so he will get the details then. But he wants him to investigate something about the SS Opera. Ben asks what must be done, and James says that he has texted him everything, which Ben immediately agrees to and closes the call. However, both him and James are extremely mad at the bastards who dared to desecrate the corpse of a friend. As Juri walks around, he thinks that he has a real problem, as he can't seem to get a hold of her. When the woman left him, she said to email if anything happened, as she would be gone to America for a while this time around, since nobody can make any sort of progress without a genius like herself. She will, however, send his living expenses monthly, but he should be frugal and perhaps even get a part-time job to help himself out. Juri didn't listen at the time, which he regrets now, as he is out of money even if he didn't spend that much. Perhaps because Kang eats like an elephant. The most important thing now, though, is that she is no longer replying to his emails, so he hopes that his sister is at least safe. Since he just became 18, though, it's about time he became independent and earned his own money. It's not impossible for a genius like himself, right? That's when he notices a poster advertising a wrestling tournament with a prize pool of 8 million. This shocks him, but he knows who to call and immediately pulls out his phone. Kang answers, and Juri is quite surprised that he's not just dozing off in class like usual, but Kang explains that he's outside, in the gym class. He asks why he called anyway, while Ryul and Bong walk next to them and talk about who has to pay for the food this time. Juri notices some talking and thinks that he must have made some friends, which he is quite proud of. He tells Kang that he promised to take him to a fried chicken place, but they will cancel that, as he will be needed somewhere else on Sunday. In DC, James, Ben, and Pearl meet up, with James explaining that they will start the brief on the SS Opera incident. After just one day, 150 people are confirmed missing, dead or injured. But due to the boat being so isolated, this is probably the biggest casualty number they can have, as they are not even done counting the bodies. In this incident, the Inhumans only had an activity radius, where they caused havoc and killed anyone in sight, but they also didn't move much from the upper deck, so more casualties were avoided. All of this is thanks to the efforts of the UDT and ISSTF, who have sent squads that attracted the Inhumans to the helipad, where a bloody battle occurred, but this allowed people to get away from the commotion and hide. Most of the squads have died in this battle, but their deaths were not in vain, and they will all be remembered as heroes. Next, he would like to talk about the Inhumans that were on the ship. The greatest miscalculation they could have done in this incident was that they did not expect 2 Inhumans. According to Pearl's report, she stops him and says that she will be the one to speak on this, surprising both Ben and James. She explains that the first beast that she encountered was very clearly a spider type, as besides spraying web from his abdomen, he also had 8 knife-like appendages attached on him, and having seen that Withrow's head was cut off while this spider thing was behind him means that this is what did him in. From just beating it up, she felt that it was more durable than any inhuman she has encountered. Strong too, but it didn't possess the speed or hardness that would give Withrow any difficulty. Her only guess is that Withrow had an all-out with the other inhuman that was frozen and was subsequently ambushed by the spider inhuman once he fell into exhaustion. Additionally, the one that Withrow froze had a rather strange appearance, as he had the head of a chameleon, and with this came its ability to copy others' appearances. Even when he attacked her, it was in the middle of copying Withrow. Gathering all of this, Withrow must have been ambushed by this shape-shifting ability and injured in a way that made fighting difficult for him. Ben can barely listen to this, as it just hurts more than anything else. James notes that because of this incident and all of the other inhuman incidents they have recorded, Ben's hypothesis seems to be true, or not far from the truth. They can't even begin to understand why. But inhumans are monsters that have the characteristics of various living things. Though this opera incident has left them with more questions than answers. Questions like, how were the inhumans on the same boat at the same time? And probably the biggest question, just where has Withrow's body disappeared? Pearl says that what remained of the inhumans and the other bodies were left untouched. Only Withrow's body has vanished. James notes that since they noticed the disappearance before the ship even managed to dock, they can assume that it wasn't the government, as they didn't even arrive at the scene yet. Things just don't add up. Ben notes that either his body flew away to heaven or Withrow, who was completely decapitated, came back to life and walked away somewhere else. James says that since neither makes sense, the most likely scenario is that somebody that was already on the ship stole the body. James sits in silence for a second before asking Ben if he did the thing he requested him to. Ben confirms that he has spoken with the cruise line for the ship, and it was confirmed that the opera has a CCTV system in place that is basically everywhere and also records. So he requested the data from these recordings. They said it will take about a week for the data to be recovered and processed, but he is sure that once they get this, they will get clues on who stole Withrow's lifeless corpse, and they will make sure that little fucker will pay dearly for this desecration. At an internet cafe in Incheon, Tae browses the web and notices that there's an arm wrestling tournament on Sunday, which he doesn't like, as tournaments are only for weaklings, but he cannot ignore that large prize pool, so he tells his minions to call Gundu, as they must assemble the entire gang. On Sunday, the tournament venue opens, with everyone at their best to win the prize pool. The presenter tells everyone that since they have 3 times as many competitors as last year, they will have to go through a speedier preliminary round. But the final 16 who pass this preliminary, filled with muscle and sweat, will get into the final part of the tournament, where they will be matched randomly. The 3rd place winner will be given 1 million, the 2nd place will get 2 million, and the winner will take home 5 million won, and the symbol that will show who the true champion is, the Legend Trophy. Juri and Kong arrive at the venue, with Ri being impatient, as he hopes that they arrive on time, but Kong seems to be just a little nervous. Last night, Juri hooked Kang, as Ketchup Man was set to visit Korea soon, on this Sunday actually, so naturally, he would want to meet Ketchup Man in person, right? Kang agrees that he would like to, so much so that he doesn't even care about the tournament at all. Juri told him that he can't enter with that mindset. The tournament is more important here. So to recap, the tournament starts at 9 a.m. The preliminaries will probably take the entire morning, so once they are over, the knockout stage of the tournament should be after lunch. Since it's a 16 bracket, once he basically wipes the mop with everyone, they are going to take the prize money and get a bus to the Incheon airport by 5 p.m., just in time for them to welcome Ketchup Man. Kang wondered if they would be able to get autographs, but Juri prepared something for them, Ketchup Man uniforms, to show how big fans they are. As he is deep in thought, Juri is sent back to reality by someone screaming a number, which was naturally Kang's, but he didn't notice. So Juri kicks him away and tells him to go already. But before letting him go, Ri tells him to do just as practiced and not be nervous at all. What Kang was thought was to control his strength and not raise suspicion about him being a superhuman. Kang hopes that this tournament will end soon, but that's when his opponent arrives. Who knows that this tournament is open weight, but to get matched with such a little kid, the world really is cruel, but he will go easy on him since he is so nice. As both of them get ready for the battle, Kong hopes that he can control his strength. While the fatso thinks about his lie, he will actually crush this kid into the ground to show him that adults don't play. As soon as the match starts, the fatso tries to put Kang's hand to the ground, who out of fear of losing swings his hand into the other direction, leaving the referee stunned. But he says that number 82 has won. The others wonder what that gust of wind was about. Perhaps it was just their imagination. Juri gets close to Kang while telling him that he did better than he expected, but he should come here now. When he does, He tells Kang that he almost caused a fucking earthquake. Does he really want to reveal that he is Whitecap? Kang notes that he was scared of losing, so he did it a little bit harder than he expected. His next opponent greets him and notes that he was last year's runner-up for this tourney, but he is known as the Merciful Tiger. So even if he loses now, he shouldn't give up, as only those who try their best reach the top. Does he understand? Naturally, Kang sends him back home with an arm injury. His next opponent says that he doesn't want to hurt him, but he will do his best out of respect. So even if he loses, he hopes that they can still be friends. Kang does what Kang does, and sends him back home with a medical bill, and his pride hurts. The tournament announcer notices the ambulances that keep coming. They are having many more injuries than last year, but that's probably to be expected because of the number of people. Eventually, the preliminaries are over, and the knockout stage officially begins. But it's about time to introduce the 16 competitors who will be randomly assigned to bracket placements. First up, it's a person hailing from Europe, Bulgaria's own Zeus, the 4th place arm wrestling champion in the world. Number 17, Nikolai Chasho. His opponent is the awfully smiley and powerful Moongu, who is second in command at the Sub-Mu Martial Academy. The others cheer for him, with the master of the academy thinking that he must win at least 3rd place, because renovating the dojo is costing them more than anticipated. Next up, they have a high schooler and a superfan of the hero they all know and love, Ketchup Man. Having beaten tons of powerful competitors up until now, everyone is on the watch for this rising rookie. Number 82, Lim Kang. His opponent is a man who trained his body by jogging every single day, no stops. The jogging monk, Yon Yong. Number 59. His monk brothers cheer for him, as he is the pride of the temple and an exemplary human being. Their next competitor is quite a heavy guy, for a high schooler that is. Number 51, Gung Mu. His opponent, who is from the same school, is number 103, Taik, who has given them more trouble than it's worth in the preliminaries. Even now he seems to be mad about something. His group cheers on him in their usual way, but one of the monks notes that he was similar to these guys in the past. The next competitor is the legendary fighter that is undefeated once on the street, number 14, Jung, who seems to be just gone, so they will move on to his opponent, number 127, Park Gun-do. The announcer just introduces the other people by their number, which annoys them, as he's acting like they are a bunch of side characters in a superhero manhwa. The announcer doesn't want to reveal the sad truth to them, but with this they have the completed bracket, where students are fighting grown adults. But that's enough yapping. The knockout stage begins now. Inside the airplane that is currently heading to Korea, Ketchup Man rides with his agent, but he is very uncomfortable, as these tight pants are really doing a number on his cheeks. But his agent says that the entertainment company requested that he come out of the airport wearing the suit. He signed the contract anyway, so there's not much they can do about it now. This is good for them too, as fans will be overjoyed to see the real Ketchup Man come to their country. He should think about how much influence he can gain from this. This is Rose, Matt Dion's manager, aka Ketchup Man, who notes that it's only natural. His schedule only exists thanks to his fans, and those who have lost sleep over him will not be disappointed. Rose tells him to go back to sleep, as the method acting is getting to him, which Dion recognizes, so he does just that. At the tournament, Tae and Mu are getting ready to duke it out, with Tae telling Mu that since they are giving Gundu 1st place, he will get 2nd after crushing these bastards. Additionally, they are going to split the money, so he shouldn't waste any more energy and give up. Mu notes that if this is the case, it would be better for him to advance, right? Tae asks him to repeat himself once more, but Mu goes further with the teasing. He has always been the stronger one anyways, so his glaring won't do much of anything. One of Tae's lackeys thinks that it's officially over, as Mu is going all out, as he only takes his glasses off when he plans to fight to the death. It's kind of like he releases his seal or something. The others note that they probably haven't seen Mu without his glasses like ever. But why is that? The very informed lackey reveals why. It's because he has a complex about his very gentle-looking eyes. Tae knows what taking his glasses off means, so he prepares to get serious too. And so, their battle starts. Yong tells Kang that he cannot fool him and his God-given eyes, as he can sense a great rage within him, something that he has too, unimaginable strength beyond measure. He now wants to see a glimpse of his true power, so he should come at him with all that he's got. One of the matches eventually ends, with Moongu winning against Nikolai, who was a champion favorite all of this time. Nikolai can't believe that he lost, but against that guy, who doesn't seem to be human, could he ever win? His academy students cheer for him, as his master thinks that nobody should be a match for him. He is sure to get into the top 3. They all do a love you pose, something which is quite unexpected from a bunch of martial artists. The announcer moves on to Tae and Mu's match, who seems to be on his last legs. They both give it their all, but Tae eventually overpowers him. He has shown that he is the better one. Yang was confident at first, but now when he stands face to face with Kang, who seems very serious. He feels powerless and small. Kang eventually manages to take him down without breaking his entire arm, which he is very thankful for, as that's what he was focusing on in the first place. The announcer congratulates him on his win, but also says that since number 14 didn't show up, Gundu is the winner by default. He looks at the group chat he formed and sees that Tae and Mu have taken care of his opponent in secret, something that ticks him off. He walks to them and kicks Mu in the gut before slapping Tae to the ground. The others are quite puzzled by this, as they certainly did not expect it. Do they really think that beating up dumbasses who don't know their place and doing pathetic stuff like this is the same fucking thing? With that, he walks away, with the announcer noting that if he leaves, they will take it as a forfeit. But Gundu doesn't care, so the announcer just moves on to the event. Since Moongu's opponent is no more, the semi-final match is Tae versus Kang, with Tae's lackeys noticing that the guy he is fighting is from their school too. One of them says that he was hanging out with Kwan as of late, which he hates. They wonder how he made it to the semi-finals, however, as there were tons of strong guys before him. Tae notes that he must be Kwan's lackey, but since he is not in the mood today, he will let him choose what happens. Either he gives up and walks off without any consequence, or he uses all of his strength and still loses. But this time, he will make sure to make his school life a living hell. The match begins, but Kang is too caught up in his own mind and accidentally crushes Tae's hand, causing him to wail in pain, something Kang didn't want to do. Since he is so injured, Tae is eliminated, and Kang moves on to the finals. Now, it's time for the fight that everyone has been waiting for, the final battle to decide who the winner is. At the Incheon airport, an inhuman appears, who seems to be quite hungry for some human flesh. Ju-ri is very glad that Kang got to the finals. He is very proud of him, but the martial artists are even more fired up and cheer for their contender with all of their hearts, something which Ju-ri finds very weird. Moongu introduces himself as the head instructor of the Sub-Mu Martial Academy and hopes that they can have a nice match that none of them will regret soon. Kang agrees, and so they get ready for the match, where they both feel each other's strength. Everyone watches with bated breath, but the match eventually begins, and they both start to give their all, with the school kids just watching, while the martial artists continue to cheer. Unfortunately, Moongo cannot hold out much longer, as he feels like he is crushed under an elephant's foot. He cannot do anything against this pressure. Slowly but surely, Kang defeats him in a natural way, so he is this tournament's final contestant and winner. The announcer asks what he will do with the prize money, which Kang doesn't know how to answer, as he hasn't really thought about it that much. The announcer notes that the world is currently in anguish due to the inhuman crisis, so why not help out the less fortunate by donating? Since these beasts have attacked the world, people have begun to help each other, no matter their nationality or border. There are tons of ways to donate. He can do so at a later time, however. Kang sees all of the signs and people, so he decides to donate, as it seems like it is a good cause. The announcer is amazed by his champion spirit. He really deserved to win, but how much does he plan to donate? Perhaps all of it. Kang confirms that he will do just that, which makes the announcer congratulate him from his heart. Even if they are living in these dark times, light like this young man still shines through. He is their future. Ju-ri looks at this while sweating bullets, and doesn't know if he can stop himself from killing this crazy bastard. Moongu goes back to his master and apologizes, as the prize was right in front of him, yet he was not good enough. The master tells him to stop crying, as a martial artist does not show tears, even if he has unbearable sadness in his heart. He already won the second place prize, that should be enough. Moongu notes that he is crying too, which makes him shut up. After pummeling him to the ground, Ju-ri notes that they at least have plenty of time to get to the airport, but Kang suggests that they should just go and eat something first, but Ju-ri tells him that they will do that at the airport. Before they can leave, Tae screams out for Kang and says that he will see him at school. He better be prepared to live in hell for the rest of his life. Ju-ri tries to go and give them a piece of his mind, but he is stopped by Kang, who pushes him away. Moongo also stops them and says that it was a truly excellent match. His arm is still numb after all of the pushing, but he came here to give him his business card. As if he has a chance, he should drop by their martial arts academy, as he is sure that he has great talent for that. Kang says that he will visit, while Ju-ri laughs at the business card and how it looks. As he leaves, Kang feels the need to learn martial arts now, but the master stops for a second and grabs their trophy to analyze it. Could he perhaps take a closer look at it? Ju-ri agrees, but he asks him not to scratch it. That's when he notices that the old man grabbed the trophy before he even noticed, and Kang pushes him back, as he feels a strange energy from this guy. The master says that he should stop acting like a little scared kitten, but he never expected to meet him like this, the famous White Cap. This is Bang Wan, the founder of the Martial Academy and the successor of Subak. He is sure that he has numerous questions, but he will keep it as short as possible since they both don't have the time to waste. If he wants to know more, he should visit him at Yongpo Mountain. At the Incheon airport, the Inhuman starts to roar and roar as its lungs are filled with air. It has come here to eat and destroy. Ju-ri and Kong are also there, with Kong noting that he shouldn't have competed if he knew that his identity was going to be revealed. Ju-ri is more concerned about the trophy, as that old guy just took it from them, so they basically won nothing. As they wonder if they arrived at the right place, the alarms start to blare, as an Inhuman has been spotted on the runway, so they should all evacuate the airport as fast as humanly possible. But Kang and Ju-ri give each other looks, as it's time for them to start doing what they do best. The Inhuman notices an incoming plane, so he rushes to the metal beast, as he thinks that this is a challenge of strength. Ju-ri looks around for all of the equipment to get Kong prepped, but he only has the mask and earpiece. The rest he does not have, but Kong grabs what's available and springs away, while others are making their way out of the hospital as fast as possible. Kang notices that someone has an almost white cap, and snatches it away while bolting away to the bathroom, where he locks the door and looks at his shirt, which Ju-ri graciously gave him, but it doesn't matter now, as it will only reveal who he is. He removes the symbol from the cap and puts it on, allowing him to become White Cap, even though he has no shirt to wear. On the flight that Rose and Matt are on, the pilot says that they will soon land, so they should all fasten their seatbelts and prepare. Rose is glad that they are almost on the ground, as his legs were getting numb, but that's when the main pilot notices something on the runway, something that is coming straight for them. When they get closer, he notices that it's an Inhuman, who certainly harbors no goodwill, so he screams at the co-pilot to gain as much altitude as they can, as that thing is coming straight for them. Unfortunately, the Inhuman possesses monstrous strength and jumps so high that it manages to get close to the plane and nick one of the wings, waking up everyone that was asleep in it. The pilot reports that the fuselage has been damaged, so they must prepare for an emergency landing no matter what. They barely manage to put out the wings before crashing harshly into the ground, but this move seems to have saved them from a less unfortunate fate. The Inhuman looks at the metal beast that has fallen down and then notices a forklift, which it goes right over to and grabs tightly. Rose is barely awake while Matt is passed out completely, but the others who are still conscious notice the Inhuman, and that it's throwing a damn forklift at them. One of them sees this best and screams at everyone to leave the area, but they have nowhere to go. As the forklift is sent flying, however, Kang jumps in and kicks the forklift away with great force, saving the people and confusing the Inhuman. The one guy who is watching out of the airplane window notices that White Cap has arrived. A real hero has come to save them. The Inhuman screams at Kong, who chooses to pick up the thrown forklift and throw it back at the Inhuman, who jumps out of the way, allowing Kang to go in with a strong kick and then pummel the Inhuman into the ground with a strong punch. Kong falls down too, but he feels that something is strange. He hit the beast with everything he has, but it feels like he was just beating up some clay. Ju-ri finally manages to get into contact with him and says that he is close to him, near the gate at a computer. Since he isn't wearing the hat with the camera, he cannot see what is happening, so he is currently hacking into the tower cameras, but he shouldn't have rushed out like he did, as he had nothing to change into. Kong reveals that he is going shirtless, which Ju-ri congratulates him for, as it was a good call, but he will soon be able to get access to the camera. He should wait only a little while. Kong tells him to go home already, as it's dangerous in this area. He should get far away. Before he can finish his sentence, the Inhuman punches him in the face, but this allows Kang to grab his arm and throw him so hard into the ground that he skips like a rock in the water until the beast arrives at a wall. Kang thinks that this is the perfect opportunity to finish the fight, but the Inhuman pulls out a strange ability as he spits out something very thick and gray, which allows him to approach and punch Kong. After this, the Inhuman goes for another punch, but Kang barely manages to block it and looks at the Inhuman with dangerous eyes, something that makes the beast instinctively back away. It starts to scream and regurgitate something, confusing Kong along the way, but that's when Ju-ri contacts him and says that he has access to the control tower cameras, and he is also on the news, on a live broadcast in fact. Kang told him to go home already. Why has he not left this area? Ju-ri says that even with the danger, he is still a part of this team. He knows that he will not be of any use to him now, but he also doesn't want to turn tail and leave him behind. Anyway, enough about this. What is the current situation? Kong notes that he has no clue, as this octopus-looking Inhuman has just been screaming for a while now. But that's when he notices something. Just as the Inhuman starts launching round objects into the sky, the rotund objects fall everywhere, near the plane too, and with one of the passengers correctly identifying them, they are eggs. One of them even falls near Ju-ri, who looks at it quite puzzled. Ben, James, and Pearl all watch the broadcast, with them noticing the eggs too. But James wonders if it's possible for Whitecap to handle all of this by himself. with Ben noting that they should invite him into their team, as he is probably not in any, but Pearl just watches without saying a single word. Slowly but surely, all of the eggs start to hatch, with Juri being able to hide himself before the hatchling could notice him. But that's when Kong tries to contact him, and since he was on speaker, the hatchling hears it too, and starts to run at Juri, who chooses to run away as fast as humanly possible. The main Inhuman also reveals his true form by letting his tentacles fall on his back and grow red. But Kang doesn't have much time to think about it as he hears Juri curse at the top of his lungs. Kang rushes back to the terminal as fast as possible, but he is stopped by a hatchling which he easily takes care of, as they are quite weak. He tries to jump through a hole in the airport window, but the Inhuman will not let him go like this, and jumps right on him, allowing the beast to crash Kang into the ground and then falling straight on him. Juri cannot seem to get away from the hatchling, even if he used all of his smokescreen, which didn't seem to help much. That's when he notices another person right next to him, which he is very surprised about, as everyone should have left the area. The Inhuman screams out, making the woman scream too, which seals her fate. The Inhuman slowly approaches, but just as it turns the corner to meet the horrified woman, Juri jumps to the rescue and buys enough time for her to leave, but he doesn't have that luxury, as the hatchling grabs him and throws him directly into a wall. As the beast slowly approaches him, Juri thinks about Kong, as he has been fighting these kinds of beasts all by himself. It must have been pretty lonely for him. However, he hopes that he can forgive him for not running away when he told him to, as that isn't a possibility anymore. That's when someone kicks the hungry hatchling away, that person being B, who reports that Whitecap is currently in a fight with the main Inhuman. Everyone else will focus on the hatchlings that came out of the eggs. They need to make sure that Whitecap has a fair fight without worries. Juri remembers this guy, as he was also there in Kang's previous fight. The hatchling slowly gets up, prompting B to reveal his new bionic arm, that he clenches tightly with his other arm and thinks of what the medic told him. Before they could attach the weapon to him, the doctor explained how it worked. It is called the Kessler Rail, with a tremendous output. It is much deadlier than any weapon of caliber, but it also consumes tons of energy for this amount of power. B remembered that he had seen a prototype for this thing before, but he thought that they had not solved the issue of how to keep the thing powered. The doctor notes that they have come up with a solution, which being the Natom capsule. A genius has recently joined them, and she solved the problem with the power as soon as she stepped foot into the building. She actually developed the Natom capsule in front of everyone, which was rather shocking. Additionally, she also made the prosthetics that he has now, which was a real step forward, but it's still unstable technology, so he should understand now that he is basically a subject for a human trial. Anyway, to trigger the Kessler Rail, all that he needs to do is pull on his fingers, and the capsules have a 2-minute duration, so he better keep that in his head when fighting. B pulls on all of the fingers, revealing the rail, but he is not done yet, as he calls over C, a dog with a bionic arm over, who is carrying the capsules he needs to fuel the weapon on his arm. The hatchling has had enough of just watching him, so he charges in, but B sends the beasts flying with his new powered-up toy. The hatchlings that landed near the plane are starting to rip into it to get the gooey surprise that's inside, that being the humans, who are all quite scared of what's going on, and rightly so. Rose tells everyone to calm down and listen for a second. All healthy males like himself, and this gentleman here should grab onto something they can use as a weapon and fight, as they can't let themselves get eaten alive without putting up a fight. One of the passengers tells him to stop fucking around. How the fuck can they fight something that is immune to bullets? That's a damn Inhuman they are talking about. It's not like in their god-awful show where a hero will come to save the day all of a sudden. An old-timer tells him that he has quite the foul mouth, but before he can say anything else, one of the hatchlings gets in, ready to feast on the passengers, who all bash and push each other to get as far away as possible. B continues to fight the hatchling, who doesn't go down even after the second strike, but the third one does the trick. What B has learned from this encounter is that he needs to hit the same part twice. It seems like even this Kessler Rail cannot kill an Inhuman in one blow. Who knows how many shots he would need against an adult. That's when he notices that 2 hatchlings are approaching rapidly, with C showing him that he only has 1 capsule left, which B knows full well. Seeing all of this, it seems like this might just be his end. The others in the plane all push and run away, but that's when the hatchling is sent flying out of the airplane by none other than Ketchup Man, who wants to know where their mother is. A woman in the plane starts to scream, as another hatchling has gotten in, but Matt instantly goes to it and says that it's ill-mannered to scare a lady like that. He should have knocked before coming in like a true gentleman. As he keeps the Inhuman at bay, the others cannot believe that Ketchup Man was actually a superhuman, with the one that was talking shit before praying that Matt is not the vengeful sort. Rose is most surprised by this. He is in shock, and begs Matt to explain what is going on. He explains that a handful of people know his identity, but as for his career as an actor, this is probably the end. He thanks him for everything he has done up until now. Though his life might have been full of acting and pleasing people, he was very happy when they spent time together. He apologizes deeply for tricking him, and he also thanks him for everything he has done and for giving him a chance. However, now he is fired, effective immediately. Matt jumps out of the plane with hatchling still in hand while singing the Ketchup Man theme song. But even after killing the hatchling, he cannot get in the proper mood. He notices that another hatchling is coming over to him, so he lets out his rage on it, killing it instantly. He then notices that the big one is over there, the mother who can't keep her little children in check, but he promises that on this day, he will make octopi go extinct. Pearl and the others are just as shocked to find out what Ketchup Man is actually a superhuman, with James wondering what they should do with this type of information. He asks Ben if this is really a Ketchup Man, which he confirms that the man on screen is Matt Dion, but has he been hiding his identity all of this time? For what reason? James asks Pearl if she knew, which she didn't, but she remembers the time they met once, which puzzles her even more. Just who is this guy really? B uses the last shot of the rail to take down the last hatchling, with the weapon simply falling off of his arm because of how much it was used, but he hopes that this is the last one. That's when he notices that the hatchling is still moving, so he tells C to give him his paw, as he must kill this thing now, no matter what. He uses a small dagger that was C's paw to stab the Inhuman, but it also grabs the opportunity to pierce him, which he couldn't hope to dodge. Even with this injury, B summons enough strength to push through and stab the hatchling until it is but a lifeless corpse, which also allows him to fall to the ground from tiredness and from the injury. The Inhuman screams out at Matt, who notes that today, he will be drenched in ketchup. He also noticed the huge impact that happened a while ago, meaning that Whitecap was defeated, so he will take it upon himself to finish this job. That's when both he and the Inhuman notice that Whitecap is rising from his slumber, but as he is doing that, they both start to feel a great amount of pressure that makes them almost kneel, and even starts to break the windows around. Dan Yang asks Nangi what the hell is happening, as the surroundings are shaking so much and distorting. Does Whitecap have an ability that applies pressure? Nangi says that it's nothing of the sort. It's not a skill or an ability, as he cannot sense it as such. It is simply the unbridled energy that he is letting out. Dan Yang finally gets it. It's his spirit that's suffocating the time and space of that certain place. Nangi also notices that the atmosphere around there has become quite tense, something which feels unnatural for Whitecap. It doesn't feel like him anymore. Normally he fights as if he's observing the fight, nothing more. But now his energy is flowing out without control. But since he has not done this before, this might be happening against his will, like he is currently passed out. However, he can't lie. This situation has become interesting. Ketchup Man has appeared to save the day, and Whitecap has again exceeded his expectations like he usually does. The Inhuman tries to charge Kong with a powerful punch, but Kong punches him so fast and hard the naked eye cannot even see the movements that he performed. As Kang holds the octopus Inhuman in his grasp, Matt thinks that in the second the Inhuman stretches his fist to attack, Kang attacked the humerus, face, ribs, sternums, thighs, and kneecaps. He struck 7 parts in one send. This kind of power and speed is impossible to keep up with if it's not someone on his level. There is now a massive difference in ability between him and the Inhuman. Even if he is amazed at Whitecap's amazing powers, he too feels that he is not in a good state right now, like he is not the one controlling himself. In a last-ditch effort, the Inhuman grabs Kang with every appendage that it has and tries to crush him, but without much effort, Kong manages to get out of this trap and completely leave the Inhuman defenseless. As he goes to finish the beast for good, someone or something tells them to stop right now. They will let that Inhuman go. This is not a request, it's an order. Matt can't believe that an Inhuman is actually talking, but who is he? Or what is it? The white-haired Inhuman notes that they must be quite confused that he spoke. Perhaps because he is inhuman. If he's honest, it feels horrible, as humans see Inhumans as the inferior species, but they fear them at the same time. What arrogant creatures that contradict themselves at any turn. He starts to pull the other Inhuman away as it notes that they are foolish beings that only see and believe what they want to. The term Inhuman was also made by them, which is quite hilarious, now that he thinks about it. Dan Yang can't believe that the Inhuman actually used an ability. He even has clothes on. Just what is going on? That's when she looks at Nangi, who has a very frowned face, something which is extremely rare for him. He does not understand what is going on. That thing is most definitely an Inhuman of sorts, but still his eyes still doubt. That white-haired Inhuman gives him tons of incompatibility. He never expected such a monster to exist. He feels the energy from that single Inhuman that exceeds a dozen normal Inhumans. He is extremely dangerous. However, he expected that supernatural beings that defy all logic would exist. What he didn't expect was that they would show up so boldly like this. There certainly must be a good reason for something like this. He tells Dan Yang that they might have to open the gate and go, as they cannot allow those two to die here. The white-haired inhuman asks the other one if he remembers him, with Matt noting that this beast must have telekinetic abilities. He is on a whole nother level than the ones they have faced up until now. He has never seen an inhuman that can speak before, and considering its size, this guy is 3 times as large as an ordinary human, or even more. Whitehair tells the inhuman to talk, or else he will take the liberty of killing him. The inhuman starts to scream at him, which does not impress Whitehair at all. He has become quite annoyed, as he has been told to kill anyone. But why would he actually make him mad in this situation? He puts his hand deep into the body of the inhuman and takes out its red heart, as he certainly won't need it anymore, so he will give it to someone who actually deserves to have it. He throws it back to the Vanisher, who instantly gobbles it up and keeps it stored in its body. Whitehair did not expect such a lowly subject to be so arrogant and stupid. He will fix all of them if they are this bad. That's when Kang charges in, which makes Matt stop him, as they shouldn't just attack without thinking about it. But Kang does not listen, as he charges Matt with a strong punch. Matt finally gets it. This guy is actually unconscious. Even with this, Kang puts him in his place by pressuring him more and more, but Matt has had enough of their impertinence and activates his ability, as he will put everyone in their place. He pushes Kang harder and harder, but he does not stand down, so he punches him so hard he sends him flying into the airport, which presumably takes care of Kang for now. Matt notes that he hasn't used this much power in quite a while, but now that he has it, he will deal with him. Whitehair encourages him to try if he wishes a swift death, but this doesn't stop Matt, who is charging right in. Whitehair notices that he has power gathered in both of his hands, but even if he is curious about his power, he shouldn't rush in so foolishly. He uses his telekinetic abilities to try and crush Matt under a mound of rubble, but as soon as he activates his ability, he gets a signal. Someone is telling him to come back and calling him Pan. He knows that this is likely Morel, so as Matt charges in once again, he summons a glyph under his feet that makes a hand appear which goes straight for Matt's vitals. Pan tells Vanisher to prepare the portal, which makes the thing open up and reveal a portal under it. Pan says that he was really trying to kill him now, but he was far from his vital points. He didn't even manage to get a critical hit in. He looked down on him for too long, which he apologizes for. Still, this was a valuable meeting for the both of them, he is sure. But the next time they meet, they will all unfortunately die. With that last message, he jumps into the portal, which sends him through a dark chasm that opens directly to the sea, where he jumps in instantly and prepares to go home. In 2012, a deep-sea expedition was conducted with an, at the time, state-of-the-art submarine. The captain was pretty chill, and was talking about how he missed the new premiering Ketchup Man show because of this job, which will certainly dominate viewer ratings. He can feel it. They continued to descend and descend, until eventually they passed the epipelagic zone, which is 1,000 m deep. As they descended, the sea around them started to grow darker and darker, but the captain assured them that this was a good sign, as they would find amazing things here. Pandora's box was dark too, until it was opened. The co-pilot was quite scared of this analogy, as even without that name, the chances of something going bad here is already pretty high. The captain said that they will see what will happen. Great luck comes to those who put persistent effort. After they pass the maximum range, they enter patrol mode, with the captain saying that this is also tiring for him, but he shouldn't be mad if they don't find something. As real exploration is not about finding new things, it is about traveling with a new perspective. It's basically the process. That's when someone told him that they were now sensing reflective waves from the ocean depths, so the captain ordered them to go even lower, which proved to not be a challenge for this submarine. He also told them to activate the auto-action camera and convert to swimming mode once they are on the ground. As they did that, the captain noticed something in front of them, so he ordered his men to put the light output to the max, which allowed them to see what was below ground. Tons of crashed ships and airplanes, but something did not click, as the sonar retrieval value deflected from the ground was 1/9 of the Drew Hill Mk2 sonar, which is very low. The captain noted that with this retrieval value, the penetration ratio of the sound wave was too high. But above all of this, those damaged ships shouldn't do this. There must be something in there. He tells his men to return the drones and find the spot on the ground that has the highest penetration rate of the sound wave. With that, he started recording, telling the year, the ship's name, the latitude, longitude, and depth they were at, but most importantly, that they were commencing the punching operation, piercing the ground. His men were quite surprised, and one of them asked if they were really going to do it now. The captain said that if not now, they won't have another chance. Even if it's too early in the investigation to conclude anything, they might have actually found Pandora's box. After the incident, a news outlet reports that the restoration process for the airport is still going, but the damage is much lesser than they previously anticipated. Thanks to the sudden appearance of 2 people and the quick dispatch of ISSTF troops, there were not many casualties to speak of, a miracle considering the facts. Additionally, famous actor Matt Dionne, the man behind the legendary Ketchup Man, has been revealed to be a superhuman, which has shocked fans and investors alike. The new Scramble Entertainment, which Matt has signed to, claims that they had no clue about this fact, but it's to be expected that this will certainly be a huge controversy. Will they ever see another Ketchup Man episode? At the special hospital, the doctor who is looking after B sees him waking up from his deep slumber and tries to move, but the doctor advises him not to, as his body is still in a state of shock and his injuries may open. B asks where C is, so the doctor points at the dog and notes that he stood by his side all of this time without sleeping, but collapsed after a few hours. He shouldn't worry though, as his abrasion has been treated, and he has also received a tranquilizer to help him sleep well. B is quite touched by how loyal this dog is. The doctor goes on to explain that the number of casualties of this incident is 80 injuries and 6 deaths. 4 of those were from the ISSTF, as their viscous battle with the hatchling has proven to be difficult. He was basically almost dead too, as the blood loss he had was severe, and his right lung was damaged too. The part of his body that is made out of metal and gears was smashed, which resulted in some parts stabbing into his internal organs, which made things much worse. Fortunately, someone applied first aid to him. That is the only reason he survived that hellhole of an airport. The person stopped his bleeding by securing his airways and tied his clothes to his abdomen. It was very amateurly done, but he did the necessary things. B knows that it's the kid he saved and asks where he is, so the doctor explains that he was lying right next to him when the rescue team appeared. He also had some serious damage, so he was transported directly to a hospital. Still, it's a huge relief that they both came back alive. It's a miracle, but it's something he will take for granted. Ju-ri goes through his memories while he is unconscious. The memories he had of his sister, the monster that attacked him at the airport, but most importantly, Kang. That's when he wakes up and actually sees Kang, who starts to flick his hand around his face to see that he is really up. Ju-ri asks where they are, and Kang tells him that they are in a hospital, so he doesn't have to worry about his health. Ju-ri asks how he even got here, so Kang explains that actually, he might have lost the fight against that octopus Inhuman. At that time of the attack, he tried to go and save him, but the Inhuman surprised him while he was in midair and stomped on him afterwards. That's when he blacked out and can't remember much else. Ju-ri can't believe that he can't remember, but Kang continues his story. When he woke up, he was on the airport rooftop for some reason, but when he looked at the ground, he spotted him being carried to an ambulance, so he gave chase. Additionally, he tries to tell him about Ketchup Man, but that's when a TV near them reveals that he is actually a superhuman, which is causing the world to uproar. In addition to this shocking revelation, the unidentified Inhumans that have never appeared before have shocked even more people, as they are assumed by experts to be Inhumans, but they are a different kind from the Inhumans they know and fear. After staying for a while, the white-haired Inhuman jumped into the stomach of the other Inhuman, and they both disappeared without a trace left behind, along with a terrifying scream. This trend of strange Inhumans started with Heptahorn, which appeared 2 years ago, the trend of Inhumans that were not, or could not, be eradicated. People all over the world express fear and anxiety at the arrival of these two potential dangers. Ju-ri is shocked by everything, and Kang notes that the Ketchup Man was the one who drove them out. He was actually a real superhuman, all of this time. At the same time, in America, a bunch of executives start to scream at each other, while Matt sits in an empty room, as the government is trying to get involved, with people outside of this facility also wanting to know the truth. That's when Pearl appears, and just goes to Matt's room, where she notes that it's been a while. Matt says that this is quite awkward, as he did not expect her to come. As the others are amazed by her presence, she explains that she came here to ask some questions. She has no real intention or reason to ask why he hid his superhuman identity. Matt notes that he wouldn't have answered even if she asked. She notices a strange edge to his voice. But was the image he put on for himself, the idol for all a lie? Matt tells her to stop talking about stupid stuff and get to the point, as he's not in a good mood. Pearl notes that there is really no point really. She just has a few things to ask, like what he is going to do from now on. This question silences the room for more than a few seconds, with one of the government agents noting that this is a bit much. Even if Pearl is a superhuman, her having first contact just because of this is a little strange. Ben and James come around, with James explaining that it's because she is a superhuman that she can do this, as Matt has been revealed to be one too, so the only one who would understand him fully would be another superhuman. He promises that Pearl is the right one for this job, so on her behalf, she asks for everyone's patience and understanding. The others know that he is James from Pearl's team, but they think that he is all pompous for a damn sidekick. Matt reveals that he is quite confused about it, as he has been living his life with satisfaction up until now. As an actor, as a man in this free country, and as a human being, he never once felt guilt that he hid his superhuman identity, and never felt the responsibility to save anyone by exterminating the Inhumans. Nobody expected this answer from him, not even Ben, who was quite disappointed. Pearl understands him, however. He does not want to just destroy the reputation he built up. It seems that she was wrong about him, so she will be leaving now. As she tries to leave, Matt begins talking about Withrow, as he is probably dead, but she already knew that. This makes Pearl power up and ask what he means by this. He should tell her right now, as depending on the answer, he will regret even opening up the topic. As the others fear what might happen, Matt explains that he talked with that white-haired Inhuman. He had an ego. He could talk. This surprises everyone, but Pearl's team already expected it, since they saw more than the average person. He has fought Inhumans a number of times. However, that guy was on a level that he has never seen before. Their powers and superpowers are something that one would only see in fantasy novels. If they hadn't retreated then, he would have been injured or dead by now, as Whitecap wasn't in his right mind either. Before they left, however, the white-haired Inhuman left a message, a warning, that all superhumans would soon die. It wasn't even a warning, though. It was like a promise, or a thing that is already happening as they speak. For some odd reason, Inhumans have appeared indiscriminately throughout the entire world. But since the existence of a leader-level Inhuman that possesses enough intelligence to talk has been proven, they can't exclude the fact that the Inhuman attacks are systematic. If that really is the case, it really isn't pretentious to say that they would eliminate all superhumans. It will not stop at Withrow, as all superhumans around the world are bound to be defeated by Inhumans with strong will and powers. It's about time they face the truth here. If the Inhumans really succeed in taking down the superhumans, the only ones who can take them down, the world as they know it. Everyone is shocked by his words, but Pearl asks if he is still not going to fight. After knowing all of this, Matt starts to get up and notes that he never said anything about not fighting, but he will tell her in advance. He has no intention of moving with a team. He is more comfortable alone. That's when someone comes around and says that he should at least have a manager like before, that someone being Ben, who notes that being an official superhuman is more daunting than it seems. He might have to plan a schedule too. Before Matt can fully deny him, Ben notes that he has the perfect person for this job and tells him to come inside, with that person being none other than Rose, who has eyes that are filled with confidence. In Russia, Basilov and his assistant Kirillov start to trek through the snow and find Inhuman imprints, something that enrages Basilov even more, so he promises to give this Inhuman an ugly death. In the American traffic, Matt and Rose sit in a car waiting for the cars to pass, with Matt noting that this is like when they first met. Rose notes that he will be resolving the issues with the entertainment company, but he thanks him for accepting him once again. Matt remembers when they met and talked about everything over beers, with him noting that whatever happens, their friendship will last forever. Even if he said that, Matt now notes that the sentimental playtime is over, which Rose knows very well. He already prepared himself for it. He also asks if they are becoming a team with Pearl and her team, which Matt thinks about for a while. He then says that right now is not the time to pick sides. He also mentioned that he would be independent only because he does not want to be bound by anything or anyone, which is quite selfish, as he knows full well. Humanity is not ready to fight yet, but the Inhumans will not stop to reveal themselves even more and cause havoc. So depending on how everything goes, things will go faster than they could expect. So to wage a winning war first, all superhumans must stick together. In Russia, Basilov and Kirillov arrive at a church after following the Inhumans' footsteps, with Kirillov finding it strange that the doors are still intact. Basilov notes that they should go inside and asks kindly why they didn't. As they enter, Basilov hopes that he is able to see him now, with Kirillov confirming that the Inhuman has to be here. But something about this place seems off to say the least. This is a 4-story building, and despite it being as big as a cathedral, he can feel an Inhuman's energy everywhere, which is strange. Basilov looks around and agrees that something is off, so they won't be splitting. They will stay right next to each other. As they continue walking and talking, Basilov suddenly stops Kirillov and looks forward, where there are a few people, but they don't seem to be humans anymore. They are Inhumans. One of them notices them and starts to charge in, but Basilov notices how slow it is. Kirillov assesses that it's 4 times faster than a human, but far from any Inhuman. Just what is it? He chooses to dodge the woman for now, but Basilov doesn't do that. Instead, he meets the woman with a grab and thinks that she went straight for his nape. Nothing else. Another comes around and charges with the same manic hunger, but Basilov prepares to punch him. Kirillov tries to stop him, as those people are still people, but Basilov refuses to listen as he punts the 2 that attacked him into the wall. He says that he is foolish. These things do not smell like humans anymore. They are something else, something viscous. They are already dead. Kirillov apologizes for not seeing it sooner, and Basilov says that the one who did this to these people is probably the Inhuman, so they should not hesitate any longer. They will spare them from this suffering and allow them passage to heaven. At the hospital Juri is kept at, Kang manages to sleep on him. with Juri noting that he is quite heavy, but that's when news from Russia distracts him from this. The rate of deaths and disappearances in the northeastern region has skyrocketed as of late, with the Russian ISSTF searching everywhere with their reconnaissance teams, but most military officials believe that all of these incidents were done by one group, none other than the Inhumans. Juri feels a strange sense of hopelessness because of this, as it seems that no matter where, the world is crumbling to dust right before their very eyes. It feels like something big is coming, something that nobody can hope to ever control. Basilov and Kirillov take care of the last remaining undead, which Basilov found annoying to deal with, but it was worth it, as they have finally found the perpetrator for all of these deaths. The bad Inhuman does not even flinch at their presence at first, but Basilov tells the fucker to stop dangling on the ceiling and crawl down. Does he want to make him come up there and do it for him? With this provocation, the Inhuman gets down, but just stares at them, with this Inhuman seeming more advanced than the others. Kirillov analyzes him, and notes that he is much smaller in physique than Basilov, but its appearance is quite strange, as it looks like a bat, or Dracula, depending on how one would look at it. He also thinks about the bite marks he saw on the victims, meaning that he changes people into undead with his bites. Basilov warns him about this too, but it may be irreversible for all they know, so they must be very careful. Since it has come to this, he will handle it alone, so he can just watch. With that, Basilov charges the Inhuman, who just jumps slightly into the air, and as Basilov comes, the Inhuman uses his punch as a boost to jump away and spread his wings. This move shocks both Basilov and Kirillov, but the surprise don't stop there. As the Inhuman lands down, he starts to retract his wings and grow other parts of its body. Kirillov is amazed by this, and Basilov watches this transformation with careful eyes. After the Inhuman has fully transformed, Kirillov thinks that since he has taken his wings down and transferred them to his arms, it must be preparing for an attack, as he feels a big fighting spirit too. All of a sudden, the Inhuman starts to speak, noting that Ophir was one of the warriors that Pan really liked. He was one of the closest to the top ranks. Like Pan, his speaking shocks the group, but he doesn't stop there, as he knows that they are the ones who killed Ophir in cold blood. Pan grieved for Ophir for some time as he specialized in war, but he was also amazed by their abilities and skills. Basilov wonders what the hell this thing is even talking about, but Kirillov thinks that it may be talking about one of the Inhumans that they have killed recently, so his mind jumps to only one. The Inhuman suddenly begins to unleash a hypersonic scream, something that even the ears of superhumans cannot stand for long, but this allows the Inhuman to rush Basilov with a strong punch. Even if this attack has landed pretty well, Basilov has not been moved an inch, so he grabs the Inhuman's head and punches him very hard, but the Inhuman is as unrelenting as him, so he punches him in return, and then catches his head to kick him with his knee. This incapacitates Basilov enough to allow the Inhuman to punch him straight into a wall. He approaches Basilov and says that perhaps his mind is playing tricks on him, as they couldn't have been the ones that killed Ophir. He was much more powerful than this. However, it doesn't matter anyways, as they are all going to die, even if not because of him, so he shouldn't feel sad about this. As he talks and talks, Kirillov begins drawing something with one of his fingers, and as the Inhuman tries to turn Basilov into his undead puppet, a bright strike goes directly for his head, which he manages to get out of the way, but he is still injured. Kirillov is amazed by his ability to turn his head so fast, as if he hadn't, his head would have been gone, but it's fine, as he will continue to play with him until nothing remains. The Inhuman looks at his wound, while Kirillov looks at it, and Basilov remains unconscious. He begins talking again, saying that he couldn't feel anything until that energy attack was right before his very eyes. He has quite the odd power, but it's amazing nonetheless. He starts to regenerate his body as he says this, something that Kirillov analyzes, but he is left puzzled as new flesh seems to form out of nowhere. Is it a regeneration ability? Truthfully, he has never seen something like this before. He uncloaks himself and says that a bat is his most hated animal. They are disgusting and dirty, so he will rid the world of him now. The Inhuman charges in once again, but Kirillov backpedals and starts to draw again, which allows him to unleash a mighty attack with only a hand flick, something that resembles a sword, and something that manages to hit the Inhuman, although it wasn't that big of a wound. Before allowing him to regenerate, Kirillov makes some signs and summons another attack, this one coming from the sky, something the Inhuman did not expect, so it seems like the attack hit him fully. This makes Kirillov think of the time when he first met Basilov, where he intervened in his fight, which naturally Basilov was quite mad about, so he asked him to reveal himself before he does it for him. Kirillov appeared out of the Russian tundra and introduced himself. He is a superhuman just like him, but also a wandering painter, looking for the next thing that will inspire him. Sure enough, this attack has hit the Inhuman, who lost an arm, but he admits that he has underestimated him. He is stronger than he previously anticipated. Kirillov thinks that he barely managed to dodge that undodgeable attack, proving that he has amazing reflexes. He also thinks that he won't be able to regenerate the arm anytime soon, as the wound on his shoulder took a while to fully heal, so time is needed for the ability to fully work. The Inhuman notes that he has killed a superhuman before, but he never expected such strong superhumans to exist. He suddenly disappears, and appears again in front of Kirillov with a powerful kick, something he manages to dodge and back away. But the Inhuman doesn't let up and charges in while Kirillov isn't on his feet yet. Even with this disadvantage, Kirillov manages to use his power to summon a gigantic shield that blocks the Inhuman's attack completely, showing how powerful his ability really is. As they got to know each other, Basilov asked him how he sliced the Inhuman he was fighting in half, as that was some amazing stuff. As a response, Kirillov revealed his ability to paint on the air using his fingers, so he fights by materializing things that he paints in his imagination. That's why he can attack from a distance. Basilov noted that it means he threw something when he sliced that Inhuman too, with Kirillov confirming that it was an axe. Basilov couldn't see the projectile, however, so Kirillov explained that his ability has this trick up its sleeve, the speed of the projectile. It is naturally fast, but when he focuses on it, it becomes even faster. Basilov was amazed by his ability, but he was sure that there had to be a downside. Kirillov confirmed that there was. He gradually loses vision as he uses the ability, but he hasn't gone blind just yet. As he holds up the shield, he draws a large spiky ball that hurls directly into the Inhuman, who does not have enough time to dodge, so he is sent straight into a pillar. Kirillov removes his shield and notes that he was actually trying to burst the beast's head, but it's tougher than expected. He tries to draw something else, but his vision starts to get blurry, so he must finish this now. But even he can notice that the Inhuman is gone. That's when it swiftly jumps behind him, and before he has enough time to turn around, he is sliced in two, with his lifeless corpse falling to the ground as the Inhuman starts to crush his head. He truly was an amazing opponent. It's a shame he had to kill him, but he was too dangerous to be kept alive. That's when Kirillov starts to disappear, as the real Kirillov crafts a bow for himself and aims directly at the Inhuman with the last of his vision, and he manages to shoot an arrow through his neck that transforms into a large metal pillar. Kirillov notes that he has never used his ability so much. He is almost losing all of his vision, but he sees that the Inhuman managed to take the very large arrow out of himself and promises to kill him. Kirillov loses hope of winning, but that's when he regains it, as he sees Basilov get up. When he asked Kirillov why he kept following him, he said that it's because he would be able to lead him quite well, because he is far stronger than he is. Kirillov looks at the very annoyed Basilov and thinks that it's been quite a while since he last saw him in this state. Basilov asks the Inhuman if he's done playing around with a very intimidating face, which makes the Inhuman back away instinctively, as he too notices that something changed about him, and he became smaller too, which is quite strange. He notes that he doesn't really need to know what he's done, but did he get up again in the hopes of wishing for a swift death? The hand that was cut off will need time to regenerate, but he needs it done now. Even if it won't be perfect, he should be able to fight with it. He starts to convulse and repair his broken limb, as well as the piercing he got from Kirillov's arrow, who tells Basilov that the beast has regeneration ability. He should charge in before it fully heals. Basilov says that it does not matter, but the Inhuman wonders if he will keep that same arrogant tone when he is pierced in the heart. Before they fight, however, he would like to express his gratitude to them, as he did not know that his regeneration ability could be so quick. Now he understands what Morel said. The superhumans make the Inhumans shine even more. He gets into position and starts jumping everywhere, until stopping and charging into Basilov, who does not move an inch. When Kirillov heard of Basilov's ability, he started to laugh, which Basilov was very annoyed by. Kirillov noted that his ability, rapid digestive progress, is quite amusing, but it's something he must have put lots of thought into. Basilov confirmed that he just made it up, but as digestion progressed rapidly, overall combat prowess, such as strength, vision, and muscular strength, increased quite dramatically. Kirillov found his ability amazing. In general, however, it is believed that higher weight means higher strength, which is not true at all. It's the opposite, in fact. Basilov agreed with him and said that basically the more weight he loses, the stronger he gets. But what is bad is something else. Kirillov spotted the issue immediately. He cannot manifest the ability himself, right? Basilov confirmed it, but also hated how sharp he is sometimes. Kirillov took that as a compliment, but then thought that if he can't manifest his ability, he must need a medium in order to use it. Basilov once again confirmed it. His medium is the opponent he is up against. His ability is one that can only be manifested through getting hit or being overpowered by a dangerous opponent, even if he reaches his limit. Kirillov thought of it as a very good but unfortunate ability to have, though he wondered how far Basilov took this weight ability. Basilov explained that he can take care of most things in his usual state, and even if he loses a little weight, his combat prowess rises a lot. He can at least say that he was never pushed to the maximum digestion level yet, not even a single time. Basilov catches the Inhuman's sharp hand with ease and says that he is the first one to make him digest this fast, which he should be happy about, as he is stronger than the others. With that, he punches the Inhuman, who cannot hope to dodge, so he takes the brunt of it and is sent flying as a result, with even him knowing that if he keeps fighting this guy, he will die. With this in mind, the Inhuman grows his wings back and starts to fly away, as he needs to get out no matter what. But with 4 simple jumps, Basilov gets right next to him and says that he should just fucking die already. He then punts him into the ground once again, giving him no chance at redemption or escape. The Inhuman falling down at that speed creates a large shockwave that rumbles the entire church, but Basilov does not stop there, as he puts all of his weight into his next attack, a double fist takedown that makes the church and the snow around it move out of place for a bit. Even if this has killed the Inhuman, it has done irreparable damage to the church, with Kirillov noticing that it's collapsing. So he swiftly tells Basilov this, and they both manage to get out of it before it completely falls apart. Kirillov says that this Inhuman was truly a tough opponent, but did he get bitten anywhere? Basilov denied this, as he kept a close eye on those crooked teeth of his, but he is quite angsty since he hasn't eaten in 2 days. They should go and grab something. Inside a strange building, Morel feels something strange. With Pan asking him to spill the beans, what does he have in mind? He reveals that the bat guy, Grabe, is dead, something that leaves all of the Inhumans silent. Morel thinks that he probably fought a superhuman, which he warned him about, but he insisted on looking for Ophir's corpse all by himself. Pan can't believe how dumb that bat was, but he is getting really pissed now. Will it be a problem? Morel, who almost gave me a heart attack with his face reveal, says that there won't be any. Eventually, Juri is discharged and arrives back home, with him noticing Kang's clothes everywhere, meaning that he went to school. But he is very glad that he is home now. It really is the best place to be. As he unties his one singular shoe because his other leg is injured, he notices that Kang has left something behind for him, a bowl of fried rice, which Juri did not expect at all from someone like him. At school, Kang receives a message from Juri thanking him for the rice. With Kang not knowing if it would taste that good, he hoped that he wouldn't even try it. As Juri is eating the rice and not liking it at all, Kang tells him that it might not be edible anymore, or wasn't in the first place, so he should throw it away if that's the case. Kang is interrupted from his messaging by Bong and Ryul, as they want to go to the cafeteria with him since he's supposed to treat them today. Kang agrees to go, but he doesn't have a single coin, which confuses the other two. As they walk to the cafeteria, Ryul notes that the white-haired Inhuman didn't back away because of Ketchup Man, making Bong ask what else it could be. Ryul thinks that he must have retreated on his own, even though he does not know why. If anyone looked at the video properly, they would see that the white-haired Inhuman let out ability after ability. It was a one-sided brawl, which Ketchup Man couldn't do anything about. Reporting it as if he made him retreat is just unprofessional. Bong thinks that he might be right, as they retreated even if Ketchup Man didn't touch them once, so he wonders if everything will be fine at this rate. Is it truly over? Ryul tells him to not be so negative, as they have Whitecap here in Korea. There's also St. Pearl, and even the revealed Ketchup Man, who knows how many Supermans are out there that they do not know about. But they have no choice. They must trust them and their powers. Juri suddenly drops the spoon he was eating with and holds his head tightly, as those situations where he almost died keep coming to him constantly. It's not enough that he has been having nightmares about it. He has cramps and seizures too. This makes him wonder, however, just how is for the superhumans that fight these beasts at a moment's notice. At the same time as Juri wonders what is on Kong's mind, living this depressing life, Kong himself wonders what and who he even is at this point. As Kong looks up to the ceiling, he feels something in one of his pockets, that being the Martial Academy card that he got, which makes him remember that he was invited there any time, and he also must find out about that superhuman old man who asked him to come to Mount Yongpo if he wants some of his questions answered. Kang now knows what to do, but Bong tells him to get a move on already. As they all leave for the cafeteria, Bong wonders if he has something on his mind, as he's going to the cafeteria only 3 times a day these days. He confirms that it's nothing. Later in the evening, Kang tells Juri that he wants to visit the dojo, which he agrees with, as they need to get that thief grandpa since he stole their damn trophy out of nowhere. But he must be a superhuman too, right? Kang confirms that he is, making Juri think that at first, he thought that he was just a scammer, but he showed his ability when he snatched the trophy right under his nose. Kong says that he didn't know about this since they talked, but Juri asks how he knew in the first place. Did he feel something? Kang can't quite put it into words. It's the same thing he feels when he meets Inhumans, and the same with that strange bastard too. As they watch the TV, a special interview with a superhuman analyzer, Chief Kim Hyun-jung appears, with the interviewer welcoming him right in, and says that inhuman incidents have been popping up almost every single day now, which Jung confirms. The interviewer then asks how much they know about these superhumans, with Jung confirming that they do not know much, as they know of people like Saint Pearl quite well, and officially the superhumans that are known are just three: Pearl, Ketchup Man, and the recently deceased Withrow. May he rest in peace. However, there are most definitely tons of other superhumans out there, making the interviewer ask how he would know such a thing. Jung explains that it was quite easy to find out, as just by looking at the approximate statistics of incidents, such as past and present incidents, one would find out that these inhumans have shown up everywhere in the world. It is quite literally impossible for just these three they know about to be the only superhumans. These inhuman show-up sites also include incidents where the corpses of the defeated are left behind, with Russia being one of the best examples, as 10 inhuman corpses have been found so far, but nobody can identify who really did it. The interviewer notes that it must mean it's the work of superhumans whose identities are unknown, just like Whitecap of Korea, right? Jung says that he's right, but Whitecap is slightly different. Even if they do not know who he is, they at least know of his existence, so without even knowing, the entire Earth is being protected by these unknown superhumans. Additionally, inhumans have been known to be very difficult to deal with, unless it's a weapon of nuclear mass, but even those may fail. These are mindless beasts that cannot be negotiated with, are entirely random in both appearance and ability. If they did not have the superhumans to protect them, it wouldn't have been strange for the Earth to be utterly destroyed. This answer spooks the interviewer, but now he wonders where these superhumans even came from, to which Jung replies that it hasn't been revealed yet, but these kinds of things do not matter at this point in time. The interviewer noted that the fact that they exist, and that they fight on the side of humanity is still true. Jung corrected him on something. Just because they are superhuman, it does not mean that they are all on their side. Although this is highly likely to be a groundless rumor that just appeared out of nowhere, currently in Europe, there are rumors of people witnessing superhumans kill people, but he should think back on recent events. Haven't they too witnessed a strange and suspicious superhuman? The interviewer notes that he must be talking about the Incheon port incident, which Jung confirms, as that presumed superhuman suddenly appeared. The interviewer notes that he also spoke with Whitecap for a while. Jung notes that because of his appearance, he was given the title of Black Hat, but his bizarre tattoos and odd behavior combined with his taking a hit from Whitecap makes for a strange case. With all of these factors thought, the government and ISSTF, as well as a few trained analysts, are guessing that it's a high probability that the Black Hat fellow and the red-cloaked lady are the enemies of superhumans. So to put it more easily, the superhumans that were revealed are the ones on the screen right now, but just a few hours ago, another one has been added, who has shown the intention to cooperate with the government. They appeared on their own. Everyone is surprised by this reveal, even the interviewer, who is curious about the person's identity. Jung reveals that she is a woman from Scotland, Jane Sonata, who has claimed that she defended the entire United Kingdom all by herself, and even said that she was already on speaking terms with Saint Pearl. Even though they do not know much about her for now, she is clearly a superhuman. The interviewer is surprised by this, but since it's almost time for them to wrap this up, he has one last question for him. Can he guess what kind of person Whitecap is? There are rumors floating around that he is a cyborg supported by the government. This question grabs the attention of both Ju-ri and Kong, who listen intently to hear what Jung will say. He says that it's a very good question, but as a result of their analysis, Whitecap is not a cyborg or anything of the sort. In fact, they already know his identity to some extent. Ju-ri and Kong worry about what he might say, but Jung explains that he is in his late 40s, and there is a large possibility that he is a woman or a foreigner. The interviewer is amazed by his analysis prowess, with Jung flaunting in his feathers, even though he did not get a single detail about Kang correct, but it might be better this way. The next day, Kang prepares to leave for the Martial Academy, with Ju-ri coming too, as he is far too young to deal with that dastardly grandpa. So since he is also a scammer, he knows how to deal with other scammers. With that, they get going on their adventure, which will possibly answer some questions. After traveling for a long time, Kang asks Ju-ri how much further they have, with Ju-ri confirming that this is the last bus they have to take. Kang feels hungry, as he has not had breakfast because they hurried, but Kang tells him to just hang in there. He is hungry too, but skipping one meal won't hurt that much. Even if he is more patient than Kang, Ju-ri still feels that this whole place is weird, as there is not a single store or supermarket to speak of. Are they supposed to catch and cook to feed themselves? Kang asked him if this is really the right bus, as they have been waiting for 40 minutes now, but Ju-ri confirms that it will come, as he saw it on a blog. This is the only way that is heading to Mount Yongpo. Kang notes that he should have just carried him to that place, but Ju-ri tells him that it would have been suicide, as if his collar were to fall, he would literally die. However, It would have certainly been much faster, as they rode a train, walked and walked again, rode a bus, and then walked some more, leading them to this empty-ass place. Eventually, however, the bus arrives, with Ju-ri asking the bus driver if this is headed to Yongpo by chance. The driver confirms that Mount Yongpo is their last stop, so he will let him know once they are there. As they ride the bus, Ju-ri talks with Kong about the grandpa, as he has confirmed that he is a superhuman, and even though they are visiting him without thinking about it much, they should still be very careful around him, as they do not know what kind of person he is. He might not even give back their trophy. Kong sits in silence for a moment, but then says that he shouldn't worry about that, as he feels like he is not a bad person, even if he is a complete stranger. Ju-ri feels that Kong is different somehow, as the old him wouldn't be able to say something like this because food would be on his mind all day. As the bus ride continues, the bus TV shows news about the new superhuman, Jane Sonata. Early this morning, she warned the different journalists and paparazzi that were following her that she would destroy all of them if she were to find them. But she also calmly requested to not be bothered so much, as she is cooperating with the government. Eventually, the bus driver tells them that they have arrived at Mount Yongpo, with Kang looking for a restaurant as soon as he gets off. But Ju-ri points at a signpost, showing them that the peak is this way, so they get to walking once again. In America, Pearl is having a rest in her apartment, but she is woken up by a call from James, who apologizes for waking her up so late in the night. But they have obtained the restored CCTV footage from the opera. They are currently looking through all of them, and also selecting the CCTV of the incident location, where the fight happened against the Inhumans. But she should continue to rest, as they will look at them together tomorrow. Pearl denies this, and asks where they are, with James noting that they are in Ben's lab, so she says that she will quickly get dressed and come to them. As Kang and Ju-ri walk, Ju-ri keeps a journal of what happens, as his sister told him to. He does not know what she has been writing, but she has had this habit for a long time, so today he is going to begin taking notes too. Totally not because he misses her. The road to the Martial Academy has proven to be quite difficult. It seems like it was actually not built for humans, but animals wouldn't have an issue climbing this. He can confirm, however, that this is the worst mountain that he has visited ever. It's like a bad level in a game. These days, it also seems that he is overcoming brushes with death even more frequently. He wasn't feeling very well, and he knew all of this time that he was going to be a burden for Kang, but he followed him while making up some lame excuses. However, he is enjoying his time with him, as one of the main reasons he wanted to come with him is to not leave him alone, as he might form some terrible thoughts all of a sudden. He is not really sure if they climbed the mountain or got lost in it, but eventually, they arrived at their destination, the Submu Martial Academy. Pearl gets to Bob's lab and asks how far they have gone without her. James explains that they found 2 CCTV screens with angles to Withrow's body, but something seems very off about the entire footage. He tells Ben to bring up the screen, who asks for a moment, as he will also give Pearl a brief rundown of things. This is the banquet hall of the opera, where the groups fought against the Inhumans, and all of the angles of the CCTV are here. The angle where Withrow's body can be seen is on cameras 2 and 5. They have 2 angles. James starts to shake as he sees Withrow once again, but Ben continues nonetheless. Number 2 isn't very clear, so they will focus on the 5th camera, which was restored quite well. The flash of light they are seeing now is not a problem. It is a result of Pearl killing the 2 Inhumans, but they should carefully keep an eye on the timestamp of the video. In the 48th second, Withrow's corpse seemingly disappeared out of nowhere. Pearl feels that something is wrong, so she asks Ben to lower the playback speed as much as he can. Ben manages to put it at 0.1 times the speed, which Pearl doesn't mind. He just needs to play back to the 47th and 48th seconds, which Ben does. As the video plays, a shadowy figure appears and disappears in the same second, with them being surprised by this revelation. Pearl tells Ben to replay and pause when that shadow appears, which he successfully manages to do on his first try, with Ben also zooming in for convenience. James thinks that the person is wearing a bucket hat, and Ben notices that they have bright hair, while also seeming to wear a coat of some sort. This is the person who stole Withrow from them. Pearl can't believe this amount of speed is even possible. James tells Ben to check the boarding and embarking cameras to see if they can identify a person who has similar clothing. Kang and Ju-ri climb up the academy stairs and wonder where everyone is, as this place seems rather empty, but that's when they meet with Moon-gu, who has expected their arrival. As martial arts are a beautiful thing to learn, he is sure that they will both like it. Ju-ri notes that they are not here to train, they are here to receive the trophy. That's when the old man appears, trophy in hand, and says that they can have it back. He also exchanges greetings with Moon-gu, telling him to keep up the good work. After he is done with that, he throws the trophy to the 2, but asks if this is really all that they came here for. Ju-ri asks why else they would climb this awful mountain. He should also be glad they didn't report him to the right authorities. The grandpa notices how bold this young man is, but he apologizes for his stealing while dashing away, as he is a kleptomaniac who can't help himself sometimes. But they may leave when they are done. Moongu asks what's wrong, and the old man says that he will go for a calming walk. He does just that, but he notices that Kang and Ju-ri are following him, so he asks what they want. Kang notes that he is being called a superhuman, with even the old man having heard of him. Whitecap Superhuman, a famous hero. Kang, however, does not know what a superhuman is, or even who he is. This question came out of nowhere for both Ju-ri and the old man, who picks up a rock and asks, if he were to throw this rock down, would he be able to catch it before it reaches the ground? Kang is quite sure that he can't, so the old man resorts to a different approach. He instantly dashes behind Ju-ri and throws him into the ravine with a simple kick, something he can barely wrap his head around. Before Ju-ri even realized it, Kang had already started to move next to him, his eyes filled with determination to save his only family. He digs himself into the ravine's side and then dashes with amazing speed to grab Ju-ri as carefully as possible before stopping himself just as fast. Ju-ri is naturally almost passed out from fear, but it's fine now, as Kang launches himself upwards and gets back to the ground, where his entire aura changes as he asks the old man why he did what he did. The old man makes himself look vulnerable and asks, why the sudden hostility? Does he want to fight him? This makes Kang drop his guard, something the old man doesn't like. He is hesitating, a sign of arrogance, or perhaps sympathy for an old man like himself. Seeing his friend face death most certainly riled him up. But he cannot even touch an old man. Is that really it? He should listen very carefully to what he's about to say. He is a nasty piece of work, as he puts on false pressure on a person he does not wish to fight. And he also has a naive mind, when he knows that he can. He lacks responsibility in every sense of the word. His heart has become nothing but a hollowed-out soda can. Or perhaps he misjudged him. Is he actually sympathetic to everyone? The old man thinks that this guy is much worse than he thought, and says that he is misunderstanding this world. With this naive look at life, he will die much sooner than he is fated, and he should not dare to show such behavior in front of him again. He also shouldn't expect to leave this place until he allows them to do so, as he will mend his way of thinking, one way or another. Kang is left speechless by the old man's words, but that's when he remembers Ju-ri and tries to wake up, but he finds out that he's not even breathing anymore, something that scares the old man too, so he rushes to help revive him. After that, Moongu presents them with their own uniforms, large for Ju-ri and extra large for Kang. Ju-ri tries to tell him that he doesn't want to learn martial arts, but Moongu doesn't even hear him as he looks for Kang, so he tells him that he is out hunting some boars. Moongu also asks Ju-ri what happened, as his face tells a story. At first, Ju-ri notes that he doesn't want to talk about it, but eventually he relents and tells Moongu about what happened with the mountain and his master. After explaining everything, Ju-ri says that he will not tolerate something like this, until his leg gets better at least. However, Moongu tells him that he shouldn't feel anger towards him. His master does everything for a reason, even if sometimes it looks like he does dangerous things that could harm others. He knows that what he is doing is safe. He has that kind of foresight. Most people inside this academy are people that lost their homes, their families, everything. They had no place to go, but the master just took them in. He is that kind of person. Ju-ri notes that he didn't see any other person besides him and the grandpa, so Moongu tells him that the others are away on field training for 2 days. They have about 10 people, however. Unfortunately, the master is also a kleptomaniac, but other than this bad side, he is all good, so he should let go of his anger and focus on his training, as they will start tomorrow. Ju-ri explains that besides being injured, he is also not interested, but Moongu just doesn't hear him, and says that he will have plenty of fun. At a cafe, Pearl walks in and someone signals her over, that someone being Jane, and they seem to know each other already. Pearl asks how she's still in America, but Jane notes that she got prettier. Is she dating anyone yet? Pearl tells her to stop speaking nonsense, but that's when their coffee arrives, with Jane thanking the young woman who brought it, as she was going to fetch it herself. The server says that they are precious customers that must be served, but as she walks away, she thinks that those two are definitely the famous superhumans. She can't believe that she actually met them. Pearl asks why she wanted to meet, so Jane asks her, when was the last time they saw each other? Pearl remembers that when the opera was attacked, they were both still in Scotland, so she says that she does. Jane also makes her remember that she wanted to show them someone, that someone being Sui. At the time, she tried to contact her, but Sui forgot about their meeting and was just shopping for the both of them. Jane reprimanded her for not keeping her promise, but if she went shopping, she should focus on that. Pearl asked who that is, and Jane revealed her name. She is a little different from them, but she is a younger sister whom she cherishes a lot. The others were puzzled as to why she would introduce them to her, but Withrow gathered that it's probably because she is a superhuman. Jane confirmed that indeed she is, so Pearl now says that she remembers her. Jane reveals that on that day, they gathered to discuss her public reveal as a superhuman. She wanted them to meet Sui because she really liked them both. Pearl knows that she didn't come all of the way here just for this, so she asks her to get to the point. Jane notes that she has a story to tell her that was passed down by Sui herself. A while ago now, she happened upon a murder. The problem wasn't even that the attacker was squeezing the victim's neck with a single hand, but that his opponent was a normal human, not an inhuman. Sui had fought inhumans a lot by then, so she knew that the victim wasn't one. But the strange thing was that the attacker ruthlessly crushed the guy's neck with no remorse. She had the feeling that he was a superhuman, so she went to catch him, but he blocked her swift attack, showing that he is most definitely a superhuman. Even when she overpowered him, the attacker refused to let go of the corpse he had made. She was adamant on catching that suspicious guy, regardless of whether she won or lost. But the very moment she tried to unleash her powers and fight him, the attacker, corpse still in hand, ran away. But he gave her one last look. Pearl can't believe that there is a superhuman that kills people, which Jane also found quite shocking. But what was even more confusing and weird was that when he ran away, there was another person moving with him. So who knows? It might have been even 3 or 4 superhumans there. Because of this, they can't say for certain that this isn't a group they are talking about. Sui tried to stop herself from looking around, but in the end, Klutz decided to look for the killer. Pearl says that this is not good at all. She needs to join Sui as swiftly as possible. Jane thought this too, but unfortunately it's late. Pearl asks what she is talking about, so Jane explains that she lost contact with Sui for 5 days now. She has been missing entirely. At Mount Yongpo, when dawn arrives, Kong arrives next to the master, who notes that he has some questions for him, and if he does not answer truthfully, he will kill him where he stands. He barely knows him as he is, but he knows one thing for sure. Kang asks what that might be, and the master reveals that he is weird, and fails to understand the position that he is in. He does not know if he is a complete moron, wishes to die, or is just fearless. There must be a reason for his strange attitude. Rather than talking things out, he will see it for himself. As soon as he finishes that sentence, he dashes into Kang, who barely has any time to react and block his attack. But the next one, the peg kick, he cannot hope to ever react to. As the master continues to attack him, he asks if this hurts, until eventually he sends him flying into the mountainside. As Kang gets up, the master demands an answer from him. Did that hurt? Kang gets up quite plain-faced and says that it didn't, which surprises the master. They both look at each other for a few moments, with the master noticing that there's not even a single scratch on Kang, which is extremely weird. With this in mind, he asks if he has ever shed blood, so Kang really thinks about it and reveals that he hasn't, surprising the master even more. He asks if he has had a hard time due to not having stamina, during a fight for example. Was he ever exhausted? Kang tells him no, but he doesn't really know what he's talking about, so the master puts it another way. Assuming that he has limited power, if they have a hypothetical fight non-stop for a year, would he be able to do it? Kang is quite confused by the question, but notes that he will do it if he tells him to, but it will probably be pretty boring. With these final words, the master thinks that he was right about this boy. Because his stamina is basically infinite, the mere concept of physical strength does not exist for him. He tells him to listen well to what he will explain to him now. A superhuman always has an unknown power. It all depends on how it's used. Incensed, that is. One might call it chakra, super strength, might, or just energy. But no matter what one might call it, it is still the essential power of a superhuman. So they shall call it scent for now. The reason why the knife is broken, but the bullet is not, is because scent is apparently permeating. The concentration and content of the scent varies from person to person, and because the power itself is unknown, this gap too is unknown. The expression of scent is diverse and strange, and the expression method varies depending on the call. Some call it awakening, liberation, but this too does not matter. The superhumans that are dealing with the power of the image have their own types of energy, though it is still the same intrinsically. He has this too. He is a superhuman that is bound to open his eyes to specificity. However, right now, something is off. To put it easier, his scent has not bloomed yet, so he cannot feel anything. He attacked him to test these things out, and surprisingly they arrived at some conclusions, but there is a main conclusion here. The way he has been fighting inhumans is the same way he fought now. Without awakening his scent, he has been fighting only with his infinite stamina, amazing durability, and physical strength. However, in the end, he could not bring out his unique power. He is certainly strong, even for a superhuman, but it's all in vain. A superhuman is a being that surpasses all human limitations. They are beings capable of fighting the scary inhumans who are creating a new era of chaos. This may be because of the scent that is absorbed to an extent. As he said before though, the level of scent permeation is different for everyone, so there is also a difference in physical ability. Close combat is the most ineffective way, though there are other ways scent expresses itself that are far more powerful. In his case though, neither of these apply. He is still not ready to hear all of these stories just yet. Naturally, there is the possibility that he is missing something, as he most definitely does not have any scent, but he is a superhuman who has been fighting like a human being. This is quite shocking, to the point where it confuses even his mind, as he is still wondering if it's possible for him to have reached such an incredible level so soon. But since he is in front of him, he cannot deny it. He apologizes for talking his ear off, as these stories certainly came out of nowhere for him. But he knows that he understands to an extent. Kang does, but notes that he lost to an inhuman once and passed out shortly after. The master knows, as he watched all of it on TV. But does he know what happened after he passed out? He should have already seen a recording, which Kang did. He fought again, and after regaining his consciousness, he was the one that killed that inhuman in the blink of an eye. But he might not remember it, right? Still, in that short moment, the scent of his unique power awakened, but it was too short, so he couldn't feel it. That is what he thinks anyway. It was hard to say that he just passed out at the time, but if he says so, then it must be true. After being struck by such a powerful blow, the power hiding within his body felt a sense of danger, so his power subconsciously awakened. He was in a situation where he could not handle his inner ability just yet, so he didn't pass out from that inhuman blow. His mind could not keep up with his awakening power. It is anyone's guess as to what specialty he has, and he can't even assess how much strength he has now, but he can say for certainty that he is an inhuman with a tremendous amount of power. He is just barely scratching the tip of the iceberg currently. Kang listens well, so the master notes that after he lost consciousness and killed the inhuman, another on a whole other level showed up. Even if it was through the TV, he could tell that certain inhuman was one of a kind, that cannot be compared to others, and he also does not know why he suddenly disappeared. But what does he think? Why did it appear in the first place? Kang does not know how to answer his question, so the master notes that even on the inhuman side, somebody noticed that the person who will be their biggest obstacle on this planet is him. There could be other reasons, but it's clear that they wanted to deal with him before he could do anything. Telling him all of this, he is starting to feel like a grandpa who has been around much longer than anybody else, but he will leave him with this. Soon enough, humanity will have to fight for something they took for granted up until now, their existence. It all depends on how the Inhumans move. It could happen tomorrow, or even now. He suddenly jumps up to him and pats his head. He promises to bring out his real power, and he also apologizes for hitting him earlier, but they should go, as it's time to eat. Kang is quite confused now, but he understood the important things, and that's what matters. Juri continues to write in his journal. The other members of the team came back from their field training, and they all thought that he was a newbie, which he denied fully. It was not that difficult to make friends with them. They even let him cut some firewood so that he could recover faster, even though his cast wasn't even off yet. On the second day of his training, his cast was removed, and that old scammer gave him some acupuncture treatment, as it was traditional rehabilitation, or so he said. He does not know how many times he has been punctured because his leg hurt so much, but the grandpa certainly knows his stuff, as his leg was basically healed. With this, he also started to train under Moon Gu. More specifically, he started learning the traditional subak, which is the basis of all martial arts, which he really did not want to do. He trains with Kang too, but Kang always just leaves somewhere when he finishes his training with the old man, and they only come back when it's mealtime. They are always quite ragged, so people around started to think that Kang was being punished for breaking the wooden trainer, but even after that, they kept disappearing all of a sudden. This makes him wonder, is he doing some special training? This made him question something. Do people around here even know that Kang is Whitecap? Does the old man even know that Kang is a superhuman? After writing a ton in one day, the master finds both him and Kang passed out, so he gently tucks them both inside their covers. Juri continues to write, as there is a huge problem they must face. Kang has to go to school. For young people like him, school is an important part of life, so even if this demonic old man won't send Kang to school, he will not stay. The master just told Kang to run to his school from here, as he is certain it won't be hard for him. Juri thinks that this old man is crazy, but Kang knows that he is right. The master says that even if it takes him a little longer to get there because it's far, he should think of this as a part of his training. As Kang gets ready for school by donning his uniform, Juri tells him to bring some things, like underwear, a charger, their gaming console, and a laptop. Kang understands, and Juri also tells him to just run in the direction he showed him, while also keeping tabs on the time. He should be careful about cars on his way, and he shouldn't break anything. Kang tells him not to worry so much about him, as he will be back before he even realizes it. With that, he jumps away, and the master watches him leave from above. Since they have a lot of time, he invites Juri to go fishing, which scares him, as he did not expect him to be there. At Ben's lab, he and James continue to look through the security checkpoint of the opera, to find people that are matching the outfit of the person that stole Withrow away. However, Ben wonders if they can even find him, as there is the possibility that the perpetrator didn't even board the ship normally. And is that even a bucket hat on his head? James told him that they are here to honor a friend who died. All they can do is try their best at this point. All he needs to do is prepare a screen that shows his face to a certain extent. The rest he will do. That's when he gets a call from Pearl, which he answers immediately. She apologizes for leaving when everyone is working so hard, but she is in Northern Ireland now. James asks why she is there, so Pearl explains to him that she is here to find Sui, the superhuman Jane told her about some time ago. She also tells him that at the center of Northern Ireland, kidnappings and murders are on the rise. But the issue is that these incidents seem to have a superhuman as the perpetrator. Both James and Ben are surprised to hear this, but Pearl continues. Sui was investigating these cases all by herself, but she suddenly went missing. She and Jane are quite aware of the situation, so from now on, they will be conducting an undercover investigation around the area where this incident took place, to see if they can uncover the truth about what really happened. This is just her guess now, but this incident might have a connection with the disappearance of Withrow's body. Ben and James become even more focused when they hear this, but James tells her to be careful, as if the opponent is really as superhuman as they suspect. This may turn bloody fast. Pearl understands, but Sui has already disappeared. She cannot lose Jane. She must help her. James understands the situation, but he asks if there is anything that they can do on their side. Pearl says that they will handle it themselves, though now they are on their own, so she hopes that they can continue to work hard in her absence and find out who really stole Withrow's body. However, they do not yet know how strong their opponents are, and they don't even know how many there are. With this in mind, it will likely take them a few days or so to complete this mission, so if by some chance the inhuman alarm goes off, they should give him a call. James notes that by he, she must be talking about Dion, right? Pearl confirms this. Even if she is gone, Matt is still in America, and Ben has his contact information. James understands, but says that he is rather scared, even if Jane is with her, which relieves him a bit. They are still fighting something they have not before. A superhuman, so he can only wish her luck on this mission. Pearl, with her eyes determined, tells him to trust in her, as she will come back. As Jane clears her glasses, she notes that she really has good colleagues. She should cherish them, in an abandoned place. The inhuman Sui fought before came back with a body, with the leader, the guy who stole Withrow's body it seems, noting that he is pissed off, so it's about time for their next mission. 3 days ago in Northern Ireland at a place called David's Pub, one guy by the name of Hershey asked for one more cup of whiskey, but the owner, David Joshua, said that he had already, he should just go home. Hershey didn't expect to be blocked from drinking by the person who owned the damn bar, which David couldn't argue with, so he told one of his employees named Faber to get him another glass. But this will be the last one. Hershey was happy about this, and said that he was going to drink all night tonight, but David told him that they have to go home too, so he won't allow him. Hershey started beckoning David to drink with him, until the sun rose again. With all of those kidnappings and killings, going outside at night is just too dangerous. David asked him, if he was worried about these things in the first place, why did he leave the house? Suddenly, an armed robber with no disguise shows up and demands to see their hands. David did not find his joke funny, and told him to sit down already. The man refused, as this is not a joke, but David noted that this is too much for a joke. He has never drawn a gun around here before. Does he want a beer to tone his nerves down perhaps? This is Matthew McCurry, an investigator, who is grateful for the beer, but all of these killings are annoying him to hell and back, as there is no clue or evidence at any scene. David told him that good things are never easy to achieve, but once he does, all of that hard work will seem worth it, so he should sit down and have a drink. Matthew, however, was still pondering, as it can't be a serial killer, since the victims come from all walks of life and their ages are always different. There are already 13 people missing, but what's even weirder is something else. David noticed that he must be talking about the inhuman he found, which Matthew confirmed. His head started to spin after they found that corpse. They don't even know the cause of death yet, as only the upper body remained. All of the other limbs were just gone. It's really hard to know if a superhuman did it, but it was unpleasant to see nonetheless. David counted what's been going on. Murders, kidnappings, and now the Inhumans decided to join the party. It's getting so weird that even his head starts to hurt. What a time to live in, right? Out of nowhere, Faber started to speak, and asked if it was the same person. He apologized for interrupting their conversation, but he wondered if the same person did all of these killings. Matthew said that it's most definitely a possibility, but who is he anyway? David introduces him as their new bartender, Faber. Matthew exchanged greetings with him, but noticed that he has never seen his face before. He must be new in town or something. Hershey started to bang on the table and demanded his drink already, which Faber presented to him in a calm manner. Afterwards, he told the other workers called Gasivdal and Evan to put up all of the chairs and tables, as they are getting ready to close soon. Matthew asked how he can close right in front of a customer, what a rude server. But Evan backed Faber, as they have to go home too. Matthew was glad to see him, and noted that he had worked here for some time. Evan said that it's only natural, as he is a great worker after all. He also congratulated him for his wedding, even though it was kinda late. As they talked and talked, Hershey suddenly threw his drink at Evan's feet, as this is not what he ordered. Matthew confirmed that it wasn't, but he was drinking it very well a few seconds ago. Is he crazy or something? David told him to chill, as he is just a drunk bastard, and told Gazdeval to throw him out, while asking Evan if he's alright, who confirmed that he was, but he didn't want to see this guy in the pub for a day or two at least. Gazdeval did as he was ordered, while Hershey continued to trash around. David told Faber not to worry about that guy, but Matthew also saw the watch he was wearing, something that grabbed his attention for some reason. Seeing that it's so late, Matthew decided to leave too, but told everyone to make sure they locked everything up and got home safely. Gazdeval said that his job is righteous, but he should be careful too. Matthew told him that he has nothing to worry about, as he will most definitely find out who did all of this. Even if it is risky, that's what detectives have to do after all. He's going to clean up this neighborhood, even if it won't be easy. Evan said that he is a really honorable police officer and an old legend with the gang task force. He is sure that he will do well. David told him to pay up before leaving, but Matthew whispered that he doesn't have any cash on him. After a bit of making fun of each other, Matthew looked once at Faber and really went home. The next morning at the pub, a woman was trying to seduce David, asking him to become her fourth lover. But he isn't interested in people who take love lightly, so he refused. That's when Matthew busted the door open and aimed his weapon again, with David thinking that it's another joke. But Matthew had a different aura to him. If they don't want to be littered with bullets, they should all put their hands up. He also identified himself as a police investigator and said that he must check everyone's alibi. David asked to know the meaning of his disrespectful actions, so Matthew explained that the crazy bastard who threw his drink yesterday was found dead this morning, with his body being extremely mangled. This news shocked everyone except Faber, who seemed to keep his calm and collected attitude. Matthew went into detail, as his body and head were completely missing. All they found of him were his legs and arms. David said that if they found only his limbs, how would they know it was really Hershey? Matthew told him that they are still identifying the corpse, but he is positive that it's the guy from yesterday. His name was Douglas Hershey, and he looked at his watch while he was getting kicked out. He wore a Fastech Philippe, quite an expensive watch, which was also found on one of the arms. Additionally, he called his wife, and she said that he was missing since he came to this bar. He knows for a fact that Hershey was the victim here. David can't believe that such an expensive watch would be left behind like that, but Matthew said that this incident was not a robbery or something, and if the body has been cut up into tiny pieces, the guy who killed Hershey and the victims of the other attacks match up almost perfectly. Firstly, he takes David into questions. What did he do after he left the pub? He shouldn't be annoying and cooperate with this ongoing investigation. Everyone in this neighborhood will be questioned anyway, and he knows that it's only natural that pubs are the first ones. David couldn't argue with that, so he explained that after they cleaned up everything and picked up the broken glass shards, they ended things pretty late. After finishing everything, he and Gasvidal played some cards over a glass of beer. Evan was with them too, but he slept since he was pretty tired. They went home only after the sun rose, but Evan kept sleeping inside the store. Matthew noted that he was home around the same time. Did he come to work this evening then? David confirmed that he did. He can even ask his wife about it, as she will confirm it. Matthew asked Gasvidal if he could confirm these events, which he does, and explains that he also went home and Evan was at the store by the time he came to work again. Matthew moved to Evan, who confirmed his alibi. He has been sleeping in the store this whole time. His shirt still reeks of sweat because he didn't wash it up at all. With all of this in mind, Matthew only has a single person to question, Faber. He turns around and calmly says that he finished work and headed straight home. Matthew asked what he did after work, so Faber answered once again. He went home. Matthew gets it, but from what he has heard around, it has not been long since he moved in. Isn't that right? Faber said that it's been around 2 months, give or take, with Matthew connecting some dots. It's also been 2 months since things around this once calm neighborhood became an utter mess with the murders and kidnappings. David told him to stop threatening his employee like that, but Matthew told him to shut up, as this is an ongoing investigation he cannot intervene in. Faber told him that if he wants to investigate, then they should go to his home. Matthew was surprised by this sudden cooperation, but agreed to go with him to his house, as he has a few things to check. With that, he said that he will call David if anything happens, and slammed the door shut, with David telling the others that they should close the business for today, as he does not feel like serving anyone today. After they are done closing up, Evan is the first one to go, right after telling the other two to stop playing cards and go home too. David told him to stop acting like a nagging grandma while Gasvidal wished him well. He also asked if Faber would be fine, but David told him not to worry. Even if he is strangely quiet and calm at times, he was never that type of person. He can't lie. He is a little disappointed in Matthew and how he acted, but there is nothing they can do in this situation. That's when out of nowhere, the door is slammed open, and Matthew barges in, as something happened with Faber. The police car that was transferring him to the police station was completely smashed. The 2 officers inside are confirmed dead, but Faber is missing. The 2 were shocked to hear this, but Matthew demanded Faber's resume, as they must catch the fucker and make him pay for what he did. That's when David questioned him. What about him, huh? Why is he okay? Matthew explained that he went to investigate another case. He wasn't in that transport vehicle, but this implanted the seed of doubt inside of his mind, as he knows that David is doubting him. Gasvidal calms everyone down, as they don't need this right now, but Matthew didn't listen, and immediately pointed his weapon at David, as they are all cheating him out of important information, something that is punishable by death. David told him to calm down, and not do anything that he would regret while also reaching for his weapon, but Matthew noticed, so with that they both began shooting, showing an attitude that is far worse than the Inhumans. After the shootout, the superhuman leading all of this chaos comes inside, glad to see that the situation has solved itself. However, he finds David still alive, although he is bleeding heavily and is on his last legs. David is shocked to see who he is and what he is carrying. The head of Faber is in the superhuman's hand, and he notes that they have been together for some time, so since they are friends, he will tell him before he dies. The perpetrator behind the attacks, the one who stole Withrow's corpse, Jamal Evan. David has tons of questions going through his head now. Why did he do this to him? And did he kill Hershey? Evan confirms that he did, but he really didn't have any intention to do it. However, he was unfortunately met with 2 of his boys while walking home, because he was honestly a stupid man. The one who made his drink was Faber. Why did he throw it in his direction? It's a pretty good reason to end his life if he asks him. David gathered from this that he has a group, which Evan doesn't see as such. They are more like his friends, and they're quite a few. He was also good buddies with Gasvidal. It's quite a shame what happened, but they shouldn't linger on the past, as he has something to tell him about this fellow right here. David almost lets out tears as he looks at Faber's head, which Evan is surprised by, but he shouldn't cry for this worthless piece of trash, really. After he caused the crash, he spared him and began talking. He thought that he was something, as his nonchalant and mysterious aura was present even when they first met, something that interested him quite a lot. So he asked him, was he hiding his powers, or was he just a stone-cold killer like him? He searched everything about him, but it turns out that his behavior is that of a dumb bastard that can't do anything. However, he is unique in his own way. Even at death's door, he still does not react. Has he been so damn annoying since he was born? Or perhaps he is pretending to be this cool. He also offered him a deal. If he begged with both of his hands and bowed, he promised to let him and the others live too. That's when he revealed his true identity, a weak little bitch that started to beg and beg to be spared. This made him laugh, and he didn't even want to kill him then, but he was just too disgusted not to. David now knows that he is a truly evil bastard. What reason did he have to kill Faber? Why is he killing like this in the first place? Evan just says that he's curious about how humans react to death, or simply out of boredom, anger, or interests. There are various reasons for what he does, but that does not mean that these killings are for nothing. With their deaths, he breathes new life into the flowers that were once lost. They should all feel honored to be sacrificed. He is doing the right thing here, something that nobody else dares to do. And if he's honest, even if it is sometimes annoying, most of the time it's very fun. He shouldn't think of him as a devil that kills humans, as he's as benevolent as a fucking god that strives to break laws and reason altogether. David listens to him, but all that he can think about is that this person is mad. Even if Evan noticed how he looked at him, he still feels the need to give him a chance, and he promised to let him live if he asks him to. David mustered up all of his strength to scream at him. He should just kill him and go to hell afterwards, like the devil he is. This made Evan smile, so he simply left after telling David something that will stick with him in his time of death. There is no such thing as hell, however. This unchanging world might be the closest they will ever get. He suddenly gets a phone call from one Carol, who tells him something he did not expect. That's when he went to the abandoned building and gave everyone a mission. One of the captured ones ran away from his holding cell, and he is annoyed. Not because he escaped, it's because he does not know how he even got out in the first place. He shows everyone a photo of the guy, which they probably recognize because he is quite famous. All they need to do is catch him and show that nobody can mess with them. With that command, all of them jump into action. But this doesn't make Evan feel good about it, as whenever something unexpected occurs, there is always some kind of misfortune that comes with it. So he should get moving to ensure that everything will go well. He tells Carol to stay at the hideout while they are gone, who is revealed to be just a kid, who refuses to stay behind, as she is extremely bored. Evan tells her to stop speaking about useless stuff and listen. Soon they are going to destroy everything around here and go to America. But Carol interrupts him and says that she does not want to wait, so she keeps calling him a dummy, forcing him to just leave the area. Pearl and Jane sit at a cafe somewhere nearby, with Jane confirming that the damage around the area is horrible. Even the day before they arrived, 2 people went missing. Right now, they are situated in Londonderry, one of the biggest cities in Northern Ireland and where most incidents have been happening. Right now, this is the most dangerous place in Ireland, and despite the police investigating, they have found nothing, but the cases refuse to stop. It does not seem like these cases are going to ever get solved either, even with the police having everyone focus on them. This is also the last known location of Sui, as she disappeared after coming here. She doesn't know who the culprit for all of this is, but she knows one thing, that he is not very experienced in killing, as he has not moved locations at all since he began, so before he takes off somewhere tropical, they must get to him. Pearl notes that if he goes into hiding after the government announces their investigation publicly, it's going to become an issue. Jane agrees, as no matter how off he might be, he would not do anything that would get the government involved directly, so she was thinking of how to draw him out before anything happened. However, that's when an alert starts to blare out, as Lee In-jong was found in Campsie, and many deaths have been confirmed from Derry Airport up to Campsie. Jane looks on her phone and finds out that Campsie is a village right next to them. Do they go, or is this alert an ambush? Pearl says that they can't do anything, as they will be found once Lee In-jong is caught, so they need to change their plans and go. Even if she is not in America, she cannot ignore anything related to Lee In-jong. With that, they bolt out of their chairs with everyone around them gathering to watch the news. The Northern Ireland case is spreading everywhere, as constant deaths and missing people in the center of Londonderry have become an international issue. In the past 2 months alone, 20 people have gone missing. As the corpse of Lee In-jong has been found, the Irish authorities have said that this death cannot be ignored. For this case, they will employ all kinds of task forces. Pearl and Jane continue to jump from building to building until they eventually hear some screaming, with Pearl noticing that the commotion is coming from one way. So she lands down and prepares to face an inhuman, but what she finds is something that shakes her to the core. The inhuman has already been taken care of by a tall young man with red hair, someone she recognizes. When Withrow died, she sat down next to James and told him to stop crying so much, as he would drain himself of all energy. James said that he liked and respected Withrow a lot. Whenever he tried to act like a blunt and hot-tempered man, he showed a little bit of kindness, showing how he really is. He wanted to break the walls that he placed by himself, so he would make jokes and initiate conversations all of the time with him. He eventually managed to get a smile out of him. He finally managed to get into that sad heart of his, so why did this happen to him? This made Pearl cry too, as she also cherished him. James apologized for reminding her, as he can guess that she is having a hard time with it too. Pearl confirmed that she has, but she also said Withrow's last words. He will take the upper side of the boat, as he is sad and miserable enough to die. When he spots Pearl, he immediately jumps away, but he is stopped by one of the superhumans, who punches him away with a single punch. Pearl has no time to react as the other superhuman sends Withrow flying through some buildings. The superhuman drops down and looks at Pearl, who demands to know his identity, but he just sprints away, prompting her to go after him with the same amount of speed. Eventually, when she arrives, she notices that the attacker and another superhuman have Withrow. With Jane also being quite surprised to see him, she has no idea what is going on, but from now on, she wants to hear only answers. What the hell are they, and why are they doing this? One of them says that they exist only to serve Evan. This guy belongs to Evan, so they are simply bringing him back. Pearl tells him to shut it out of rage, as she does not know what he is talking about. But before finding out, she will take her precious friend back. That's when Evan appears, and notes that he really is unlucky, as he never expected for them two to be here. He also didn't hear anything from Carol, which is weird. Pearl asks if he is the one they call Evan, which he confirms. She doesn't need to introduce herself as she is popular enough, and he can't lie. She is much more beautiful in reality. Pearl tells him to stop saying stupid things and answer if he does not want to die. Is he the one that is behind all of this? Evan says that technically he is, but it seems that fate has brought them together. He hopes they can talk without fighting, as he wants to answer any questions they have. He knows that Pearl is the strongest superhuman, with Jane also being pretty strong, so if he fights now, he would lose 50 to 80% of his power, which will suck, as he almost completed it fully. They should just relax and keep an eye out for his next event, as it's going to be a big one. Pearl wonders what power he's talking about, but she says that he will be brought in for questioning. But first, the most important question, what did he do to Withrow? Evan says that he saved him. He is no longer the man she once knew though, as he was given a new life. It took a while for him to glue his head back, and after he did, he ran away, which is funny. He doesn't even know how he got out. What an unruly bastard. Pearl becomes enraged after hearing this and jumps to the other side. Evan warns her that this is not what she wants to do, but she instantly strikes, creating a large hole in the large superhuman. The large superhuman instantly falls to the ground, with everyone being surprised by Pearl's power, even Evan, who did not expect for that burly guy to be taken out in one strike. After this, Pearl grabs Withrow and tries to take him away, but the other superhuman instantly strikes her face with a mighty punch. However, this punch was not mighty enough, as it barely does anything to Pearl, who grabs his hand and blasts him in the chest with an attack that instantly kills this superhuman too. Evan notices that she's not fighting with full power. She's probably barely using her powers now. Pearl urges him to call all of his little lackeys, as she will show him that they will take much more than 80% of his power. Evan just looks at her and thinks about her attack, as it's not long range, which it may seem like from a glace. But the moment her hands make contact with something, a beam of bright light suddenly appears. His main issue is that the destructiveness of her attacks is a lot more than he originally expected, and if all of her hand-to-hand combat techniques have this power, she is much more powerful than he thought. He also noticed her amazing durability, even if Costa, the guy who attacked her, is lacking in power, but even so it was the punch of a superhuman that specialized in hand-to-hand techniques, yet his punch did not make her even flinch. All of this power started to manifest the second that light began to shine from her body, a burst of light that was close to the blinding sun, holding destructive power beyond imagination, a golden aura of pure strength. Even the temperature of their surroundings has increased, but now he knows what she has. She is the only one in this entire world that receives a divine blessing from the sun. Pearl looks at him and then says that he should call out his buddies and stop spouting useless things. Or is he just bluffing now? Evan finds her truly amazing, as even if she is a superhuman, she still has a charm to her that he cannot quite place. Suddenly, Costa starts to get up, and suddenly screams as he unleashes a new part of his body, a scorpion tail. As Pearl ponders how he suddenly grew a tail, that same tail rushes to her and tries to impale her into the ground. She has ample time to dodge this, but she notices that the tail has deadly poison on it as she does that. The tail is also changing size pretty instantly. This is a power that is very similar to that of an inhuman. Costa jumps high into the air after her, and they begin trading blows. But Evan notices that Costa will not last long. However, he appreciates that he chose to fight till the end. His determination and struggle will most certainly not be forgotten anytime soon. He gets up and prepares to leave, but that's when a large rock tries to crush him. But he dodges, just in time for another rock to come crashing into him. He barely makes his way out of its trajectory, but when Jane asks where he might be going and he treats her like she doesn't even exist, he must be disciplined severely. Evan mocks her by recognizing that she is here. He can see her, which angers her even more, but she notes that he doesn't have any friends to sit behind. He is also a trashy leader who can't protect his people, which is truly unsightly. Evan notes that she is misunderstanding his intentions. He was not going to run away. He was going to take Withrow away. Jane says that he might not be in his right mind to say something like that in front of her, but he explains that their friend is currently out of his mind. It's something that can be compared to a panic attack, or like a newborn being that just came into this sad world. To them, the entire world is utter chaos, but that should be expected, as the people he saves do not remember who they were anymore. He does not know why this guy ran away from him, but he cannot let him go now. He has become fully responsible for him and his well-being, because he was the one who raised him from death. Jane cannot listen to his nonsense any longer, and her stones start to rattle in the air and on the ground, meaning that she is about to attack. Jane tells him to stop spouting nonsense and get ready to fight, as she has no idea what kind of mess this event is, but she will get everything out of him after a nice little interrogation. Nearby, a little drone watches everything, with this drone being from the news. People from the Marshall Academy have all gathered to watch the fight, with the news reporter stating that all civilians have been evacuated, and to ensure their own safety, they are broadcasting over a drone. Jane Sonata, the newly revealed superhuman, is fighting an unidentified male, who is most likely also a superhuman. In addition to this conflict, there is another fight happening on the other side of town, which is happening at such high speeds that their cameras can barely catch the fighting. But according to their experts, Saint Pearl is the one who is fighting. But what is she even against? As they sit by and watch, Kang comes back from school, with everyone welcoming him and telling him to come inside. At Ben's lab, he and James are also watching this news live broadcast, with them noticing Pearl and Jane fighting. But James also notices the man in the bucket hat. Ben does not understand why the situation has come to this, as he thought that the mission only involved looking after Sui. James can only wonder what is really going on over there, but it can't be anything good. Jane continues to attack Evan, who runs away while analyzing her attacks. He has noticed that these are not regular stones, as they are impossible to avoid. even if he were to break them. When the stones were coming for him in a straight line, it felt like Jane herself was coming to crush him. They unleashed tons of pressure. He also looked around and found out that these stones are not taken from a nearby area or building. They are from a very different place. But where did she get them? The speed of these stones also almost matches his speed, and even if they miss their target entirely, they still drag themselves on the ground. In addition to this, their trajectory patterns are very intricate, but it's actually more like they have their own thoughts to govern their movements. Every stone has free will. He tries to find any sign or trigger that moves these stones, but all Jane is doing is simply staring at him. He is dealing with an unknown power, with an unknown form of attack. Approaching her is extremely difficult, and she has become quite scary. That's when one of the rocks cuts his way, which he jumps over, but then 3 more come, forcing him to climb the nearby building. Since another one is coming, he prepares to strike it, but it suddenly stops right in front of him, stunning him enough for Jane to instantly transport herself to the stone and punch his confused ass into the ground. Evan swiftly recovers from this and comes back on his own 2 feet, but it seems that he did not get attacked without retaliating, as Jane notices a large shoe imprint on her shirt. She hit him within a millisecond, but he was able to kick her stomach to soften the impact of her attack as much as he could, but even so, it still damaged him quite a bit. However, she now knows that he has great reflexes, as no matter how obvious her attack may have been, her speed is equal to Pearl's in terms of attacks. She tells him that at first, she thought that he is just a dumb rookie with no discipline, but it seems that he has some experience under his belt. Evan laughs, as he did not expect to be praised after being hit in such a way. It truly brings tears to his eyes, but with this, he has figured it out. He kept having strange feelings from her and her rocks, as he feels a lot more souls than there are around. Back when Sui was still around, Jane showed her the power she possessed, and she told her that she's a great magician, to be able to control things like this. Jane laughed, and explained that it's a bit different than what it seems. She does not control these objects. They are each called a henge, and these henges are filled with souls. In total, there are about 80 henges, large and small, each with its own pure soul. Sui was very surprised to hear this, and Jane went on. They do not possess limbs, eyes, mouths, or legs, but they have their own free will and move as such. But naturally, there are times when she can control them. As for them, they all share their thoughts and emotions, and they can also switch places with each other at will. Sui noted that she is technically more than one. Jane confirmed that it's something similar, but even if there are 79 other henges, she is the last Stonehenge. This is what David got from fighting her as well. Jane is quite surprised that he found out about the algorithm of her powers and its characteristics just by fighting her. She admires his fighting instinct, as it's quite developed. Evan notes that this is what he felt all of this time, the feeling of fighting 80 to 1. He truly is hopeless in this situation. What's more is that there is another being on the same level that's out to get him too. Pearl has dealt with Costa, which makes Evan laugh out loud, as he has never been pushed this far before. His hair is even turning white from all of the stress. He also asks Pearl if she is fine, as she seems to have a few wounds on her face. He explains that Costa's body parts were taken from a scorpion inhuman he caught in Denmark. It used lethal poison as a powerful attack, which is why he had a hard time dealing with him. That's when he notices that Pearl's skin is evaporating something, with her noting that she must have been poisoned by the tail. Evan watches closely, to remember her healing ability, which is also pretty amazing. What can't this lady do? Jane comes down and says that he must be playing God with corpses, be it of humans or inhumans. It's probably how he brought Withrow back. But she will ask him one more thing. There is a superhuman girl named Sui that has been tracking him for some time. She has purple hair and dresses modernly. Evan can't give her a straight answer. Perhaps he killed her. If she tried to directly catch him, then it's a good chance that she's been dead. He apologizes for his bad memory, as he cannot remember who he killed, or even when. But to him it doesn't really matter, as they will all die one day. Why is it so important? Hearing this, Jane has made her choice, and tells Pearl to stand back, as she will be using foundation from now on. That's when they all notice a few new presences appear out of nowhere, and sure enough, 5 superhumans sprint to them, with Evan noting that their arrival was not on time, but he is glad that they are finally here. With this, his whole group is ready to defend him. The superhumans that have arrived all have different figures and sizes, but the woman wonders who those 2 are. Pearl asks if he is done gathering his merry group, but seeing so many, she gathers that they are the elites. Evan notes that she is far too confident, even if she has the power to back it up. At the Martial Arts Academy, everyone is still watching, but sadly the drone that the news outlet has sent was destroyed by a mysterious rock, so they are now currently working on another way to report on the battle. However, it has been confirmed that the person fighting right beside Jane is none other than Pearl. In response to this, the Commander-in-Chief of Great Britain has ordered all military units to not enter that city until everything is cleared out. Jane tells Pearl that she recognizes a face out of all of these, as she does not know what happened because the situation was chaotic in nature. But the long blue guy is definitely the inhuman she didn't kill. She remembers that he was capable of speech and was pretty strong, but as soon as she got him into a vulnerable position and tried to deal the final blow, he escaped. He has the ability to shred, so he was able to deceive her quite a few times, but she has the feeling that he does not remember her at all anymore. The blindfold superhuman tells Evan that they have an issue. Carol's has gone missing, as someone has kidnapped her. Evan's face immediately changes from its usual calm appearance to a large frown, and he emits tons of pressure as he asks them why they came here instead of looking for Carol. The ginger superhuman explains that Chenver and he went after her while the rest were looking for him, but they all somehow ended up in the same place, meaning that Carol is around here somewhere. Evan wonders how that can be, as he did not sense anything, but tells the others that they must find her, as today has been tiring enough already. He tells the red one named Opir to go and get Withrow. He starts to stack his muscles on one another, and then launches his long hand towards Withrow, but one of the henges stops it from grabbing him. Seeing this, the ginger kicks the henge away and tells Withrow to wake up already. But that's when he feels the stone in front of him that he kicked away, as it's not an ordinary stone, not by a long shot. Jane notes that she's excited at how many people are here. It has been a while since she has caught so many. As soon as she unleashes her foundation, everyone starts to feel the immense pressure, and the henge formations start to change. They are now piles. Jane calls them a bunch of unprepared bullies, but she will tell them now. She will kill every single last one of them. That's when someone tells her to wait. Someone with a familiar voice that surprises both of them. Sui comes from behind and greets both of them. She knew that they would come, but it has been really lonely without them. Jane immediately falls to the ground and Sui goes to hug her as she throws Carol to Pearl, who wonders why she suddenly has a child in her arms. But that's when she feels something about her, something very strange. Evan is surprised to see Carol all of a sudden. But how did that woman get a hold of her? Opir crashes his foot on the ground as he walks, and tells Evan that he could just kill all of them and get Carol back. What will he have him do? All three superhumans look at him with puzzled eyes, as they did not expect that inhuman to talk. Evan tells him that it's not going to be easy, as those guys are monsters. But Opir notes that even if they hold power, he can do it, and he can take Carol away. Evan thinks about it for a while. They have Kaylin with them too, so it's possible to win. But they need to focus on Carol's rescue first. Sui knows that they are planning something and tells them to be more careful, as if she detects any type of movement from them, she will kill the kid on the spot. Evan and the chimeras all stay motionless after she says this, with Jane not expecting to hear something like this from her. Evan finds her amazing, as she followed him without getting caught. Is she also the one who set Withrow free by any chance? Sui does not know what she's talking about. She didn't do anything else besides this, which Evan finds weird. But it's probably better this way. He tells them to hand Carol over, or else he will have no choice but to take her by sheer force. She urges Pearl to give her, as his patience is running thinner as they speak, that if they truly want a war right here, then they will fight them with great anger. Sui looks at Pearl and signals that it's not worth it. They will speak about it later, but this isn't all of the power that this group has. Even if they were able to catch all of them, the aftermath of the battle would be gigantic, to the point where this entire area would most likely be razed to the ground. She tells Pearl to hand her over already, but she has one more question from Evan. All the people that he brings back cannot escape him, but is this permanent? Evan knows that she's asking about Withrow here, but honestly, all of the lives that he creates are bound to him by a sort of oath that cannot be broken. Except for the orders that he gives, which are considered top priority and cannot be defied. They operate by themselves. They do not have any memories of a previous life. It's like they are born again. However, Withrow is different in this, as he does not know what he did wrong. But somehow, he managed to break free from his shackles and be free. They were trying to catch him in order to find out what went wrong and try again. Pearl notes that Withrow is in a catatonic state right now, so if he hands him over, she will hand him the child. Evan accepts her proposition, but she better not try anything. He tells Kaylin to do it, so he picks up Withrow and throws him over, with Pearl throwing Carol into Evan's arms. He looks at her and wonders why she is in this sleepy state, but Sui notes that it's not her fault. She became like that when she was picked up. Jane suddenly leaves Evan with one last message. He has powers that are beyond imagination, but he should stop using them if it means risking the lives of innocent people. Evan just laughs and thanks her for letting them go. With that, they all dash away, ending the conflict. Kaylin is the last to leave, as he gives Pearl a long look before dashing away too. Sui asks if they should send someone to monitor them, but Pearl notes that it's time to go back. One day later, news about what happened spreads. After the Camp City riot ended, the British government dispatched de Loitoik to control the situation. While traces of a big battle have been found, nothing else has. According to eyewitnesses, Jane Sonata and St. Pearl were there, but a superhuman who was confirmed dead was also seen. There are even rumors that it was Galen Withrow, the man who died on the cruise. Everyone watches this everywhere, as the eyewitnesses reveal that everything is true. As a man with long red hair and dark skin came and subdued the Inhuman, it was most definitely Withrow. He saved everyone. As the testimonies pile up, the American government has included explanations regarding Withrow's sudden revival of Superhuman St. Pearl. The director of the Camp City riot is also urged to disclose the full details of the event soon. Additionally, they have requested to know the identity of the man they were fighting as soon as possible, as everyone deserves to know. In response, James De Niro, the spokesperson for St. Pearl, has stated that he is planning to hold a press conference after they have all of the information regarding this matter. Up until now, the number of casualties in Camp City is limited to only 1 death and 10 injuries, which seems inconsequential considering what happened. Surprisingly enough, before the rescue teams came, the stones that were floating in the air mysteriously helped everyone get to a safe place and protected anyone from entering the battle area. Ben notes that something special happened there, with James saying that the stones must be Jane's power. Suddenly, Pearl arrives in the room, with Jane and Sui in tow. They are both surprised to see 2 more superhumans so suddenly, but Ben extends a handshake to Sui and greets her. She instantly goes to hug him for some reason, with Jane telling her to dial it down, which she does. But the damage has already been done, as Ben has been completely charmed and is saying all kinds of nonsensical things. While he does that, James greets Jane with a handshake, and he wonders what kind of person she is, as the longer he spends with someone, the more he can get a feel for them. But with Jane, he can feel from the start a breathtaking force. Ben asks Pearl if Withrow is really here, but she explains that he is not well, so he is resting in Oldman's lab. Sui grabs their attention and notes that they should do a little briefing first. Even if it's risky, she can watch Evan and the others for a few more days. And what she got from her scouting is that the little girl, Carol, is very important to Evan for some reason. She will tell them everything she knows. Before she can start, someone over the speakers says that someone requested entrance into the conference room. James notes that everyone is already here and they did not expect any more people. Who is it? The man notes that it's Matt Dion. He is just ignoring every guard that tries to stop him and going through the security like it's nothing. It seems like he is headed their way as they speak. At the mountain, Kang sits around and ponders, until the master comes around and asks what's wrong. Kang says that it's nothing, except this weird feeling that he cannot shake off. The master thinks that he is dissatisfied with being here, as he is going through puberty, which makes him want to go out. But Kang notes it's nothing of the sort. He is just feeling something strange in the air, and the feeling will just not go away. The master knows that Kang's senses are much sharper, so he is not speaking nonsense. Something must be wrong. That's when, in the peaceful forest that surrounds them, the Inhuman that can teleport starts to appear. The Vanisher continues to hide, but the master starts to notice him too after a while. So he jumps to where he feels a strange presence and spots something behind a rock. He curiously looks to see what it is, but it's just a fat bunny, who jumps away since it's alone, and time has been disturbed. As he returns to Kang and wonders if it will start to rain, they suddenly hear someone calling them from a distance. That someone being Ju Ri, who is screaming at the top of his lungs for them to return, as the food is ready. The master tells Kang that they should go, which he agrees with, allowing the Vanisher to teleport away, and leaving Kang to wonder what he really wants first. At the Inhuman HQ, Pan asks Vanisher if he got caught, who says that he has not, but at the same time he can't be 100% certain. This angers Pan, so he moves closer to Vanisher and asks why he is answering in such a weird manner. He's going to ask him again. He'd better answer well this time. If he doesn't want to be replaced, did he get caught? Morel tells him to stop, as he's being sensitive once again. Too sensitive. He did not get caught. That guy can't possibly notice the Vanisher in the first place. But with this, they can stop their tracking. Even if Whitecap is the cautious type, it doesn't really matter, as they are ahead of schedule as is. Vanisher did what he was ordered, monitor the area, and he did it quite well. It isn't important if he gets caught anymore too, as they must move their strategy to a frontal attack and deal with problems before they turn bigger. With that, he commands Vanisher to call Venomous, and the rest, as it's time to go kill Whitecap. Eventually, Matt makes it to the conference room, where he notes that they are quite harsh. He came as a guest, but the looks on their faces signal that they want a battle. Should he be running away scared? Everyone watches him carefully, but Jane starts to break the silence that has fallen. It's the first time they meet, but that is an entirely different matter. Why is he here? Ignoring security and coming in so casually is rather annoying. Doesn't he think so? Ben tries to calm them down and tell them to fight outside if they really want to, as this room was expensive, with Sui also trying to defuse the situation. Mr. Ketchup Man probably came here because he was bored. He couldn't help his curiosity about what they were discussing, so he just came here, right? Matt, instead of admitting that she is right, notes that they don't know each other. so it's quite weird that she's acting like she knows that much about him. That's when Rose appears from behind him and notes that he also came in without an excuse, so he apologizes. Ben and James are happy to see him, and Matt finally reveals what he is here for, to talk about that person, the one with the bucket hat. He has a question about him, as they have met in the past. In the past, there was a monster incident in the Netherlands that went unsolved for 2 entire days, which James remembers quite well, as over 40 people were declared injured, and it was a situation that strangled even Europe's special forces. Matt reveals that he was the one who took care of the Inhuman, as he was filming not too far from that spot. Rose remembers that he suddenly disappeared at the time, so it lines up, but this means that every time he disappeared, he was out fighting. Matt notes that when he met that man, he started to laugh and said that he came to see who was messing with his work, but he cannot believe that it's him. He recognized him instantly, and said that the news has been gunning to hear such spicy news like this, but he will keep his identity a secret. He does not know how he knew his true identity. Perhaps he saw him when he was unmasked, but ever since that encounter, he has been feeling really weird. Pearl explains that the guy's name is Evan. He is probably the same person that he met then, but since they have some information, it feels only right to welcome them into the meeting, as they are stronger together. At Dr. Oldman's laboratory, a woman with pink hair wonders where someone went, as she would get in trouble if she were to touch something without permission. Eventually, Oldman arrives back and is shocked to see her again, as she did not contact him at all, and she appeared really suddenly. What is she doing here anyways? Joo-hee turns around and says that it's been a long time since they saw each other, but the first thing he does is nag and nag. It seems that he hasn't changed at all. This woman is also Joo-ree's sister. Oldman serves some coffee to her and asks if she is going to leave now, but she refuses, as she chose to stay around here for a while. Oldman wonders if that is possible, as Dae-Lutuk is more important, right? Joo-hee says that he shouldn't even wonder about that, as he would be in big trouble if she was not here, right? As soon as she starts to laugh, Oldman notes that she has become even more cheeky than she was before, but she is serious now. She has the feeling that something big is going to happen soon, perhaps regarding the special task forces in charge of protecting humanity against these Inhumans. As he knows full well by now, the Inhumans and Superhumans are transcendental beings that have surpassed every human limit, so if they want to crush them, they cannot even hope to match them in terms of speed and power. Even if they do rely on Superhumans now, things cannot stay like this. So humanity must use its best weapon, their brains. They have no real choice but to speed scientific development. Oldman asks what she does now, and she says that developing weapons is what she's doing now. Or in layman's terms, she is thinking about how to improve weapon performance among other things. But all of those self-proclaimed researchers that brag about their degrees are extremely annoying, as their entire life is a facade. They are not worried about any practical matter. They just adapt to their current situation, and only see what they have learned so far. So it's difficult for them to do anything more. Rather than having more of these intellectuals screaming that they are better while stuck in a well, they need more geniuses, innovators, and people like her brother who is in Korea. He is by far smarter than any researcher she has met, despite the fact that he is still a minor. Naturally, even if he is a genius, he cannot be as good as her. Oldman wonders when her bragging will stop, but she notes that the boss turned her down on the offer to join Dae-Lutuk. But it's fine, as she enjoys working on her own anyway. Oldman sips his coffee and notes that if it's her, she would do anything better than him anyway. But Joo-hee tells him to stop belittling himself as she gets up. As she moves closer to Withrow, she explains that news about him has been spreading throughout the scientific community quite quickly. But this must be him, right? Oldman confirms that he is, as she may already know he and Pearl are on friendly terms. So when they returned from Northern Ireland, she brought him here. Joo-hee asks why he is in a recovery capsule. Did he get hurt perhaps? Old man notes that it wasn't in the physical way. He just needed some rest, and so he put him in the capsule. However, what really happened was that Evan took Withrow, who cannot remember who he is anymore. His mind has become a tangled mess. Joo-hee asks if he wasn't dead, but roaming around with memory loss in Ireland. But old man denies this. It's something completely different. Withrow actually died. Pearl herself saw his lifeless corpse among many others. So even if it's hard to believe someone definitely brought him to life, he is similar to a newborn in mind, as he has no memory of anything, like he was just born. From what he gathered, someone did this to him, a man. Joo-hee thinks that something like that is utterly ridiculous, but Oldman defeatingly says that when it comes to people like Pearl and Withrow, there is nothing they can do to help when they need it, because they are too untamed for that. Joo-hee isn't the type to just give up, however, and says that he should calm down and rest, as he taught her that they have to try everything, right? Back in the conference room, James is amazed by Sui's ability, as she has completely vanished from their eyes. She appears once again and notes that this is her ability. Rose thinks that it's invisibility, but she confirms that this is not it. It's actually a secret hidden room. With her blood, She can create a fold in space where she is completely hidden. If she draws on the ground, she can create a room of sorts, equal to the market area, and then the blood vanishes. One will appear if they exit the barrier, but as long as they stay inside, they will not be seen or heard at all. Unfortunately, this power has one weakness, as the same rules apply to other people too. So if someone randomly comes in and out of the room, they will find out about it quite easily. This is how she was spying on Evan. She found his hideout and spied on him from a safe distance. Jane confirms that her ability is perfect for hiding and reconnaissance, as nobody will expect or see it unless something unfortunate happens. This is why, even if she was worried about Sui going missing so suddenly, she was still confident that nothing bad happened to her. Rose is amazed by this, as it's clearly something that's beyond him. Sui notes that with this out of the way, they should talk about two important things. First things first, what was the hideout she was talking about? It doesn't even exist. Matt asks how she can say that when earlier she said that she was at their base of operations. Sui does not deny that, but what she means is that it has no substance to it. Evan's base is located outside Culmore, which is in Northern Ireland. It is quite a remote place, so when she arrived there she expected to find a large building or mansion, but there was quite literally nothing there, except a black portal that they went in and out of. Pearl thinks about it and says that someone must have a spatial ability, which Sui also guessed, as the place beyond that black portal is most likely their true hideout. So when Evan changes locations, their hideout moves with them, something that Jane does not like at all. Sui also felt a lot of energy beyond that portal, which is why she said that Evan has greater power than he showed. There is definitely a lot more about him. That is probably where Withrow fled from, and to preface, she didn't help him escape at all. He dashed away on his own, so they will have to ask him about it. Anyways, she continued to watch them, but they didn't make any moves, as they mostly sat outside, and sometimes they went elsewhere. What was strange was that there were a dozen instances where human bodies were carried in and out of the portal. Jane explains that Evan can revive the dead back to life, but that process must cost tons of innocent lives, which means that it also has a huge risk. Evan's random killing spree are proof of this. Ben can't believe that such a psycho has such powers, but Sui continues her speech. The second thing she wished to speak about was the girl she captured, a kid by the name of Carol. She has no real strength and seems to be nothing more than a kid. She is small and grumbles a lot because of how lonely she is, but she noticed that Evan and the others protect her a lot for some reason. However, she overheard them speak about something that could lead to a conclusion here. Out of nowhere, Carol said that sooner rather than later, there will be a huge fight in Korea, where tons of people will die. He asked her if White Cap would die, but she did not know, as everything had become blurry for her. This shocks everyone in the room, with Sui noting that Pearl also has to say something about it. She explains that she met that little kid while she was at the opera. She does not know if she approached on purpose, but they can put two and two together. Evan was with her, as he was also on the boat. It cannot be a coincidence. So to summarize what they have talked about, it seems that they are making their decisions based on Carol's ability to predict the future. Ben and James can barely wrap their heads around this idea, with Matt now knowing why they are so annoying. Jane thinks that Withrow's death was probably his idea too. He is changing the future as they speak. Suddenly Pearl gets a call from Old Man, who apologizes for interrupting anything important, but Withrow has come out of the pod and is awake. He has been like this for a while, but additionally there is someone here who used to be a student of his. Can she talk with her? She is a huge fan of hers, and seems to have something that she wants to talk about. With that out of the way, Joo-hee is handed the phone, and she greets Pearl, noting that she is a huge fan of hers, but she will get to the point now. Her colleague has gotten up from his rest. The doctor already told her about his memory, but if she's being honest, they cannot guarantee that his memories will ever come back, but they should try their best. And from now on, she should listen even more carefully than usual and follow her instructions to the T. At Kang's high school, Ryul, Bang, and Kang are getting some snacks, with Bang wondering why Ryul is buying so much, but he explains that it's because he will have to pay for it. Bang is upset at first, but Ryul notes that he will end up eating all of it anyway, which he cannot deny at all. Kang gets some bread out of their haul, but suddenly it's snatched by Hong, which makes Kang immediately try to take it back, while Bang wonders why they bicker anyway, as he gets to pay for everyone all the time. Suddenly she and Kang stop to look at each other, making both Ryul and Bang wait for something to happen, but Hong just claws Kang's face and runs away. Ryul wonders why she is so mean these past few days, but Bang finds it cute, and they have stolen tons of her food in the past too. Ryul says that it was mostly his endless hunger that did that, so he shouldn't be talking about it like they did it. Kang just smiles. When they get to their class, Ryul notes that they should practice, as if a man loses at basketball, their life is basically over. They need to form a team outside now. Kang agrees, and Kwan notes that this is the first time he has heard something like this. Suddenly the door is slammed open by Tae, who asks Kang to fight, who is quite scared to, as his arm was pretty injured yesterday, but Tae notes that it didn't hurt at all, so he should shut his mouth and get to it. Kwon asks him if he really wants to spend his break like this. He really is a fool, but Tae warns him he will let it go just this once. If he does not want to pass away, he better stop talking shit. They both start to bicker instantly about who would be more powerful, so Kang notes that they should be the ones to arm wrestle. Out of nowhere, Moo appears too, who tells Bang to change his hairstyle already, as they are too similar to each other. Bang just frowns, but Moo notices it and tells him that he shouldn't do it again. So Bang apologizes and says that he will change it. In reality though, he thinks that ever since he stopped wearing glasses, he has wanted to punch him straight in his ugly-ass face. Gundu watches the rowdy atmosphere that is coming from the classroom from a window, and he frowns, before walking away while probably thinking about something. Eventually, Hong arrives and tells Kong that he has to go to the office, as the teacher has called for him. He wonders why, but she doesn't know, and tells him to hurry. Inside the faculty room, a teacher speaks with someone, and notes that he is glad they got in touch, as his phone number wasn't working. He goes on to say that Kong is often late to his classes, or there are times where he just doesn't show up at school. The master apologizes, as it's all his fault. He can barely lift his head now. He should have guided Kong more adequately. The teacher takes a step back and notes that he shouldn't blame himself like this. Even if Kang has an attendance issue, he gets along with kids at school, and he is also great, but his grades leave something to be desired. Kang eventually arrives and is surprised to see the master, as they both look at each other. After the meeting, Kang walks the master out, noting that it's the first time seeing him dressed like this. He explains that Juri helped him pick the outfit. Additionally, he will be staying at home for a while. Is there something he would like to say to him? Kang notes that it should take around 20 minutes to run from there to here. So why is he so late? The master notes that he just got lost in this big city, but he asks, is this school that he is in nice? Juri told him that he had a hard time getting used to it at first, but it seems that he is having fun. Kang agrees. He really likes it here. It's like he has a big family. The master is pleased to hear this, but tells Kong that he can go back now, as he must get to class. Kong thanks him for coming today, with the master also wishes him well in his studies. At the same time, at the martial academy, the others talk about Juri, as they already miss him because he was quite the rowdy fellow. But that's when something starts to cover the sun, something very big that they all look up to in horror. The thing they are looking at is none other than Vanisher, who starts to blow out wind as he unloads the cargo that he was assigned. Moongu's eyes widen as he sees what just landed, a bunch of inhumans that are ready to kill. The monkey one is called Simeon, and the slug is Pyongoid. The porcupine is called Hechi, and the shell is called Rafa. The martial artists do not move at all and just stare, as when a person is in complete shock, they are unable to even speak, and their bodies refuse to move under the pressure. Rafa notices something weird, as their target, White Cap, is not among these humans. Vanisher explains that this is the place. There is no doubt about it. Rafa still says that he is nowhere to be found, so Simeon suggests they kill everyone and move on already. Moongu starts to hyperventilate as he remembers one of his master's teachings. The life of a martial artist is not as difficult as it may seem at first. They just need to walk a road that fits their moral beliefs. He should forget about the dark past and focus on the bright future. That way he will live a life without regrets. This steals Moongu enough to speak. The master has given them meaning when they were lost. This is their home, where they refuse to run away from. They are proud in might, because they have been living their lives without regrets. At the school, another Inhuman emergency broadcast is played, but as soon as Kong hears that the Inhumans are on the Yongpo Mountains, his expression changes as he starts to sweat profusely. Without thinking about it, Kong instantly rushes out of the classroom, with Hong wondering what's gotten into him. As the master walks home, he also hears the warning, but his expression does not change. Instead, he focuses and runs as fast as he can back to the mountain to rescue his only family. Naturally, the martial artists have no chance against the Inhumans, and as Simeon punches one of them into the wall, the others' beliefs and morals start to dwindle as they think about their untimely demise. Seeing this, Moongu jumps on Simeon and covers his eyes, while screaming at the others to run away as fast and as far away as possible. They do not want to leave him behind, but Moongu tells them to follow his orders and not argue, run and never look back. Rafa is quite amused by all of this, as he didn't expect any human to try and defy them. As the master continues to run away, he is caught up by Kong, and they both notice each other, so they start running together to rescue the people they care about. As Kang and the master run to the mountain, the master gets a call from Moongu, whom he chooses to answer as he is desperate to hear something good. Unfortunately, the moment he answers, Moongu tells him not to come there anymore, but this causes the master to push even further and say that they will be there soon. All he needs to do is wait. However, Moongu screams at him not to come, which makes the master stop. He apologizes for yelling at him like that, but he cannot come here anymore. Nothing is left. Everything that they have built is destroyed. Since he does not have much time, he hopes that he will forgive him for what he is about to say. At the same time, Pyongoid and Rafa notice that some are escaping, so Pyongoid asks if he should go after them, but Rafa tells him that it would be only a waste of time at this point. They have to go now. Moongu says that Kwansik and Myonggu, and Sucheol too, all died on the spot. The others ran as fast as they could and scattered everywhere. He also screamed at the top of his lungs for the laundry team to not come back. Hopefully they got the message. However, with all of this, is he still his #1 disciple? He really tried his best, and this is all that he could do. He stops feeling sorry for himself and explains that the true goal of these beasts is Kong. They tried to hide it well, but they still knew that he was Whitecap all of this time. He must hurry to Kang's school, as that is their next target. Thanks to his kindness and guidance, he has lived a life without any regrets, and he always wanted to call him father at least once in his life. So he will do it now. I love you, father. As soon as he says that, memories of Moongu and everything they did flash through the master's mind, with one sticking out more than the others. The one who started saying I love you first was Moongu, so the master said that he doesn't have to, but he insisted, as they are family, and family is supposed to love each other. With this final message, Moongu is crushed by Simeon with his gigantic fist. The master only has one question for himself at this point. What makes him a master anymore? He smashes the phone and throws it on the ground while telling Kang that they have to go to his school as fast as possible. Kang is shocked by this, as he most definitely did not expect those words. Back at school, Bang and Ryul pack their bags to go home, but that's when Bang tells him to look outside, as a large head has appeared. The Vanisher starts to scream, making everyone cover their ears, but when the Inhumans drop down once again, they all look in horror at the encroaching threat. Simeon tells Pengoid to do it already, who drops down on his face and starts to multiply slowly but surely. While he does that, Simeon notices that once again, the Whitecap is nowhere to be seen. Rafa wonders if he is in hiding or already dead. It's one of these two, but if he really is so cowardly, they will kill and destroy everything they see until he arrives. Before Behemoth arrives, they will have themselves a worthwhile feast. With that, Simeon starts to scream, while the students start to run away. Tae wonders what those things are, as he and Gundu watch the Inhumans start to climb the school and break through the windows. As one of them finds a helpless student to feast upon, he feels something strange up above. Sure enough, Kang lands on the Inhuman with huge force, killing him instantly. The Inhumans watch closely as he deals with the clones, but they also notice that he does not have his mask on. He goes on to jump onto another and deal with it, but that's when another comes behind him, which he also deals with easily. The last one comes from above, but Kong just catches his ugly mug and throws him into the wall with extreme force. Simeon is amazed, as he managed to deal with all of Pyongoid's outside clones in a matter of seconds. Rafa confirms that he is Whitecap. He just doesn't have the famous cap and mask. Inside the school, the fleeing students are eventually stopped by one of the Inhuman clones, with all of them panicking and not knowing what to do as Sohee refuses to move. Or rather, she can't. Bang thinks that this is really messed up. Why are they coming here? Ryul thinks that their lives are over. What can they do? What should they do? As the monster approaches and prepares to taste flesh for the first time in his life, the wind starts to blow heavily across the stairs, because Kang has appeared and deals with the Inhuman instantly, making Ryul's face drop and almost making Hong pass out. However, when everyone calms down enough, they notice that Hong was the one that saved them, their friend. Outside, Rafa starts to suck in air in his carapace and eventually lets it all out in a pretty large way, something that touches everyone's brain. As soon as that happens, Kong sees all of his friends dying one by one because of the clones, but instead of despairing, he notices that this is a mere illusion. Seeing this, the grandpa jumps outside and notices where the illusion interference is coming from. So before the others can even notice, he rushes to Rafa and tries to kill him in one shot, surprising the others at the same time. Rafa starts to cough, as blood starts to spew out of him, noting that it was pretty close. If he had reacted even a millisecond later, he would have been cut in half. The grandpa asks how he dares to make everyone hallucinate like that, but Rafa explains that to him at least, there is nothing like digging into someone's mind and messing with it. The grandpa notices how good they are at talking, so he asks if they are the ones that did something truly terrible to his only sons. He will pay them triple the amount of pain they have dished out, so they better be prepared, as he will rip them in half before they even get a hand on him. Hearing this, Simeon instantly jumps behind him and prepares to crush this old man into the ground, but his attack barely gets any time to fly towards him, as the grandpa kicks Simeon into the face and prepares to end him with a threatening hand attack. However, Simeon has time to dodge, although barely. That's when the grandpa feels a threat behind him, as Hechi unhinges his jaw to try and consume him, but he dodges and kicks the porcupine beast so hard he cuts his shoulder. Unfortunately, the position that he is in allows Simeon to launch a powerful gut attack, but the grandpa catches it before it can do any real damage. Kang's friends slowly start to get out of their daze, with Kang doing his best to wake them up. Hong is the first one to do that, but she wonders how he can still be here, as she saw all of them die gruesome deaths. Kang cannot comfort her as she cries. Ryul and Bang slowly wake up too, and Ryul notes that he was the one who saved So-hee, right? In response, Kang picks up a white cap while everyone watches him eagerly. That's when more of the clones start to come up, so this signals Kang to go and defeat them. He notes that he has no time to sit around, and though he is glad that they have all gained consciousness, it's better for them to stay here. Everything will be fine from now on, because he is here. Outside, the fight seems to be at a standstill, with the grandpa thinking that he is hitting that monkey-looking creature as hard as he can, but he is tougher than the ones he has killed thus far. Even that porcupine one has some durability, something that puzzles him, but this only confirms that they are by far anything but normal. The most powerful one here is probably that ape, as he is slowly catching up to his speed every time they trade blows. Based on the fact that he managed to dodge his fastest stab attack, his speed does not give him the upper hand. This inhuman quickly adapts to others' abilities, so he is similar to a monkey in that sense, as they are known for being receptive and learning fast. With this in mind, he has to make sure that this fight ends soon. He cannot let these things gain the advantage. Rafa notices that the wooden thing on his leg is just a regular prosthetic, something he did not expect, as he thought it was made out of special material at first. However, this means that besides empowering his entire body, he also managed to empower something that is not actually a part of his body, his wooden leg. He should also stop going for him, as Simeon and Hechi will protect him, while the others become even more stuck in the visions that he has created for all of them. It's unfortunate that they are not able to experiment a little bit longer, as he is a very interesting subject, but he has to die now. It's such a shame, as his nightmare has already started, and he does not even realize it yet. The grandpa tells him to cut the boring talk, as his feeble mind couldn't comprehend a single thing about them. Back in America, Pearl formulates a plan to help Korea in their fight with the Inhumans, something that has never been done before, according to Ben. Matt is against it, as it would be seen as an invasion of territory by many, and given the situation, it would be great if Evan faced even more unknown superhumans, as Whitecap is truly inferior to him, if what they say is true. Pearl explains that she will be making a team. First things first though, she tells James to go to Oldman's lab, as a person by the name of Ju-hee is looking for him. He wonders why, but she does not know, so she moves on. She tells Sui, Rose, Ben, and Dion to stay in America. The only ones who will be going on this expedition will be her and Jane. They will make sure that there are no more unnecessary deaths. At the school, as one of the students is about to be killed by one of the clones, Kang comes and deals with him before he can do anything. This surprised the student, but Kang does not have time to make sure that he is 100% okay. As he sprints away somewhere else, he has more lives to save. This guy is the one that was defending Whitecap a long time ago, but now he knows that he was true. He is the only hero they have. While running through the halls, Kang thinks that this is a big issue, as too many clones are attacking from too many spots. He can feel about 30 to 40 of them still inside the building. His only choice here is to get to the place with the most trouble, but he has to choose which it is. Inside the gym, the teacher tells everyone to get back, as tons of superhumans have already made some victims and are ready to make more. Everyone inside is in a state of shock as their minds try to comprehend what is happening, but one of them notices something large in the middle, as a few clones have piled on each other to create a larger clone that ushers out the name of its maker, Pyongoid. It screams out, signaling for the others to come next to it. With that out of the way, they all launch their tongues towards the defenseless humans, but that's when Kang arrives and jumps in front of their tongues before they could do any damage. With this leverage, Kang just pulls them towards him while thinking that all of this is because of him, so he will summon everything he has to fix it. This mighty attack has completely eradicated the Inhumans, with the ginger one being the one that did not believe in Whitecap, thinking that he was a robot. Kang suddenly notices that the other Inhumans have slowly started to back away, but he will not let them, so he jumps in and starts killing them in the most brutal way possible. They should not even think about trying to escape this place, as it will be their grave. At the Incheon airport, Evan arrives and finds it completely empty, probably because of the Inhuman alarm, but he really can't believe that someone out there is fighting in this beautiful weather. This country is quite scary, but it's not bad at all. Back at the school, the teacher who lost his child to an Inhuman is caught by one of the clones, with his students wondering what to do, but he tells them to run somewhere else quickly, as he will hold on for as long as he can. However, they should remember what he said. They should come to their senses, as from now on, their future is what they make of it. They all remember what he said, that they all must pay attention to the human world and make everyone thrive. In his last moments, he tells them that they were all like his own children, He apologizes for making their lives harsher than normal. If they could at least forgive this old man in his final moments. Suddenly, a gym uniform is thrown on top of the clone by none other than Gundu, who also jumps on the beast and starts to strangle it. This makes the beast let go of the teacher, but Gundu screams out for the others to help him, with the first guy being Tae, as they are trying to push it out of the window. Even if Tae is strong, he feels like he is pushing a mountain. So Gundu screams at the others to stop fucking watching and help push too. With that, they all charge in at once, and they successfully throw the clone to the ground. But before he falls down, he manages to grab Gundu's hand, which makes him start to scream, as the clone pulls himself up and grabs Gundu tightly, with the others not knowing what to do. As he is squished by the Inhuman's tongue, Gundu remembers his dad. One time they were sitting on the sidewalk and his stomach started to growl, so his dad asked if he was hungry, but he denied it. His dad knew that he was, so he told him to get up, as he would eat whatever he wants. As they did that, he asked him if he misses his mother, which made Gundu think about her, but he still said no. His father ruffled his hair and told him to stop hiding his feelings like this, as it's nice to know what others are feeling. Sometimes people need to be honest and tell the truth, and because he is so nice, he will try his utmost, even if it will be hard. As his consciousness starts to fade even further, he remembers the changing point in his life, the thing that made him bitter. He and his father stumbled upon a burning building with people inside screaming for help, so his father crouched down to him and said that he would not be long. He needed to be careful. It will be too late if they wait for the authorities to come, however. He just needs to go inside and clear the way for the others. Is that okay? Gundu wanted to tell him to stay right here beside him, but with tears in his eyes, he said that it's okay. This is why he is now known as the National Welfare Kid, and the others are scared of him because of his near-constant frowning expression. He has no family left, with the others spreading rumors around that his dad was killed on the job, as he was a firefighter. Gundu paid these rumors no mind, but he was attracted by the rumored white cap, as he found no meaning in his actions. At one point, however, as the Inhuman alarm was blaring and he was on the roof, he saw the famous white cap getting ready to save the day once again. As the clone starts to salivate as it pulls Gundu closer to its mouth, he thinks about heroes. His dad was one too, someone he misses very much. That's when someone jumps in and tells him that he has fought well, that someone is an upgraded B, who tells him to cover his ears while he still can. With that, the windows around them all shatter into pieces because of the blast. B has successfully killed the Inhuman clone, with Gundu barely being alive at this point. But B analyzes him and sees that he is very injured, to the point where normal people would pass out from all of this. One of the students recognizes B as his real name, De Loituk, and one of them also announces that the special forces have arrived. The team leader tells the others to leave the fighting to B. Student evacuation and security will be their top priorities starting now. B tells them not to leave this place until everything calms down, as moving around is still dangerous since there are more Inhumans in the area. Before he can leave, Gundu says that he wants to come with. He wants to fight too. He will do whatever he can, whatever he orders him to. B explains that his upper body is almost completely crushed, and some of his broken bones have reached his internal organs. He is at a point where moving too much will cause him to bleed out, so if he were to throw even a punch now, it would be over. He should wait until the paramedics arrive at the scene. He also tells him that Inhumans are not something that normal people can easily deal with. He gets how he is feeling, but it's better if he doesn't. Gundu suddenly grabs his leg and screams that he wants to be taken, as he has been dying to become one of them. A hero. The others are surprised to see him like this, but B sees the volition in his eyes more than anyone. Kong continues to take care of the Inhuman clones, but eventually he gets near Quan, who is shocked to see his friend in this state. But Kong does not pay him any mind, as his mind is fully focused on the battle he is faced with. There are around 10 more Inhumans inside the school, meaning that he can take care of it and join the important fight. The grandpa continues to fight the Inhumans who try to end him as much as they can, but even with their combined attacks that would cause trouble for many other superhumans, he still defends himself and manages to be hit as little as possible, even though the porcupine Inhuman managed to impale him. He thinks that this guy can throw his spikes from quite a distance, and if he gets closer, he will throw them in every direction, blocking his chances of escape. The ape attacks at the same time with the spikes. They are constantly throwing attacks, but the damage he dealt to them is beginning to show, especially to that ape. He also has a tingly sensation wash over him. It's probably a spell from that conch, but it's becoming hard to think about. Or that's what that thing would like him to think, right? Rafa is surprised by his resistance, but he kind of expected it, as he cannot figure out this old man's patterns. So since he is so dangerous, he will finish him off right now. He cannot waste any more power and time on someone who is useless to their objective. With that, Simeon and Hechi also jump in. Even if he is about to die, Rafa commends his strength. As Simeon has great power, he is recognized by Venomous himself, but this old man is not even getting damaged when they are all attacking at once. Close to the school, two people get on the roof to watch, those people being Evan and one of his subordinates, Chenver. Evan can't believe that they are already ruining such beautiful skies with their incessant fighting. He already knew that a big fight was going to happen around here, but he can't help his surprise. But it's probably because of all these inhumans. Evan thinks that these inhumans have a stronger presence than any other creature he has faced yet. It is rather impressive. However, even if there is no way that things will end like this. Chenver asks him if he would like to open the hideout, but Evan tells him that he has no intention of joining this situation without any information from Carol. If they are to get involved in this fight, they will surely die. They will look closely at the second wave that is coming, as despair and terror will be the only things that this country will feel soon. Simeon tries to attack the old man once again, but this time he dodges and has enough time to rip his hand clean off, causing him to scream. The old man did not expect for him to feel pain. It is quite funny how these things turn out, but that's when an illusion befalls him, and he sees Mungu asking him why he would do such a thing. This gives Simeon enough time to strike him hard and send him flying. But Rafa is not done with the illusions, as he uses all of his power to call upon everyone that the old man loves, something he cannot ignore, and something that eventually gets him killed. Simeon cuts through him like butter, and half of his body falls down, lifeless. Rafa notes that he was truly impressive. He showed such mighty resistance against three inhumans, even when he was controlling all of his senses. But even powerful people fall. Still, it's a shame they took so much damage before meeting Whitecap. Evan watches this and thinks that it's truly a shame. He wonders how it could happen, perhaps because he wasn't there at the beginning. Even he, who did not participate in this fight at all, can't fathom how incredible one superhuman can be. Suddenly, the old man's lifeless body turns into what it truly was, Hechi. As the inhumans realize their mistake, the old man rushes behind Simeon and kills him by making a hole through his chest. Like he stated previously, they do not know a single thing. Does he have more things to throw around? Or is he done? As soon as he says that, Rafa's domain expansion, control zone breaks, and his head starts to feel weary and hot. Just what is happening to him? That's when he gets it. This is his ability. This is how it feels. The old man notes that he must have realized it already. If he cannot even tell the difference between reality and illusion, he will be trapped for an eternity. Naturally, he knows this because it's his own terrifying ability. Rafa calls him a bastard that only uses petty tricks, but the old man finds this to be quite ironic coming from him. As it's his ability, he just borrowed it. He hit his forehead and left a red mark, so that could steal his ability for a limited time. He was only pretending to be under his hallucinations, because he knew that he was a trickster. Rafa wonders when he even hit his forehead, but he soon realizes that when he kicked him, he wasn't even using half of his force, as that was a fake out to allow him to steal his power. The old man explains that people live their lives for a multitude of reasons. There are some that even live to find a reason. The same goes for superhumans as well. They are just like any other normal person going through this life. This makes him remember the picture he took with everyone, something that Mungu wanted to do without a reason. He was just happy to have them in his life. Now, he will show him, the one who has the mind of a beast, what it costs to walk all over someone's life. He deals Rafa a strike that almost takes the entire area apart. He has completed his revenge. The attack cuts Rafa perfectly in half, with the old man keeping his promise to split all of them open. As Rafa slowly loses consciousness and his life, he notes that he is honored to be in the presence of Behemoth. As soon as he says that, the old man feels an extremely powerful aura behind him, something that puzzles him, as nothing is there yet. Evan feels like this is truly the night before the storm. Everything is quiet and calm, but the tension that pierces through the sky is everywhere. Even if nothing is happening, there is a chill that is as sharp as a blade. With this amount of pressure and suffocation, it could only mean one thing. Something big is coming, something they aren't prepared for. Sure enough, Vanisher appears once again and lets out a blood-curdling scream, something that everyone around hears, but the students are the most scared, as even if they act tough, they are still children who do not want to lose their lives so early. After Vanisher finishes another summon, a large figure steps out of the dust cloud that was created and says that he was not expecting much. They went ahead to measure Whitecap's ability and powers, but instead of doing that, they just got knocked out by an old man, and Pyongoid's attacks only created issues. Are they really such fools? Galtaran tells Pyongoid to come out now, as he knows that he's hiding somewhere around here. Harper, another large inhuman, stays silent while eagerly watching. The full name of Vanisher is also revealed, Babylon Vanisher. Behemoth notes that he was watching everything from Vanisher's portal. He did not expect someone to have an ability that can steal other abilities. He sure is dangerous. Hearing the confidence in his voice, the old man figures that these giants have made up their minds. They are prepared to fight with everything they have. Even if he expected to fight, He did not expect to meet such ridiculous opponents. It feels so strange being overwhelmed. He has almost forgotten this feeling. However, this makes him wonder if this guy is stronger than the other one. Almost instantly, Behemoth jumps to the old man and notes that he seems pretty absent-minded for someone in danger. The old man tries to kick him with his prosthetic, but Behemoth just grabs it and notices how fast he is. It's no wonder he was able to defeat the others without using his hands. However, he still can't believe that they have lost such good forces. As he says that, he pummels the old man into the school walkway. He tells him that they are only here for the famous white cap. They have no choice but to kill anyone who dares to get in their way. Kang jumps to where the old man is, but before he can do anything to rescue him from Behemoth, Galtarin and Harper jump him, as they have been waiting a long time for his arrival. The old man thinks about his demise. As with age, his body is not what it used to be. He knows that it's too early to say this about Kang, but he hopes that even if he is not by his side, he will do well. He also apologizes as he cannot be considered a master anymore. Suddenly, a dark portal opens right next to him, and Nangi comes out, noting that in their world, they respect the elderly and not throw them around like he just did. He and Yang jump out, and Behemoth is becoming increasingly annoyed at the interference. Why is he here anyway? Nangi tells Dan Yang to get that old man and leave, as she must not get involved no matter what happens. The old man recognizes them, as they met with Kang before. Dan Yang just looks at him and grabs him while saying that she will do as she was ordered, but he must be careful. Nangi is very happy that someone is worried about him, but she should hurry and get away, as he is coming. Behemoth asks what his relationship with this Whitecap is, but Nangi is more surprised that he is able to speak. He explains that Whitecap is like a forbidden love of his. He really likes him, but unfortunately, he's a dude. Behemoth instantly crushes his head and tells him that mockery will get him nowhere. But that's when Nangi transforms into a bunch of dark mist that engulfs Behemoth's arm before materializing and locking it in place. The real Nangi notes that he hoped he would be different from the others, but he is just as quick-tempered, no different than the other Inhumans. With his leverage, he uses all of his back to throw Behemoth into the air and then back into the ground. Nangi's black mist starts to speak, as it's been a while since it came out of hiding. Nangi confirms that it really has been some time, calling it Black Mirror, but he's about to be very busy for a few good minutes. Black Mirror sees the Inhuman and asks why he is fighting here. He should have ran away like a normal person. Nangi tells it to stop whining in his ear and focus, as he's among the monsters that can kill them in one single hit. And to answer his question, sometimes a man has to fight whatever crosses the predetermined line. Behemoth explains that after being done with Whitecap, they plan to kill all of the other superhumans, which they will do with ease. Still, he did not expect to meet such a crazy human who wishes to fight. What is the reason for it? Why does he wish for his death? Nangi laughs and says that it isn't really that deep. He is a superhuman, and as long as he considers himself an inhuman, they do not need any other reason to challenge each other. Dan Yang puts the old man down and notes that all of his ribs are broken. He thinks that it's a given, since a punch landed directly on his chin, and the sheer force of the impact was centered on his face. However, the moment he was close, he changed the attack's direction to the ribs. That guy is truly a monster. How can he deal this much damage with only a single hit? The old man looks at Dan Yang again, and notes that he saw them before, when they fought Kang at the Incheon port. But who are they? And why did they help him? More importantly, are they even fighting for humanity? Even if they saved him when he was facing death, how can he trust them? Dan Yang explains that at least she is doing this for the betterment of mankind. She has also not taken her cloak off in some time, so he should excuse her expression. After doing that, she introduced herself once again, as Dan Yang. As Pearl and Jane continue their journey, Pearl asks how long they have until they get to Korea. Jane explains that since they have just passed Hawaii, it will take around 2 more hours to get there. The Henges are really doing their best to move as fast as they can. Pearl understands, but Jane notices the worry on her face, and says that they will still have time to make it, even if they are somehow late to everything. When she saw how protective and trusting Evan was with Carol, she started to think that her power may be either fully accurate or entirely wrong. If that is the case, then Whitecap's death is not something they can avoid. Even if they started on this journey with the goal of helping, stuff has changed, as they may have to intervene in the already written defeat of Korea. That's when Pearl tells her to stop, as there is something in front of them, countless hands that start reaching for them. Seeing the approaching attack, Jane tells Pearl to stay close to the henge. Jane uses every stone she has to block the attacks, but even if some are enough to block the attacks, some are being broken through by the sheer force of this hand attack. Pearl does her best to dodge too, and she remembers what Dion said about being attacked by the hands of an inhuman who had a certain ego. She now knows the identity of the attacker. But how did he get here? And most importantly, where is he even attacking from? Pan congratulates Vanisher for bringing him here. but he can now go back to Morel and report to him. As Vanisher obeys his command, another portal engulfs Pan, and he appears right behind them. He's glad to see the both of them, but why are they in such a hurry anyways? Before Jane and Pearl can even fully react, they are both kicked in different directions as a form of greeting by Pan. Pearl is the one that is thrown into the deep sea, but the broken pieces of henge are slowly grabbing her, and they eventually get her out. Pan notices how wet she has become. Perhaps she did not enjoy his greeting. It appears that she does not possess the ability to fly. What a shame. Jane tells her that she will try her utmost to make the henges become one with her body and help, so that she can fly and fight at the same time. Pan congratulates her for thinking about how to support her so quickly, but the stone of hers appeared out of nowhere as soon as he attacked. These are her soldiers, right? A stone that keeps moving and can never be fully broken. Unless the user is killed, these stones could move forever. It is truly an amazing skill. Jane tells him to stop spouting nonsense. He can think whatever he wants, but he also must be the one that fought Dion at the airport, right? Pan remembers him as Ketchup Man, but they have not fought. They were just having a little bit of fun while he was waiting around. Pearl asks how he knew that they were going to Korea to stop the other Inhumans, but before he answers those questions, Pan would like to tell her an epic tale. The goal of the ones that they have titled Inhumans is to devour the entire Earth. Everyone in this world despises them, something that is a huge mistake. That goes double for superhumans like them. They may believe that they fight for a righteous cause, in the name of protecting humanity, but that is a very arrogant thought. They are just waiting for the right time to strike. As long as they are moving like this, there is no hope for them. They will realize that soon enough. However, even so, Morel wished to not allow even the slightest possibility of hope, but he would like to tell them about something that has been bothering him for quite a while now. Their concerns have turned into disagreements, and their disagreements have become crude and physical over time. The source of this fighting is none other than Whitecap, so they all decided to get rid of him, as then their plan would go forward without any issues. Both Pearl and Jane now realize why all of the fighting is happening in Korea, but Pan continues. Naturally, this is Morel's order, which he does not understand at all, as it's a little different than what he thinks. He doesn't care about Whitecap, as he thought that they were the only obstacles that they had. Pearl asks if this means that he is the leader of the Inhumans, which surprised Pan, but he asks what will happen if that is really the case. Pearl gets serious and notes that if she gets rid of him, this pointless war will come to an end. Pan notes that her thinking she can win is quite arrogant, but they shall see now. Galtarin and Harper are still after Kong, with Galtarin noting that he is quite bored with him, so he will be taking his life now. The old man notices him fighting and hopes that what he taught him has stuck. He hopes that he remembers. Back when they were still in the mountains, as Kong came back with a big boar, the old man thought about him, as he really couldn't get even a hit of scent for him. It would have permeated from him, even if for a moment. Unfortunately, scent is not something he can teach, or it's something that they don't understand yet, though there is also no way to check. However, seeing that he had some free time, he told him to come and train. Kong was more worried about the meat, but the master told him to not hesitate and follow, while also telling Moon Gu to eat without them. The others were surprised that they were going to train once again, but Moon Gi Yu said that it's inevitable. He marked Kang as his trainee, so they will be doing that a lot now. The master and Kang eventually arrived at a waterfall, where the master explained that from now on, he must fight with only one thing, his heart. As he explained earlier, scent is the essential power of all superhumans. It's based on the amazing level of mental strength that they have. From now on, he will no longer be teaching him martial arts, as he has only one more thing to learn. They have covered all sorts of techniques while training, like killing arts, archery skills, and even capturing techniques. Thanks to his fast learning and infinite amount of stamina, he has already mastered everything. Kang was quite confused, as he said that there were hundreds of techniques to learn, specifically the Subak Do ones. But the master told him to take off his top already and get into the water, as they have some training to do. He told him to close his eyes and empty his mind, until he could hear every single drop of the waterfall resonating with each other. Until he can keep his heartbeat calm, no matter what, he will have to try and concentrate without any distractions. If he completes the training like he should, he will most likely change in some way. He won't be involved, however, so he will be going on ahead without him. With this, Kang's training continued, but the master watched him closely from the sidelines, as he wondered when the change would begin. The first time he watched him, though he saw how Kang was trying to quench his hunger with the waterfall, which made him feel kind of sorry. Still, the training continued, even if there was not a single change after repeat sessions. As the training continued though, and Kong was going back home, the master continued to watch him while being proud that he is not letting up. That's when he noticed something. 2 sparrows jumping gently on him and coming with him. This was not the stop, however, as the bunny that ignored the master a few days ago also appeared, and started to follow Kong. The master also thought that it was strange, as these rabbits are naturally weary of humans. Even a puddle that he was about to take a step into made way for his foot. Everyone around him is gathering because of the life force energy. Even the wind in the area flows gently through him. Even though the water defies itself to not inconvenience him, something changes. But what was it? The master felt a sharp feeling in his chest, like a certain poke he can't place his finger on. That's when a large snake appeared too, and Kong was very surprised, as it's the first time he saw one. He told the master to look, as he has a huge snake next to him. The master was shocked to find out that Kang knew he was there all of this time, but he also noticed his eyes and with them, a very mild scent. Kang's mere existence takes in nature's life energy, and in a moment of crisis, he naturally poses a threat. He is chosen by Mother Nature. Even if he has not figured it out, he has the power of a savior. Even if the entire world is on the edge of being destroyed, he can pull it out and save everyone. After this attack, both Galtaran and Harper feel the air becoming heavy. All of this pressure, from a single high school student. Harper decides to not just sit idly by and spit some acid in Kang's way, but as soon as that acid touches his aura, it gently starts to flow around him before disappearing completely. Harper is extremely confused at what just happened. He can't think of any reason, but Galtaran pulls him out of his thinking and commands him to get Rafan and the others to him. He has to hurry. The old man looks at Kang and hopes from the bottom of his heart that he overcomes it. When Kang awakened his scent, he noted that he didn't know when, but his head started to feel cold all of a sudden. The master told him to hold on to that feeling, as it's an amazing achievement. When he lost consciousness at the airport, he also lost his mind because of the power he could not yet imagine. Due to his body being protective, his mind was disconnected. So if he cannot control himself fully, he will be a ticking time bomb. From this moment onwards, he has to be aware of his scent and control it, to prevent another overflow. However, he gathered that he cannot stop it because of one simple thing. His hidden power is far too vast than they know. He can probably feel that even a small amount of his power is a tremendous task to handle. If he cannot handle this explosion of power and go crazy once again, his state might be the reason for other kinds of disasters that he does not wish to bestow upon others. He will be in a constant struggle with his never-ending power, but he must overcome it, no matter what. However now, the old man can only wonder where Kong is mentally. He cannot know about that, but his scent is much darker and thicker than before. If he can't really control himself, there will be another explosion. He cannot lose him to that kind of incident. He does not want to lose anyone else. Simeon's and Hechi's bodies suddenly disappear as Harper grabs them, but when he goes to pick up Rafa, he is fully gone. He goes back to Galtaran and tells him the news, but he did not care about him anyway. He should stop hesitating and throw that meat already. With that, Harper throws the bodies into Galtaran's now gaping mouth, who instantly consumes them as they fall. Dan Yang looks at this closely and is quite surprised, but judging by what she is seeing, that Inhuman must be getting a power boost from eating other Inhumans. How disgusting. As soon as Galtaran finishes his meal, he starts to convulse and grow as he transforms into a new form. After he is done, he notes that it's been a long time since he has consumed a body, and such a delicious one at that. This is his ultimate form. He jumps right next to Kang and notes that he was quite surprised earlier, so he will tell him an interesting fact. Even if they do not kill him now, which they consider to be their biggest obstacle, in the end, they will still win this war, as they call it. However, the reason they all came here to end his life is for the publicity, as he will slay him with his own hand, and since he is already such a great warrior, he must let his name be known and flourish in the fame. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he tries to attack, Kong attacks him so fast it almost breaks the sound barrier, and everyone around him can feel the amount of scent and force he put into it, especially Evan, who has his eyes open wide. The blast of Kang's attack sends Galtaran flying through the air and almost knocks him out, but Kang does not stop there, as he sends another punch flying in the Inhuman's gut with great force. Harper watches helplessly as Galtaran is thrown into the air once again, and then kicked with extreme force, mimicking the attack of the old man. They all watch in awe how Kang awakens his amazing power, with the old man being most observant as he cannot forget such a moment. Even if all of this was risky, Kong has successfully maintained the balance between power and consciousness. Harper feels something that he has never felt before in his life: nervousness. He does not get to feel it for long, however, as Kang jumps as Galtaran's corpse falls to the ground, and now Kang looks at him, letting him experience a new emotion: fear. The news outlets once again deployed drones to report about the situation at Sioyan High School. Due to the large damage caused by a strangely large invasion of Inhumans, all local citizens have been advised to evacuate the area. Over 50 Inhumans have been sighted over the past few minutes, breaking the record for the largest attack in history. The Inhumans have occupied the school instantly, and now there is a rumor that they have invaded this school for an unknown special purpose. De Lotouk and the ISSTF are currently inside and evacuating every single student in their power. 3 superhumans have also joined the fight: Whitecap, an unidentified old man, and the mysterious Black Hat. Both of the Russian guys seem to know something about him, as they both react in a strange manner as they watch the news. Even if the superhumans are outnumbered, Dai Lutoik and the 4 superhumans are doing their best to fight for humanity's sake. Additionally, Whitecap's identity seems to have been revealed. He is Lim Kong, a student attending the same school that is attacked now. Professionals have gathered that this invasion was perhaps aimed at him, since he is the only lead they have. Breaking news: Pearl's sidekick and spokesman James De Niro has announced that because the Korean War has been more dangerous than previous encounters with the superhumans, Pearl and Jane Sonata are headed to Korea as they speak in order to help. Kirillov starts thinking about it as he thinks and asks Basilov what they are going to do about this, as the Inhumans have started to move in full swing. If they compare this invasion to other times, this can truly be considered a war. Even though they are outnumbered out there in Korea, they are trying their best for humanity. If they are lucky, they may be able to get a moment of relief. However, if those 4 get even more injured by the Inhumans, that would mean the end of everything. If they were to really lose, Korea would be under full Inhuman control, so losing can no longer be an option. Jane and Pearl felt this before they could think of it. They are truly impressive in their deduction skills. Basilov tells him to stop speaking in riddles and says that he's trying to already. Kirillov explains that, in his honest opinion, there is a chance mankind will reach the final stage of evolution at an advanced speed than before, so they have to send an appropriate response. What they will do is actually pretty simple, however. The superhuman named Whitecap has been revealed to be a Korean student with the name of Lim Kang. With that in mind, the Inhumans invaded Whitecap's school on a large scale. Even if they do not know why, most people can realize that they are after him. So step by step, jump by jump, all superhumans must focus on helping Whitecap as soon as possible. Basilov gets what he is talking about, but he does not like it one bit, as it's very annoying that Whitecap is seen as so amazing. He should always remember that wherever they go, he will always be the leader. Kirillov smiles, as he knows that this means he will go too. Nangi continues to fight Behemoth. He tries to strike him with his black scythe, but Behemoth just puts his hand forwards to block it. He notes that even if he did not want to play before, now that he is using all of his force in these attacks, he should do the same. He wouldn't want to disrespect him now, and time is really wasting. Nangi says that he must have a really tight schedule if he says this, and as soon as he says that, he switches places with his black mirror once again, which engulfs Behemoth completely, and allows the real Nangi to grab Behemoth by one of his horns and use it as leverage to kick his cheek. He is not down, however, as he uses the momentum of falling down combined with a spin to launch a devastating kick attack that sends Behemoth flying in another direction. Nangi thinks that this was his full power in one blow, something he hoped would slice this giant's neck, but he is too resistant and far too powerful. Every attack he launches could lead to his death, and even if he is able to dodge them, he won't be able to keep up for much longer. Behemoth slowly gets up and starts to flex his muscles to get rid of his restraints, while noting that his weapon ability is quite interesting, but in the end, it is utterly pathetic and pointless. He admires that he tried his best, truly, but in the end, he has only been fighting to live. Nangi is shocked, as he was strong enough to tear through Black Mirror, something that has never happened before. Black Mirror can't believe it either. That kind of strength has never forced him so much. He cannot hold on for long. Nangi knows full well, but he must now focus on the charging Behemoth, who launches himself through the air and prepares to pummel Nangi into the ground. Black Mirror tells him to dodge already, which he does, but this attack is so powerful that it rattles the entire school and makes Nangi lose his balance due to the wind pressure. Something like this is only natural, as no object is exempt from the trajectory of the wind and its pressure. This allows Behemoth to attack him with a full punch, but luckily for Nangi, Black Mirror gets out and takes the full brunt of the attack. He tells Nangi to get out of here, as this monster is not something that he can handle with his current power. Nangi flies away with a flip, but that's when Behemoth does something unexpected, as he recoils backwards and launches a breath attack towards Nangi that he cannot hope to defend against. The old man and Dan Yang see it happening, as the attack is quite large. Behemoth explains that their target is this famous white cap, but this is all the first step in their cause. They will make an example of him. It really does not matter in what order they choose to kill them. All of the heroes, humans, and pesky superhumans like him cannot avoid their untimely demise. Even if by some miracle White Cap escapes his sentence, even if their plans do not go as planned, it does not matter in the slightest. They will not be able to go against them, as they prepared for this war before they even knew of their existence. This fight is very unimportant. They will all surrender to the sweet embrace of death, despite fighting with everything in their power. Since there is nothing they can do except weep for their lives, they should not run away, as this will only make them angrier. Nangi just smiles and notes that he talks far too much for someone so powerful. It's hard to memorize everything he says, so he is miles better at talking. But they are all exactly how he expected them to be. Black Mirror asks what this beast shot, but Nangi does not know. The important thing now, however, is that if that was a direct hit, he would have been turned into literal dust. He also notices that all of the injuries he gave him on his horns and body are fully healed up, so everything he has done up until now is pointless. Behemoth looks at him and thinks that he is truly amazed. He knows that he released his roar of the dead with full power. However, his mortal flesh still stands. Additionally, he is interested about that black shadow he carries around everywhere, surrounding him more and more as they fight. Seeing this makes him yearn for his death even more. He wants to see him crushed. Evan and Chenver continue to watch this fight, with Chenver noting that it's quite amazing. If one can survive an encounter with such a beast, they might as well be able to survive anything. Evan also can't believe it either, as the inhuman he is fighting with has extreme pressure on him, and even if he is fighting with Black Hat right now, he knows that he saw them already. His strong gaze cannot be denied. It's as if he has eyes on his back. Even if he is aware, he chooses to ignore. But this also makes him wonder about what Carol said. He came all of this way to see the death of Whitecap with his own 2 eyes, but every part of this amazing fight is leaving him speechless. However, he also feels that something is strange. He has a lot on his mind as is. Nangi explains that when they, the Inhumans, first appeared and began to cause chaos, he was interested. The first thing he felt when seeing one was pure curiosity. Curiosity about these super monsters that looked ridiculous, and about the fact that they brought tension to the world was very interesting. Sometimes people do something strange called confirmation without basis. Quite similarly, he had an intuition too, that this situation, which started with a few small cases, some cracks in the normal lives humanity has been living up until now, would shatter into ruin and complete chaos. Thus, he started to weigh the power levels inside his head. The devil-like Inhumans who were stopped by the powerful superhumans made him think that they were hiding their true strength all of this time. However, the Inhumans' levels slowly exceeded the superhumans' powers, and if a group of even more powerful Inhumans existed, he thought he would be overwhelmed if he considered everything significant. Regarding his scales, Behemoth looks at him and notes that he is far more interesting as time goes by. But this is great. Seeing someone who has abandoned all useless reasonings, looking for someone as powerful as him. But this begs the question, how does he feel after seeing a shockingly powerful Inhuman? Nangi notes that he is beyond anything he could ever imagine. He is a true monster. Behemoth understands why he would think that, but what he doesn't understand is why he keeps blocking his way. Why does he keep fighting an infinitely superior opponent? Nangi explains that it goes back to what he said. Since he is also a superhuman, he must balance the scales once again. As soon as he says that, a large amount of power permeates through him, as Black Mirror completely engulfs him. Behemoth notes that this will be their last battle. However, since he has proven to be his enemy instead of a roadblock, he will pay tribute to his determination by killing him right here. That's when someone screams at them to stop. That someone being Dan Yang, who has a strange worry in her eyes. When Nangi told her about his ability, he explained that Black Mirror was sealed into his tattoo. The ability coexists with him, and while he is in the tattoo, he can exert only half of his power. When he comes out of his body, they can raise each other's limits. However, this means that they can also become one being. It's a power that mixes 2 egos together to create a new one. It's a whole new convergence, and it makes the power of darkness unstoppable. If something goes wrong, however, there is the possibility that he will not be able to divide back into 2 different beings' attack. That is the drawback of this power. When he joins with Black Mirror, he gains so much power that it scares him. But the more he pulls out that ability, the farther away their egos become. They start to blur and combine. That is why he is still researching what happens, as he cannot know without doing it. Dan Yang knew what this meant. If he cannot separate from his new self while fused, then he will stop existing. However, he will contain that stranger, even if he loses himself. The black figure tells Dan Yang that Nangi might cease to exist in this fight, but she notes that this is not what they talked about. Why is he doing something like this so suddenly? That's when Harp's lifeless corpse lands between Nangi and Behemoth, and Kang remembers what Ju Ri told him, to talk first. That is why now he stands in front of this beast, and notes that he can talk. They are all surprised to see him, with Nangi noting that this is quite awkward while Dan Yang is very relieved. The old man watches him from above with great attention, as he believes in him, but he must be careful, as that monster transcends any evolution. That's when he hears something he did not expect. Kong's friends cheering him on constantly. Even other students are screaming at him to finish that monster off and thanking him profusely for what he did. Even the bullies and delinquents are teary-eyed and cheering for him, while the teacher is taking care of Gundu, who can barely hold on to his consciousness as is. Chenver notes that he is finally here. Whitecap has finally arrived. Evan watches closely and wonders if it's time for what Carol predicted. Seeing Kang so up close, Nangi thinks of the time he saw him fight on the TV while he lost his consciousness. He knows that he can do it, so he tells Black Mirror that they should quit their fusion, which he agrees with, as he does not need to push himself. Nangi tells Dan Yang to come with them. As it's quite noisy here, they should go somewhere else. Since Whitecap has finally arrived, he will just be disturbing him with his clumsy actions, so they should just watch. Harper starts to speak with Behemoth through his broken face, and says that Galtaran is already dead. He couldn't do a single thing while he was crushed right in front of him without any sort of remorse or ceremony. So now, he advises Behemoth to avoid fighting his guy. As they couldn't beat him together, he should run and call for reinforcements. Behemoth's aura changes as he hears this. He knows who he is already, but he still dares to tell him to be careful. Mere trash like him? How dare he compare himself to him? He will keep his mouth shut if he does not want to be trampled to death. Additionally, he may have noticed that in the middle of attacking him, this puny human let out a huge wave of force, like a roar. He knew by then that he couldn't ever compete with him. Morel was the one that judged Galtaran to be a useful force, so just by enhancing his abilities, he was close to the executive level. There was also one Delopere, but that guy disappeared some time ago. Anyway, he should not be mistaken about his powers. He apologizes for wasting Kong's time, but to confirm, yes, he can talk. But for daring to ask this kind of question, he will make sure that this is his last day on Earth. He slams the ground with his foot and charges a large punch right into Kang, who instantly jabs his face. But Behemoth expects this and blocks the attack. Still, the way he's acting right now is giving him goosebumps, something he has not felt in a long time. Kang does not stop there, however, as he launches himself into the air and tries to punch him. But Behemoth punches his punch, creating a large blast of power that shocks everyone around. Nangi thinks that this war, with inhumans that have amazing killing power, began before he could investigate their potential abilities, so he can't help but be extremely surprised. Behemoth manages to grab Kang's leg and throw him around a few times before launching him into a building. As he continues flying, Behemoth jumps to him, and they start to trade blows while stuck between two large buildings. With this, the real battle has begun. Their blows create a typhoon of force, as both of them hit each other with beastly force. Even if they launch each other into the buildings, they come out at the same time to continue their relentless assault on one another. But eventually, Behemoth manages to go past Kang's attacks and grab him fully, allowing him to smash him into a building and drag him on it while falling down with the force to create an earthquake. The bystanders do what they can to hide from the ongoing inhuman assault, even if some of them were caught right in the middle of it. As they jump into the air and continue fighting, people continue watching with their mouths wide open. The manager in a business building damns himself for not running away when the inhuman alarm rang. Why was he so careless with his own life? As Behemoth tries to hit Kang with a monstrous punch, he manages to dodge, giving him time to climb onto Behemoth's arm and smash his face with his foot. This allows him to grab his horns and throw him into the ground, creating another shake into the ground. When Kang falls down too, he notices something blue coming out of the dust cloud, that thing being Behemoth's breath attack, that deflects itself off Kang and hits a nearby building. Fortunately, it didn't hit anyone, but Kang now realizes that fighting in this place is dangerous. He also looks at his hand, which has no sign of damage, only a few scratches. Behemoth noticed something strange, as that attack went straight into him. He was sure that he couldn't have dodged because he fired it from the dust, even though he might not have been able to react to that attack. But as soon as the blast nicked him, the trajectory changed. It's the same as before. When he threw that powerful punch, this human child did not have any means of moving, but he used the wind pressure and accelerated himself with it. He does not know what is going on, but it seems like the entire atmosphere is standing by his side. He is indeed the worthy representative of mankind. He starts charging up an even stronger attack. With Evan, who is next to them, thinking that he is angry, things will become even more annoying now. If Whitecap really dies by his hand, it will be hard to collect his body with that monster next to him. In addition, he already knows they are here, and perhaps he and Chenver are the targets. But Carol said nothing about his death, so it's fine. Nangi, who is behind him, notes that he smelled a rat hiding somewhere, so he came here, but he didn't expect to see him. In a shabby place like this, though, he fits right in. Evan turns around and asks why he's being so rude to someone he just met, but Nangi notes that he was the one who started this, by desecrating dead bodies for no good reason. Evan remains silent for a moment, and then asks who they are and how they know about him, as he has yet to meet them anywhere. Nangi says that it's true, they have not met, but when he looks at him, he can feel that he would not hesitate to do something awful for no good reason. Evan tells him that speculation will get him nowhere, and if he does this to everyone he meets, He must not have a lot of friends. Nangi explains that when Withrow died on the opera boat, people were shocked and sad about this news. However, he saw something recently on the news. He was confirmed alive, and people were happy again. But he is the suspicious sort, and thought something was weird. He knows that the official announcement of Pearl's team, that Withrow died, was pretty reliable considering. Pearl is also a veteran who fought tons of inhumans and protected people in the books. She is probably one of the strongest superhumans out there if they are to think about that too. Based on her sense of justice and very thorough way of doing anything, she is not the sort that would mistake a colleague's death so easily. He was very confused when he heard that Withrow suddenly came back to life, and judged that the media was lying. Or perhaps they were given false information. The assumption that someone saved him was not even conceivable in his mind. But when Jane revealed her abilities, and Pearl fought against those villains, he was able to make up a story from it. It's pretty rare for superhumans to fight each other. It only happens when both parties have a serious conflict, like him saving Withrow and causing trouble with Pearl, because there has to be a risk in carrying out that resurrection. Evan compliments his abilities. He truly is smart, but he does not know what to do here. Should he be considering him a friend now? Nangi laughs, and notes that it's pretty funny, coming from a mysterious guy. Evan shares the same feeling about him, but even if he doesn't want to admit it, he has a similar feeling for him. Nangi jumps down and notes that he's happy to hear that he's not the only one like this, observers of the world. But he doesn't have ugly hobbies like he does. He should call out his dolls now if he would like to have a chance. Those that he made subservient by force. Chenver prepares to summon their hiding spot, but Evan stops him and tells Nangi that they will not be fighting right now. He is quite confused, and Dan Yang is also puzzled. Evan explains that they have no reason to fight. He didn't do anything to him. He is just sitting here and watching a fight that thousands are. That shouldn't be a problem. Nangi puts it plain and simple. He bothers him, and he thinks that he should check if he's human or not. Suddenly, Dan Yang notices something and calls everyone below a bunch of idiots. That's when Behemoth and Kang appear, making all of them jump away while they continue fighting. Nangi is surprised that they don't care about anyone around them. But when he looks closer, he notices that Behemoth has changed his look and gotten bigger too. Evan and Chenver keep running away, with Chenver suggesting that they hide away somewhere, as that guy might be chasing them down or something. Evan thinks that's not possible, as he is probably worried about helping Whitecap now. But if they are to fight, he should open the Mansion of Contemplation. It seemed like that guy had recovered all of his energy already. If they have to deal with him, they will have to call everyone to even have a chance. He also noticed that Behemoth grew too, and it felt like they barely dodged death there. This is the first time he felt like he needed to run away from a battlefield. Whitecap managing to deal with him, beyond what he expected. B watches the fighting going on from a distance, and everyone around him does the same, with each wondering if things will really be okay. B thinks of the time he talked with the old man, who knew that what he was asking was shameless, but he should go to school and rescue the kids there. B told him that there's nothing shameless about it. He should never say things like that. They are all thankful for people like them existing. He always wanted to thank someone like him, who is sacrificing himself for the betterment of mankind. With that, the old man jumps away, and B thinks that he will always trust superhumans, no matter what. Eventually, Pan manages to catch Jane, noting that she is quite thin, though he is glad to have finally caught her. As he clenches Jane in his fist, however, Pan feels an incredible amount of power, and she asks if he really thinks that is true. In reality, she is the one who finally got him. With that, Pearl jumps from rock to rock and reaches Pan, who tries to open his third eye and defend himself, but Jane throws a rock in his head, allowing Pearl to attack. Pan manages to catch her attack, but that won't work on Pearl, as the sheer force of her attack sends him flying, only being able to stop after he summons a few runes to stand on. Jane immediately moves in, but Pan has enough time to summon a large hand that cuts her in two. In that moment, however, Jane switches places with a rock and now stands behind Pan, who notices her and uses his third eye to completely dodge any incoming attack, and leaves Jane in the dust. Unfortunately, this was her plan, as Pearl is now above him, and with no way to defend himself except putting his arm in front. She pummels him hard enough that a surge of power flows through half of him. Pearl continues to unleash attack after attack on him, until she eventually lights up the area with her power. Pan still stands and notes that this is amazing. It felt really good, to the point that his mind is cleared of anything else. As he suspected, if they fight together, they will surely send him to the afterlife. Both Pearl and Jane are surprised to see that Pan has suffered no major injuries, and Pan is very surprised that they actually recognized his way of moving. He didn't expect it at all. Jane was the one who noticed first. The moment that third eye blinks, he disappears out of there, but it seems like it has a cooldown of about 5 to 6 seconds, more likely 5 seconds considering the fight, and the maximum distance is about 50 meters. Within that space, he is able to move to any position that the eye looks at. He notes that sometimes, He cannot control himself and beats his subordinates out of anger. He knows that he is not good enough, and Morel always scolds him for it. He would like to thank them, however, as they are very good toys, and he hopes that they don't break too fast. With that, he summons tons of runes, and numerous hands come out of them, moving directly towards the two superhumans. Pearl dodges again and again, but notices that these attacks never end and are irregular in nature, as she has to squeeze through the gaps to even attempt making a hit. But even if she succeeds, he could just use dimensional shifting to get away. Jane is doing the same, and she knows that they need to find a way to break this burial of hands down before they can even deal with him. As she dodges an attack, however, Pan pops up and kicks her right in her face, something she has forgotten. Pearl watches this from above and prepares to intervene, but that's when she feels Pan presence above her. And sure enough, a gigantic hand appears, something that completely shocks her. On a nearby flight, the pilot tells everyone that there is an inhuman incident going on in Incheon now, so they will be going to Yuzhno Airport on a Russian island for a while, until things have calmed down. As everyone wonders what to do, a kid watches the sky through the window and spots the gigantic hand that cannot be hidden by the clouds. Surprisingly, another gigantic hand appears from below, and Jane desperately commands the henges to get out of there. But considering the size, even Pearl can't get out of there, and the hands catch her between each other, creating a force large enough that even the plane gets hit by it. Jane feels that the henges are gone too, and Pan is very glad to have her captured. She should know that her friend is finished. Even if she does not explode, she cannot escape that amount of pressure, and in addition, the trap is getting smaller and smaller in proportion to the pressure. That's when he feels something. The hands are being pushed back, and out of them comes a bright yellow light. One day, Pearl talked with James, telling him that she was neither a superhero nor immortal. She is not a god, or even a supreme being. However, she knows that people trust and rely on her. She officially jumped into action and killed tons of superhumans as a result. And her and everyone with powers are called superhumans, and considered heroes. But that side of her might not work for long. One day, she may faint, as nothing in this world is forever, just like how they lost Withrow too. She is also human, and has a wish just like normal humans. For those who trust her completely, she wants to become stronger. She wants to live forever, because people have undying faith in her, and she wants to protect them forever as a result. She does not wish to be the main character. All she wants is to protect them. Eventually, Pearl breaks through the hand and appears to be in a new form, something that Jane has never seen before. Pearl once again asks Pan, "Is he the leader?" Jane notices that Pearl has grown wings. She has never seen her like this. It's almost like she is a phoenix, in both glamour and power. The henge souls are also returning to her, meaning that with some new soil they should come back to life. But she can't lie. It's been a while since someone managed to break them. That trap was so powerful, the henges would have been crushed, and their souls would have broken eventually too. But Pearl fortunately broke out and freed them. Pan notes that he has gotten more arrogant since he left everyone, and he was going to like her if she just stood still, but her mere presence has become unpleasant for him. He would have also told her who the leader truly is. Pearl has had enough of him, and in an instant, she attacks Pan so hard that he is sent for a dip in the ocean, but she follows him and starts to punch him again and again, with Pan noticing that her movements have changed completely. Jane can't do anything but watch as the water lights up with Pearl's amazing power. But eventually Pan manages to resurface and collect his thoughts. But this doesn't last long, as Pearl jumps right in front of him. He does manage to kick her, and say that he was playing with her moderately up until now, as he didn't know when she would break, but judging by her look, it won't be soon. She slaps his foot away, and punches him straight in the face, making him summon an entire circle of runes, and the hands that come out all go towards Pearl, hitting her from every angle. Pan notes that she is beyond anything he could ever imagine. Unfortunately though, he cannot play with her anymore. He would like to note that his perspective wasn't wrong, and he got it right. She holds a strength that is very close to completion. He also noticed that they get stronger the more they fight, so it would be fun to break them again and again until they can't power up anymore. But frankly, he doesn't have the time anymore. Jane thinks that they didn't meet the conditions to play his game, meaning that now they have to take risks and cooperate the best they can. She starts summoning her power, and as the henges come back to life again, she tells Pearl that she will fully support her. She will hold this guy down. All she needs to do is hit him with the most powerful thing she has. They are fighting an extremely tough battle, but this might also be the only chance to catch that monster. After saying this, she summons her foundation, Stonehenge. When they had the meeting, James asked her about the foundation and what it meant. She explained that the henges move, act, and feel on their own, though they do share perspectives and emotions most of the time. As a foundation, however, they all join under one heart. It goes beyond sharing. It should be considered a deeper, more organized connection. With a foundation, there are different types of abilities depending on the form the henge takes. Due to this, She gives each foundation a name in order to distinguish between them. Everyone was surprised by this, with Ben thinking that this is a good skill, and there are even different types. With that out of the way, Jane told them about the types of foundations. First is the mass type. When a henge's sophistication and destructive power grow enough, it has the ability to constantly follow a target, like a guided missile of sorts. This makes it easy to fight against a large group, and this efficiency is also valid for the next foundation type, which is the foundation of bondage. Before any one of you think of anything weird, she explains that this binds people, preventing them from leaving an area and causing mental degradation all the while. It's a Stonehenge, basically. Rose wondered if all of these powers were true, but considering Sui disappeared earlier, he has no way of denying them. He also thought that he never saw Dion use anything of the sort, which was weird. The third and final foundation she shared was the Cradle Tower. It's mostly used for its amazing healing skills, and as long as the 7 monolithic guards are there, the tower can stand indefinitely. Sui asked if she has more foundations, which Jane confirmed, but she would like to be transparent with them about it. There are 4 types of foundation, but she cannot tell them about the last one, so they should just remember that there are 4 types. Ben is extremely confused about all of this information, and Dion also couldn't believe that she has all of these incredible skills. He never expected her to be so unusual, but this is on a completely different level, as she might be the strongest superhuman in the entire world. Jane went on to explain that for a foundation to activate, conditions must be met. First, in order to create a foundation, the henges must be in good shape, and all 80 henges should be there if possible. If a foundation is created in a situation where the henges are not enough, because this technique uses a lot of power, it has a risk. Her body may get necrosis, or a henge might be lost forever, among other random risks. Once, as a result of creating a foundation in poor conditions, her hand began to rot, but she managed to recover with help from a great healer. Sui wondered why she didn't tell her about this before, but Jane continued her explanation. Their ability to fight is also dependent on the Earth's energy, so the closer they are to the ground, the more power the foundation has. When they are in the air, especially in a battle, they don't like to go too far from the ground, which is kind of ironic. Pan looks around him and notes that this seems pretty dangerous. Jane confirms that some henges were broken in the battle, meaning that her foundation may pose an enormous risk to her or the others. What's worse is that they are very far away from land, making it difficult to exert any strength. She will not falter, however, as the reason she used the foundation is already known to Pearl. But in this life, they will both have to risk everything to win. The henges start to scream out, confusing Pan at first, but now he knows what this contraption of hers is for. Honestly, he couldn't have asked for a better arena. Those who are doing nothing now, those who are hiding to save their lives, and those who try to fight, even if behind a computer. All the humans currently on this planet do not know that right here and now, the outcome of this fight will determine the destruction of their race and this planet. He charges up, and as a blinding light engulfs him, he transforms into his next form, noting that they are humanity's last and greatest hope. In the city, Kong continues to fight Behemoth, while also protecting any citizens that might still be in the area. They continue to give each other injuries, and even if Kong is thrown through rubble and smacked around like a weakling, he always gets up and charges in once again. Behemoth thinks that this has gone on for too long, to the point where he is tired of this superhuman's constant charge. He was wrong when he thought that their battle would not last long, as this is mentally draining. That tattoo guy was also more than just someone who repelled all of his attacks, but this bastard is throwing all caution out the window and attacking again and again. In this fight, he was the one who was unprepared for what he was about to face. It is true that he is definitely stronger if they are to compare strength, but it feels like he is hitting a limitless wall that can never be taken down. Even if this superhuman may already know this, he can see it in his eyes, that he doesn't care at all. They both back off each other, allowing Behemoth to charge up a mighty beam attack that goes right through Kong, and eventually hits a building, making some rubble fall on a bunch of unsuspecting citizens who could literally move out of the way. But Kong has to jump out of his fight for a moment and kick the rubble away, allowing the citizens to be safe and run away while they still can. With that, Kong goes back to the fight, but this makes Behemoth think about the talk he had with Morel about superhuman weaknesses. Morel didn't like the word weakness, but Behemoth wondered if they truly needed to know about that. Aren't they going to win pretty easily in the first place? Morel told him that in the end, a human and a superhuman are the same, mere human beings. Behemoth didn't understand him at the time, but now he does, as Kong has just shown him what it means. With that, he beams to another spot where humans are, and Kong has no choice but to go in front of the attack and protect the dumb humans from the blast, allowing Behemoth to come and attack him. This blast is so powerful that it sends shockwaves throughout the area. Behemoth notes that he cannot control much of his body, but he can feel that justice has finally been served, and they are in big trouble. Kong tries to get out of his grasp, but Behemoth clenches him with the other and notes that he was surprised, as he actually felt desperation in this fight. Is this what it means to be in conflict? He charges his hands with power and screams out as he squeezes the life out of Kong, to the point where the area around them is engulfed in power. Behemoth thinks that he is him. He does not care how much power his opponent has. In the end, he will always win, even against an impregnable wall. With a loud crunch, Kang's life ends, and as his white cap falls to the ground, every superhuman around can feel that he is not breathing. This is the moment that Evan has been waiting for. Somewhere else, Carol, who is enjoying some ice cream, feels this event as it happens. Behemoth says that it was not easy, but he managed to win the first battle. This is the first victory of the Great War, though he should be strong, if he can ever hear him, as he is the most worthy opponent he has ever fought. From Kong, a pure light emanates, and he starts to think of the past. While he was on the mountain, he asked the old man what his dream was. The old man said that at this age he can't afford to dream, but living happily with his family is already a dream. Kong looked at him for a bit and asked, what if he doesn't have any family? It's only him and Ju-ri, nobody else. The old man told him to listen carefully, as they seem to have a different understanding of relationships. It does not matter if they are related or not. If they truly love someone, and that someone loves them back, then they can be called family. With that revelation, the old man asked him what his dream was, and Kang thought of it for a bit, before something came to mind: to protect his family, which is all he wishes for. With that wish, his entire being is swung awake, and he screams out as a surge of power like never before strikes the area, and becomes like a beacon, sending a gust of wind everywhere as it does so. Behemoth manages to get away, but his hands are both destroyed, and now he can only watch as a newly awakened Kong comes for him. Behemoth finally realizes that his hands are gone, meaning that he has to buy enough time to hopefully recover, but he also notices that something is very wrong about Kong, as he is shivering, and his eyes are rattling in his eyes at a superhuman speed. Kong thinks about the old man and becomes even more enraged, but also focused, something that everyone feels, and they all get the instinct to do something. Behemoth believes that he could never overcome his defensive instinct. He unleashes a mighty attack on Kang that completely goes around him and back to Behemoth, who never expected this, so he has no hope of defending himself. Before he can even think of what to do next, Kang just teleports right next to him, and Behemoth starts to feel an incredible weight put on him, to the point where if this continues, he will eventually be crushed. Kang will not allow him to live any longer, and he kicks him high in the air. This blows half of Behemoth's head off, who thinks that he shouldn't have been this arrogant. But he also wonders what is wrong with this human. How is he so strong? Kang blasts a hole in him that should take him out right there and then. However, out of nowhere, Vanisher appears and swallows him. Nangi immediately reacts and jumps to Vanisher, allowing him to cut him open. He notes that he shouldn't interrupt a show so many people were watching, and Vanisher has no choice but to retreat considering his injuries, leaving Behemoth behind. Nangi would have liked to kill him now, as the ability to move like that through time and space is something he doesn't want in enemy hands. With all of the strength he can muster, Vanisher goes back to Morel and starts screaming in pain, but Morel just silences him, as he is far too loud at this hour. Vanisher stops screaming, but tells Morel about Behemoth, making him finally turn around. The fight may be over, but Kang's rage keeps surging out, to the point that the ground starts to crack with the same blue light, like it's trying to swallow him. The others wonder what to do, but that's when someone on a bike charges in, that someone being Ju-ri, who goes to Kang with tears in his eyes and no doubt. He jumps off the bicycle when he can't ride it anymore and runs to Kang, telling him to stop. This gives Ju-ri enough time to grab and hug him tightly, while also telling him that it's all over now. Suddenly, Evan appears behind him and confirms that he is right. Everything really is over. He thinks that superhumans are sometimes strong without mercy, and the situation with Whitecap over here is a perfect example. He killed him in one single blast. What really surprised him, though, is that this is different from Carol's vision, meaning that a different outcome awaits them on the other end. He kindly tells Ju-ri to move away, as he doesn't know him, but he really needs that guy. He notices that this kid isn't listening, so he lets out a bit of pressure while saying that he should answer when questioned. Ju-ri heard him the first time, but he does not want to let go of his brother, so he tells Evan to leave, as he will not yield to his threats. Ju-ri is an actual bro. Evan understands his conviction, but he is done asking nicely when people don't seem to respect him. Just like he appeared, the old man appears in front of the group, and notes that he never asked nicely for anything it seems. He is just fooling around with the idea, and looking like a jerk all the while. Evan sure wasn't expecting even more harsh words from a person he doesn't even know, but the old man tells him to stop screwing around. He sensed him spying on them from the very beginning. Evan lets the cat out of the bag and confirms that they did, but that's how they noticed how strong he is, and that's why they will omit fighting him one-on-one from now on. The old man says that even if he is a superhuman, he refused to join the battle and just watched from above. It seems like he has a twisted personality, and he might actually be stupid too. What's his purpose here anyway? Evan tells him that he isn't in the mood to answer questions, and he also doesn't want to be interrupted by stupid people, so he will just kill them and take Whitecap's body. That's when Nangi laughs and notes that he has a better idea. He should just die. As if he does, nobody else will. Isn't that great? Evan didn't expect him to stand on that side, but he's also surprised that he is actually angry at someone. It was truly an eventful day. However, he will not go just because they told him to. With that, Chenver opens the portal, letting everyone out of the mansion, and the abominations in front of them shock everyone, as they are neither human nor inhuman, an amalgamation of flesh and bone. The old man senses that they aren't ordinary, not in the slightest, but among them, the guy with a green shirt is by far the strongest. Evan notes that the weather is also nice today, meaning that it will be a day where everything will go how he wishes it to. He is also pretty tired of speaking, so they should fight already. As everyone gets ready for battle in their own way, Nangi can just feel that this isn't a good situation. Not at all. Out of nowhere, Kalen is hit by a large white shield, which he manages to block, but even more appear from the sky and land right between the groups. A person with blonde hair also appears, that person being Kirillov, who tells Basilov, who also just landed, that they should stand on this side from now on. Everyone is naturally surprised by their sudden appearance, and as Basilov stares him down, Evan wonders who he is, as he has never seen him before. Dan Yang asks who they are and what they are doing, but as Kirillov tries to explain that they are from Russia and will tell them the details later, Basilov interrupts him and tells him to get rid of the shields, as he is yearning to have some fun after so much flying. Basilov turns around before going in, and Juri thinks that even if he looks like an actual pig, he seems to be very formidable and actually trustworthy. The first thing that Basilov notices when he turns around is Kong, who is unconscious, but the life force within him still rages on, meaning that something happened here. He tells Kirillov to do as he was told, as he doesn't want to ask twice, but before he can do that, Opir smashes through the stacked shields with his extended arm, and he immediately gets in front of Basilov, asking what he is going to do from now on. He doesn't even flinch, making Opir think that he just lost all will, so he punches him straight in the face with an amazing attack, something that the others also notice. But Basilov just recovers and starts walking away, something that surprises Opir. The blue abomination continues the assault and also chooses to attack Basilov's head, but even if he falls on one knee, he just gets up, noting that he just wanted to ask a question. He goes right up to Kalen and asks how he dared to become like this. Kalen is someone Basilov has met in the past. He had a cherry personality and was always smiling, but now that smile is gone from his face and his eyes are filled with malice. He will only ask him once. Is he the same person he knew? Kalen tells him that he has no reason to answer his question and doesn't even recognize him. Evan now understands where these two came from. Even though he has never seen them before, they must be from Russia, seeing that they are asking about Kalen. Though this fat guy must be an incredible person, the attacks that were landed on him were all critical and efficient beyond any reasoning, but he just walked to Kalen like nothing ever bothered him. Is this a bluff? He also doesn't know where these guys flew from. The same goes for those shields. When Opir dealt with them, they just disappeared. So does that mean they are a visual embodiment and not an actual object? Whatever the case, he knows that this isn't good, as he doesn't know their superpowers, meaning he doesn't know if they can even compete with these guys in a test of strength. Kalen has had enough of this bastard standing right in front of him, so he unleashes a mighty lightning attack that lights up the entire area. This managed to fully hit Basilov, but as he slowly recovers, his bones start to crack and conform to his new form. Everyone is surprised to see Basilov's leaner side as he goes up to Kalen and notes that he will beat the ever-living shit out of him until he finally remembers who he is. Kalen tries to hit him, but Basilov just sends his fist forwards, making him fly behind Evan and straight into a wall. Basilov calls him a beggar as he has yet to get his name and tells him to sit still, as he knows that he's the culprit of what happened to his friend, so he will deal with him shortly. Evan thinks that this bastard became a totally different guy in a few short minutes. Just what caused this change to happen? With that, both Basilov and Karen charge at one another to test their might, but Opir transforms his hand and lunges it towards Basilov. That's when a bunch of black lines grab his hand and pull it, allowing Nangi to strike him and say that he shouldn't fight with just one guy, as he will start to get jealous. The blue inhuman takes this opportunity to lunge at him, but as a bloodied jacket flies in the air, the old man punches the blue inhuman so hard that he starts to skip away like a rock on water. He tells Nangi that if he really tries, he could probably take care of these two alone, but he will join in this fight. He hopes that this isn't a disturbance. Nangi notes that he should stop being so humble, as too much will turn into something else. But as he may have noticed, all of these beasts are dangerous, making him really thankful that Whitecap managed to kill the horned one. The old man thinks that his ability doesn't work on these beasts who only fight with their bodies, so he will also use his martial arts from now on. He asks Nangi if he has something up his sleeve, but he denies this. He doesn't like planning stuff, but since they are on the topic, and all he will take the red one on, as he seems to be hiding his true abilities. After they are done talking, they charge into their respective targets, and the fight rages on. Dan Yang escorts Ju-ri and Kong to a safe spot, but Ju-ri wonders why she isn't fighting, since she seems to be a superhuman too. Is she protecting them? Dan Yang takes a while to answer, but confirms that she is indeed a superhuman too. However, she cannot fight with them right now, because her ability is far too dangerous at the moment. Ju-ri wonders what she is talking about, but she continues explaining. She has yet to fully identify all of her power, and even if she can move through space and time, that is not a part of her main ability. That is all she can say now. If she says more, he may grow to hate her. Ju-ri looks at her in a new light, the same way that he views Kong. She looks pretty young, but just like Kang, she was thrown into this world of dangerous monsters and world-ending abilities. They don't get much time to talk though, as the fighting next to them distracts Dan Yang. Kalen desperately tries to stop Basilov with his strikes, but every time he comes out unharmed, and when he finally manages to get close enough to him, he hits him so hard that he recoils from the ground. But Basilov starts remembering the talks he had with him in the past. He always wanted to catch a big inhuman. Even if Basilov warned him not to do anything dangerous, he still went his way, and also kept nagging him to lose weight. As Kalen catches himself and gets back on his feet, Basilov remembers what he told him when they were dealing with a bunch of undead, that no matter what he may feel, these guys don't smell like humans anymore, so he shouldn't treat them as such. Now he doesn't want to follow his own advice despite his judgment, so he pleads with him. All he needs to do is say that he recognizes him, and this will all stop. In response, Kalen just charges up his lightning powers, proving that the person Basilov once knew is gone. Before, Kirillov asked about Kalen, as at the time he was the only person he met that was superhuman, so he was curious about others too, and that goes double since he said that he was stronger than him. Basilov told him that he isn't just stronger, though he did lose in an arm wrestling competition they had. That's just the brute strength of it. That guy also had amazing power. He told Kirillov everything he knew, that he could control lightning with his ability, and watching him take down an inhuman was like watching a live execution. Kirillov was quite shocked to find this out, and asked where he was, but Basilov had no idea. They were never really that close to each other, and unlike them, they did not form a team. That guy is more of a wanderer, who had the dream of leading all of the superhumans. They lost contact with each other a long time ago. It's been a while since he heard his voice. Kirillov is the skeptical type, and said that something might have gone wrong, but Basilov didn't care, as it's not his business. No matter what happens, he is not weak, so he is not scared that he will lose any fighting, as he has never lost a fight. So Kalen, who is stronger than him, will have no issues. Kirillov said that he would really like to meet him, which made Basilov sigh. He is a smart fellow, but he is also a class clown who was never serious about anything. He is a bit different from him, but when they finally get together, things will surely be interesting. Kirillov was amazed to see that Basilov actually smiled the first time he saw him do that. Kalen uses his lighting and his strength to punch Basilov again and again, until he starts falling to the ground. But even then, Basilov just gets up and tells him that this is different from the arm wrestling competition they had. He strikes him so hard that he sends him skipping again, but this time he charges in once again, while thinking that he's doing what he thinks is best for an old friend. Evan notices that Kalen is being pushed back by that guy who is out of control in terms of strength. While he thinks that he never expected something like this, a blade flies to his neck, which he barely has time to dodge. Kirillov apologizes for attacking him out of nowhere, but he has no opponent, so he chose him. He also noticed that he is leading everyone from a distance. He must be the one who made and controls these puppets, which made him quite curious about something. If he dies, what will happen to the puppets under his rule? Evan notes that he doesn't know, since he has yet to die. Kirillov finds his answer quite troublesome, but since they are both curious, why don't they test it out now? Evan notices that he is using martial arts with his throws, and can barely dodge the incoming flurry, but Kirillov is not done, as he throws a large axe in his direction, making everyone wait to see what happened with bated breath. Evan did manage to get out of the attack, but this caused Chenver to be wounded pretty deeply. Evan tells him that this is a Russian superhuman. The predictions that Carol has told them about have become twisted. They were not careful, and now that the future has been corrupted, they could die, or destroy everything they have built. Even if he releases all of the power he has stocked up in his inner core, it will be a battle they can never win. The reason for that is that the two people who just joined, both are too strong to fight normally. Since it has come to this, Evan says that he doesn't wish to fight them anymore, and if they all stop, he would like to barter. Kirilov believes that this is a trick. This bastard is probably trying to get out of this sticky situation. Sure enough, Evan whispers to Chenver his plan. He will go down under this traffic light, but as soon as he does so, he will place a marker, as he might come back to Korea later. From then on, no matter what he says, he knows that this blonde guy will not stop trying to catch them. He will send whispers of bondage to everyone so they can work together. Everyone needs to be ready to run if this plan is going to work. Kirilov asks why he stopped, as he was pretty excited to find out what he was going to say next. Evan apologizes and says that they can probably work something out, since he seems like a reasonable man. He also asks for his name, which Kirilov agrees to tell, but notes that he should say his name first before asking about someone else's. Evan also reveals his name, and states that his true purpose was to collect Whitecap's body. But in this fight, he didn't die, and he realized that he was trying hastily to recover the situation. He was wrong. He promises to not do anything if they let them go, and he will share anything about him that he can, including his drinking habits. Next time, he will also use his powers to cooperate with them in any fight. That is his promise. Should he accept it? Kirilov asks if the puppet who is fighting Basilov is truly Alexander Kalin. Evan confirms it, so Kirilov tells him something that goes for every beast fighting here. His puppets, be they superhuman or inhuman or whatever, it doesn't really matter. They are atrocities that should have never existed, and since he believes that people should not be modified, he will have to punish him. What's more, he also presented a false proposal. He is a natural liar. He can sense it. To do him a service, he will pretend like he didn't hear anything, and just end his life. That's when Nangi and Opir appear next to him, forcing him to move out of the way. Nangi apologizes for interrupting his talk, but Kirilov notices that even if damaged, Opir seems to be in top shape. Nangi also thinks that he's trying what he can, but this bastard is far too strong for him to finish this fight quickly. Suddenly, Opir unleashes a flurry of strikes towards everyone, forcing them to back away, and allowing Evan to connect with everyone. He tells them that in about 2 seconds, he will open the door of coordinates. When he does so, they will stop fighting and jump through. He tells the blue inhuman called Gregory to pick up Behemoth's body as he leaves. As he starts to count down, Kalin tells Basilov that he doesn't remember who he is, which he apologizes for. After the count, Chenver opens the portal and Kalin jumps away. Opir is the second and Gregory is the last. Kirilov tries to throw a blade in their direction to hopefully hit something, but just when it seems like the blade will hit Evan, Opir's hands comes out of the portal and grabs the sword. This surprises Kirilov, but as the sword breaks, Evan gives him one last look. With that, he and his puppets have successfully escaped from a future they did not know about. After the fighting comes to an end, the incident is broadcast to everyone. This particular altercation took place in a large area, from the school to the city center. The mayor of Incheon has stated that significant property damage was caused. They are still calculating the cost of this damage as they speak, but the government is providing aid in this recovery process. Juri listens to this news as he writes in his notebook, thinking that there really are some strange people in the world. What is even the point of a superhuman fighting another superhuman? Even if that guy dressed like a beggar, he was still pretty scared when he demanded that he hand over Kang, to the point that he didn't even want to think about it. Since Kang is always with him, he feels like he is sometimes superhuman too, but the glow in that man's eyes made sure that he would never think that way again. Still, he refused to hand over Kang, which he didn't believe he could do. He wonders if that was courage or just dumb luck, but whatever it was, he needs to be more careful from now on, and not repeat the same mistakes. He also thinks about Basilov and Kirillov, who are both from Russia, and he kinda likes them for some reason. When everything died down, Juri was surprised to see Nangi there, as in the past he had an altercation with Kang. Nangi noticed that he was still weary of him, but also saw Kang slump over him, meaning that he must have felt protected and cared for. Does that kid really matter that much to him? The old man came around and said that it's all right, but he also asked everyone what they plan to do from now on. Basilov said that they will go back to Russia for now, and they shouldn't worry about Evan anymore, as he will find him and make sure he doesn't get to use that teleporting ability of his. That's when the old man noticed Nangi slip away and asked where he was going. Nangi said that it does not matter where he goes, as they will surely meet again. This was a decisive battle for the Inhumans, since they sent so many forces, and since they lost so decisively, they are going to become even more vicious and careful. With that, he left, along with Dan Yang. Krylov told the old man that they were here to protect Whitecap, and since they didn't know the real purpose of this fight, he guessed that it was Whitecap who was the target. Protecting this child is the key to their victory, so they will both do anything they can to help. The old man thanked him for the words, and also thought that he's quite smart. Eventually, news about Whitecap appeared on the TV. Now that his identity has been revealed, questions about him have tripled instead of dying down. More and more people express their concern over his disappearance, while on the other side, many analysts believe that when the circumstances are considered, this battle was caused by Whitecap, and he should be charged as such. Ju-ri thinks that after the battle, people are slowly but surely rising up against their difficulties and going home, like nothing really ever happened. Kang is completely gone. He didn't tell him anything about where he was going and what he would do. If he's honest, he would be extremely lonely without him. In the conference room, a very battered Pearl appears before Sui and Ben. They were both shocked and asked what happened. With this in mind, she sat them down and explained everything that had happened in that fight. When they caught Pan in the formation, he congratulated Jane for unleashing such tremendous power, as he couldn't stop tearing auditory hallucinations, and his ears felt like they were going to explode along with his head. He was happy to find out how strong her illusionary abilities were, and was proud that he was still alive after all of this. He was proud that he could endure it all alone. He experienced a lot of pain because of them, which he will pay back twofold. It was time to decide the end of this little squabble. That's when another Inhuman appeared before Pan, who instantly recognized him as Manta Ray, a loyal seed subject. Manta Ray explained that he is here to pick him up, on Morel's order of course. Pan thought of him as noisy, and threatened to flatten him even more if he didn't stop talking. But Manta Ray said that he has a message for him, of utmost importance. Behemoth is dead, and every single warrior they sent, from Harper to Rafa, was also crushed. The Korean invasion ended in a crushing blow to their forces, and even Vanisher was severely injured, hence why he sent Manta Ray. Additionally, Morel said that his actions have brought him into an impossible situation. If two superhumans battle with him, no matter how strong he may be, he will lose no matter what, so he will return, no matter what. Pan was silent as he listened and looked back at the two superhumans before leaving. He asked if they could really survive if this was a one-on-one battle, though it doesn't matter anymore. What he could promise them is that in the next fight, someone will have to make an ultimate sacrifice. With that, he turned back to Manta Ray and said that if he interrupts him one more time, he will make sure to butcher him slowly. Manta Ray understood and swept Pan under his veil, allowing him to teleport away. Ben can't believe that beast was in the middle of the sea, but Sui is more concerned about Jane, as she isn't seeing her anywhere. Pearl explains that Jane unleashed a foundation in the worst possible scenario, with barely a single condition met. She took a serious risk because of this, and started to experience necrosis afterwards, so she wrapped herself in the hinges, as she didn't want anyone to see her appearance. She urges her to leave for America, and also tells her that she will be going to Daphne Bayleaf, the only person who could cure her condition. She is now headed to Australia as they speak. Since Daphne is there, everything should be fine. Sui is very glad to hear this, and Ben wonders if this Daphne is also a superhuman. Pearl pats Sui on the head and tells her not to worry much, as Jane will definitely recover. She is the strongest person she had the pleasure of knowing after all. Ben notes that it's very good that she came back not too injured, because he has something to reveal. Withrow's memory has recently come back. A researcher by the name of Ju Hee helped a lot in this process, as she spent several nights with James trying to figure out stuff. They should go to the lab for more details, as everyone there is waiting. In Korea, at Mount Yongpo, Kang starts to walk towards the Martial Academy alone. On the way, he spots something that a senior told him about, a flute mushroom, which makes really good sounds, and those who find it are told to have good luck. So the senior suggested he immediately go buy a lottery ticket, even though he isn't an adult yet. Kang remembers all of them dearly, but it also hurts a lot. He eventually arrives at the academy, where people are fast at work rebuilding the damaged parts. Ju-ri is also there, carrying a lot of food and working in slippers for some reason, but when he sees Kang, he immediately rushes to hug him tightly. The others are also pleasantly surprised that he is here, and note that they will definitely need his help. The old man asks if he has eaten yet, as his face looks very ridiculous from up here. Kang just stared at him in shock, which made the old man ask him why he was standing around like that. He should go and dig up a tree. He is the strongest one after all, so he will have more work than the other people. He knows that he wouldn't want to be anywhere else right now, and that's what family truly is. He felt hollow without them in his life, but he finally made it back. As the leaves rustle and the wind blows, a single leaf falls on Kang's discarded white cap. He does not need it anymore. Everything that has happened in the Incheon area seems like a blur now, even if history was made. 10 days after the invasion, the city of Incheon is still recovering from the damage. Around the high school, which was the center of the battle for a long time, about 300 stores were affected and were forced to close their doors, at least for now. In addition to this, 5 nearby schools were also affected and subsequently closed. Tae watches all of this news on his phone until he is interrupted by Moo and his group of friends. One of them asks why he hasn't been answering his calls, and Moo tells him to not sit so weirdly in a playground, as there are children here. Tae tells them to shut it and get lost, as he really isn't in the mood now. The guy whose hair looks like a brush asks if he has heard the news about Gundu, which catches Tae's attention. He overheard Chang Sik, their teacher, and a soldier talking, and he said that Gundu was at death's door. When Sik and B met, he told Sik that there is a chance for Gundu to live longer, And it's simple too. Sik asked what he meant by that, and so B explained that hospitals are naturally limited to what they can do for a patient, and since Gundu is close to dying, they can't do much. What he will tell him now is top secret military information, so he should be quiet regarding this matter if he wants no trouble. In the ISSTF, there is a hidden department called Myre Medical Research Treatment. This is where they are treating Gundu, and they are also planning on improving him through modifications and DNA treatment alongside military-grade surgery. Sik was shocked when he heard this, and asked about the myriad of things he had just told him. What does he mean by military-grade surgery? How will that even work? B told him that even if they have the best in Korea, they cannot guarantee his survival, but frankly, this is his only chance at surviving. Sik asked if there really is no other way. If surgery could be avoided, he would personally see to it that he rehabilitates well. Gundu is still young and doesn't know much about this world, so he can't let someone do that kind of surgery on him. B told him that Whitecap is also a young student just like him, yet even with that, he is fighting with everything he has for everyone. He knows that Gundu has this same passion, so he would like him to not judge them just because they are young. Sik's worldview was changed after he heard this. B turned around, believing that a wise person like him would understand, as whether they are talking about a child or adult, in situations like this, what they need is to know how truly passionate they are. Sik allowed him to go ahead with everything, but he also had a favor to ask. Gundu is like his own child at this point, so he asked for updates on his condition at least every week. He will fully trust that he will lead them to the right path, where no parent has to suffer through what he did. B looked at him and said that he would do his absolute best. Brush Hair only heard the part about him dying, so now they all think that he's going to die, which got them down in the dumps. Tae thinks about the first time they met. He busted the door to the classroom open like he usually did, and asked for Gundu, as he beat up his guys, something that has to be punished. Naturally, Tae was beaten to a pulp, but instead of resenting Gundu, he chose to follow him. This eventually culminated in a large group forming around him, and at one point he even asked to be left alone, but Tae refused. They are friends, and everyone acknowledged him as the leader after all. This made Gundu allow them to continue their activities, even though he didn't care much. One day, Mu came back beaten and bruised by a few guys, and they also stole his glasses, and even his limited edition peach wallet, which is the last thing his grandma gave him. He started to sulk around, and Gundu heard everything, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. He found the 3 guys that stole from Mu, who were admiring their new spoils, and instantly punched one in the face, resulting in a bloody brawl. He eventually came out victorious, and grabbed Mu's stolen goods. The next day he gave them back to him, and told him to be careful with them from now on, and not get hit anymore. Brush Hair wonders if they should go see him, but Mu wonders if Gundu will actually want to see them. There's a tear in Tae's eye as he thinks of a talk he had with him late at night. Gundu was interested in Lim Kang, and asked Tae what he thought about him. Tae said that his arm strength is on another level. He thought that he worked out, but nobody saw him go to the gym or anything. He's also a pretty chill dude, but when he eats or fights, nothing can stop him. He is also clumsy from what he has seen, which is probably why he is so nonchalant all the time. Suddenly, Gundu interrupted him and asked if he was living like trash, or if they both were. Tae can't keep the tears inside anymore and chooses to retreat somewhere isolated. He wants to talk with Gundu and apologize for everything, as without him, his life just isn't the same. He knows that he was extremely misunderstood, so he only has one wish for anyone who is listening to him now, for his dear friend to not die. On the news, the Director General of a speculatory team is invited and asked what he knows about all of these new main characters that appeared in this case. He explained that based on what they saw, they are all superhuman, though they cannot seem to be able to get their names or nationalities at all, almost like they don't even exist. Additionally, in the city where the battle took place, there seemed to be a conflict between superhumans, and among them were superhumans that seemed to take on the appearance of the Inhumans. The reporter notes that this sure sounds complicated, but is there any information about them? The director explains that in the early days of the Inhumans, Seoyeon High School was strangely attacked several times, and it's also true that the claim of Whitecap being godlike is now a mainstream thing. Regarding these new superhumans, they do not know why they appeared or why they fought. Even a professional analyst like himself can't figure that out. The reporter says that in this situation, there must be a lot of false rumors spreading. The director confirmed this, but also says that among the numerous people on the scene, there was also a superhuman who wore a beggar hat. It is a likely possibility that he is the same person who fought Jane at the North Camp in England only a few days ago. Now he is in Korea, fulfilling his unknown ideology. He doesn't seem to have any notion of helping humanity. From their speculation, they deduce that he has only hostile plans against them. The reporter also heard that there's a theory going around about the tattooed superhuman, which the director confirms, but they don't have enough information to even speculate at this point. The reporter tried to ask something else of him. But that's when the director notes that they have just identified another superhuman who is actually living in Korea, and the government seems to be on their way to contact him now. Back at the academy, everyone is hurled up near a fire, but the old man suddenly hears something strange. He looks around to confirm what he heard and asks Ju-ri what Kong is doing right now. Ju-ri told him that he's near the campfire, listening to the guy's tales and spooky stories. He's probably enjoying himself too, since he likes to talk with people. Suddenly, the old man jumps away and tells him to go on without him, as he has some business to attend to. Somewhere nearby, a government agent stands ready, and a voice over the walkie-talkie he asks if he's alright. The man is bruised and bitten all over, so he says that he is in fact not okay. The drone he used to scout was blown away by the wind, and he also lost his nightstick. He had to walk and crawl through the night, not knowing if he was going to make it. He also almost died at least 5 times while getting here. He just doesn't care about the superhuman anymore. He just wants to get off this godforsaken mountain before it kills him. Because of his loud tone, the old man found him instantly and jumped in his face, making him recoil instantly. He goes to grab his walkie-talkie, but the old man catches it and notes that they must be here to see him. He speaks over the walkie-talkie and says that he knows about the other people who came to see him too, and he congratulates them for it, as getting up here is no easy feat. They shouldn't worry, however. He would like to talk with the government on his own terms. He doesn't know who allowed this mission or what it entails, but he hopes that the government will not dare to visit again without his permission. Somewhere dark, Pan and Morel are waiting for someone, who finally shows up, and Morel says that they are late. He also notices that they have someone with them and asks what it is. A woman Inhuman notes that he is still alive despite everything they did to him, so he should ask him directly, as he isn't too talkative with them. The fat Inhuman is named Apollo Akabanga, the tall one is Morsman, the horse-like one is named Babarusa, and the woman is named Divya Kylie. She hands the captive over to Morel, who asks what his name is. The captive doesn't talk, which makes Kylie crush his head into the ground and suggest he not be stupid, as she knows that he can talk. Sure enough, the Inhuman speaks. Cold air, darkness covered in black future, blazing down the moonlight. He notes that Jakayak told him that the sun which lost its warmth will soon come down, and only those welcomed by the empowering moonlight shall remain. Kylie tells him to stop speaking gibberish and get to the point. The Inhuman notes that there are no exceptions to this rule. He once again starts gibbering about the moonlight and Jakayak, but Pan has had enough and notes that he's probably gone crazy because he's at death's door, meaning he's useless to them now. He picks him up and gives him one last chance. He will survive if he tells them the location of Jakayak. Instead of that, the Inhuman says that he is Megpan, one of the warriors blessed by Jakayak. He keeps screaming that over and over again, making Pan completely crush his head. He tells Kylie that what she brought back was pretty useless and quite unfunny, and since they couldn't get anything from him anymore, he decided to kill him. He turns around and tries to go back to his sitting spot, but Kylie suddenly puts her pincer right next to his head and asks why he did that. She was the one who caught that guy, yet he dared to kill him like he was his property. He messed up the task he had, so perhaps he is mad that he couldn't do anything of use. Like usual, Pan tells her to clean up this mess before he gets actually mad. Kylie dares him to say that again, and a fight seems to be imminent, but Morel tells them to stop. That Megpan guy was useless anyway. He saw his mental state, and he was incapable of doing anything other than talking to himself and worshipping because of how brainwashed he was. Pan made the right call this time, and besides, he already knows about Jakayak and where he is, so it's not a problem if they all work together. He summons Vanisher and tells him that they are going to the surface. His mission is to call Tobian. It seems that Jakayak wants to act as their king, which is not a bad idea, but they will see it themselves if Megpan is right about him. 10 days ago, when Pearl was informed that Withrow had his memories back, she went with the others to the lab, but while doing that, she started to think about the first time she met him and shook hands with him. Besides that, she remembers everything they went through, their first meeting, the different missions they went on, the vacations they took with everyone, and the moment when she lost him. She suddenly jolts awake in the car she was in, as she fell asleep while thinking of him. She also notices the dent she made, and apologizes to Ben, who tells her not to worry, as this is James's car. This is an unexpected resurrection for her. Even though she knows that this is unprecedented, she ignored the truth. She is sad to know now that this is a result of a bond that was forced upon him, but she can't hide her joy in seeing him. The human heart truly is fickle. Pearl looks deeply at Withrow, remembering how he used to pity her because she used to fight alone. He notes that she must have had a tough fight, quite pitiful, but he is glad that she is safe, and it's really nice to see her again. Pearl goes for a hug instead of accepting the handshake. Withrow doesn't understand this, or why they are crying, but he doesn't know what they have gone through because of his death. After the entire table is set, and the meeting is almost ready to begin, Sui asks where Dion is, with Rose telling her that he can't be here, since he had to meet someone, a fan service thing. Sui thinks of this as a lame excuse, as he's probably just a lonely man pretending to be out, but instead he's at a bar drinking his brains out. Withrow looks at her talking and asks who she is, so Sui introduces herself and notes that it's nice to finally meet him. Ben also notes that while he was gone, a lot of stuff happened. Pearl watches as Ben explains everything to him, about the incidents and different fights they had. With this, Withrow has a rough outline of what is going on, but from his expression, Pearl could feel sadness and confusion. Oldman also says that Withrow's status is strange, as he is constantly showing symptoms of dissociative disorder and has abnormal headaches. However, with constant physical and mental care, he will most certainly go back to his old self soon. All in all, this situation is positive, as he's recovering from that memory loss. Ben thanks him from the bottom of his heart for all of this help, but Oldman can't accept that one-sided thanks, as everyone did their part in this, more specifically Joo-hee, as her contribution was paramount for their breakthrough. Pearl remembers that he talked with her some time ago, before her fight with Pan. Not that long ago, in Oldman's lab, James met with Joo-hee, and they immediately sat down for a cup of coffee. James came to the lab because he brought the things that she wanted, but he also wondered what he would do, and if he could be of any help, as he would do anything to save Withrow. Joo-hee said that seeing him ask with such an expression put even more pressure on her, but it was like saying, "Unchilgi ginseng." Life is 70% luck and 30% hard work. If luck doesn't follow them, she can't promise anything. James asked where Withrow is, and Joo-hee told him he's in a room next door. He shouldn't worry though. James really wanted to see him, if only for a moment, but Joo-hee refused to let him, as they are currently conducting a myriad of treatments, and among them is digging through his brain using hypnosis to get his memories back. It's a bit eccentric, but it would do the job. She opened a monitor next to the table, showing James that Dr. Fury is working on him now. He is an alumni of the teaching university, and the best authority on hypnosis. Although this is not common medical practice, they are doing this hypnosis at breakfast, lunch, and dinner, sometimes past that too. To put it into simpler words, they are trying to recover his memories. James was surprised and asked if there were any results. Joo-hee told him that it's working, but if the memories are not recovered quickly, they have a chance to be lost forever. Right now, all they have is this small ray of hope. They just have to dig deeper and hope for the best. This is a true race against time, so on this night, Dr. Fury will put Withrow under his 11th hypnosis treatment. When the time comes for that, they will use something more extreme that will have a strong impact. At 9 p.m. the treatment began, and Fury was busy at work with Withrow. He signaled the incoming James to stay there silently, and he immediately agreed. Fury asked Withrow where he was, and he said that he was in a place surrounded by children. They gave him a ball and begged him to play with them. It was a shabby and downtrodden place, but he doesn't hate it. It's warm and cozy. It's his hometown. James was there for one simple thing. As he was part of this session, he had to break through his wall and reach for him. With Fury's invitation, he sat down and started speaking with Withrow, noting that he was next to him. Withrow faintly remembered this voice, but he couldn't remember who he was exactly. He was an unlucky dude with glasses. He kept following him around and pestering him to no end. He never gave up on anything, which was annoying, but perhaps he was a good guy? However, he cannot remember who he is. James broke down crying as he heard all of this, and Withrow said that his head is hurting. He can't stand it any longer. Dr. Fury said that it's all right. When he counted backwards from 3, he would wake up. Dr. Fury started his countdown and snapped his fingers at 3, making Withrow wake up to James's crying face, who asked if he remembered who he was. Withrow looked at him with hollow eyes, as he couldn't recognize him at all. James understood, but he wasn't about to give up. He told him that he is the hero who saved Earth, and he is his colleague, who was always with him, a friend. This outfit that he's presenting right now is something that he always enjoyed wearing when he fought in Humans. It was like his symbol. It's alright if he does not remember, because just like before when they first met, he believes that he can fight to protect the Earth, so he should take it, as it's his. The moment Withrow touched the suit, his head began splitting open with memories, as they all slowly flooded back in, about James desperately trying to make him wear this dumbass suit. He threw it to the wall and called James a punk, as he's always trying to make a fool out of him for nothing. Joo-hee knew what she was doing, as she requested for James to bring something that would make him lose his temper. James immediately hugged him, as he finally got his old friend back. When James went back to Joo-hee, he didn't even know how to thank her, but he was very curious about how she even figured all of this out. Joo-hee explained that a few days ago, she brought in a few hats. She didn't know if he was worried or it was just a habit, but he kept sweeping his hair back every time he wore one. She offered him tons of hats, old or new ones, but without an ounce of hesitation, he went for his beanie. Additionally, when she offered him some coffee, he immediately refused like it was a habit. When they chose to hypnotize him, she came to the realization that Withrow still had his habits and tendencies despite the loss of memory. To her, it was worth it to go after that faint glimmer of hope, as even if it was silly, if it's something she can solve, she would do it in a heartbeat. After that, she created a team, and they all discussed options from medication to counseling, other folk remedies, or even hypnosis. They prepared the best of the best that humans could do, and carried out the plan. Fortunately, they were able to produce good results with all of this hard work. In the end, she's not a superhuman or inhuman. She's just a genius. She just saw all of the possibilities and jumped at them. Fortunately, luck followed her. Before leaving, she told James why she called him over specifically. In the case of Pearl and Jane, who met him first, the statistical chance that they are already engraved in Withrow's mind as a relationship is high, although memory recovery has some fatal obstacles sometimes, so they had to exclude them. With this kind of hypnosis, it is crucial that they have fresh people who are outside of the main memories. For that reason, she had two choices. Either bring one of those children from Harlem City, or choose a colleague, and that's what she decided. James was shocked after hearing all of this, and noted that he had no way of repaying her, other than by thanking her profusely. Joo-hee asked in turn if he always asked for things in return for things he does in similar situations. He doesn't have to thank her, as they are all sacrificing themselves for the protection of humanity. She is just happy that she could help them. People who are always helping others without the promise of something in return. That is plenty enough for her. James told all of this to everyone, with everyone having their different reactions to it. But Ben was empathetic for him, as he really went through a lot. Pearl is curious about Joo-hee and where she went, and Oldman responds in James's stead, as she has gone back to Korea. Before she left, Oldman came to her and thanked her for everything she did. He knows that it's been a while since they last saw each other, but instead of greeting her how he was supposed to, they immediately got to work. Joo-hee says that it's fine, as she also came by just to say hi, but a lot of things happened throughout. He should also stop thanking her, as she has been hearing that a lot today, and she's honestly getting sick of the word. Oldman asked if she was returning to the ISSTF, and when she didn't respond, he got his answer. Oldman tells everyone that Joo-hee is actually the team leader of Loitoik's Laboratory 1 at the US headquarters. However, recently she requested and was given permission to be dispatched to Korea on a semi-permanent trip. She says that it's just because she wants to go back to her country, but since it's her they are talking about, there must be other reasons. Pearl remains silent, and Ben didn't expect her to also be a researcher from ISSTF. James notes that some came back from a horrible and fierce battle, while others were pulled out of the abyss of their minds. Whatever happened, and whatever the results may be, he would like to thank them for returning safely to this place. Now they should begin the briefing about the Korea battle that seems to have come to a close, and about Pearl's encounter with the Inhuman. Additionally, this meeting will also be about the direction they will go in the near future. At the same time in Korea, Kong finishes his shopping chore, but remembers that among the countless things he had to get, he forgot to go to the fish market, so he thinks that he will just say the fish was stolen by a cat or something. As he walks, he arrives at a very scenic place, which makes him think about everything that happened, specifically about Behemoth. After reflecting a bit, he continues walking home, but he notices something behind him as he walks, as a mysterious figure seems to be following him for some reason. That mysterious figure is actually more of a figure, as all of his friends have gone to meet him, but now they can't see him, because he is above them. Bong suggests that they should just follow him boldly, as his knees are killing him, but Ryul tells him to shut up, as his knees are always killing him. Eventually, Bong sees Kang above him and falls to the ground, making everyone look at him in surprise. After they all get their stuff together, Bong apologizes as he was the one who told them where he was, as he previously said it when he invited him to a meal at his house. Ryul kept pestering him about it, and he couldn't lie. He was curious too. Yojin looks at Kong in a different light, as even if he has that awkward aura about him, he is still amazing. Hong tells him that the school reopened 4 days ago. Why isn't he coming to school? It's like he completely disappeared from this planet. She tells him not to be like this, as even if they have no clue how he is feeling, he can come back, as they want to see him like they usually did. Kang just looked at her with a sorrowful expression and instantly walked a few inches away. The others are surprised by this, and Hong begs him to say something, anything, while he is slowly walking away. Why does he keep running away from them? Did he do something wrong? Is it because of the Inhumans? If it's so, they can fight them together, as they are human, just like he is. The others know that's not true either, but say nothing as there is nothing to say. Kang notes that here there are a lot of dangerous animals, like boards or big snakes, and it's easy to get lost too. It's dangerous, so they should not follow him any further and just go back. He's sorry for everything. As soon as a bus passes him, he disappears, making Hong shed one final lonely tear. Everyone is sad about this encounter, but Ryul notes that they should just go back, as they don't have anything else to do. He's probably the one who's very upset about this ordeal, and they have done enough by showing that they want to meet him once again. He only hopes that this is enough to make him relax, even if only a little. They all walk away, with Bong hoping that he will visit his house again, because his mom cooks delicious food when he does. Later that night, Kong sits alone near a waterfall, thinking about everything again. The grandpa comes around and is wondering why he isn't sleeping so late in the night. Is he restless? Kong says that it's nothing like that. He just wanted to get some fresh air, that's all. The grandpa notices his sad expression and says that earlier this evening, he saw him meet his friends. They are good friends. To follow him all the way here. While they are on the topic, why doesn't he go back to school? Kang doesn't know how to answer that, and instead he frowns. The grandpa notes that he should just go, as he knows that he is surrounded by tons of worries. It would be a lie if he said that he understood all of them. However, if he is feeling like he shouldn't be around others, he is here to tell him that this thinking is wrong. From this moment on, unless they completely eradicate the superhumans, eventually there will be no place in the world that is 100% safe. It does not matter if he thinks that he's the reason for the danger, as the people he loves are already in this kind of world, constantly surrounded by danger. This is the world they are in now. They have to live with it. He can freely go and hang around with people, if he's ready to fight for them, and to take responsibility for their trust in him. He should show that proudly. Honestly, it's not his fault that everything happened the way it did. He has the right to live however he wants, and even if there are people who blame or accuse him, he should know that he is never alone. Kang is awestruck after hearing all of this, and has finally made a decision. The next day, a few of the people there are looking for Kang, as they want to plant more seeds, but one of them said that he went out this morning, saying that he is going to school. Yoondeok, the guy who was looking for him, is glad to see that he is finally going, as he seemed sad these past few days. He also notices that everything is quiet, and their master isn't there either. The sweeping guy notes that everyone went to sleep since there will be no roll call today, and the master also had some business meeting somewhat important, something about a press conference if he's not wrong. Sure enough, the old man enters a building, and tons of reporters are there to film him. The old man walks to the podium but stops just when he's about to get there, as this is different from what they arranged. He explicitly said that he wants to converse with only a few people, and not have so many cameras in front of him. They should put all of those cameras away, and just like they promised, he hopes that only a few will remain. The others are hesitant to do it, but the old man asks them politely, something he will not do the third time. At Incheon High School, people are walking to school like usual and making dumb high school jokes, but that's when one after another they notice Kong arrive, whom they see as Whitecap. One of them thinks that he has to talk with him no matter what, so he goes up to him. He introduces himself as Seon-uk. He doesn't know if he remembers, but he saved his life, and he would like to thank him for that. Suddenly someone jumps on him from behind, that person being Kiol, who was quite bored without him. Eventually all of his friends go up to him, and everything turns back to normal. Back at the conference, a person by the name of Han Jun chooses to take the lead, and as requested, only a few people are allowed, and most cameras are outside. The people who have taken these seats are the representatives of the 3 broadcast companies, the head of Superhuman Analysis, Senator Bae Gil, another senator, and General Baek Oh-jin. The total number of people is 8, including himself, so he would like to begin the interview now. The old man explains that he will answer any questions he can, and since he skipped breakfast to be here, they should make this quick. A reporter is the first to ask him something. Is he actually a superhuman? She isn't doubting him, but perhaps he can prove it? The old man refuses. As he's not an animal at some zoo, he makes his own decisions. If they are curious though, he could always just drop a building on them. Another reporter notes that recently, superhumans appeared to have some conflict with each other. This kind of situation is ambiguous, and is causing confusion among the masses. He would like to hear his side of the story if possible. The old man says that this is just a statement of position. Why is he asking such questions? Did they not make contact with him knowing that he's on humanity's side? If he was their enemy, he could cut their heads off in 2 seconds. Yet another reporter asks if he has any connections to the government, and if not, he would like to know if there are any senators or agencies that have tried to make contact with him recently. The old man is tired of these questions, and notes that he has something to say. He is just an ordinary old man, an acting director of the Submu Martial Academy. He merely stepped in to save people from the inhuman attacks. They should all stop playing around with questions like these, about relationships and status, and ask important questions. In Moscow, Basilov notices Kirillov smiling instead of eating, who is texting someone and notes that he's busy now. Basilov doesn't like his table manners and says that he will break his phone if he doesn't eat. Kirillov says that he just doesn't feel like eating, as they ate 2 hours ago, so Basilov takes his share too. Somewhere else, Dan Yang sees Kirillov's text, with him sending her a caricature of her, which she really likes, but Kirillov notes that it could be better. He suddenly asks where they are, and she says that Nangi told her not to tell anyone. He tells her that she doesn't have to if she doesn't want to, but unfortunately he speaks out loud, making Basilov even angrier, and he promises to break him and his phone if he's still on it when he gets back from the bathroom. He is suddenly distracted by Dan Yang's message, as she feels it's alright to tell him. She looks at Nanji, who is taking a bath, and says that they are in the country of Japan. Back at the press conference, another person asks if he could share something about his power, which he refuses. Another asks if he could lend his body to body research, which he also refuses. All of the questions are met with the same nonchalant answer, with the old man refusing to entertain these fools. That's when one of them asks if he remembers the incident in Gangneung. An inhuman by the name of Hyperion committed mass murder and was never caught. He must know about this incident that caused a lot of anguish. He wanted to know if he's related to the incident, or if he has any information. The old man remembers it like it was yesterday, and notes that he was at the scene. He's directly related to it too. Since they are on the topic, he feels that it's finally time to talk about it. This story starts in 2016, at Sachyeon Harbor. At that time, a father by the name of Nam Seok was at the port, with his son and a friend. While he was covering up his son because of the cold, his friend asked how much time he had left in the cast. Nam Seok didn't rightly know, but the hospital said to wear it for at least 2 months, though he plans on taking it off early if he feels better. While Nam Seok told his child to be careful around the water, his friend told him that he should listen to the medics, as he cannot just put his arm back on if it falls off. Why remove it like that? Nam Seok told his friend Aigo that he worries far too much for his age, and wearing something like this is like being a scarecrow, which is not at all pleasant. And if somebody wants something, they should work for it. Gold does not fall from the sky after all. Aigo said that he's just desperate for a job, so much so that he will damage his health for it. Nam Seok told him that he's no child with a broken bone. He should stop nagging him like his mother did and pass him a light, as these days, the only pain he feels is from the people he meets. When he looked at Aigo, however, his face opened wide as he saw a stone tetrapod come right for them, and Aigo immediately got out of the way, with Nam Seok's child, Woobin, wondering what just happened. They both managed to survive the attack, but before they could even wonder what that was, another tetrapod flew right next to them. Aigo was rightly horrified by this display, but when even more tetrapods started flying around them, they started running again. The tetrapods damaged everything around him, and Woobin started crying for his father, who was right in front of him, but he did not have much time to approach, as a large boat flew right above him, threatening to crush him. Instead of attempting to save his friend, Aigo prioritized what he would have wanted to save, his only child, and so he ran away with him, leaving Nam Seok to think about their times together and look at his child for one last time before being utterly crushed. The man asking the old man questions remembers this incident too. It was a surprise attack that turned into a disaster. It started at the pier, but it took the lives of many people, as things that should have never flown were thrown in the air and crushed everyone around them. After the attack, the harbor was covered in a thick layer of dust, so the victims panicked as they were unable to see. They didn't know who the main attacker was or where the attacks even originated from, so people panicked again, unsure of their surroundings and situation. He left the shore area, where everything was falling from the sky. However, the situation continued to get worse, as massive beams started to fly around. In the middle of that chaos, there was a loud, beastly shriek of unknown origin, and he heard it too. These are the facts of the situation. So he was at the scene too? Or did he hear all of this from somewhere else? The old man explains that he was at his dojo when this happened, but when he heard about it, he felt obligated to intervene. Unfortunately, Aigo got too injured to continue looking after Woobin, so in his last moments, he told him to keep running away no matter what, and cover his mouth while he did so. Woobin, seeing 2 deaths in the span of a few minutes, was too stunned to move for a while, but in the face of despair, he found the will to survive and trudged along the dusty area until he saw something that made him open his eyes wide. He also remembered his father's old saying that even in winter, the flowers bloom. He saw his father standing in a bed of flowers, but just when he found hope and rushed to his father, he was met with reality, as the thing he just bumped into was Hyperion, an inhuman. He slowly tried to grab Woobin, who couldn't do anything to move, but that's when the master appeared and kicked Hyperion away. The master had only a few seconds to tell Woobin to get up and start running before the inhuman charged in, and they both backed off from each other after the impact. The master's eyes lit up as he saw the being who made this mess. He was sure to give him a beating for what he had done. Everyone in the room is shocked to hear that he actually fought against Hyperion, and his interviewer notes that he must be the long-haired giant. The old man continues his story without answering any questions. He saw that Hyperion wasn't moving, so he thought that he was either cautious or became stiff as a defense mechanism. That was not all, however, as he saw his eyes and knew that he was in pain. Almost telepathically, Hyperion noted that he must be curious about him, which made the master angry, and so he charged in with a swift gut punch. He used his momentum to grab his arms and use his knee to kick him right in the face. Hyperion didn't show any sign of resistance, so the master punched him in the head and pushed one of his legs to the ground, allowing him to attempt a deadly karate chop. That's when Hyperion grabbed his arm and attempted an attack of his own that came down like a guillotine on his opponent, creating a large shockwave. As that happened, Wubin stood behind some crates nearby, as he could not move much further, and was covering his ears to not hear anything else. The master successfully blocked Hyperion's attack, who suddenly spoke, telling him to just give up while he has some dignity. The master rushed with a kick to his face, allowing him to get out of the encounter, but then asked what he just said. How can a monster like him speak? He rushed in again, creating another shockwave, making Wubin curious about what was happening, so he watched from the crates. The battle continued, but he would like to first answer their question about whether he's really the long-haired giant or not. The old man takes off his hat, and his tied hair falls down. His hair is indeed long, but he is not a giant, meaning that he is not the one they are talking about. The attack had already ended, and he had no idea what the beast thought, but surprisingly, he did not launch any deadly strikes, only counterattacks. His right arm, knee ribs, and jawbone were incapable of being used in the fight, and between the two of them, their attacks were around the same, though their injuries varied vastly. There was a clear gap of overwhelming power that the old man could not pass, so he was at a crossroad, where dying would not be strange at all. He thought of putting all of his power into a single attack, as a last resort, and as a message, to not look down on humans. He will tell them now, however, the information about Hyperion and about the incident in general is a truthful lie. There are no eyewitnesses in this case, and from the beginning, incorrect information was sent out as the truth. He was the one who had the battle with Hyperion, sure, but before that, he would like to tell them something interesting. When he arrived at the harbor, he thought that Hyperion was trying to harm a fallen child, so he went with a fatal shot from the first strike because he wanted to deal with him as fast as possible. However, what is strange is that through the dust, he was just staring at the pier where the incident started. Now he will tell them about the real Gangnam massacre and the true culprit behind him. As he charged in, the master felt something strange, and sure enough, a deadly attack came for him from his blind spot, and sure enough, something he could not discern came at him at blinding speeds, making him unable to avoid it. However, at that moment, Hyperion kicked him out of the way, making him lose only one leg, although he went through multiple containers and was quite injured. After that, someone came from behind Hyperion, noting that his greeting was broken, but he did not expect to meet the Iscarian so soon. It seems that Pan had something to do with it all along. Before Pan could do anything else, Iscarian jumped to the master and told him to look into his eyes. He will not look for him no matter what, and he will also plan for the future from now on. With that, he grabbed him and threw him away with all of his force. With that, the old man explains that he lost consciousness, and he was thrown into the mountains. The interviewer asks if everything he is telling them now is true, which the old man confirms. He has no reason to lie to them. He did not tell this story just because he did not have time. One of the other people there notes that even if he very well could have, he did not kill him and even protected him. If this is all true, how are they to interpret it? The old man also does not know, as even if Hyperion showed contradictions in himself, it was evident from the beginning that he was still an inhuman, though his own mind is a mystery. It will all probably become clearer as time passes, but he can only wonder if he was confused at the time too. The others ask what he means. The old man explains that their fight was a death match, so their lives were at stake. But even in that short moment, when they read each other's moves, one can really connect with a person. The tension between the strong urge to kill the opponent and the strong urge to survive creates a brutish relationship. In that battle against him for survival, he felt more curiosity than hostility towards him. But now that he thinks about it, it was not either. It was hesitation. Pan continued to assault him, and as he was mad, he didn't want to play hide and seek with him anymore. He killed everything in his path until he found him. He should not run away from him, because he certainly doesn't want to see him pissed off. He thought that they should finish their conversation later, as he was going to kill half of them and take them away. He started to unleash countless hands against Iscarian, who dodged and charged in to counterattack, but Pan did not even move as another deadly attack came from below. He noted that he thought everything in his sight was a bluff, and wondered how Morel dared to humiliate him like this. He continued to attack Iscarian again and again, raising him in the air all the while. After enough softening, Pan tried to eliminate him by crushing him under his hands, but Iscarian caught both of them and pushed back. Pan quickly rose to him and suggested he not be so arrogant before striking him, but after that, he saw something interesting, as a bright eye grew right behind Iscarian's head. Someone from the Ministry of Defense asks how they should take all of this, and if there is any more information on the culprit of this attack. The old man explains that in the past, he could not figure out who the main culprit was, though he found that the light beam that cut his leg off might be a clue. He did not realize it then, because his eyes could not track the attack fast enough, but it appeared like a stabbing hand that flew at extremely high speeds. To provide an example, they should think about the battle Ketchup Man was in, with the unbeatable Inhuman with white hair at the airport. After seeing that, he came to the conclusion that his battle matches numerous other battles he fought way back then. Everything fits. A giant with long hair and similarities in attacks. He believes that the Inhuman who appeared at the airport was also the culprit of the Pier massacre, and Hyperion is the one who stopped him from going further. The fighting continued, up until things started falling out of Iscarion from his back, and Pan remembered what Morel told him. He advised him not to go fight recklessly, but Pan, being his usual self, defied this order, as he felt like they were underestimating him. Morel told him that it was too hard to predict everything, but just in case, he should think about the timing of things. He should avoid all contact with Iscarion, as he is the flame that never goes out, and if he does face him, he can only hope that he will find even a hand of his. Pan could barely move under the absolute pressure of this newly transformed Iscarion, but he persevered and summoned 2 large hands to create a shockwave that would match his pressure. Seeing this, Iscarion began controlling a few of his blades and merged them into one large crescent attack, which pushed back Pan's mighty hands and went straight for his neck. He barely dodged deadly blades that completely annihilated anything behind Pan, but he did not stop there, as he used another crescent attack to take one of his real arms off before he could do anything. This made him think of what Morel said, that he is a flame that cannot be stifled, a true testament to will. Pan asked what was complicated about something like that, but Morel did not say it was complicated, but it was like comparing ants to elephants, or crocodiles to frogs. For everything that exists in this vast universe, there is a gap in terms of strength, and in the end, nothing can escape its limits of power. The only thing exempt from his rule is everlasting strength, which comes from oneself. This is the terrifying ability to completely eliminate the limit imposed by this power gap. Iscarion is similar to this. His everlasting flame will not stop burning, and he will also not stop as long as he is lit, unless he can block the flames of the 7 horns, or completely erase his existence. Iscarion, the embodiment of the flame that burns forever, will always be on top. Pan grabbed his arm right back and attached it to his shoulder, but Iscarion did not stop and launched blade after blade at him. Pan did not know why he's so powerful, as he is certainly not physically stronger than him. Perhaps it's his vision. In any case, he needed time in order to vanquish this opponent, but Iscarion didn't let him have a single second of free time, as he kept attacking him again and again with increasingly powerful attacks. Their dance continued up until Iscarion caught Pan in the air, who tried to protect himself with barriers, but they were proving less and less useful with each attack. Seeing this, Pan tried to teleport away using his eye, but Iscarion swiftly intercepted him and crushed his eye while grabbing his head. He said that he would destroy his reputation, and subsequently rip apart his entire body bit by bit. Before Pan could meet his end, however, Vanisher appeared, and out of him was the vampire Inhuman, who rescued Pan from Iscarion's grasp, but he was grabbed by the leg because of this. He looked at him, but Morel commanded him not to look into Iscarion's eyes, which made Iscarion chop his leg off, allowing the vampire Inhuman to fly away into Vanisher. Iscarion just looked at Vanisher as this happened, as he knew that Morel would speak soon. He said that it has been a while since they last saw each other, though he is sad that things ended up like this. This will unfortunately be a short meeting, though he will get back to him soon, and when he does, he will not have many options left. The old man tells everyone that he does not know where Hyperion went, what he was thinking, or anything else in this matter. He must go now, though he hopes that once he is gone, they will not consider him a rival of sorts. Since he doesn't have anything else to add, he will stop talking about the Gangneung incident. He will also stay here for 30 more minutes to ask any other questions. One of the interviewers pulls out a picture and asks if he knows this man. The old man's face lights up as he sees the picture, as he has certainly met him before. Somewhere in Hong Kong, Evan is sleeping on a bench, while Carol is trying to wake him up, because he said that he was going to sleep for only 30 minutes. She starts calling him all sorts of names to wake him up, which does work, but he is quite annoyed at her yapping, as he will forget very important stuff if he awakes so suddenly. As they walk away from the bench and into the city, Evan thinks that Hong Kong feels really empty, as nobody is working here, and bad things seem to happen at every corner. When they get to their apartment, Carol asks if he's going to play with her, which he refuses, so she calls him a fool. Having had enough of her, Evan orders Tina to play with her while he sits down at a computer and takes a sip of water. After he is done, he contacts both Chenver and Kaylin, asking if they saw anything. Both Chenver and Kaylin say that there's nothing around here, not even energy. Evan orders them to stay in their positions, but finds this weird. They were supposed to meet each other this morning, but they are 2 hours late. He does not know why they want to do the trade in Hong Kong, but he cannot refuse. As he logs into the dark web, he thinks that this is supposed to be the last trade, and the seller should show up themselves. It's a very old-fashioned style of trade, but there has been no issue with other trades so far. If this golden water trade fails, he will be set back quite a bit, but this is also an opportunity to meet Talisman in person. Just as he logs in, another message pops up from Talisman, which makes Evan open his eyes wide and tell the scouts to pull back now. At the same time in America, James is working hard on his car, wondering who left this head-shaped dent in it. But he suddenly gets a call from none other than Joo-hee, who has arrived in Korea, though it's only natural for her. James asks how she is, and if she has seen her little brother yet, but Joo-hee says that she's still in the airport and that she will meet up with him after going to a few important places. But how is he anyway? James says that he's working on his car, as there's a large dent in the roof of it. Joo-hee notes that she wants to tell him something, and James notes that it must be about Evan, right? Joo-hee confirms that it is. She thought about it the entire flight. Withrow died and was subsequently resurrected, and Evan leads an army of these resurrected people. She tried to ignore her thoughts because it was not her responsibility, but she couldn't help but be concerned. She just wants to confirm some things about his ability and about the difference between other resurrected people and Withrow, if he's able to listen. James just remains silent, as Joo-hee explains. Evan's resurrection ability can resurrect any being without losing their memories or body. Everything is fully restored without any imperfections. This is an absolute resurrection. James knows about it too, but from what he heard, none of the beings Evan resurrects have their memories intact and act as his chess pieces. Joo-hee confirms that it's as such, but she does not understand Evan. Here's how she thinks everything goes down. Evan seems to have two steps to resurrection. The first is absolute resurrection, which is the resurrection part of this ordeal. But after successfully doing that without issues, the second step is total memory blackout. At this stage, their memories are completely wiped. She doesn't know what type of ability or device he's using, but his shackles would appear on the person at the same stage too. This means that after the resurrection stage, there must have been some type of error in Evan's plan, so the memory blackout and shackle didn't work on Withrow. Perhaps it was a mistake, or a third party interfering with the second stage, which disrupted the ability. James sits down and notes that he resurrects the bodies, erases their memories, and uses his other abilities to make them follow him, right? Joo-hee can't say this for certain, as they have yet to confirm it, as in the middle of this process, there might be someone helping him. Pearl and Sui fought them before, but they cannot predict Evan's actions based on the information they got from them. She heard that Evan travels with a kid that can see and shape the future, but because he trusts this ability with his life, he is confident that he can solve any problems on the go. However, in this case, he said that he didn't know how it happened, and that he would have to check. It seems like this was not seen in the future, meaning that somewhere, someone must have intervened. What Talisman sent Evan was a picture of them walking in Hong Kong, and he wished them safe travels there. Since this is bothering Evan quite a bit, he calls someone and asks if they found out anything. The fat guy on the other side of the phone notes that there's not much, as the Talisman ID is just a shell, and on the dark web, tracking information is like searching for a needle in a haystack. This is Punta, who notes that hope is not lost, as if they made this transaction using crypto, they might find something in the transaction information. Also, thanks to him giving him that talisman, he found a clue he might find useful. When Evan gave it to him, he explained that he got it from their first meeting, where they met a guy with a mask and were already at the meeting spot. When the transaction was done, he ordered Costa to floor him, but suddenly, both the container he was next to and the man disappeared, only leaving behind a talisman. Punta explains that he searched far and wide for this talisman, and eventually found something that looks the exact same on a woman's social media page. The photo was taken at the entrance of a club called Rev, and the talisman can be seen on the poster board behind her. The location where the photo was taken was France. That's everything he knows. Evan thanks him for this information and says that he will call soon. With this out of the way, he tells Chenver to record the Hong Kong coordinates, as they will be going to France for a while to take care of some important business. Everyone is surprised when they hear about a superhuman who has subordinates. From the old man, who further explains that he did not interfere in the incident at all. What he did instead was turn aggressive after everyone was done fighting, and he had subordinates with him, with some not being able to discern between superhuman or inhuman. He also took that monster's body with him as he ran away, so he's someone who, through his own method, reinforces his power with more subordinates. This is all he knows. He is a real threat to mankind. The others didn't expect enemy superhumans to appear, and even the expert is confused. If all of this is true, it seems more like a global threat. Did they even identify something about him yet? The old man remembers what the Russian told him, that his name is Evan, and relays it to the reporters. They also didn't do much to stop Evan, as some Russian superhumans came to help, and they are still waiting for him even now. If he dares to move, these two can suppress his activities and prevent any other mishaps because of how strong they are. They all start writing in their notebooks. But that's when the old man remembers that Kirillov told him to keep everything a secret. So he tells the reporters that this was a lie, and they should forget about it. Something that makes everyone feel that he's trying to fix what he just said. The superhuman expert thanks him for coming here and establishing various facts as truth to stop the spread of misinformation, and now they know what to deal with because of him. If at all possible, he would like him to stay longer and answer more of their questions. The old man tells him that he does not have that time, as he also lost some precious family during the incident. He will tell them a story, however. Once there was an old man who left late in his life in search of happiness, and he soon found it under a new life, and thus was happy for a while. At the end of that happiness, however, tragedy struck like lightning. He lost a lot of his sons, and he still visits them often even now, because he is lonely without them. Life just doesn't go how they want sometimes, but through all of that pain, the strongest will surely overcome. So he changed his mind. He will answer any other questions, and promises to protect humanity to the best of his abilities. The general asks if he would be willing to cooperate with the military. This information has not been fully confirmed yet, but in Europe, a superhuman is helping the military in a lot of ways. Perhaps this is misinformation, but it seems that superhumans empowering the military is ideal. The old man tells him that there's nothing special that could help the military, and if what he said turns out to be true, then he will listen when they decide to share it and reassess the situation. The general then asks, as a superhuman who is alone, does he have any plans for the future? The old man knows that he's the top general of national defense, but there is venom in his eyes. What a sad look. He says that so far, they have all been responding to the surprise inhuman attacks, and as time went by, their invasion turned constant and likely planned, since they all came in such a large number. In his previous happy life, he did not need to think about it, but recently he has been pondering something. In this constant fight, he hopes that he can continue just by hitting back. They must have some form of base somewhere, which they need to find first, and attack there. However, he knows how difficult it may be, perhaps impossible. The expert says that they don't have any information on them, which is a big problem. The old man explains that he does have the power to beat them up, but he could never kill all of them, so it's now time for all superhumans to work together. Now they don't have a way to communicate with each other, and they naturally have different thoughts and personalities. It will take time to embrace the idea of a group for everyone. One of the reporters is surprised to even think about a union of superhumans, and the old man says that they will need time to form it fully, but it's the only way to minimize damage and fight back. Another reporter feels reassured hearing all of this, but even if the superhumans fall, they will have nobody to turn to. The old man confidently tells him that this won't be the case, as they have superhuman whitecap with them. Besides that, he is probably not the only one who has thought of bringing all of the superhumans together. Someone may be already moving to do it. In Japan, Dan Yang does Nangi's hair, which she finds quite annoying, something that he understands. Dan Yang feels like he's making her do it because he's lazy, and Nangi notes that her phone has been vibrating all day. She probably wants to answer, right? Suddenly a suitcase nearby starts to shake and fall, which makes Nangi ask if she's done with his hair. She confirms it, but is freaked out about what's inside. But Nangi says that it's nothing to worry about. He should open it and talk with him already. When he does so, Dan Yang is even more freaked out and asks why he put something like that in a suitcase, as it's disgusting. Nangi tells Black Mirror to open only its mouth, and this allows him to ask what his name is. The Inhuman takes a while to answer and says that he is Pyongoid. Nangi thinks that it's a very funny name and says that he is a superhuman, so he doesn't want to die as soon as he's released, right? Nangi gets up while saying that he almost looks cute if they look just at his eyes, and thinks that since this guy doesn't know where he is, they should take a break to kill some time. He tells Pyongoid to listen carefully, as he's going to ask him some questions about his species. He is obviously not threatening him, but if he does not want to die, he better answer truthfully. Pyongoid feels like that is a threat, but Nangi pays his feelings no mind and wants to ask him the first question. He looks like someone who is only a peon, so who is his boss? The one he follows. He wants everything on him, down to the last detail. Pyongoid doesn't know how to answer, and Nangi gives him a countdown of 3 seconds. As Pyongoid tries to come up with an answer, those seconds pass, and Nangi almost takes his head off, before he screams out, "Behemoth!" He explains that he is his master. He is only loyal to him. Nangi asks if that's the guy who came last, the one with huge horns on his head, which Pyongoid confirms. So Nangi gives him the sad news that his master is dead. Since he has no idea what went down that day, he will tell him. Those who dared to invade Korea are all dead, except him. So he will ask one more time why he was hiding in such a weird spot. A flower bed in a school doesn't seem like the most discreet place ever. Pyongoid explains that he lost his energy, and if he left his body in a damp and covered place, he could regain some of his lost energy, so he needed to hide somewhere. If he's honest, he just didn't want to die. He was close to being killed, and he'd also become useless, so he fears the others might have killed him, especially Galtarin. Nangi asks which one he's talking about, so Pyongoid tells him that he's talking about the bastard who eats dead things in order to become stronger. He is always ready to fight, and has a dreadful personality. He did not expect him to come so soon, and if he had been caught by him, he would have been killed, so he hid. Dan Yang notes that he's safe regarding him, since he was killed by Whitecap shortly after. Nangi finds his story a little weird but funny, so they should get to the previous question. Also, if he keeps answering questions truthfully, he won't do anything to him, so he wants to know more about Behemoth. After the press conference is over, the expert goes out back to get a drink, and thinks that the days they spent chasing and analyzing superhumans and who they could be were for naught. Additionally, the Inhumans have also begun appearing with no hesitation after the 2016 harbor incident. At the time, he interviewed Wubin, the child who survived, and he told him about the monster with horns that fought a passing old man, but the monster was not a bad guy. He only looked at him and talked with him, telling him to run away. The expert didn't believe him, as the blue monsters are the bad guys. Didn't he just say that he got into a fight with a grandpa? Wubin said that the scarier thing was a monster with long hair that almost looked like a ghost. After the child told him everything, the expert thought that there was a witness there who also saw some of the fight, but due to the amount of smoke, they couldn't see much. Only two large Inhumans fighting. The way this kid was telling him this story was messed up, so he thought that he was in shock, and told him that it's fine, he will get everything from his father. The father miraculously survived the encounter, although he is quite injured, and told the expert that he saw nothing. He had hoped his son's witness would help him. The expert said that in that entire area, only they survived, as everyone else died, and his friend's body is also gone. The father understood, but he was only glad that he was in a better place now with everything that had happened. The expert told him that his son may be in shock due to the way he explained things, so he would likely need counseling and some rest. The father appreciated that he would concern himself with his son, but Wubin is not a child that would say things that do not exist. Now the expert knows that what he said was true, and he refused to believe that kid's story because of his damn pride. He is not deserving of his title. Back in Japan, Pyongoid tells Nangi that he was Behemoth's subordinate, and they all served him like a kind, all knowing that he was their leader. In addition to Behemoth, however, there are some who were on equal terms with him. Nangi expected this, and asked how many other leaders were out there. Pyongoid doesn't know, as even if he was a part of that group, he was left out of most things. Nangi tells him that it's fine, he just has to share what he knows, if he does not want to die. Pyongoid notes that he is speaking the truth. He does not know how many were there, but from what he heard, there were only Behemoth, Pan, Morel, and Sid. Nangi says that he will remember all of their names, but now he wants to know about their characteristics and abilities. Pyongoid once again feigns ignorance, as he never saw them fight in the first place. But Nangi notes that he's not joking just because he's smiling. He better answer the damn question if he doesn't want to be ripped to shreds. Pyongoid relents and first talks about Pan, who has white hair and always wears a red cape. He's very hot-tempered and animalistic, and Behemoth is not the only one who was killed because of him. In fact, he was also almost killed by him. Since he walks very slowly because he's a snail, Pan was very annoyed by him and harassed him constantly. When there was real danger, however, Behemoth came to help them out, and even warned them not to stay close to that guy no matter what. Next is Morel, who is the one who gave them the orders to attack Korea. Even though he serves Behemoth, it seems like everyone listens and follows Morel, which is probably the closest thing they have to a leader. Lastly, they have Sid, who is quite special. He is nicknamed the Return of the Catastrophe, a disaster made flesh. Suddenly, Nangi stops him from talking, as he can feel someone outside of their home. Nangi can't feel that presence anymore, but he decides to keep focusing just to see if he can feel it again. While he does that, Dan Yang asks Pyongoid if he did something, which he swears he didn't, and Nangi attests to that. He has not released Black Mirror since he caught the bastard, in order to prevent any accidents. As long as his ability is active, it's impossible for this guy to talk with others even telepathically. Dan Yang gets that the person outside is someone else, but Nangi can't quite place what it is, so he goes outside to check. When he does that, he says that the weather is amazingly hot. Perhaps he should go back inside, since there is nobody here. Perhaps he was mistaken, or perhaps he is too tired to discern anything well. He goes back in the house and says that he was expecting something to come out, or at least to fight someone, but Dan Yang doesn't care. She just wants to eat something because she's hungry. Suddenly, Nangi charges up and jumps straight through the roof, meeting face to face with the person who was listening in on their conversation all of this time. At the Seoyeon High School, Bong Ryul and Kong all get some food, with them wondering who will pay for all of it. But the store clerk is surprised to see a superhuman here, as is everyone around him, as they are all looking at him with different expressions, some in amazement, some finding him more attractive than usual. Suddenly, Ju Ri appears, with Kang asking what he's doing here. Ju-ri says that he's not doing anything much, but he had no idea he was a traitor to the male race. Is he really dating someone? That's when Ju-hee pops out of Ju-ri's back and goes to give him a hug because they haven't seen each other in a really long time. She says that it must have been really hard with what happened recently, but he did a spectacular job, both physically and mentally. Kang doesn't know what to say about that, but she also notices Hong staring her down with the fury of 1,000 suns, meaning that she's quite jealous. Ju-hee tells her not to worry. Kang is basically her brother, and he's also a really good guy. The class president also appears and says that the principal called him over. Now it doesn't matter if he has to skip a class of 2. Apparently it's something important. Ju-ri and Ju-hee wait for him outside, and Ju-ri notes that they should go have a steak in front of his house like they used to. She just pats his head and says that he will buy him one, but he must be quiet now, so that they can listen. The principal tells him to sit down and make himself comfortable, as this will be quite the conversation. To him, it does not matter if he's human, superhuman, or even a monster, as even if he was a sleepyhead, he was always a good student, and he endeared him to that. He does not know how to say the next words, as he feels like it might hurt him. Kong tells him that he will be fine. He should tell him if that's what he came here for, no? The principal takes a deep breath, and would like to get the hard things out of the way first. Starting tomorrow, he cannot come to school anymore, which is quite unfortunate. Nan-gi expected the spy to pass out after they were caught, but here they are, and he also noticed that they are using Gwan Beop, a form of Korean martial arts. He is quite annoyed by peeping toms, so he will destroy their mask and their face with it. The spy charges Nan-gi once again, who manages to block his attack, and notes that he really knows how to rush in things. Suddenly, the spy changes his fighting style to Chang Quan, meaning long fist. Nan-gi still manages to dodge and uses his movement to kick the spy in the face, before moving in with a bunch of deadly punches. He notes that he did not expect to meet a superhuman who is knowledgeable in martial arts. He does not abhor people who take pride in their martial arts. If he could show him a technique that he does not know, he would be quite happy. Although now, he is kind of weirded out by him using a stolen technique, he can still play with him for a little while longer. The spy acknowledges his position as a practitioner of Southern martial arts. But Nan-gi doesn't stop there. He has been fighting some serious after effects because of the fight with that giant superhuman, although he actually misses the tension he had in that fight, as this one is starting to get really boring. They should continue their squabble while he still cares, so he will go in first. Sure enough, he charges in, while laughing ever so maniacally. Back in school, the principal tells Kang that he knows it might sound very ironic, but while he was out saving people, he was worried that he might get seriously hurt. He already knows well that after the battle at their school, interest in the superhuman named White Cap rose, and because of these rumors, many people became frightened and panicky. His very existence began to be looked into by the government as a result. It does not end there, as there was a petition with tons of signatures from the local residents that was held while he was away. The result was heartbreaking for him, as the majority voted against him. Ju-ri wonders how they dare, as Kang was the one who saved this entire damn district. The principal says that the situation got way out of hand, and he is now expelled as a result. If he's honest, this is all a bunch of bullshit. Nobody is showing him the gratitude he deserves. Kang thinks of all the memories he made at this school, and the wise words of the grandpa. Life will not last forever, and separation is something he cannot avoid. To those who leave, and even to those who stay, if they get separated, the only thing he can really do is keep his good memories of them. With that, they can smile and remember each other fondly. The principal says that he cannot attend school because of how things became, but if he ever has questions or is down in the dumps, he can come find him. If he is ever bored and wants to play, he can come visit the school, because he is a superhuman. But before that, he is his student and a friend. He promises that if he comes back, he will welcome him with open arms. Kang tells him to raise his head, as he has something to tell him. All his life, he has never thanked him for his kindness. He has taught him numerous things, and even when he scolded him, he always cared for him and made him feel like a normal high school boy. He has really wanted to say this for a while now. He would like to thank him for being here for him all this time. With that, he turns away, but remembers the hug Ju-hee gave him, and decides to give one to the principal too, surprising the siblings. Nan-gi eventually gains the upper hand and defeats the spy, which Dan Yang feels like he's similar to someone, but she can't quite say who it is yet. Nan-gi notes that he wasn't playing games when he said that he was bored. He wasn't able to satisfy him, so now he will demask him. The spy suddenly calls him his senior, which confuses Nan-gi, so he takes off his mask, only to reveal that it's someone Yang knows, Haolan. Nan-gi asks if they know each other, which Dan Yang denies. They only met once before. In Harbin, China, there is a big mountain called Mount Hunchi. The roads are rough and the climate is not favorable for moving, so people do not visit that place often. However, some time ago, there were reports of a legendary Yeti patrolling the area, and as per usual, in a village near the mountain, A gang called the Black Snow started causing trouble with the locals, which the Yeti heard too, so he defeated everyone. After the gang was done, other gangs visited the mountain in order to get their revenge, but soon, nobody dared to visit anymore, as it was a fact that one would die if they went there with murderous intent. Nangi says that was a really interesting story, but is she saying that this guy is this Yeti she's talking about? Dan Yang confirms as such, and explains that she could not resist going to the mountain because she heard the report about the mysterious Yeti. So there, she met someone wearing a dead animal and looked like a wild man. She saw him singing a sort of ballad before he seemed to have noticed her, and immediately jumped to attack. But Dan Yang dodged and told him to wait, as she is not an opponent. Haolan thought she was fooling him, and noted that she must not be an ordinary child of man. Who is she? Does she want to fight? Dan Yang covered her eyes because this man was almost naked, and introduced herself, before explaining that she came here because she was curious about this Yeti creature in these mountains. Nangi is surprised to meet a fellow superhuman in this gigantic land. It's really nice to meet him, and he understands what Dan Yang is saying, but why did this brute call him his senior? Dan Yang doesn't know that, but hasn't he hit that guy too much? At school, everyone notices that Kong has disappeared along with his bag. Quan tells everyone that he left after packing up his bag, and he also wanted to let everyone know something. He's not going to go to school anymore, so he wants to thank them all and wish them luck. From now on, they should not come and visit him. Instead, he will come to them from time to time. So this is goodbye for now. Haolan is eventually let out of his restraints, and he introduces himself as the dwarf. He is a superhuman who rumbles the forest with spirits and can split the earth in two with one blow. Nangi also introduces himself, and asks him to continue. Haolan says that after struggling with boredom for a while, he finally found that living with nature was what made him happy, so he retreated to the woods. But one day, he saw that inhuman monster who froze him in place, and he was fighting with him. The struggle they had was transcendent, and both of their fighting spirits showed him that he was short-sighted in his worldview. In that very moment, a fire he never knew he had was ignited in his soul and took away life's emptiness. Nangi certainly didn't expect all of this. Is this a compliment to him? Haolan says that it's respect, as he crosses the sea heading to Korea to meet him and fight against these monsters. But by the time he arrived, the fighting was done. He did not know where to go next, but luckily, he heard that he was in Japan, so he crossed the sea again, and probably got a cold while he was at it too. He suddenly smashes his head into the ground and says that he has never fought an inhuman before, so he does not know how well he can do against one, but he would like to join him in his quest to save the world as a fighter. Nangi asks why he attacked him in the first place if this was his intention all of this time, and he notes that he simply wanted to check if there are others pretending to be him, so that's just how he decided to test it. As soon as they fought, he realized that it was actually him, and even though he had seen him fight before, he was still surprised by his sublime martial arts. He wanted to appreciate his way of negotiating further, so he took this opportunity to have a duel with him. He begs his forgiveness for being rude and without any self-respect. Nangi says that he wasn't rude, but he has one criticism for him. He fought in moderation. He didn't rush in with all of his might until the very end. Now that's something that's quite disrespectful. Haolan apologizes for this disrespectful behavior once again and asks to be punished. Nangi doesn't know how to do that, so he just makes him his right-hand man, which Haolan actually wanted. Pyonggoi dares to open his mouth and asks what they will do with him, since he told them literally everything already. Nangi tells him not to praise himself. He has killed far too many people, so he is going to be rightfully judged sooner or later. But he will help as much as he can before that. Before saying anything else, Haolan squishes him and calls him an oversized snail, who dared to talk back to his senior. Nangi is already liking his right-hand man, and notes that he might need a left-hand man too, so they should go to Shigehira already. While driving away, Ju-ri is quite worried about Kang, and wonders if he will really be alright all alone. Ju-hee says that his situation is complicated, but either way, he has become much more mature and determined than before. Ju-ri just didn't expect the school board to make such a harsh decision against him, and Ju-hee, seeing that he's still thinking about him, notes that she has a restaurant reservation later. He can go and talk with him then. Ju-ri asks where they are going now, as this car they are in seems to be a bit suspicious, but Ju-hee notes that it's not a special place. They are just stopping by to say hello. Eventually, they arrive in a dark structure that creeps Ju-ri out, but Ju-hee tells him it's fine. She promises that he's safer here than anywhere else, as she knocks on the door. The people inside hear the knocking, and Dr. Moon asks who this is, as this place is off limits for people without authorization. Ju-hee apologizes for showing up so suddenly and introduces herself as Ju-hee. She's with the ISSTF. Moon knows that she's the #1 researcher in the US and lets her in immediately. As soon as she enters, she says that this place has a very homey vibe to it. She didn't expect the Mira Medical Research Department to be like this. She thought it was a secret laboratory floating in the air at first, but she didn't expect it to be underground. She also says hi to Moon, as they have always chatted on the internet, but now that they meet in person, it feels like meeting an old friend, doesn't it? B seems to recognize her and vice versa, but Moon wonders why she's here in Korea, when she should be at the US branch of the institute. She explains that she got transferred to Korea permanently. She waved the US branch goodbye, and now they no longer have the most talented person in the world with them. Moon is also curious about the young man next to her, and she explains that he's her brother and they should excuse him. Moon is quite mad, as she already knows that there's tons of sensitive information around here, so outsiders do not have any clearance. He has to leave. B says to let him in, as he knows that kid, he's the one who saved his life previously. This confuses everyone, but Ju-ri remembers that he's the guy from the airport, so they all sit down, and the situation is explained. B thanks him for what he did, as if he did not have the courage, he would probably be dead. Ju-ri notes that he should be thanking him, as he saved him 2 or 3 times in that situation. Ju-hee scruffs his hair and notes that the world really is small, but this must be fate, to meet like this one again faithfully. She is truly proud of her little brother. Now that the introductions are done, she wants to ask Moon something. Where's the guy named Gun-do, who plans to have the upform procedure done on him? Moon is shocked that she actually knows about it, but tells her that he's currently resting in an underwater capsule. He's trying his utmost to heal enough in order to have the surgery, but his condition seems to worsen every time it gets better, and they are not even in the initial stages just yet. Ju-hee apologizes for interrupting here, but he must have some medical data around here, and she wants to see it, as she can diagnose the situation accurately. Moon immediately hands her a bunch of files on this case, and it takes 10 seconds for her to read everything. She now knows that it won't be easy, but she will help him. They should solve this problem together. Moon is more surprised that she read and diagnosed everything so quickly, but that's when Ju-hee says there's something she wants to ask of him. If she's being honest, she doesn't want to be called leader anymore, because she will give up her position in the ISSTF, and she wants him to come with. He must realize the risk she is putting on herself by asking him such a thing when they just met. She knows that they are surprised to hear this, but she would like them to listen to her story at least. At the Inhuman hideout, Tobian arrives, as he was called here by Morel. Kylie asks if he was excited to come here this quickly, and Morel notes that it's decided they will be moving now, as 2 stars remain. He is not ignoring their abilities, but now they will go in directly, so he orders Tobian to open his maw and move them to the surface. He does just that, and Morel says that they will open the bath once they are above sea level. When they get up, they all glisten under the moon, and Pan asks where Sid is. Morel says that he will not be coming, but he wants them to stop talking and listen. He tells Tobian that Jakayak did not only hide his place, but he also set up a barrier, so finding him will not be easy at all. When they enter his territory, he may also start hallucinating until he loses his way, so he will not open his eyes at all, as the island, the water, and everything he will see will be an illusion. He only has to keep his eyes closed and control his abilities, swimming only in the direction he is ordered to. Tobian understands and says that there might be some sudden moves when traveling with him, but he promises to get them to their destination. Morel first points him southwest and tells him once again to keep his eyes closed. Tobian immediately follows his orders and starts moving through the water swiftly. While he does that, Pan asks Morel what their plan is when they meet him. Just take him down? Morel says that he does not know until they get into that situation, as he doesn't think Jakayak is someone foolish enough to ignore their previous talk, but he cannot predict anything with him. They all might have to see blood tonight. Kylie says that at least they will have some fun, and with that they travel in silence. But someone deep below ground has already sensed them, and is waiting patiently. In Kyoto, Nangi's group walks around while Haolan is singing and Dan Yang is eating some food. He notices this, and smacks it out of her mouth, as how did she dare to eat such delicious food, and not present it to their senior first? Such insolence must be punished. Dan Yang naturally becomes mad, and they start fighting, which Nangi finds funny, but tells them to stop, as they don't have time for this. Haolan immediately stops and calls a truce with Dan Yang, but she better be prepared next time. Nangi notes that he must have been losing to have such bruises, and Haolan is glad that he at least made him laugh. Dan Yang notices that he's trying to copy Nangi's laugh, which she doesn't like at all. People around them seem to recognize Nangi, as he has become quite popular, but the two besides him are a mystery. Perhaps they are also superhumans? Dan Yang looks around and asks if they should be walking around like this, as people are recognizing them. Nangi says that there's no reason for them to go ahead and remain hidden, and he actually never did try to hide. As they live their lives, how people see them will not matter. That applies to her and everyone else. Haolan listens with hearts in his eyes, as he takes this as an important life lesson. Dan Yang understands, but wonders where they are even going, as they are just walking this path randomly. Nangi explains that they are going to the bamboo forest in the suburbs. It's the place where he met Shigehira for the first time. From what he knows about him, he does not hide or run away. Haolan suddenly gets serious, and Nangi knows why. Someone is following them, which isn't Shigehira. Dan Yang has not noticed, so she's quite surprised. But Nangi finds it funny, as he seems to have become quite popular for no reason. Haolan suggests that he go and fight as his right-hand man, but Nangi tells them to ignore that person and head to the forest, as he is sure that he's a superhuman too, but he's a tailing amateur, meaning they will catch him in the forest and see what he really wants. While sleeping, Pearl thinks about Jane and how injured she was. She fought to the point where she could not even show herself anymore. She is suddenly awoken by James, who apologizes for interrupting her rest, but she must come here quickly. She asks what's wrong, and James asks if Jane has contacted her in any way, which she hasn't. James explains that a few hours ago, Australia began to be besieged by Inhumans. Pearl asks for more details, which James can't give her, as they don't know much either. This news just started to circulate 10 minutes ago, so it's hard to tell what the situation is like. The US and UK branches of the ISSTF are on their way to Australia as they speak, but they have not seen any superhumans take any action yet. That is why he called so late in the night, to see if she had any contact with Jane, but now they will look into Daphne. The superhuman Jane was supposed to meet and see if they can't get something. Hearing all of this, Pearl gets up and says that she will be going, making James note that they have informed everyone and will be in the laboratory to brief her. Pearl says that there's no time. She has a real bad feeling about this. She actually meant that she's going to Australia. She will go first, so they will be in charge while she is gone. In Japan, Haolan tells Dan Yang to switch sides, as he should be the one to protect his senior if something were to happen. Nangi tells him to shut up, as the one following them might hear him from this range. He also suddenly notices people talking about superhumans in Australia, and sure enough, Dan Yang also tells him the same thing. Apparently there is a lot of chaos, but they have not discovered the identity of the one causing the most damage just yet. Nangi doesn't feel anything that would signal Inhumans in that place, but perhaps it's because he hasn't been there yet. He laughs and says that they are busy too, so they should get on their way and enter the bamboo forest already, and meet that person. Inside the conference room, Sui wants to go to Australia too, despite saying that she would stay in America. She begs James to let her, as she just can't sit back and let Jane get potentially even more hurt. James knows that she's important to her, but now is not really the time. Withrow tells her that currently, their biggest problem is that the superhuman who can teleport them is not here, so it's hard to help when the problem is on another continent. James concurs with his words, but Withrow continues further, and says that Pearl recently got the ability to fly, so she will get there swiftly. They all understand how she feels, but they cannot contact Jane now, so Pearl made the right choice when she decided to rush to Australia, as there is no time to waste. They must trust her no matter what. This news is spread to everyone in the world, and it eventually gets to Kirillov and Basilov, with Kirillov saying that he thought things would be quiet after the Korea fight. But still, something is quite strange about this. Since this news keeps spreading, it's bound to be something big, so they should get moving too, something that Basilov agrees with. Nangi's group finally gets into the forest, with Nangi noting that it's been a while since he came here, but the trail is the same. That's also the cabin he is living in, Shigehira's place. He notices that it's pretty much abandoned, but they will go inside later. He tells Haolan to get rid of the annoying bugs that are around here, and Haolan immediately jumps near an eagle who seems to be spying on them. He announces that he is Haolan. He is swifter than a bird and stronger than a bull, so he will make sure that it dies a painless death. Before he can do something, however, a kid crashes into Haolan, making him land on the ground with a large thud. The kid also lands down, and Nangi laughs, as this is the weirdest interaction he had all day. He knew he was popular, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Dan Yang knows that this young boy is the one who has been following them, although he doesn't seem to be the Shigehira they are looking after. The eagle starts to gently descend on the young boy's shoulder, surprising her, and the young boy asks Nangi if he's the Black Hat, the one who fought in Korea when the beasts came. He also asks what he is doing around these parts, which makes Nangi laugh, since he has not met such a bold kid in a very long time, but they are here to meet a friend, by the name of Shigehira. The young boy instantly believes that these are all lies. How can they be his uncle's friend when they tried to harm Kenta? Nangi asks if he's talking about the eagle on his shoulder, which the boy confirms. Kenta is an old family friend. How can they dare to harm his friend like that? Before he can utter more words, Haolan charges him with his foot, which the boy barely has time to defend against before being sent flying. He does manage to stay on his own 2 feet, but Haolan does not stop and tries to smash him into the ground. The young boy has to use all of his body to move out of the way, allowing Haolan to grab his foot. He announces that since he was the one who started spying on them, he will not have any mercy on him. With that, he moves in with an extremely heavy punch, making Nangi move in swiftly and block his attack. shocking both Yang and Haolan. Nangi tells him that he lost all of his reasoning and turned his martial arts into a killing machine. Was he not one of the greatest warriors on the planet? He's quite disappointed by this display. However, he can forgive him. All he needs to do is leave this situation to him, and he will have repented. Haolan immediately bows down to him and starts smashing his head into the ground out of pure shame, making the young boy wonder even more what these guys even are. Nangi turns around to him and notes that there has been a misunderstanding, as they don't want to kill the eagle, and also that what he said was true. He is not Shigehira's friend. He met him only once, and he won't even ask him where he is. It's just that he will search for him here. Since he's got such an ugly way of dressing his hair, it should be pretty easy. The boy suddenly tells them to wait for him, and starts crying while begging for their help. He cannot save his uncle alone. Pearl continues flying towards Australia, yet her mind starts to be filled with worry for Jane. Even then, she could only guess what her condition was like. It would be amazing to hear that she actually got to Daphne and healed, but if she hasn't, she may never be able to come back from that ever again. This worry turns into determination, and she speeds up, hoping to see her friend well. The boy tells Nangi's group that half a year has passed since his uncle left, and Danyang gently asks him what happened afterwards, to not make him cry anymore. Haolan also feels very sorry for him, and can feel the sadness coming from his heart, making him cry too. Nangi asks for his name, which he says is Chisaki, Miura Chisaki. Nangi also introduces himself, and asks what his relationship with Shigehira is. He wants to know everything, from his relationship all the way to what happened. Chisaki says that it all happened 1 year ago, when he first met his uncle. They first met in the pampas grass fields of the Sengokuhara district. At the time, the inhuman alarm suddenly sprang, and the inhuman who appeared moved northwards, causing havoc everywhere he went. It was a situation where the subjugation of the beast could not be easily done, even with the help of the government. To help with the situation, he also went to the Golden Grass region, where the inhuman was expected to be arriving next. That's when he met Shigehira, and his entire body froze. It was the very first time he met a superhuman face to face. Even with the iron-like smell of blood piercing his nose, and the situation of a lifeless corpse standing in front of him, he felt a sense of warmth like never before. He looked into the old man's eyes, yet he dared not say a single word. That is how he first met his uncle. After that, while knowing each other, time went by without them seeing each other. Thus, he started to travel, fighting inhumans all the while, but he could not find him. Sometimes, he was one step behind him, only arriving to see the freshly cut-up corpse of an inhuman. By the time he took the 3 inhumans down, rumors about them had circulated all over Japan. They started calling them the Imp and the Forest Spirit respectively, and the government tried to discover details about them for a while. Danyang is surprised at his kill count, but also wonders what Shigehira's numbers are like. Were there really so many inhumans in Japan? It's all quite strange. Nangi says that it's not strange at all, because all of the data and statistics given by the government agencies are all white lies. The United Nations UV previously said that Withrow and Pearl were suppressing more than 50% of the world's inhuman encounters, which is bonkers to even think about. They just come up with random statistics and such in order to not cause a worldwide panic. If they were to include the unknown instances where inhumans and superhumans are fighting, the number would be much higher and things would become more complicated. That is why public information is faked. Politicians, business giants, and the like are all filtering this information according to their needs. Danyang agrees with him. She and Nangi have killed more than a few inhumans already, while Haolan thinks that he should make this kid his senior, since he killed so many inhumans. Black Mirror suddenly comes out of Nangi and starts looking at the young man right next to him. He notes that this one is a little different from their win-win relationship, but it's very similar to him. He can feel the echo inside of him vibrate. Nangi seems curious about this information, but tells him off for crawling out while people were talking, so he confines him for now, which Black Mirror does not care for. With that out of the way, he tells Chisaki to continue his story. After a while, he personally went to find Shigehira, who noticed that he had been tailing him for weeks, and asked what he wanted. He told him that he was a superhuman. They have met before. He's sure that he remembers. After that, they quickly became friends, and they started living together. At first, his uncle looks like a man who is cold, but he's actually really kind and warm. He emits the same warmth he felt when they first met. To a person like him, who has lived all alone, Uncle and Kenta were precious gifts given by a benevolent being. The time they all spent together was happy and very fun. One night, Shigehira suddenly opened up to him a bit. He told him that he must have been lonely, but the reason this world is so beautiful is because they can always lean on each other when they hit hard times. The days went on just like that, but one day, he lost to an inhuman, and he almost paid with his life for it. He usually went to the beach to search for pretty shells, and even though there was no alert, an inhuman was there. A beast so strong he easily got defeated. The inhuman also spoke to him, the first time he saw a beast speak, and was itching to crush his head. That's when his uncle appeared, and asked the beast to put his grandson down, if he didn't want his head to be attached anymore. The Inhuman did not seem that intimidated, and asked if this little man was his subordinate or something. Shigehira was surprised to find out that such a beast could speak so well, and asked him once again to unhand the kid. He will not ask again. Noticing a certain vibration in his voice, the Inhuman deduced that he cares about this subordinate quite a bit, something he can certainly play better. That's when Kenta started to fly above them, making both the Inhuman and Chisaki stare up in the sky. This gave Shigehira enough time to cut the hand of the Inhuman and grab Chisaki. Unfortunately, this was not enough to cut the Inhuman's hand completely, but it was certainly enough to anger him, as he told Shigehira that he would be munching on his bones by the end of the evening. Shigehira was actually aiming for his neck in order to finish things now, but the Inhuman moved and he only got his arm. He grabbed his hat and told Chisaki that life is not always happy, and there are times when it is hard to shake off the loneliness and fear that will seep within him. He will be gone for a while, but he should know that at this moment, he can fully lean on his shoulder. Chisaki could only cry as his old man bravely rushed the enraged Inhuman. He notes that Shigehira is really strong, and fought quite well against the Inhuman. But while they were in the middle of the fight, another Inhuman appeared. He suddenly erupted from the ground and almost put Shigehira into the ground, who was able to dodge before something happened. This Inhuman, Merle, wanted to join Bahama, who warned him that this guy is strong enough to kill them in an instant if he wanted to. Shigehira couldn't believe that he met two Inhumans that could talk in a single day, and both are quite different from normal Inhumans. Just what is going on? The Inhumans did not give him much time to think about it, and started to rush him. Chisaki wanted to do something, but since the situation was so dangerous, he could not do a single thing, and his body was also not in the best shape. The Inhumans tried many pincer attacks on Shigehira, attacking him from above and below, yet they did not look at him even once. So Shigehira also had to forget about him, in order to protect him. Dan Yang notes that she can only imagine how those superhumans looked in his eyes. She is sure that they were extremely dangerous. Was Shigehira also in danger like he was? Chisaki denies it. Shigehira had a complete advantage in this battle. He was surprised too, when he saw what he could really do. The others are surprised, but Nangi finds it to be only natural. Shigehira is really strong, but fighting is not all about strength. One has to know the difference between themselves and the opponent, the variables and abilities brought along, and the skill of the opponent. He saw Shigehira fight before. He is powerful in all of those aspects. If they were to compare him to St. Pearl of the United States, he is equal, or perhaps even greater than her, although it depends on the situation. If he isn't against an Inhuman like Behemoth, or an entire army, he's not someone who can be brought down with ease. He does not know what kind of Inhumans he was against, but unless it was the two examples he mentioned, he can predict what happened next. Sure enough, Shigehira cut both Merle and Bahama to size, but let Bahama live, as he wanted to ask a few questions before he killed him. Shortly after Shigehira was done with the Inhumans, Kenta came to Chisaki, cuddling close to him as he did so. Chisaki assured the bird that everything was fine now, it's all over. He did not know at the time if he was really talking with that Inhuman or not, but after ending the fight, he just stood in front of him. Sure enough, Shigehira was really talking with him, and asked where he was from, and who he was exactly. Bahama tried to say that he knew nothing, but Shigehira took his other arm at extreme speeds and warned the Inhuman. He knows already that as long as his heart is beating, his body will keep regenerating, whether he wants it to or not. If they wait, he might actually regenerate fully, so he should listen well. He cut up his subordinate in one single swing. He kept him alive for a reason. He has misunderstood his actions. He has no plans to kill him swiftly, like his comrade. Until he answers correctly, he will feel the cold slice of this blade again and again, so he will ask again, where does he come from, and what does he plan to do? Seeing no other way out of this, Bahama decided to obey. He explained that they did what they were ordered to do. They were scouting for Stein. Shigehira asked who this Stein is, and Bahama told him that he went against someone's orders and ran away. He is a true warrior just like he is, and is allowed to fight autonomously, without orders. He was commonly known as a stupid idiot pet, who can't speak because of how afraid of the boss he is, so they were ordered to catch him. Then they ended up here, facing him. Shigehira asked where he took his orders from, and Bahama said that they were from the king he serves. He's the one Inhuman above all Inhumans. Shigehira figured that he would know where this king of theirs would be, which Bahama confirmed, but it was in the ocean. Shigehira slowly sheathed his blade and noted that he wouldn't kill him now, but if he tried anything funny, he would feed him to the pelicans around here. He wanted the Inhuman to lead the way and guide him to this king. Everyone is surprised to hear something like this, but Chisaki continues. Shigehira explained everything they talked about, and that he would go at midnight. Naturally, he wanted to come with him, and begged Shigehira to take him, but he explained that currently, Their abilities are as different as the land and sea. He will not be of help to him. He will only be a burden to him. He already knows this. He will get stronger in the future. He has that potential, so he shouldn't be stubborn and wait here, as he will leave the protection of Japan in his hands. With that, he left with the Inhuman on a small boat. Nangi notes that this was a horrible decision, but he can understand what he wanted to do. When he realized that there's an organization of Inhumans, he must have planned to cut them down from the roots, but he underestimated his opponents heavily, as he only fought 2 weak scouts. He was probably so damn arrogant with his strength that he thought he could kill anyone. What a stupid bastard he was. Chisaki immediately reacts to this mockery and tells him to apologize as his uncle isn't stupid. Nangi asks him, if he wasn't a dumbass, then what happened to him? He's curious about what happened afterwards, so could he tell him? The other two realize that Nangi said those words to allow Chisaki enough courage to talk about what happened next. At the same spot where Shigehira left, he stood still for many days, in order to wait for him. But one day, Kenta Crash landed near him, and was in awful condition. Tied to her was a piece of paper that he never wanted to open. His heart dropped when he read the contents, which were written in human blood. Be careful. Nangi suddenly grabs Chisaki, and asks if he sees the stupidity now. The result of his dumbass decision was that pathetic piece of paper, and he is also asking for their help so shamelessly. Will he continue to shout at him because he's caught up in his own emotions? What a brat. He throws Chisaki to the ground, as he can't endure his weak scent anymore. But does the story end there? If there are any more clues or information, he better say it now. Chisaki looks at him with anger, before telling him that southeast of Japan, there is an island forgotten by crows, and that's where they will find this king bastard. Before Shigehira left with the Inhuman, Bahama promised to lead him there, but he begged him for mercy. Before they arrive there, he wants to die. He did not complete his mission, and he's even leading him to their base. Living in such circumstances is much worse than death, so he would ask him for this simple favor. Chisaki and Shigehira were surprised by such a visceral cry for help, but Shigehira told him that he had forgotten his place again. He will decide what is to be done with him, so he should shut up and lead the way. That is everything Chisaki knows. He has no more stories to tell them. Nangi wants to tell him in advance, but he shouldn't hold out any hope. The fact that he hasn't heard from Shigehira for a long time, and the only time he did was through a bloody piece of paper, means that there's a high probability that Shigehira is dead. He knew that the bastard would act alone, and he also knew that he would be late to anything he did. Even so, he should forget about Shigehira. If he is truly his friend, and if he is a superhuman, he must know what has to be done next. It is time to rise. He moped on for long enough. He must follow him now. He tells everyone that their business in Japan is done. They will go to finish what Shigehira couldn't. It's the least they can do at this point. While everyone is leaving and Nangi suggests they watch what's happening in Australia, Paongoid is sweating bullets inside the suitcase, as he has heard the name of the island. At the Martial Academy in Korea, everyone is watching a news story about Australia. Currently, the region where the incidents first occurred are covered in a blood-red sky and fog, which has disrupted communication signals. Because of this, investigation has been proven difficult, and the US branch of the ISSTF is unable to do anything at this time. Grandpa's senses are screaming at him, just like last time, that this situation is not that simple. But what the hell is happening? 2 days after the Korean battle came to an end, on the Golden Coast of Australia at Griffith University, a lecture was being shown about the flute mushroom, which makes the sound of a flute when wind passes through it. It is rare, but not so rare that it's just a legend. For that reason, if someone finds one, they are basically rich because of how expensive it is. It is said that it can cure any disease, and has such a taste that even the most expert chefs could not replicate it. This is Daphne Bayleaf, teacher, and the one Jane went to. As she continued her lesson, 2 students talked about her nickname, which is the Witch. She originally majored in psychology, and she's amazing at it too. She does not just guess. It's like she understands every single thought of the person in front of her. There's a rumor that she can even read what people are thinking. Suddenly, the entire university shook, with everyone thinking that it's an earthquake, but Daphne knew better. Nearby, at the Surfers Haven beach, hundreds of gigantic rocks were thrown on the beach, without anyone knowing why. Surprisingly, the rocks didn't hit anyone, but the ones that were on the beach are still shaken and scared. Even those that are in the water were becoming weary of their position. A man saw these things fall from the sky earlier, however they changed their course to the sand. The lifeguard tells everyone to get out of the beach as soon as possible. They cannot afford to stay here any longer. A man next to him noticed that something was strange, as the earthquake and the rocks falling from the sky were horrifying for anyone, but they seemed to have not hit a single person or building. The lifeguard hut was safe too, and nobody was even injured in this strange case. The lifeguard also noticed the gigantic rock in the middle, which was the size of a house. Everyone at the university wonders what happened and what that earthquake was. One theorizes that it was probably the superhumans. Perhaps there is another battle in Korea. The only problem with this is that the alarms aren't ringing, which doesn't make them calm down, as something has probably happened still. That's when they noticed that Daphne was completely gone, probably for a while now, and some decided to follow her lead and bolt out of there. The police evacuated the crash site of the rock quickly and prohibited any entry. One of them wondered what this event was, with his chief not knowing. Apparently it's connected to the superhuman named Jane Sonata somehow. Not that it concerns them anyway. After the ISSTF arrives, they can go home. The policeman didn't expect for them to have an ISSTF facility in Australia, with his chief now knowing, as their alarms sometimes go off, so there must be one. He also doesn't like those bastards, as they go to foreign countries and act like cool guys. That's when Daphne slipped past them, and the policeman tried to stop her, as this was a prohibited area, but Daphne just grabbed his warning stick and shattered it. She apologized, but she didn't have enough time to explain everything. She is a superhuman, and what landed is her friend. They should understand from here on out. The policeman didn't move an inch after that. They didn't want to get on the bad side of a superhuman after all. Daphne approached Jane and wondered what all of this was about. She didn't seem to have enough energy to answer, so Daphne decided to peruse her memories and see what really happened for her to be in such a state. She activated her ability and saw everything she went through with the Inhuman, the extremely hard battle she had to endure. Her and Pearl both risked their lives in some unknown place where nobody saw anything. On behalf of humanity, she thanked them, but it was time to go home. She knew that the henges were submerged to absorb the Earth's nutrients, but she still decided to take her to her house in order for her to recover well. That night, while Daphne was taking care of Jane, she wondered how she's still alive after taking so much damage, and about that Inhuman, who even Jane couldn't handle. Suddenly, a man by the name of Scotch barged in and asked why she's using the attic when she has such a nice home, although it's also nice here. Daphne explained that she uses this place to avoid people, and occasionally, like now, as a ward. He understood and noted that he had to get going, so she should call if she needs any kind of help. She's looking quite sad as it is. Daphne told him that Jane was slowly fading away, and that she was the only one who could save her, so she asked Scotch for help. She needed it desperately. At the beach, which was closed to the public at the time, an Inhuman appeared, most likely a scout. The Inhuman got out of the water and started smelling the area around him, right next to a policeman who was unfortunate enough to work the night shift and oversee this restricted area. He talked with someone over the phone about Marcus Gerald, with that someone believing that he would win the election. He is an entrepreneur and has the best track record, without any sort of scandal. The policeman agreed, as the government even had a debt to pay to him, and believed that Marcus's stock would skyrocket after he was elected, meaning that he would be able to live comfortably since he invested a lot. Suddenly, he noticed something moving below him, which he chose to ignore, up until the Inhuman came right up to him, and he dropped both his phone and cigar. The Inhuman got closer and asked where the stone was, with the man not being able to answer him at all, so he decided to try and run away. He wasn't fast enough, and the Inhuman moved on, as he got the smell of the rock already. The guy over the phone tried to reach the policeman, to no avail. Scotch noted that a lot of people were shocked, as the stones didn't do much damage, but they appeared out of nowhere and disappeared shortly after. Everyone began to theorize about where they came from, and rumors about Jane started to spread too. Now she was in front of him. If he's honest, what surprised him most was that she was a superhuman. Tons of people saw her close to the stone, and now rumors about her actually being a witch are pretty much proven. Daphne didn't deny her identity, and said that it's been a while since the Korean battle ended, so after seeing Jane in this state, she decided to not hide anymore. They are living in a dangerous time that nobody can stop. Now that the superhumans know about the Inhumans' attack, they must prepare. She apologized to him for lying to him like that. If he felt weird about her being a superhuman, or if he is reluctant, he can pretend like they never met, as they already made some great memories together. Scotch remembered all of their time together and sat down. She always asked him over and looked for him whenever she needed help, but now she's cutting him off? He's getting quite mad. It's only natural that he won't leave. He cannot allow her to be lonely. They are friends after all. Daphne appreciated his words and gave him a list of what they needed and told him to be careful. Outside of their house, the scout Inhuman uncloaked and contacted someone named Calbus, noting that he found the target. Calbus congratulated Ulrum and asked to show him the target. With that, Ulrum began to vomit up a bird, which allowed Calbus to see through its eyes. With that, he commanded Ulrum to let the crow do what it does best. Calbus gets out of Ulrum with the crow and notes that he should go and scout for himself, but that's when a vehicle arrives, and Calbus tells Ulrum to hide and not do anything foolish until he gives him any orders. Ulrum agrees and goes into hiding, while the car steadily approaches the driveway and parks in front of the house. Inside, Scotch reads the list Daphne handed to him and among the dried herbs and dried fruit, he wonders if this stuff will really help out. He's only asking since she said that Jane is dying, but she's no human. Shouldn't there be special treatment for her? Daphne confirms as such, but also says that superhumans are above all still humans. No surgery or medication could help Jane now either. They will need to use the power of nature to bring stability to her broken body and mind. That is their priority, and luckily, that is what she specializes in. Suddenly, they both hear a honk outside, with Scotch wondering why that dumbass is doing that with everyone asleep. He opens the window to call out Ayla and asks what she's doing, bothering so many people at night. She asks why he's getting so mad when he's the one who's too lazy to pick her up. She was at a party. Scotch forgot about that completely, and since there's nothing he can say to her to appease her anger, he notes that he will come down soon. He swiftly gets in the car and tells Daphne to not worry about what she told him to do and worry about herself. If she hides in such an open place, the government will surely find her. Daphne says that she will take care of it how she knows, and wishes them safe travels before Ayla crashes into someone's fence before leaving. As they drive away, Scotch tells his daughter that Daphne is a superhuman, as she may have heard, but the time they spent as friends is far more important than that, so nothing will change. Does she understand? Ayla stays silent for a while and asks where they should be going first, with Scotch saying that Canberra is their first destination, but it doesn't really matter, as they must move fast and buy the stuff they need, which will take about 5 days. Sure enough, they go on tons of adventures to get the materials they need, through deserts or even the Sahara, while also still bickering like family. Daphne hopes that Jane doesn't give up, as she cannot die this way. She remembers the first time they met, and just like then, she should hang in there and trust in her completely, so that she can see her bright smile again. As she activates her ability, Calbus watches intently until the morning comes. Scotch arrives at Daphne's and notes that she's really working too hard. She needs to take a break every once in a while. When she doesn't answer, he moves closer, only to see her bloodied up, but Jane seems completely healthy. Ayla watches the crow outside and notes that her father is way too lazy. Daphne's pretty interested in him, but the dumbass thinks that it's a one-sided relationship. The same with her relationship. It seems so stupid, but as these days passed, she understood that even if they don't share an ounce of blood, she's just like her father. When she goes to snuff her cigarette, she is met by Ulrum's fat nose, something that Calbus didn't plan at all. Naturally, Ulrum gets freaked out and grabs her head, but Ayla stops herself and asks why they dare to watch someone's house so creepily, and why he's freaking out after one cigarette burn. She grabs his hand and kicks him in the gut, forcing Calbus to move and charge into her with all his might. Scotch hears all of this commotion outside and wonders what just happened, but Daphne knows all too well. Scotch wants to go outside and check for himself, but Daphne stops him. He shouldn't leave her now. Not too long ago, she told him that a dangerous time would be coming to them, and even if a little sudden, it's starting right now. She can say that the quake outside was because of a battle, as Ayla is fighting the Inhumans now. Naturally, this shocks Scotch. He doesn't know what she's talking about, but Daphne notes that Ayla made her decision a long time ago, just as she did. She must have thought that he would leave if he found out. They should take more later over a drink, as now, they still have work to do. With the opportunity Calbus gave Ulrum, he tells him to get out while he still can, so he starts running like a maniac, but Ayla follows closely. Somewhere near, 2 students walk home and talk about Marcus, with one of them noting how charismatic he is, but the other notes that it's all fake. They also seem to notice a strange quake approaching, and sure enough, above them, Ulrum runs away, and Ayla is nearing him more and more, until she has the opportunity to pin him to the ground. Unfortunately, that opportunity is eliminated by Calbus, who tells Ulrum to go to the sea as fast as he can. Ayla still doesn't give up and gets to chasing, but she can see that the crow is protecting this bastard. He's constantly impeding her while giving this little bug orders so that he can escape. But why? It doesn't really matter now, as she's faster than the both of them. They cannot get away from him. Back at Crow Island, as Calbus relinquishes control of the crow, he tells the others that things went south. There was a superhuman there, something they didn't anticipate at all. One of the superhumans asks him what he's going to do, but Calbus doesn't know either, as it's bad, and Ulrum cannot escape. He will be caught no matter what. Sure enough, Ayla manages to catch Ulrum just as he reaches the beach, but since they have no choice, Calbus tells him to spit out the cube, which he does. It immediately completes itself while in the air, and as it lands on the ground it starts glowing, while the cube on Crow Island glows too. Everyone retreats from the area as the cube continues to glow harder and harder while shaking, some mistaking it for an earthquake. Some curious bystanders still don't move from their spots, but some already see what has appeared and are frozen in fear. Calbus calls Ayla brave. All humans are. They can be without fear. The same thing that a newborn puppy has no fear of height. Like that, they are not afraid of him, because they do not know the consequences of getting too close to the edge. Ayla doesn't say a word to them, but Cerberus, one of Calbus's subordinates, notes that he smells something rotten like corpses. Bohama and Astiong say nothing, but Kalbus asks Ayla if she has ever seen this many inhumans. Her eyes, once filled with lush life, will flicker out in death. She shall shake in fear while she tries to flee. Ayla is mad that she doesn't have a cigarette, as she wants to burn all of their dirty mouths with it. She doesn't know what they are planning to do, but they cannot go further, which he can probably understand, even if he has no ears to listen with. Kalbus notes that he can feel her tremble slowly. She actually wants to live, does she not? There's no point in answering his question either way, as he will find out soon enough if she was actually trembling or not. Cerberus and Bohama jump in to attack her, but Ayla uses Olram as a weapon and hurls him at them, crashing them into each other. Some people begin filming while this is happening, as seeing a superhuman quite rare, which Ayla is annoyed about. They need to get out of this place while they still can. Due to this distraction, Cerberus finds the opportunity to slap her across the face, as he has finally found the thing that smells of corpses. It's her. They continue to clash while people finally realize the position they are in and run away. Ayla eventually gets the upper hand and strikes Cerberus pretty well, but Bohama finds the opportunity to strike her so hard that it sends her flying across the beach. Ayla knows that she is faced with multiple enemies at once, so getting out of their way is impossible at this point. All she can do now is fight to the damnedest. Across the entire area, alerts blare about inhuman appearances, and Daphne continues her work on Jane. Scotch doesn't understand what she just said very well, but that doesn't matter. He has to go get Ayla now. She will be fine without him anyway. Daphne tells him to stop fooling himself like that. How will he help her once he gets there and sees the situation she's in? He better get it through his head now, as she understands that he is worried about his only daughter, and that they are thicker than blood. However, the reality is that Ayla is not just his daughter, but she is also a superhuman. There are things that only superhuman can hope to solve. He must realize that if he goes there, he will only burden her. They also do not know how her opponents will attack her, or how many there even are, so there's nothing else to do but to trust her completely. Scott sheds a tear as he thinks of his only daughter, but realizes that what Daphne is saying is true. She also asks him if he knows about the story of a witch that runs from rooftop to rooftop like a ghost in the night. It's a well-known story in Australia. The students gave her that nickname, and after her identity was revealed, they also accused her of being a witch, but all this time it wasn't her they were talking about. Scotch knows about those rumors too, but now realizes who the real witch is. Kalbus can only stare at Ayla and wonder where she got her weapon, as she notes that she heard a voice filled with resentment towards him, which has to be paid for. His sins shall be washed away with his death. This is the true witch of Australia, Ayla. She calls the Inhumans a bunch of oversized bugs, too proud in their abilities to see how weak they are. She will personally eliminate all of them. As she raises her weapon, all of the Inhumans get ready for action, but Ayla throws it so hard at them that it goes through half of Olram in an instant, and grazes Kalbus, who can see that it's no ordinary weapon. Suddenly, a hand appears to grab the chain, which it successfully does, and changes the direction of the anchor completely. Kalbus warns Asteong to dodge, but with mere seconds to do so, he is unable to get away without injury. The next victim on the list is Cerberus, who is unable to dodge while mid-air, so the anchor hurls at him with complete force. Seeing an opportunity to strike, Bohama rushes in to finally put an end to this pointless fighting, but a hand appears below him and grabs his leg. While the fighting continues, Ayla remembers the talk she had with Daphne, who said that to live with her eyes open to everything, it must be painful and lonely, since she can't deactivate it. Ayla explained that she sees both past and present. She lives with the voices of the dead lingering in her mind at all times. Their voices are filled with remorse and all other emotions, be they vengeance or pure love. The voices become much louder at night, and when that happens, she can't help herself but answer their calls. Daphne asked why she had an anchor with her, and Ayla explained that it's an embodiment of the dead's grudges, their worst feelings made into iron. The moment she accesses the anchor's powers, the tattoo of anguish covers her entire body, and she becomes that too, which can transform and use that power as she sees fit. The touch of the dead has two goals. One is an overt obsession with the anchor, and the other is the protection of, and complete obsession over her. Daphne realized how strong Ayla is to bear life with such a condition, and Ayla told her to not tell her dad about any of this, which she agreed to, as he's pretty slow either way, so he won't get it. Bohama realizes the position he is faced with, which gives Ayla plenty of room to punch him so hard that the entire beach quakes from the strike. Kalbus watches this closely and analyzes her abilities and method of fighting. In Japan, on the Dotonbori street, Nangi is having a laugh, as he can't believe an inhuman is overreacting so much about being stuck in a small place for so long. Haolan is already pretty mad because he has to carry this worthless slug around, but now he dares to stop? He will step on him and make him into mush. Pyongoid notes that the story he told them was just a bonus, as he still has something important to tell them. Haolan tells him to shut it, but Chisaki is shocked to see an inhuman, and even more so that they have been carrying such a thing all of this time. But Dan Yang assures him that everything will be fine. Even if he's an inhuman, he's on their side, at least for now. Pyongoid tells them to stop talking and listen to what he's about to say. They should stop planning to go to Crow Island and forget that place ever exists. Nangi notes that they weren't planning to go right now. But why is that? Is there anything he would like to explain further? Pyongoid explains that he heard them talk about it, and he's almost positive that the Shigehira guy didn't survive, since Crow Island is chock full of dangerous inhumans. One of the most trusted 2 stars is also there, and is guarding the entire island, Calbus. The moment he takes a step onto that island, he will know, and they will not be able to get away from him no matter what they do. Nangi asks what he means by 2 stars. So Pyongoid tells him that the 2 stars are the closest inhumans to the top of the food chain, and Calbus is one of them, who watches over Crow Island all of the time. Nangi wants to understand. There is a group of inhumans there who are protecting the area. The owner of the island is Calbus, and he is the one who killed Shigehira. Is that what he's trying to say? Pyongoid notes that he's incorrect. Calbus is just a guard of the island. The real owner is actually Sid, and if they go there, they will never get back alive, no matter how powerful they may be. After the dust clears, Ayla notes that he has quite the hard head, to the point where her fist hurts. All of the inhumans are now on full alert, and Bohama refuses to die, grabbing Ayla's instead. Calbus is impressed by his will to fight, and Ayla is surprised that he still has enough strength to do that with his head broken. He manages to muster enough strength to throw Ayla away, allowing Cerberus to move behind her and prepare an attack, but the hands of the dead get in his way, blocking all of his movements, meaning that he cannot get out of this position. This allows Ayla to grab him with all of her might and start ripping him apart. Before she does so, she asks why they are fighting so hard and annihilates Cerberus completely. Ayla refuses to stop and whips up the anchor hard enough to force Calbus to move, who seems too swift for it. Seeing this, Ayla calls it back and prepares to fight again. Calbus is impressed by her fighting spirit, and her weird weapon is also a great tool to use at high speeds, which combined with her being able to change directions, means that she has infinite ways to land and attack. He can see that her strength and speed surpasses Bahama and Cerberus, with her defensive skills also not being something to scoff at. She is in harmony with her body. She's strong, but not as strong as the guy he met previously. Ayla wonders who he could be talking about, and Calbus notes that Sid is interested in Jade. He will also bring her as a bonus. He has promised her that her eyes would use their beautiful light. He will now show her hell, where there is no hope. Ayla isn't impressed by his talk. Should she send him to the depths of hell for that? Back in Japan, Dan Yang asks who this Sid is, a boss of the Inhumans? Pyongoid confirms as such, with Chisaki wondering if he's the one who beat Shigehira. Pyongoid notes that Crow Island belongs to him, and he's extremely scary. Nangi is surprised that he knows so much as a low-rank Inhuman, but Pyongoid saw everything with his own eyes. Behemoth, the master he served, once had to go himself because he had no messenger. On that trip to Crow Island, he followed him as his servant. They only talked for a bit and they left, but he could not stand the energy of that place. Everything seemed off. He knows that they are strong, but this is a different level of strength. They should take his advice to heart. Nangi gets that Shigehira faced an opponent as strong as Behemoth, so he can guess what happened to him. While the others bicker, Nangi says that he changed his mind, and they should all get prepared as they are going to Crow Island right now. Everyone is shocked by his declaration, and Pyongoid asks if he's joking. Has he even listened to what he just said? Nangi notes that he understands completely, and he's thankful to him for sharing such information. However, it also kind of triggered his fighting spirit. He knows that he's telling them all of this in order to help them, but it's hard to not feel like they are being underestimated, something that Pyongoid also understands. He knows better than most that fighting means risking one's life fully, and he cannot escape the law of power, where the weak must obey the strong no matter what. But in this world, nothing is certain until it is tried. He should not underestimate superhumans like that ever again. Pyongoid is certainly shocked at these words, and Haoran notes that they still lack enough manpower, which Nangi confirms is true. Suddenly, Chisaki says that he will come with them. He will help them however much he can, even if it means risking his life. He wants to go now and look for his uncle, while killing the bastard who hurt him. Nangi tells him to not get cocky, as he doesn't plan to just go to the island recklessly. That would make him as dumb as Shigehira. Since they have Dan Yang, they can easily go to the island. Their top priority is to rescue Shigehira, but they do not know if he is still alive, meaning that the real first thing they must do is assess the situation. If he believes that they can fight, they will do so, and if the situation is too harsh, they will retreat through the portal. He will tell them now that the most basic rule of a battle is securing an escape route in advance. It's not cowardly, and they won't end up like Shigehira, who only had strength. Dan Yang knows that even if he seems wise now, he will do something dumb in the future. She says that they don't know anything about Crow Island, so even with her abilities, it will be difficult. Nangi agrees that for their first trip to this luxurious island, they need a guide. He calls over Kenta, surprising both Chisaki and Dan Yang, who feel it's only natural to be him since he survived the island. Nangi says that since Shigehira sent Kenta back from that situation, it can be interpreted in a few ways. However, he thinks that the biggest possibility is to serve as a map. This bird is a memento, serving the next fools who would raid the island, so they should go get a boat and jump in. While Chisaki is surprised that Kenta is sticking to him so closely, Haran shoves Pyongoid back in his little home, who struggles against it. In Australia, the fight continues, with Isla dodging Calbus's attacks, but she's certainly finding trouble doing so, as they are grazing her constantly. She knows that he's using that crow attack, and even if she has no clue about how it works, the speed and power of the crows has increased by a large margin. Combined with the fact that there are a lot of them, it's hard to know where they will attack, leaving her with only one option: to dodge like there's no tomorrow. Calbus orders Asteong to attack her now, while he has her pinned down, which Isla hears and wonders what that oversized starfish will even do. Suddenly, the ground erupts in a mass of crows, and Calbus congratulates her for dodging so well all of this time. But it's time for her to face true fear. On Shirahama Beach, the group barely finds a boat, only coming up with one that has no sails and is creaking like crazy, although it still floats. Nangi laughs, as they should be grateful that they still have one that creaks. But Dan Yang notes that they may not be able to control this thing properly. Nangi isn't too worried, as they have a pretty good driver who has traversed the sea before. Haran asks what he means, but 2 minutes later, Chisaki ties him down with some rope pretty tightly, which Haran nags him about. Nangi asks if everything is done, which Chisaki confirms, and Nangi tells Haran if he doesn't want to do this, he can tell him. Haran says that he can do it, which Nangi is glad about. They could really use his swimming skills right now. With that out of the way, he tells everyone the plan. Kenta will guide them, while Haran will pull the boat towards the island. Since it's not that far, they will go and rescue Shigehira before tailing it out of there. Haran feels like he shouldn't have talked about his swimming, but since Nangi has made him do a lot of things, it must mean that he's gaining his trust, so he will do this for him. Nangi tells him to start, so he jumps in the water and begins swimming forward. Chisaki thinks about his uncle, as they are coming for him. All he needs to do is wait. He knows that he's always been depending on him for anything, so it's time for him to return the favor. Isla cannot see a thing because of the crows covering her, and Calbus asks how the silence of the abyss feels. He is quite amazed that she's still breathing at this point. Isla is just as amazed, as she cannot see, smell, or hear anything. She has lost all of her senses. Even her mighty anchor will no longer move, as the crows are holding it down. But just how many of these things are there? She is suddenly hit in the chin, almost making her pass out from just one blow. Calbus would like to ask for a favor. She should survive this hell the best she can, because a worse one is waiting for her outside, much worse than the lashing of skin she's experiencing now. Outside, Cerberus calls over Asteong to help him, quite impatiently at that, making Asteong reconsider if he should take him at all. Cerberus apologizes for his rash actions and asks him to take care of him. Asteong does just that, by swallowing Cerberus whole. While a few bystanders watch, the university students. The one with the binocular wonders if he's really eating his comrades like that, and the fat guy notes that they should leave, as he doesn't want to die today because of his curiosity. The other student agrees, but he would like to watch just a bit longer, as this is very interesting. That's when they both notice a man running to the scene, directly into the fighting, making them wonder if he's just a crazy old man, or a superhuman. Asteong's large figure continues to grow, up until he slowly starts erupting, before bursting in a gruesome sight of blood. The students are naturally shocked to see this, and the fat guy immediately runs away, something they should have done a long time ago. Calbus is quite sad. He asked her for one lowly favor, yet she could not even endure that, truly a weakling till the end. As Isla wonders what just happened, she hears her father screaming for her, making her aware of the situation. Still, she can barely see him through her faded eyes. She remembers the time he found her asleep and drunk, and he immediately took care of her. He took off her smelly socks and tucked her in before leaving to make a stew for when she woke up. She doesn't sleep well at all, but sometimes she would just pretend to be sleeping for him. Her dad cares and loves her the most, which she can feel. But why is he here? They both know that him coming here won't change anything. She has to scream at him to get back, and run as far away as he can. However, her heart is telling her otherwise, as seeing him has really assured her. She thanks him for coming all of this way, even if he shouldn't. But Scotch screams at her to shut up, as she's a superhuman. She should not lose in a place like this. She should stand up. and show these beasts that his daughter doesn't fall easily. Calbus tells him to stop yammering. He's had enough of this family drama, and tells Cerberus that since they don't need her, he should do what he does best, kill her. Cerberus agrees. He will twist her neck until it comes off. Scotch screams for her to wake up, but that's when a fainted figure crashes into the Inhumans, and Calbus cannot believe his eyes. Jane has recovered, and notes that it's time for them to play with the grown-ups. Cerberus can barely breathe because of the piece of rock that has impaled him, and Ayla is surprised to see her, along with everyone else there. Cerberus manages to move the henge off of his body, allowing Jane to move in at blinding speeds and punch him so hard that she rips into him before he's sent flying. Calbus remains silent as Cerberus's body flies past him, and Jane apologizes. She didn't wish to use this much strength, but she cannot control herself since she hasn't been awake for long. She has to get warmed up first, but she certainly didn't expect to encounter Inhumans the moment she woke up. She also tells Ayla that it's nice to meet her. She heard from Daphne that she did a lot to rescue her, so it's only right to thank her, right? Ayla can feel her mighty presence from where she sits, but now it's no time to falter, and notes that she will tell her everything she knows about these bastards. The bastard with 3 heads might be tricky in a close-range fight, so she should watch out. He annihilates the center of gravity around him by inhaling the atmosphere, and then attacking with heavy blows. Right now, her eyesight isn't that great, and one of her ears is probably blown out, but that blue bastard seems to have poison on his body, which will spread while they exchange blows. Additionally, even though she basically killed 2 of them, as she can see, they are regenerating extremely quickly, probably because of that oversized starfish, as his power is to completely heal them. Lastly, but certainly not least, is that guy with the crows. He's the strongest out of them and probably the leader too. She was beaten by him while he used some unknown power, which made her lose all of her senses. Jane thanks her for the information and says that since she lost a lot of blood, she should step aside. She will take care of everything. Ayla refuses. Her wounds are already healing, so she will provide support from the backline. Lastly, Jane tells Scotch to go back home and take care of Daphne for her. Scotch forgot about her, but wonders if he should really leave Ayla here. Calbus has felt Jane's power from the single henge thrown at them, which is no mere stone. Controlling so many at once, combined with the fact that each can freely move, makes Calbus ecstatic, as he wants her. He wants to study her powers more. Now, he can understand what Sid has been saying all of this time. He begins to shake and glow, as superhumans truly are the funniest toys to break. Jane can feel that this bastard is looking down on her just like the other Inhuman she fought. But this time, she has the best conditions. She will make sure that they all descend to hell, and even then she will not let go of their dirty souls. She uses her 4th foundation, Vlad Pile, to summon tons of henges and crush them right into the Inhumans, like a barrage of bullets. Scotch looks behind as he leaves, seeing the sheer amount of power that is being used, but he must move. The only thing he can pray for is his daughter. He hopes from the bottom of his heart that she comes home safe. In Daphne's place, she sits beside the bed as evacuation alarms blare. She is bloodied up and extremely hurt, but she remembers what she told Jane. The transfer she is using is forcibly dragging the other's damage to herself, and she can see that in the process, the damage is reduced to half or even less in some cases. However, it's still difficult for her to endure everything. So since she was the one who stopped her from going further, she can realize that she cannot do anything more. Instead, she gave her a laurel to wear on her wrist. That laurel will show what kind of state she's in, and if the leaves turn red, she is in danger. Jane listened carefully and apologized for always being indebted to her, but she promises to come back safe and sound, with Ayla too. Besides the flurry of rocks, the Inhumans also have to worry about Ayla's anchor, but even if they are able to dodge, this leaves them vulnerable to Jane, who is quick to put them in the ground. Calbus sees that Bahama was taken out, but he cannot worry for him, as he must dodge too. He is surprised by the amount of stones he has to dodge, and how accurate they all are. That woman isn't just throwing them randomly. Additionally, her teleportation ability is making it impossible to catch her. They can't do anything to her, and that chain woman isn't helping the situation either. The stones have gaps they can move through, but the anchor is quick and hides behind the rocks. Those two are quite annoying with their combined abilities, and this will be a close fight, since his minions are all scattered. Cerberus tries to dodge too, but due to his long body, the henges easily catch up to him, and make sure he doesn't move an inch from where he is. Somewhere above the sea, Kirillov and Basilov ride in some crocs made by Kirillov, with Basilov being annoyed by how small they are, but Kirillov finds them quite cute. Basilov is also annoyed that they have been traveling for a while, but he still isn't seeing any land. Kirillov explains that since they left their region, they have passed the North Pacific, and it will probably take a while more, since he cannot assume how much distance they have to pass. He also asks why he's so cranky. Is it because of his new diet, perhaps? Basilov says that the only thing annoying him is this small-ass croc, but he also begins smelling something nasty, coming from their left. Krylov wonders what that may be, as they are in the middle of the ocean. Something smelling around here is virtually impossible. Basilov notes that he's not joking, nor is he hungry. There really is something out there. Kirillov apologizes for thinking otherwise and crafts a binocular while thinking that Basilov has become quite sensitive. After he completes the binocular, he looks to the southeast, and what he sees is something that shakes him to his core. An army of Inhumans, all going somewhere. But what is their destination? Basilov asks what he's seeing, but he suddenly starts sweating, which Kirillov is also doing, as they are both feeling something they have never felt before. Absolute terror. A feeling that applies pressure to their heads and makes their breaths ragged. He knows that if they are caught, they are as good as dead. Basilov breaks him out of this realization and asks for the telescope, as he wants to see what's up. Kirillov just looks at him, making Basilov even angrier. But that's when Kirillov makes their crocs disappear and apologizes as they fall to the ocean. But this is something that he had to do. The Inhumans aren't that far away, and with them being so easy to spot in the air, he decided that it's far better for them to stay as low to the ground as possible and let them be on their way. Since they haven't seen them yet, Kirillov swiftly uses his powers to create a cushion for them to fall on, knowing that one day, even with their hiding, they will have to face them eventually. After they fall down, Basilov is about to give Kirillov the slap of his life, but he suddenly apologizes for deciding all of this by himself. He promises to explain things later when they are not in danger. The Inhumans' ride is pretty silent, up until Kylie tells Tobian to make a stop here. This is great for her, as she's excited to catch Jakayak and butcher him, but she's getting so bored, to the point where she can't bear it anymore. Since there are some flies around them who seem to think they are hidden, she will go and take care of them now. She stabs Tobian with her tail, who naturally screams from the pain, and she uses this as leverage to throw herself in the superhuman's direction. Pan looks at the hole she left behind and wonders why she's even doing this. Tobian continues to wail from the pain, but Pan has had enough of it and tells him to heal his wounds and keep sailing. The other two don't say a word, uninterested in these petty squabbles. As Basilov and Krylov bicker, Kylie rushes into them with the element of surprise and successfully strikes Basilov. She is quite surprised by his endurance. His entire arm should have been torn off with that much speed, but if she's honest, she's happy to see that they won't fall easily. At the Submu Academy, the old master watches the news about the situation in Australia, which is being reported with only a little information, as they cannot dare to approach the beach right now. He knows that this is not normal, to have Inhumans invade so much, but his train of thought is interrupted by someone calling for him and saying that they have a visitor who specifically wanted to meet him. The man greets him and notes that this place certainly isn't easy to find. Additionally, he probably doesn't recognize him either, but that's alright. He apologizes for coming here suddenly, and the master remembers him as the presenter for the arm wrestling competition they all attended, including Kong. He remembers who he is, but why has he come all of the way here? He's sick of everyone asking questions, so if he's here for that, he should turn back the way he came. The man says that he came here because of a personal reason. He isn't here to ask questions or to spy on him or something like that. The master takes his words as truth and says that he does not look very well, with the man explaining that getting here is quite hard, as he got stung by bees and also got chased by a fat boar, who he really wants to eat now. The master did not mean his physical appearance. He was trying to say that he looks gloomy, like he has a problem. The man is shocked to see that this old master can see so far into him, and almost starts crying. The master notes that he will hear him out once they are inside, so he should follow him while his disciple grabs some tea for them. In the ocean, Kylie congratulates Basilov for not even blinking after his arm almost got ripped off. He truly is a brave little superhuman. Kirillov checks on Basilov and sees that the wound on his arm is pretty deep. It won't be able to be fixed so easily. As Kylie transforms, she says that they will be a wonderful remedy for her boredom. It's a happy coincidence that they are pretty sturdy too. The moment Kirillov sees the wings, he is reminded of the countless Inhumans they have fought previously and realizes that none compare to her. She emits so much pressure that he almost goes insane, but Basilov tells him that she's coming. All he needs to do is stay in the air and behind him, and be ready for anything she throws at them. Kylie suddenly jumps in, with such an impossible speed that she instantly impales Kirillov's chest. As he feels the sharp pain all over his body, he remembers something he asked Basilov. Is he not afraid sometimes? Basilov felt like that was a pretty useless question, and told him that no matter who they are, everyone has their own fear. However, that is something that they have to eventually overcome. If they do not, they stagnate, and it's the end for them, as giving up your dreams and determination is the same as being dead. He suddenly hears someone screaming at him to open his eyes, and when he does, he sees Kylie's sharp tail and Basilov's maimed hand holding it. He tells Kirillov to open his damn eyes already, As he has told him countless times previously, he can only close his eyes and give up on everything when he is dead. Kirillov can see that he has lost weight, and with that power boost, Basilov pulls Kylie by the tail and punches her with extreme force, but not before she manages to take a bite out of this hand too. He is shocked to see how swift she is, and Kirillov tries to gather his thoughts. What he felt and saw earlier was a vision of death, a warning for them that they cannot win now. If that is truly the case, he must do something more drastic. All of the other Inhumans see his giant hammer in the sky, and Pan gets mad, as they truly are the most annoying creatures to exist. Basilov continues to trade blows with Kylie, with them starting to bleed harder and harder with each attack, but Basilov refuses to give up, and pushes harder than ever before. Kylie can see that the more damage this bastard becomes, the more power he gains. But what's making her confused is the fact that in front of undeniable doom, he is laughing. Whatever the case, this is exactly what she wanted. Pure fun. Unfortunately for her, Kirillov has summoned a gigantic hammer and prepares to strike. He knows that it takes a lot of damage for Basilov to reach this skinny state, meaning that the Inhuman they are fighting is a true monster. Suddenly, the support that was holding Basilov disappears. Kirillov can't be certain, but he thinks that even in his final form, Basilov can't defeat this beast. And on top of that, the other Inhumans must be watching, so there's no way for them to get out of here alive. What he's about to do is a complete gamble, but he summons all of his strength into this one strike, and Kylie realizes that getting hit by this attack would be deadly, so she decides to get out of the way as swiftly as possible. She is glad that she dodged it, but she can see that from the start, his target wasn't her. Kirillov's gamble is to use Basilov as a cushion for the attack, and with the force of the hammer, they are both sent flying in the opposite direction, far away from where they were. Since they can't stop here, Kirillov holds Basilov tighter and summons the Crocs again, maintaining the same speed they have now. Basilov screams at him to explain what he's doing, but as Kirillov summons even more strength to boost their speed, he pleads with him to rip his ear out after they survive. Kylie is surprised at their speed. They truly are fast for a bunch of superhumans. Kirillov notes that they are going as fast as possible in the opposite direction, with the hope that the Inhuman woman will think they are not worth it and leave them be. Because of everything he used, he can barely see in front of him. All of this was a gamble that seemed to have paid out. If he reached this state while they were fighting her seriously, he couldn't support Basilov at all, and they would have become the easiest targets for her and the other Inhumans. Kylie is kind of mad, as these superhumans think that they can run away from her. They are truly foolish, but suddenly she gets a message from Morel to not chase after those two flies. She should come to them instead, as they have found Jakayak's hiding place. As they get closer to the island, the fat Inhuman notes that he yearns for a scrumptious meal, and his anger doesn't help either. Pan didn't expect Jakayak to live in such a place. How fitting of him. On the same island, in a dark and cold cave, a tall clothed figure calls over someone called Bizente, as they must speak at once about what they are going to do with their guests. Thank you for watching. See you next time. As Kylie floats in the air, she thinks about the fight she had with that fat superhuman. She noticed that when they were fighting, his power, speed, and numerous other things were increasing, while he was also losing a lot of weight. Now that she thinks about it, this must be his ability, and he tried to recklessly activate it with her. He is a warrior, and probably knows that she wants to see him get even stronger, so that they can have a battle of epic proportions. Unfortunately, that yellow-haired rat got in the way with his pathetic trick. What he did was a mere gamble. He hoped that by getting as far away as possible, she would give up and not chase them. If he had shown that this was his plan, she would have stopped him in an instant, but the hammer distracted her, allowing them to flee. She is annoyed by their desperation to live. She will remember their ugly faces and see to it that they die. In not even a second, she arrives at her teammates and is surprised that they already found this mystery island. Pan wonders if those two bastards got away from her that easily, and Morel tells her that soon, they will enter the final area around Jakayak. He also orders Tobion to keep his eyes closed until they arrive on land, who apologizes for not doing so. They have come looking for Jakayak. However, seeing the energy around the island and its appearance, he seems to have an army prepared for them, along with a whole defense system. Since he has no reason to hide it, he will tell them that his desire to capture him is immense. Depending on Jakayak's movements, they might actually be able to talk with him, but until that happens, they should avoid causing a mess. In the cave of said island, Bizente arrives next to Jakayak and says that he is listening. Jakayak tells him that there are some uninvited guests standing on the northeast of the island, so they have to do something. Is Actidus outside? Bizente confirms as such. He is there, watching. True enough, Actidus is looking over the island, prepared to strike. Jakayak is glad that he is aware of the situation and tells Bizente to listen well, as these Inhumans got through the 10 barriers and the sea of illusions around them, meaning that they are no weak brats. Bizente wonders if they are superhumans, but almost as if he's reading his mind, Jakayak says that they are not. The creatures that have come to visit them are formidable inhumans. He shall go tell Actidus to not fight unless he personally takes action, as he would like to see what the future has in store for them. Certainly it's something interesting. Bizente confirms that he will do his bidding. Back in Australia, Asteong gets a taste of henge, enough for Jane to confirm that he's done. Only their little leader remains. She sees that her bracelet is turning red. She does not have much time, so she must finish this quickly. He probably had a lot of fun playing, but now she will rip that ugly mug of hiss open and end this foolishness. Instead of despairing, Calbus begins laughing maniacally as he activates his ability, covering the three of them in crows while creating a flurry of feathers outside. The cube they came through is still in the ground, almost completed once again. The tornado advances in intensity, sending everything around the beach flying. Isla tells Jane that this is the ability she was talking about before, which Jane has figured out already, and Calbus notices something strange. The henges that were flying about suddenly disappeared. Isla says that this tornado is made up of crows and just that, so even if she throws something in order to get out like this, the thing she threw will lose speed and power because of the crows. What's more is that this particular tornado is far bigger than the one she was trapped in. Jane thinks that the anchor has much more power and speed than her henges. So if the anchor isn't doing much work, her henges won't either. Suddenly the crows start crashing into them with extreme force. Jane noting that because of this darkness, the only thing they can do is avoid getting fatally wounded. While dodging, she tells Ayla to run to the left, who does so and follows after her. But Calbus thinks that their actions are useless, not worth even trying. While running, Jane thinks that the consecutive attacks come directly from inside the tornado. So if they move to try and leave, the tornado will move in the same direction and keep the targets trapped. One of the crows catches her by surprise and deals a deadly blow to her, but that's what it looked like, as she actually caught the bird, making Calbus quite angry. As 100 more crows dash towards her, Jane notices something interesting about the one she's holding, something that will certainly help. The crows all crash into her, and hundreds more appear to do it again, but she uses her power to get out of their cage and tells Ayla to stay right behind her. Jane has realized that these crows are not real. They are just materialized power, so no matter how hard they fight, unless they get to the source, the crows will just keep on coming. But the inhuman is hiding among the crows, so catching him is not easy, to say the least. She admits that he's strong. Now she knows why Ayla was defeated, but if that's the case, she has no choice but to resort to this. Suddenly, tons of henges appeared out of the ground, surprising both Calbus and Ayla. Jane uses her phantom stone formation and reverses their direction, providing a stalwart position for her. In the sea, Nangi takes on Howlan's duties and swims much faster than he does, surprising Chisaki, but he gets distracted by Howlan's coughing and crying. He wants Dan Yang to give him some medicine or something, as this cold is going to kill him, but she gets angry at him, as there's literally no medicine for superhumans like them. He should stop crying and deal with it. Pyongoid pities him. Even if a little of a bastard, he's still cool. Howlan isn't actually that sick, but he sure is tired. Swimming really is hard work. However, he doesn't regret coming, as venturing with Nangi is quite fun, and he has proved himself as the strongest superhuman once again. He really chose his master well. Mirror, who sits atop their makeshift boat, tells Nangi that he sees the island, but for something named the Island of Crows, there isn't a single bird in sight. Perhaps they are hidden, but they will find out soon enough. As the Foundation activates, Calbus tries to make sense of what is happening, and Ayla notices how badly this formation is shaking. The crows rush to crush the rocks, but they are all blocked by a mighty barrier, which Ayla also notices. This place is like a castle now. Jane is not done yet, however, as she beckons the henges to reveal themselves, which they do, and smashes her palms against each other, making the henges inhale with all of their might. The moment Jane lets her palms go, the henges all let out a shout so mighty that the attacking crows get utterly annihilated, and Calbus is being overwhelmed. Even in his ultimate domain, he cannot contain such power. The blast of the tornado disappearing sends cars flying, and even Ayla, who was inside the Foundation, can barely stand on her feet. Calbus was dealt a mortal blow, and now he's coughing up blood. Jane explains that the Stonehenge is a hallucination strategy that can only affect illusions, so she was planning to only take out the crows, but he jumped in, and because of it, he's dying. Now she can finally understand why his body was similar to a crow. He himself is a shell, an illusion, and this is his end. Both Ayla and Jane hear something behind them, but when they look, it's too late, as the cube has formed, and it starts to glow heavily. At the Martial Arts Academy, the master listens to the man's pleas, as he wants to save the world. Just like how Pearl has her trusty sidekick, James, he too wants to do his part in this war. The master asks why he's telling him this story as if it's in the past, and that's when the man reveals that he lost a friend. The master can hear the tremor in his voice and understands a little. He lost a friend, right? The man confirms as such. His friend was a superhuman, and they both made a promise that they would protect humanity from the Inhumans. His name was Ali, but out of nowhere, he went missing. While Kenta watches from above, the others bicker, all in their own way. But that's when a red ray appears on the island and explodes in a spectacular show of light. The others wonder what this was, perhaps a warning for them not to come closer. But Nangi knows one thing, that this isn't good. In Australia, the teleportation of the cube has been a success, and a batch of new Inhumans appear. Manta Ray, who seems to know Jane, Herringbone, and two other Inhumans, who both seem very familiar, one even holding a blade. In the middle of them stands Sid, the owner of Crow Island and their leader. Ayla's limbs become stiff from fear, not what she wanted to do, but her instinct is forcing her to stand still. In the past, she had a lot of options: taunt, analyze, defend, or even attack. But now, standing in front of an enemy that she knows is undefeatable, she can only wonder what to do. The Contule's inquiries start getting to her. Her mind is becoming filled with questions she cannot hope to find an answer to. Suddenly, Jane breaks her out of her daze and tells her to not think about anything else and take a step back. Ayla becomes focused and thinks that she will ignore her shame and humiliation for the moment, as even Jane is agitated. The air around them is becoming heavier by the moment. The white Inhuman in the front is exuding his will all around. His mere presence is enough to take away the ability to choose freely, and they all feel it, including the other Inhumans. Sid looks around, seeing the failed Inhuman raid and Calbus, who is still alive, and tries to say something through his bleeding mouth. Sid just looks at him, but that's when a large appendage appears out of the sand and grabs Calbus, before dragging him along between Ayla and Jane. The appendage presents Calbus to Sid, and Jane notices the depth of the digging. Just what was that thing? Sid sternly looks at Calbus and notes that he must really want to be recognized. Calbus tries to apologize for what he did, but Sid does not allow it, and presses him harder. Everything that has kept him in the second-ranked position, his tenacity and loyalty to the cause, combined with his strength, was not earned easily. It appears that his position must have already been handed over or something, for him to act without any orders. Calbus tries to apologize. He did not do it with the intention of undermining him, and promises to do better next time. Sid does not give him a chance to redeem himself, and crushes him without an ounce of emotion. This is punishment for his harsh actions. Perhaps in another life, he will obey his master. With his last breath, Calbus still tries to apologize, but it's far too late for that now. Ayla cannot believe what she is seeing, and Jane noticed that a crow came out of Calbus. Perhaps that was the real him all along. With this situation sorted, Sid points at the superhumans and orders his minions to capture them. Even if not killed, they can surely be broken. With that simple order, they all charge in, the Inhuman with the blade trying to cut Jane, who has time to dodge, but this leaves her vulnerable for the red Inhuman to strike. Ayla isn't in a better position either, as Herringbone strikes her without any prejudice. Both Jane and Ayla fall in the same spot, but Jane has had enough of being thrown around, so she activates the Cradle Tower foundation out of the ground. The tower changes the atmosphere around the beach, making Manta Ray wonder what is going on. As the tower stands proudly, Ayla is surprised by its size and the extraordinary force it is exuding, to the point that even the dead souls are reacting to it. However, one question still stands: where has Jane gone? As Scotch gets Daphne out of the house and into the car, they both feel the tower's presence, and Scotch wonders what is happening now. But Daphne knows. She had told Jane previously not to push herself too hard, as she was not fully healed. Seeing the atmosphere change entirely, Daphne knows that Jane is currently throwing everything away in order to protect humanity. She stands above the tower and starts rocking the cradle, making the tower exude much more power and influence than before. Everyone can feel it, but besides that, the sound of music is also present. Surprisingly, Ayla's wounds are fully healed, and she becomes filled with energy, much more than before. Her wounds and fatigue are completely gone. It's like she is born anew. Jane falls down and says that this is the power of the cradle. Staying near it will heal any wound she has, be it body or mind. Ayla can see that this does not work for her, which is unfortunate, but the power of the Stonehenges is truly amazing, beyond anything she could think of. Jane sees she doesn't have much time left, and also notices the attack left by the sword-wielding Inhuman. His power is extremely destructive. Getting hit by that would spell the end for them. She grabs Ayla's attention and says that this Inhuman group is centered around that Sid character. She must have felt how different he is from the other, weaker Inhumans. Ayla knows that, but that big guy who punched her ignored the dead and struck her with as much force as he could muster. Even if Sid is stronger, all of them are quite strong, so how can they hope to do anything? Jane assures her that they can win. All they have to do is protect the tower and the chance to strike back will present itself. Suddenly the blade using Inhuman unsheaths his sword with such speed that it smokes and points it directly at them. Manta Ray confirms that this Inhuman is actually Shigehira and wonders what he will do. He suddenly sheathes his sword and slashes once again, with a speed and reach that Ayla cannot hope to match, let alone block. Shigehira reaches his target, but he is blocked by a mysterious being, who notes that this is all a desperate attempt at survival, but it is still nice to finally see her again. Everyone is shocked by the sudden reveal of these beings, and Jane notes that it's all the same for everyone. No matter what, everyone here will be having a hard time, so she apologizes in advance. A group of friends are enjoying themselves in a club, where a performer is passionately singing a song. His name is Franklin, and judging by the tattoo on his arm, he must be missing his girl. The others shortly get to drinking, with one of them watching something on his phone, and noting that it's messed up. The bar owner asks what he means. This place is not crowded like it was 2 days ago, and they haven't even started remodeling yet. The man notes that this isn't what he meant. He is watching the news about Australia. The cameramen were able to snap a few pictures and videos before they had to get out of there, but the situation is so bad that some speculate it's as big, if not bigger, than the one that happened in Korea. The group also hears that Jane is the only identified superhuman there, making them question where the others are. The reporter says that the IISTF has been dispatched to Australia in order to help, but judging by the current situation, they will not be able to do much. A guy by the name of Immorte listens carefully, seeming interested in what is happening. The barkeep notes that in the end, the superhumans will surely stop them, right? The man agrees, but now that he thinks about it more, what will they do if the superhumans lose? The barkeep has seemingly never thought of that, but the man doesn't stop there. Except the superhumans, there is nothing that they can rely on. So if they lose, it's basically over, although they are pretty strong. As the barkeep hands him another drink, he says that this could be bad, and he's not like a theorist or something, but they all rely on luck. If there is a paradise somewhere, naturally there must be a polar opposite. Hell, would it not be weird for everyone in the world to be safe? Can he even imagine a world where no Inhumans attack? Even if he wanted to see them, he couldn't. He should open his eyes, as that place is France. This is Hugo Martin. Robert asks what the hell he's even talking about. When the superhumans die, it's only natural that Australia will be conquered. Having had enough of melancholy songs, Hugo tells Franklin to change the song, as they have people here who want to enjoy themselves. Franklin stops, but says that this wasn't just any song. It was about love, and it means a lot to him. He suddenly throws his guitar to the ground and picks up an electric one, which he suddenly raises in the air while the others cheer him on. Immorta knows what's about to come, and prepares himself for it. The drummer starts the beat, and Franklin begins screaming while ripping the guitar. Someone else begins singing with the sax, and everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. Some more than others, it seems. Even Robert begins dancing, with Immorta refusing to do so, because the clothes that he is wearing are expensive. Everyone seems to forget about their worries here. They can just dance and drink like there is no tomorrow. In reality, these people are ignoring the true face of the world, which is much more grim than they like to admit. Shigehira refuses to give up and starts smashing his blade into the stone swordsman, who blocks his attack and throws him away. But Shigehira continues his onslaught, making them exchange blows left and right. Unfortunately, the stone swordsman's blade is not enough to withstand constant attacks, and it breaks, leaving him defenseless, enough for Shigehira to end his life. But that's when another guardian comes and swings his flail around, forcing Shigehira to retreat, although he was still slightly injured. His misfortune does not stop there, as yet another guardian appears, who smashes him with a large hammer. But this is not enough to stop Shigehira, as he has help from the Red Inhuman. Seeing that the others are having all the fun, Herringbone jumps in and prepares to strike the hammer-wielding guardian, but he is instantly shot down and sent flying back to where he came from. He was struck by a large arrow, with the bowman guardian being surprised that he didn't get his head. Isla saw him, but she could not see when he shot the arrow. It seems that his powers are beyond what she could ever expect. The guardians all regroup, and the swordsman shouts, making all of their weapons glisten. He tells them that they must maintain a supportive distance, otherwise they will get separated and picked off one by one. Some of them bicker and whine about their situation, but the common consensus is that they must work together as one team. The swordsman regenerates his blade, and Jane tells Ayla to stop being scared and listen to her anchor. She should not tell her a word about their odds. If there is a mountain that seems unbreakable, she must not lose spirit, as that is when she will be defeated. As long as they protect this tower, there is still hope. They will make sure that red-eyed bastard gets what's coming to him. While in the car, Scotch refuses to let Daphne go on like this. She seems to be getting worse by the minute. Daphne explains that even if she cannot fully heal others, she can do it to herself, so she'll be fine. She could not do so instantly because she accumulated tons of damage from Jane, so it will take some time before she is fully recovered. However, Her healing ability is more efficient, so he doesn't have to worry so much about her and drive. Scotch still feels reluctant about what she wants. Will she even be able to do anything there? Daphne doesn't care. She has to go to Jane no matter what, even if not in the best condition. What is the point of sitting idly by while Jane and Ayla are getting hurt? She must go now, but he should go to a safe place after dropping her off and wait for the news. Scotch suddenly pulls a 180 and says that they should go together. Even if he is not a superhuman, he still wants to support his daughter, who is fighting to save humanity. Daphne understands his will and does not say a word, except point him in the right direction, because he's horrible with directions. The fighting on the beach continues. Even if able to get the upper hand in a 1 versus 1, Shigehira cannot defeat the Guardians who are always together. While one of them blocks his attack, the other smashes him with the axe so hard that he sends him flying, yet he still lands on his feet. The Guardians rush in again, this time trying to strike him from the dust. Manta Ray watches this go on, and is amazed, as he thought that these stone golems would only protect the tower, but they are actually pretty aggressive, and are hunting their prey while analyzing their fighting style. Even though it is hard to read and pretty chaotic, they are also calculated, and have incredible skills. They all have different levels of combat skills, but they are all comparable to Jane, so this is why she is one of the strongest superhumans to ever live. However, she is facing someone much more powerful. When Shigehira landed on Crow Island, he immediately got to business and almost took them all down. Even if heavily outnumbered, Shigehira will always have the upper hand, and those golems don't stand a chance. With 2 quick foot strikes, he takes 2 guardians down and uses a mighty attack on the swordsman, who is caught by surprise and cannot defend himself. Jane knows that this was a deadly blow, and is worried sick for him. The group land on Crow Island, but Howran feels like things are quiet, a little too quiet. He knows that it's presumptuous to say he has a 6th sense, but he's just worried that they may have stepped into a trap. Nangi tells him that it's not that, as even before they landed, he had Black Mirror protecting the entire ship, which did hide their presence somewhat, but it's not perfect, so the Inhumans should have felt something. This is their territory, and if they sense them, they would already be here. This island, and the fact that nobody is on it, is pretty weird. The explosion of light they saw earlier had nothing to do with them, and after that happened, he noticed that the barrier of the island became looser and weaker. What he guesses is that a lot of things happened all at once, a chain reaction of situations, if he had to put it into words. He thinks that this really is a mess. Dan Yang does not understand what he's talking about, but Kenta seems pretty chill, meaning that the island is deserted. Howran prides himself on his hide and seeks skills, so by his will, he will go and scour the area. Nangi tells him to just stop talking for a minute, as he's checking everything out now. Dan Yang sees the black eye he formed in the sky. It's his vision skill. While he does that, Howran notices that Chisaki is looking at something, and tells him to not do anything foolish while whispering. But all this time, Chisaki was staring at Shigehira's hat. Everyone is shocked when they see it, but Chisaki's world crashes down on him. He remembers all of the times his uncle gave him his hat. It was something important to him, but he did not mind parting with it for his sake. A wave of emotion rushes Chisaki, his entire aura changing as the sands below him shift slowly. Suddenly, Black Mirror reports that he has found something. In the middle of the island stands a single inhuman who seems to be doing something with some Rubik's cubes. His name is Q-Vector Tesseract, or Vector for short. Vector seems to notice the looming eye that's watching him, but Nangi is smiling. As this inhuman seems to be quite unique, he must check him out no matter what. Dan Yang looks at Chisaki, but Howlan is already there to comfort the sad boy. He tells him to calm down. Even if he's a dense bastard, that might be just a normal straw hat lost by a pirate or something. He must not give up hope, as this is just the very beginning of their search for his uncle. While the others watch, Chisaki says that he is a fool. It has been a long time since he disappeared, but he just wants things to just go back to normal, the way they used to be. Even if this has struck him more than he would like to admit, he will continue to move forward, because he knows that it's impossible to bring those old days back. Perhaps he is still full of fears. Perhaps he is making a fool of himself. But even though his heart has shattered into 1,000 pieces, he does not want to face the truth. He doesn't have the confidence to do such a thing anymore. Dan Yang just sternly stares at him, but Kenta suddenly flies off Dan Yang's head and directly on Chisaki's arm, giving him a stare that is full of confidence, which makes Chisaki's tears stop. Nangi asks if he forgot what he told him. If he whines and cries, he would kick his ass out of the group, so he should stand up proudly, as they are going now. Unfortunately, the swordsman was not able to dodge Shigehira's deadly attack, and fell into 100 pieces before him. He then gives Jane a stare, which makes her think that he's different somehow. Suddenly, the red inhuman flies past her head as the anchor hits him, but he does not seem that injured, as only his shoulder seems to have suffered any major damage. Ayla recovers her anchor and moves closer to Jane, who notes that the inhuman with the sword is different. There is something strange about his aura. Shigehira suddenly flips his blade upside down, and he smashes it into the ground, creating a blast of light so bright that it engulfs even Sid, who stands in the same place and does not react at all. Jane suddenly wakes up in a different place, wondering if he used his domain expansion. Isla is somewhere else in this bamboo forest and tries to contact Jane, but to no avail. Perhaps this is an entirely different dimension. Manta Ray flies above, and even he thinks that this place is strange. It is an endless bamboo forest, where the sense of direction is lost to anyone inside, and the fog that surrounds the area makes it hard to see. This is all an illusion, something that has been used on them before. When Shigehira attacked them, he used this place to gain the upper hand and strike them down one by one. There is no way to get out of this place, because it does not really exist. Now they have the upper hand, and can catch Jane with ease. As she tries to make sense of what is going on, she is suddenly hit from behind straight in the shoulder, making her bleed heavily. But with this, she realizes that this illusion is controlled by Shigehira. However, even if her bones crack and her flesh burns, she will not give up. Before she can even recover, yet another attack flies towards her, at the same deadly speed as the other one. Nangi and his group eventually arrive at the Inhuman, with Nangi noting that he has a hobby that doesn't really suit a beast like him. If he doesn't mind, they would like to play with him. But first, they have something important to ask. Vector refuses to talk, which annoys Nangi quite a bit. Perhaps he should open that mouth of his and rip his dirty tongue out. Suddenly, a hand appears behind Chisaki from the sand, and slowly they are surrounded by Inhumans, called Moils. A big one appears in front of Vector, and it starts speaking. This is a Moil Atukan, who wonders what he should do with so much meat. Perhaps he should cut their heads off first and eat them later. Yet another Inhuman appears out of the underground and tells Vector to get his toys and leave. This is a level 2 Heraxius, who is surprised that they dared to step on this island. He did not think that there were other superhumans stupid enough to come here, but it seems he was wrong. He feels like they have talked enough, so it's about time for him to crush their bugheads. Nangi laughs as he called them bugs, yet they are the ones who crawled out of the ground. Judging by their ugly mugs, they all seem to be from the same hive, and since he wants to treat them like trash, he will make sure that it's the last mistake they will ever make. He agrees that they were fools for coming here, but they were following another reckless fellow. He asks Heraxius if he's Sid, who notes that he has a lot of nerve for a superhuman, but Nangi doesn't stop, as he didn't expect for a beetle to lick Sid's feet so well. Dan Yang knows that he's trying to provoke them into fighting, so she has to get ready. Nangi starts to explain that a long time ago, he watched something interesting on the news. They found an unidentified cube in the US, and according to the guy who found it, it was found in the Mojave Desert, with the area being deserted of any life. At first they thought it was just a cube, but when they tried to pick it up, they could not, and even tools did not work. Now it sits in a museum, most people theorizing that it's something from the stars, an unknown artifact, but now he's sure that it's one of the toys he seems to be playing with. He also knows that the red cube in the center is different, as he noticed light come out of it. Perhaps it has another pair, and when they are both completed, he is able to transport people through them with no limitation to distance. When they arrived here and saw the red cube light up, he felt a significant decrease in energy too. Perhaps, just perhaps, his power was divided, and the destination of the other cube is Australia. To him it seems that it does not matter where the cube is, as he can always complete it and dumb as many monsters as he likes to rampage around. Dan Yang also remembers seeing the cube on TV, but there are others, 5 more that are placed in random cities. Heraxius notes that he sure likes to be noisy, but is he done yapping? Nangi asks one last thing. Where is Shigehira? Heraxius feels that this is a useless question. That person no longer exists. With that, they begin attacking, and Hauran remembers the talk he had with Nangi. When he was tying his hair, Nangi noticed that he was shaking, which Hauran tried to excuse by noting that it's just the cold. But he did admit that he has no experience with Inhumans, so perhaps he is a little frightened. Nangi said that he is like a human in the unknown. He becomes caked in fear because of his imagination. They all have different mindsets and personalities, but he must think differently. He must think that they are the ones afraid of him. Haran does just this now, and punches one of them so hard he explodes. He is a leading warrior, and they shall have no mercy on the enemy. Suddenly, Heraxius kicks him in the face, to the point where the entire island shakes. As Isla runs through the forest, she feels that it's being manipulated by strong magic, and the cradle tower has not disappeared yet. She suddenly stops, and sees Herringbone killing one of the guardians. Jane also runs through the forest but finds it impossible to escape, and with the fog getting thicker, dodging the incoming attacks is impossible too. However, Shigehira is not able to hide the direction of the slash and his footsteps. She might be able to dodge his next attack. No, she must do so, as he is aiming for her neck. Shigehira suddenly comes in for another attack, but this time Jane finds him. and tries to use this opportunity to catch him. Unfortunately for her, he suddenly moves behind and slashes her in two, ending the fight. However, it's revealed that all of this time he was chasing a guardian, and another comes from below to grab him and keep him in place. With this opportunity, Jane smashes his face in with an earth-shaking punch. After Jane smacks Shigehira so hard he recoils from the ground, she tries to grab him, but that's when the red superhuman intervenes and saves Shigehira from his surefire death. At the same time, Ayla notices that the fog and the entire forest are starting to disappear, meaning that Jane did it. The effect of the bamboo forest was affecting them in a bubble, which pops with an extremely bright light, leaving the cradle tower safe and sound. Everyone appears in front of the tower, with Jane barely being able to stand anymore. Ayla rushes to her side, but even without that, she can see that her condition has become detrimental. Ayla still checks up on her, as she seems heavily injured, but Jane considers herself fine, except for the shoulder, which she's now bothering her with. As they bicker, the swordsman looks at Jane and tells Ayla that the tower cannot help Jane with her recovery. The cradle tower is the Earth's breath, its source of pure life. The reason they are being constantly regenerated is the reason why her strength is also constantly growing. The crib provides them with favor and vitality, but all of that life force has to come from somebody, so it comes from Jane. Since Jane is the one in charge of preserving life while fighting, it would be a paradox if the tower healed Jane. Ayla is shocked and amazed by what she's hearing, but Jane tells her it's okay. Even in her state, nothing has changed yet. She's still alive and can continue. The monsters cannot stop the cradle tower. She can tell them that this fight will not be an easy one, hence why she and the swordsman should focus on the battle ahead. Ayla starts freaking out, as it's not going to be that easy, but then notices her hand, which has been extremely damaged. She asks what happened, and Jane explains that when she got the opportunity to attack Shigehira, she struck with this fist while using all her might. However, she used too much energy already, so she could not put all of her energy into it, and that's when it broke. Even if it looks bad, this is not as bad as it seems. They should be careful of that guy's blade, as they cannot beat him one-on-one. Jane doesn't need to tell them that he's strong, because everyone saw it, and even in this damaged state, he permeates a mighty aura. At Dr. Moon's lab, everyone looks at the newly operated on Gundu, who has awoken for 10 minutes now, but he is not conscious. Pio from the ISSTF medical division reports that his breathing is not stable, and his eyes are moving rapidly, and convulsions are present too. Ju-hee notes that they cannot know when he wakes up from this coma. They can just hope that he wakes up as soon as possible. As his condition is critical, they cannot prevent symptoms from appearing. Even after he is able to move his entire body, he will probably suffer the after effects of the operation. It will take time for this to stick. Ju-ri knows that this guy is a student just like Kong, who fought against the Inhumans. He knows that when he tried that, he got beaten to an absolute pulp, so he will help this guy become the best he can be. Ju-hee says that he needs a craniotomy, which Dr. Moon agrees with. They must address the traumatic subdural hemorrhage that might be present. However, that will be only the first step in addressing brain damage. Ju-hee asks what else they need to do, so Dr. Moon explains that more than 60% of his bones were broken, with several internal organs being damaged because of this. They, however, managed to clear all the impurities out of his body, and in the case of his left arm, which was damaged beyond repair, they chose to amputate it. Right now, their biggest concern is his vertebrae, cervical, thoracic, and lumbar. It appears that many of them have compression fractures, and they are now trying to figure out where the damage is the most severe, so that they can decide where to start and treat him well. Ju-hee listens to all of this while reading the different diagnostics. She notes that the issues listed here are the same as his plan of care, so as soon as his breath becomes stable, they should proceed with the spinal fusion. During that process, her advanced technology called the Wrangler field will also be infused in all of the damaged organs. After that hopefully passes with no hiccups, she will personally handle the rest of the operation. Pio is curious about her technology, as they don't have the necessary equipment, and they also don't have any information about his kidneys. Ju-hee tells him to stop worrying, because she is here, and since this technology is one of her inventions, they should not have any problems. AKA requests the ISSTF to help. She didn't leave the United States without the required knowledge, so they should all trust her. Besides that, with this plan at play, B can also help with the upform stage. This man right here is a prototype, and one can see that he has not suffered from anything, and now the both of them will walk the same road. B gives her a look of trust, and she says that they have talked enough. It's time to think about the future. They will save Gundu and talk after that. They should all put on their working gloves, because after that, they will reveal their new organization, and they will show everyone what they can do. Their new organization will be called Cosmo. Manta Ray observes from above like usual, noting that the different stone warriors were defeated by Shigehira, but were restored. meaning that they are relying on a source of energy, which is probably the tower. Before anyone can react, Herringbone passes them and prepares to climb. Manta Ray is glad to see that he also noticed what is at the top of that tower, but Herringbone is suddenly intercepted by the archer, who hurls an arrow at him only for him to dodge. The archer cannot afford to let him pass, so he starts unleashing arrow after arrow on Herringbone, who, despite his large size, dodges expertly. He pushes through the archer with his might, which surprises everyone, and he finally gets to the top, but suddenly, a chain throws itself at his neck, as the bludgeoned soldier has caught him. The swordsman appears above Herringbone directly from the tower, and asks if he really thought it would be that easy. With an amazingly clean strike, he takes Herringbone's head off, prompting him to fall down. The archer has a gripe with him now, so before his head falls to the ground, he shoots it with an arrow that is pointed directly at Shigehira, who does not care for the health of his teammate, and deflects the arrow. Both the red superhuman and Shigehira are not that impressed, but then something happens that makes their eyes open wide. Sid laughs and starts to move slowly. Before Manta Ray can prepare himself, Sid unleashes his presence, making him fall to the ground. They truly have become dirty trash, who is merely rolling around in such a worthy battle. This was truly worth seeing. It was not a waste of his time as he expected. Suddenly, everyone's confidence turned into crushing anxiety, because now that Sid is playing, they will all suffer his malignant wrath. They all freeze as Sid unleashes his mighty all-seeing eye, and Jane starts to remember how she felt when fighting that other inhuman, absolute despair, but also seething anger at the fact that she does not know what they are. Suddenly, Jane can barely hear or see anything, but something catches her eye on her left. Isla is screaming at her, but why is she doing that? There's no danger that she can see. With an extremely heavy thud, Sid's worm crashes down on Jane, which quakes the earth so hard that even Daphne and Scotch can feel it. He holds Daphne down but is confused. Just what the hell is going on now? Since they are almost at the beach, he double times it. They must get there no matter what. Fortunately, the swordsman was there to save both Ayla and Jane, but he starts mocking Jane for what she said. She told everyone that this won't be easy, but they can do it, so she should pull herself together already. Jane does not respond, but instead telepathically tells the swordsman that there's something coming from below the ground. The worm is ready to pounce on them again, and the swordsman can't do anything to dodge, but he makes sure that at least Ayla and Jane are safe at the sacrifice of a few limbs. He screams out for Jane, who is still bleeding, and remembers a good day she had. She, Sui, and Tyra all went to see a movie, and at the end everyone was cheering and happy at how it ended, but Jane was unimpressed. Sui asked if she didn't have fun, as her mood seemed to have changed. In order to not ruin their fun, she told them that it was fun, she just didn't get it much. The girls knew that she didn't actually watch it, but they all went shopping after that. What happy memories. She can almost not even feel the pain that comes from her crashing on the ground. Ayla has landed successfully, but blood is spraying out of her neck like a fountain. Even so, she is more worried about Jane, who seems to be on her last legs. She couldn't have seen that damn attack because it came from the underground. Her wounds are also not recovering like they used to, and her breath has become bated. This makes her wonder if Jane will be okay, as the power of the cradle seems to be waning moment by moment. Suddenly, she sees something that makes her pupils dilate completely. The worm is charging in towards her, prompting Ayla to scream at her once again, but she does not have the energy to do anything, so the worm crashes down. This creates a large dust cloud, but after it dissipates, Ayla is shocked to see that all of the stone warriors have blocked the worm. The swordsman asks how many times they have to die and regenerate. This is getting utterly ridiculous. Ayla is inspired by his determination, and so she decides to push forward, hurling her anchor at the worm with all of the might that she can muster. Before it can hit the worm, however, Shigehira intervenes and deflects her attack. He will not let her attack while he sits idly by. That would be an insult to his master. Jane can feel the consequences of her power expansion arrive, as her body is no longer responding. Suddenly, she sees another shadow from above, and when she looks, another worm passes them. But he doesn't care about her. His real objective is the cradle. He smashes through it with extreme force, rendering the tower utterly useless. The swordsman notes that he has never felt a time when the wind was so calm. If it were not for this battle, they could have had relaxing conversations with each other. He and the other warriors start to dissipate, but before that, the swordsman tells her to not look down on herself because of their failures, and to never give up, no matter what happens. The stone warriors remain in place as they dissipate, but the worm comes back around and prepares to strike Jane. Suddenly, the earth begins to shake heavily, as a dozen or so worms appear beside Sid. Ayla's will is completely crushed, and she cannot see tomorrow anymore. Jane remembers the rest of that day, the girls still pressing her about the fact that she didn't enjoy the movie, but Jane did, as that Ryota fellow was quite handsome. Jane got real for a moment. She really did enjoy it, but something has been nagging at her consciousness that she's been trying to figure out for some time now. That thing is cheering for a hero. She remembers when she went to the beach with Pearl, who said that the only people she could rely on in this world are herself and her. After all, everyone else can only give her applause and cheers. She doesn't hate that type of attention that her sister is concerned about, but rather, it helps her hold on when she begins to lose her responsibility. There is also a difference between being enthusiastic about someone and relying on them. She knows what kind of person she is, so if she ever has something on her mind, she shouldn't be shy and tell her. In that memory of a memory, Jane finally understood she had to see Pearl. As her last moments tick away, she thinks that it's true that one remembers tons of things as they pass away. She doesn't have a good feeling about all of this. She hates leaving people behind to fend for themselves, especially those who have done so much for her already. However, she feels too tired now. She's an old woman, and she did her absolute best. Suddenly, before the worms can crash down on her, a ray of light appears out of the sky, and a battle angel descends on the attack worm, putting him on the ground instantly. Everyone is shocked by this, and a Pearl tells Sid that he seems to have gone on a rampage. She hates seeing her friends hurt, so they will fight until one of them is completely defeated. Isla passes out, but she awakes in the hands of her father, who is worried sick about her and tells her to sit still. Isla's head is killing her, but she has the power to ask why he is here. Scotch is utterly shocked by how much she's bleeding and tells her to stop pushing herself so much. Pearl is here now, and good thing she did, as they were about to lose. That's when Ayla suddenly remembers that Pearl is here, so if it's her, perhaps they can win. However, doubt starts to shadow over her mind like cancer. They can never win. It's impossible. No matter what, those Inhumans are too much, even for someone like Pearl. Daphne tells her to sit down. Jane is in a critical condition, hence why she cannot help her now, so she should just rest. If she even thinks about going and doing something foolish, her condition will worsen, and she will never forgive her. Pearl smashes through the red Inhuman, who manages to grab her head as he gets hit and headbutt her. But this is nothing for Pearl, although it did surprise her. These beasts fight without a care about their survival. They refuse to retreat. It's like fighting is all there is to them. However, she doesn't care. As long as her entire body isn't crushed, she refuses to give up. She lets out a mighty punch on him, but suddenly hears something behind her, a blade sliding in its sheath. Sure enough, she sees Shigehira unsheath his blade in order to attack, which she can barely dodge, but Shigehira does not stop, and tries to strike her once again. Pearl suddenly grabs his blade in her hand, which surprises him, but she expects as such. She crushes her blade in her hand and kicks Shigehira away, just in time for a worm to arrive and strike her while she's defenseless. Now she understands what Jane and Ayla went against. This kind of speed and precision is impossible. Once it appears, it's already too late to dodge. However, she is different, and flies through the worms using her flying ability. She knows that she cannot destroy these worms. She tried already, so she must cut them up at their roots. She must kill that guy no matter what. With that in mind, she rushes to Sid with extreme speed, but Shigehira catches up to her somehow and tries to slash at her. Pearl manages to get out of his range before anything happens, but that's when a projectile flies towards her, which she cannot fully dodge, so it hits her arm. This makes her fall to the ground and think about what just happened. That kind of sharp object must have come from somewhere. It had enough power to easily pierce her hard body. She analyzes the different worms and sees one that seems to be the one that shot this thing. It's acting like a turret. Sid starts speaking to her, as her existence is only a crutch for humanity. There is no way that she can climb out of this pit that has been made for her. There is nothing but a brutal and otherwise cruel future for the entirety of mankind. However, he will give her this one chance, to join him on the path he set. The reason he wants her is simple. He wants her unwavering eyes, who are not giving up even now. Before Pearl can respond, something starts crashing from the air directly next to her. The Inhumans analyze the situation and don't move at all. They are cold and calculated. What crashed next to Pearl was Basilov, who is suffering from motion sickness. Kirillov lands gracefully. He didn't expect for them to get anywhere after such a long flight. But even if they got to land, it seems that the situation here isn't that great. Basilov agrees. Things look pretty damn serious around here. Kirillov can feel a pressure that he can barely stand. Where are the other superhumans besides Pearl? Has she been fighting them all alone? Manta Ray isn't that intimidated by these new superhumans. Based on how they look, they are already tired and beat. Suddenly, the cube behind Sid begins to glow and transport its load here. This creates a large dust cloud, but soon enough, Manta Ray sees Qvek. But that's not all, as Howlan is holding his neck. Everyone is shocked to see another superhuman, but even more appear from the dust. Chisaki and Dan Yang appear on the left and right, respectively, while the mighty Kenta rises in the air and screams. Lastly, a familiar laugh can be heard, as Nangi wonders what this situation even is. All these bastards with stupid things on their faces, they don't really understand a damn thing. He feels like this is a movie, where the main character showed up for the grand finale. How epic. Sid looks at them coldly, but Nangi is ready. Since the main character has presented himself, how about they finish this story with a happy ending? Nangi can't help but laugh, as all of this seems like a pretty grand party to him, which is quite exciting. He also notices some familiar faces at this party, with Kirillov also remembering him, but he is more fixated on Dan Yang. Even if he cannot see well, he still waves his hand to greet her. Dan Yang wonders if he is here to join the fight against Australia, and Kirillov tells Basilov that this is Nangi's group. He said in the past that they would eventually meet again. This is just like last time, but how did they get here, using a portal or something? Basilov is more focused on that Nangi character, who he does not really trust, but there's nothing they can do for now. Dan Yang gets overloaded by information, as what was just an island expedition turned into them teleporting to Australia. Nangi tells them that it's fate. Their paths all lead to the same place, because of this Sid character, who is pretty outstanding. Chizaki's eyes widen as he sees a familiar figure in the distance, brandishing a glowing blade. Manta Ray demands that Kuvek explain himself this instant, but Nangi stops him, as he will tell him. He promises him to. As long as he answers his questions and does what he commands, they will have a deal. First of all, he knows that he is Manta Ray. He is a very loyal subject of Sid, and he is quite useful to him. He doesn't know what exactly happened here, but to him, he looks pretty healthy. Pretty funny considering the chaos going around the world right now. After they defeated the Inhumans, Howlan fell to the ground, and Chisaki was coughing up blood. Howlan actually just decided to take a nap right there. He was not that injured, and Chisaki was alright too. Nangi naturally did not suffer a lot of damage and wanted to have a deep conversation with Kuvek. Firstly, he asked what that hole is about. He saw them crawl out of it like the bugs they are. Perhaps they are hiding treasure in there. Kuvek explained that it's a temple. It is also Sid's resting place and throne room, a place where only his subordinates dare to come and go. Nangi was not happy with just this, so he told everyone to take a rest and not follow him, as he's going on a little adventure. When he descended the stairs, a certain stink was permeating the air. He could not believe that their king would live in a dump like this. He also saw the prison bars in the different rooms, but no prisoners, only the deep smell of blood. He counted 4 rooms as he kept walking, and since he was curious, asked Kuvek what kind of prison this is. He told Nangi that this is for the people who were abandoned. Sid places his fighters in these cages, so he continues. The abandoned ones always itch to compete against one another, and they hold fighting competitions. The strongest fighter will be granted Sid's favor afterward. His position will naturally rise to a higher level, and he will have authority. Nangi does not know what this has to do with anything, but Sid is basically recruiting strong people to handle his subordinates because he probably can't be bothered. The hierarchy is quite complex for some bugs, but he was also curious about that beetle guy from before. Outside, the others were also curious about the cave, but not Howlan. He was telling Kenta to shade him from the sun because he gets burned quickly. Dan Yang was glad that the guy who seems to be controlling these gates is cooperative. Without him, they would have probably never known where Sid is. Chisaki was worried for Nangi, but also for Shigehira. His hope still lingered. Kuvek told Nangi about the 2 stars, one of them being Heraxius, whom they just defeated. Nangi figured that there is also a group consisting of Sid and Kalbus, who is one of those 2 stars. Additionally, he also found out that the purpose of Kalbus's group was Jane. Nangi was surprised that these bastards would actually hunt superhumans, but he didn't linger on it long, and asked Kuvek how strong they really are. He explained that Sid is the leader, and Kalbus's group has Manta Ray, Herringbone, and 2 Beyond Stars, one of them being a strong warrior. Kuvek began to shake as he tried to mutter his next sentence. Nangi getting what happened. He has heard enough, so he will take them to where his master is, right now. Nangi looks Shigehira straight in the eyes, remembering the first time they met when he was quite curious about the temple that was covered in a bamboo forest. It felt like a haunted house to him back then. He really thought that Shigehira was dead, but it's time they do something about this. He tells Dan Yang to go over and check on Pearl and those Russians. She instantly does so, creating a portal that takes the Inhumans by surprise. Kirillov immediately rushes to her side, and they are both worried for each other, Dan Yang asking why his eyes are all bloodied. Howlan is actually quite antisocial, as he cannot adjust to the social situation that's happening here, and he's also afraid to talk. Dan Yang, however, seems to be very happy to see them, and seems comfortable too. He wonders why they are so excited to see her, but he can't complain, as she really cares about him too. That's when he remembered something. He left Pyongyang on the island, still in the suitcase. Nangi approaches Pearl, saying her popular line, "United they stand, scattered they die." Well, it is true that they have to stand united now, right? This is the second time they meet, but he would like to introduce himself. He is Nangi. Pearl accepts his help, which he's very glad for. Since everyone is now ready, they should get on with the festivities. Their goal is to win. If there is nobody who feels otherwise, he would like to take the lead on this. Manta Ray looks at Nangi and deduces that he must be the one who appeared during Behemoth's invasion. He also just defeated Heraxium, which is a pretty big feat. If he is here to see the headman, there is nothing they can give him. Even if that was possible, he can see that they are all connected to Shigehira. He lands down next to Sid, bowing his head as low as he can, and excuses himself for what he is about to say. But judging by this situation, there is a possibility that the headman is now dead. If he would allow it, he would immediately go to check, but Sid has had enough of his muttering words. He stares down into his soul and drags him into a world where he is kind. How dare he say something so foolish? Nangi approaches Chisaki and suddenly grabs him before throwing him away. This surprises everyone, but Nangi throws him right next to Shigehira, reminiscing a scene from the past. They both look at each other with a certain kind of fondness, Chisaki tearing up. Dan Yang becomes enraged by Nangi's actions and asks what he is doing. She thought that he would command them, yet they are just sitting here doing nothing. Nangi grabs Howlan's attention and says that this fight is Chisaki's fight. However, this is something that he cannot win. Only death awaits if he attempts it alone. Howlan will not let that happen, and Nangi won't either. He commands him to help Chisaki with this. Basilov approaches and says that even though he does not really listen to anyone, he will take orders from him if he must. Nangi doesn't know if that was a compliment or not, but he will take it as one anyway. Basilov then grabs Kirillov's attention and tells him to stay there with that woman. He knows that he's rude to him all the time, but he does appreciate everything he has done, and he is proud that he has gotten them so far. Even though most of the time he's overdoing it, he does not want to see that frail body of his being torn apart, so he should let his eyes heal. Kirillov agrees, prompting Basilov to get right into the action. He has to check something and see who the main culprit is, but he must warm up first, right? Nangi looks at him as he flies away, laughing at how much of a mess this is. Basilov lands right in front of the Red Inhuman, which he recognizes as Salma Ali. Somewhere else, Chisaki and Howran are getting ready to fight Shigehira with everything they have. Pearl heals up her wounds, even though it brings her more pain, and Nangi comes around, asking if she's ready to cause some more trouble. She notes that she has not even begun yet, and goes on to explain about the tentacles. Their attacks are unnormal and extremely fast, to the point where if you can see them, it's already too late. The destructive power and sheer speed of them is too much to realistically fight against. It's much better to watch out for the long tentacles and avoid them. They have no reason to fight them head-on like this. What they need to do is make them stretch out until they can attack the roots. They don't have much time to talk because the tentacles dig through the ground and jump them. They both jump in to get rid of the one who is summoning them. The most important fight in all of superhuman history is about to occur. Nangi and St. Pearl against the mighty Sid. Somewhere in Korea, Hong seems to be waiting for Kang, who is not answering his phone. He isn't even reading her texts. She knows that there's no way he would just lose his phone. Her friend also arrives, mad that she has to take so many stairs. But when she looks at Hong's face, she can guess that Kang is not coming today. For a while, they have been meeting in this place, talking about things and having fun. Perhaps he is just busy or something, but the others can't come either. Her friend is sad about that since she even bought some groceries, which Hong also did. But she's more worried about Kang than anything. Just what is he doing? Somewhere deep in the forest, the birds gather around Kang. Even a rabbit decided to join him on his walk. He looks at his phone, seeing that Hong is calling him, but he cannot answer. Raoul and Bong are behind him. Raoul having guessed that he would be around here somewhere, but Bong wonders just where the hell he is even going. They start to plan their next move, but Kang suddenly stops, surprising the both of them. He turns his head around and asks what they are even doing out here. Seeing as they can't hide anymore, they both get out of their respective bushes, Raoul just greeting him, and Bong trying to explain that they were trying to find him because they missed him. With that out of the way, they begin walking and talking about what happened at school, like Cheol becoming a student council member. Kang does not talk, only listening to the two talking about their day, and how Hong has become noisier because he's not answering his phone. Bong tells him that love is a hard thing to grasp. Not that he would know anything about that, right? Kang apologizes for what he did to Hong. He really has no excuse. Raoul tells him that there's no need to feel sorry for it. They all know that he has his reasons. But while they are on that topic, will he also be going to Australia? Bong also has a question. He probably is aware of the absolute chaos that is going down in Australia, right? He does not know the details because not even the news dare to approach that much. But since he is a superhuman, will he go? What's happening down there is pretty tragic. So does he have any plans for it? Kang does not answer, and instead tells them that they can leave. The road is about to get a whole lot more dangerous. They should not misunderstand him. It's not that he wishes to avoid them or something like that, but it's really hard to explain to them even if he wanted to. What they should know is that he feels a very ominous energy coming from around this area. He loves spending time with them. It's one of the things he looks forward to the most. and he appreciates them for coming all the way here, even though this mountain is hard to climb. Just as he finishes his sentence, Kang's eyes widen, and he pushes both Ryul and Bong away. On the bridge that he was just about to walk on, a familiar inhuman appears. Ryul and Bong are scared beyond their wits, but Kang only shares anger through his expression, with Hyperion also staring intently. Ryul asks how the hell an inhuman is here, and Hyperion calls Kang over. He tells the two to get out of here as fast as they can, and with Ryul becoming overwhelmed by what they have faced before, the horrors of the Inhumans still linger in his mind. Kang breaks him out of his panic and tells him to not look back and run as fast as he can. Could he do that for him? Bong agrees to do just that. But what if that monster comes after them? Kang's eyes glisten as he charges in and vows to not let that happen. His strike makes the bridge bounce around, and the two begin to book it downhill. They are both rightfully scared of the Inhuman, but Ryul feels useless because he could not do anything for Kang. Hyperion crashes down on the ground and Kang follows, unleashing tons of deadly strikes. They both jump up in the air, and Hyperion sees something in Kang. He raises his fist in the air just as Kang is about to strike again, and their punches connect. This amount of force creates an explosion of light that sends everything not nailed down flying. Back at the Martial Art Academy, the man continues his explanation. Ali and he were involved with tons of competitions, such as the Strongman one. They traveled from country to country just to host these kinds of events, but on their journey, they started to get lucky at finding superhumans. He remembers before all of this, he was a poor man, and then he returned to Korea in order to host the arm wrestling competition. When Kang won, he had his doubts about him being a superhuman, especially since Ali was not there to judge him. He and Ali always hosted these events together, but when he told Ali that he would host something in Korea, he could not come with him. He said that next time, perhaps they will come together. The old man knows the rest of the story. That was the last time he was able to connect with a superhuman, right? The earth suddenly begins to shake violently, both of them feeling the quake, and the man wonders if there's an earthquake going on. The others felt it too, wondering just what is going on. But it happens again, one of them explaining that they feel a strong gust of wind each time before the earthquake hits. The old man knows that this is dangerous, so he tells everyone to stop their work and go into the basement now, and they should bring their guests too. He also tells the man that it does not matter what is going on now. What they need to do is keep everyone safe. Since they hopefully got all of that, they should not come outside until they hear his voice. The old man has felt something, which has brought him memories of his past. At a lower part of the mountain, a family of 3 enjoy their vacation with some camping, but they suddenly feel the earthquake too. Just as the boy looks behind him, he sees the back of a large being flying towards them, and sure enough, Hyperion crashes through their camping setup. The man notices that his boy is in extreme danger, the flying pan flying towards his face at a deadly speed. Before he can meet a cruel fate, the boy is saved by Hyperion, who grabs the pan and bundles it up into a pile of metal. After doing that, he jumps away at blinding speeds. The mother rushes in to comfort her child, but the father is awestruck as he saw what happened. The old man arrives next to Kang, who tells him to get out of here, but the old man knows who this is. He is Hyperion, and perhaps he does not remember him, but he sure remembers their fight. Hyperion defeated him long ago, but also saved his life, telling him to chase his future. He dared to save him against that white-haired inhuman, and he believes that he did it for a reason, and he would like to know that reason. Additionally, why is he after Kang? Hyperion sheathes his blades into the ground and asks the old man, what does he see him as? The old man says that they are both the same. He knows that they are enemies from his point of view, but he does not believe that. Hyperion understands, but if that is not so, then what should he view him as? The old man feels his curiosity, and now that they are here, he should tell him. Hyperion notes that each person's battle is approaching steadily, and he is directly in front of him, but it seems like he is standing in his path, trying to stop fate. In Australia, Basilov seems to be winning against Ali, using all of his power to take care of him as fast as possible. Basilov successfully sends him skipping like a rock, but even if damaged, Ali does not seem that hurt. Basilov felt it too. His attack seemed much weaker than it should have. Ali charges in with a steady punch, but this allows Basilov to hit him too. Since they are so close, an exchange of blows occurs, both of them giving it their all, with their strikes lashing out across the entire area. Dan Yang is amazed to think that they are barely out of their range. Kirillov is thankful that they moved away. Daphne grabs their attention, and Kirillov notes that they came here to check on them. Thankfully, they are outside of the battle radius. He and Dan Yang introduce themselves, with Scotch doing the same, but Daphne only says that they must have gone through quite a lot. As they can probably presume, Jane and Ayla are in no condition to fight, but enough of that. Her name is Daphne. It's really nice to meet them. The door to the Martial Academy basement is shut, with the man noting how dusty it is, but a student tells him to have no fear, as they have a vent, so they can breathe easily. The other student does not see a vent, making the man wonder if they really are safe, even if they are underground. He builds up the courage to ask what is going on, as they seemed really serious about evacuation. The other student explains that there was a really bad situation before with some inhumans, where many of their friends were killed or injured. To make sure that it doesn't happen again, they will evacuate to these places in order to avoid danger. The man apologizes for asking such a senseless question, but it's nothing he should worry about. Questioning things is human nature after all. Since their master told them to come here, something serious must be going on. So all they can do for him is stay in this hole, cooped up. Additionally, what was he talking about with his master? It all seemed quite serious. The man says that they were just talking about his dear friend. Ali is sent flying once again by Basilov, but this time he crashes him through buildings before putting him on the street and stepping on him with extreme force. That's when Basilov sees something surprising, as armor has appeared on Ali's arm. He uses this opportunity to grab Basilov and throw him in the air, but now, he knows why his attacks felt so weak. Bored out of their minds, the three guys begin talking about the strongest superhumans, with the man having a habit of talking about them. One of the students thinks that one of them must be their master, but the other wonders who the strongest is. Perhaps someone who can cut down a tree in one go? The man remembers something about Ali when he explained his ability, the armor of immortality. He beckoned the man to punch him, which did so, but he could not even make his skin move. The man is called Tony Guak, and Ali told him that he has the power of a fly, so he will show him what a real punch looks like. He suddenly punched himself straight in the face and explained that whenever he uses his ability, nobody can see it with the naked eye, and even though this invisible armor surrounds his entire body, one can only see it when his body reaches a certain limit. Since he has punched himself so hard, he can probably see it now. Tony wondered if he could win against Pearl, but Ali asked why he would ever fight a superhuman. He only thought about where to go next. Tony explains this ability to the martial arts students, adding that the armor regenerates when it takes damage, so he becomes stronger the more damage he takes. One of them thought that it's impossible, but the other thought it was cool. It's like a last man standing ability. Basilov continues to hit Ali again and again, making armor appear everywhere on his body before they punch each other hard enough to separate. Basilov can feel that they are similar. He has armor that gets stronger and stronger, until it eventually breaks. It seems that they are really no different. Basilov remembers the fight he had with his comrade. As a friend, he has an obligation to see things through. Things have become quite annoying. He really is in an awkward situation. Suddenly, he begins to exude steam out of his body, creating a large cloud. He does not know his circumstances, but it's clear that he's making a fool of himself and everyone he cares for. The man doesn't really care if he's the strongest or not. The important thing is that he's a good friend, and the only thing he can hope for is that he's well, wherever he is. Basilov notes that he will be the spear, so he should hold that shield of his very tightly, because in one mere minute, he will make sure that he will be sent to the fiery pits of hell. Basilov has unlocked his potential, 70% power. Basilov leaves an afterimage as he rushes in with a strike that makes Ali jump in place, but he does not stop there, as he comes back with a deadly strike that destroys the concrete below. Since he has the advantage, Basilov strikes him again, and then again, pushing him further into the hard ground. As he is pummeled, Ali seems to try and remember himself, but he cannot quite understand who he is, or what he's even doing here. Basilov goes to 71% power and punches him so hard it makes the cars around them fly off into the distance. Nangi and Pearl continue their advance towards Sid, but Pearl suddenly gets struck by one of the tentacles, making them both realize something. Sid's hands and feet are extending into the ground. They do not yet know how many limbs he even has, but it's at least more than a dozen. In addition, his attacks are fast and unpredictable at best. It's no different than fighting blindfolded, so calculating where he will attack from is impossible. Since all attacks happen from the underground, perhaps he attacks in a circular motion, where tentacles rotate around in the ground, or perhaps it's a new tentacle. Black Mirror notices a tentacle in front and warns Nangi, who with this help, manages to create a few unbreakable threads, and they begin pulling downwards. As long as Nangi does not consume a lot of energy, he can probably kill these bastards and get off scot-free. Unfortunately, he's not about to be let go as he pleases, as a mighty bolt flies towards his face, only grazing him, but it was close enough to make him uncomfortable. The two tentacles have caught him in a really bad position, but fortunately, Pearl is there to rescue him. They are both in the same boat after all. They know they must use their instincts to survive, so they continue their journey while expertly dodging every attack. Manta Ray notices this too. They are easily targeting the tentacles and crushing them with tremendous force. They are slowly turning the tide. If this goes on, Sid will suffer a terrible fate at the hands of his own ability. Suddenly, Pearl jumps right under Manta Ray, who notices too late. But Sid notices and manages to block Pearl with 2 of his tentacles. Manta Ray knows that he has become a target, so he decides to leave. But it's already too late, as Nangi has coiled him in thread, allowing him to throw Manta Ray right into the ground. He cannot hope to get out of this situation. So Nangi summons his scythe and unleashes a mighty slash that completely annihilates Manta Ray. With his last breath, Manta Ray calls out Sid's name. Nangi laughs, as he expected that bastard to try and escape. But he thought that they would be in trouble if he did that, so this is good enough. Well, she was a little clumsy in her work, but it worked out just fine. A few minutes ago, as they were being assaulted by numerous tentacles, Nangi told Pearl that he will focus on Manta Ray, so she should take on Sid's attacks towards himself. When those attacks close in, they will switch places and cut him off. Pearl understood the assignment, and it seems that they have succeeded. Nangi tells Sid that the petty cube he came with is just a toy, and now that some of his tentacles are gone, he sure must be lonely. He has no means of escape, so whatever happens, he vows to crush head in, right here, and right now. Sid is quite confused, as it's pretty clear to anyone that they are his prey. What does he mean when he talks about his escape? Kenta screams at what used to be Shigehira, who swings his sword around a bit. Chisaki jumps on Kenta and tells him to wait, as they cannot just do this. Howlon suddenly pats him on the head, as he seems really troubled. He is also worried about how he feels about all of this, so since he needs to talk with this fellow over here, he should leave everything to him. In the past, at the Huangshan Mountains, a bunch of thugs tried their luck with Howlon, who admired that they had so much confidence in themselves. It was really fun for him too, but now that there's only one of them left, who is presumably the leader of the Black Snow Gang, it's about time they end this. The man brandished his sword and warned Howlon to not come closer, who thought that he looked quite pathetic, even for a gang leader. Since he is trash, it's time he's thrown away like trash. However, he would like to tell him something before that. In the last few years, the only thing he has done in these mountains is to practice his martial arts. Recently, he has taken a liking to Korean martial arts, until he almost mastered all concepts. He also mastered the Chinese martial arts, like using the Taijian sword, or the praying mantis style. Nothing has been overlooked. So in truth, he's not really that interested in how powerful or big anyone is, because with martial arts, one must practice the art of peace, in addition to the art of war. All distractions and impurities must be removed from the mind. If not, something will happen, something bad. The man desperately tried to strike him with the blade, only to break as it made contact with his abdomen. Howlon thought that he's pretty dumb, but he still did not get the clear difference between them. He is not just a puny human, but a superhuman. With that, Howlon took care of him, and the gang disbanded shortly afterward. All the hard work he has done with his training also applies to his mind. Once one starts holding a sword, he must find the will to sharpen it. Right now, he is no different than a demon, no different than a rabid animal trying to find its next victim. He has changed far beyond what he was before, which naturally was not his choice, but it seems irreversible now. That is why he vows to sacrifice even his life in order to defeat him. The moment Shigehira hears his name, something awakens deep within him. The part that is still human still lingers within him, but Sid notices the change in his character, so he advances his mind control even further. This makes Shigehira crouch and scream out in pain, allowing Howlon to move in with a swift punch. He uses the deadly middle finger martial art to strike him more than a few times, before throwing him in the air and kicking his face in. Howlon feels something strange as he attacks, and Shigehira retaliates, kicking him before rushing to grab his sword. After doing so, he flies towards Howlon, ready to cut him down, but Howlon knows that he has to fight very closely in order to have a chance, so he blocks Shigehira's sword and strikes him with his elbow, which seems to be quite effective. But Shigehira twists his body in a manner that no human could, and strikes back. Howlon refuses to give up, and rushes in with a strike that seems deadly even to Shigehira, so he decides to block it, sending him flying on the hot sand. However, this is not the end of the attack, as his forearms have become blistered with a red hue, and they suddenly explode. This is explosive heat transfer, which Nangi has figured back on Crow Island. That is why Howlon does not stop hitting. The heat energy transferred to his opponent pressurizes, making an explosion occur after a few seconds, so the more hits he lands, the more power the explosion will have. It also seemed that even his breath became fire, so powerful that it could actually explode. Nangi knew that Howlon practiced and perfected martial arts all his life, but he has yet to notice that all of his explosive power comes from his excitement. And for excitement, nothing is greater than a battle to the death. When excitement blazes in his body, he can go beyond his limits. He can become more powerful than he can even imagine. He may not be able to even control himself. He will become entirely different. Nangi is the first to admit that he's strong, beyond what anyone expected. But the problem is that this power only lasts a short while. It's similar to a candle. Once the fuse is lit, it burns, but it quickly dissipates. He fights pretty well, but his ability is exhausted quickly. Thanks to him, they were able to defeat Haraxium, so he has proved himself in Nangi's eyes. He risked his life and gave it his all so that they could win. Since they met on that fateful day, he has proven himself more than one time, and even if immature, he still has responsibility. Now he knows that he is the type of man who does his job, and if they can find a chance, he will give him a stage so that he can show what he is truly made of. From now on, Nangi thought that he was his true right-hand man, his fiery sword in this darkened world. Shigehira tries to figure out what just happened, but Haolan does not give him the time as he tries to kick him before crashing into the ground with an amazing force. Shigehira has managed to escape, but he sees something red coming out of the dust, something fiery and filled with power. Sure enough, a bunch of fireballs were lunged at him, forcing him to dodge again and again, but one of the fireballs managed to catch him off guard. Since he cannot move, Shigehira cuts through it with his deadly blade, but this only allows Haolan to move in behind it and crash his fist into Shigehira's skull. Stunned by the attack, Shigehira cannot dodge the next one, which was charged with explosive force, making his face blow up in a spectacular fashion. Haolan feels that he can finally do it. He can finally reach deep within himself and reach a power that could make the heavens move. Unfortunately for him, Shigehira predicted his attack and teleported behind him. Haolan can feel the tip of the blade lunging towards him, so he tries to turn around, but it's too late. Blood drips down on the blade and onto the ground. Haolan has been hit, something he wished to avoid. While diving around the mountain to see how long he could hold his breath, Haolan found a pretty gem, which he had been looking for. He really thought that this was amazing. Anyone who saw it would be surprised, but his only company were the waters and the birds, and even they seemed uninterested. Haolan noticed, but he didn't care as the stone really was pretty. Perhaps it was better to just keep it and not show it to anyone else. He felt sad for a moment, but revitalized himself and moved on. While getting some groceries a while later, he heard the whispers of the people who thought that he was ugly. Haolan noticed, but he thought that they only wanted attention, so he left them alone. Haolan has been pretty lonely all of his life, but there was nothing wrong with that intrinsically. What he was more confused about is if he's sure about himself. Because of this question, Haolan has crossed oceans and walked lands he has never been to before. Perhaps his self-appointed seclusion was an attempt to gain romance from life. He tried to change that. Embarrassingly enough, on his journey of change, the first thing that truly moved his heart were his friends, his real tribe. He was shy at first. He didn't even know their names half of the time, but those embarrassing moments turned into precious memories. Because of that, while they were on Crow Island, Haolan handed Dan Yang his most precious item, that being the stone he found. Dan Yang recognized its beauty, but why give it to her in the first place? Haolan just walked away but told her to not lose it, as it's pretty precious. Now that he's at the end of the road, it seems pretty obvious, but he could have been a better friend than anyone else. Haolan puts his last hope into his fists and unleashes 24 explosive strikes on Shigehira before sending him flying. The power inside Shigehira refuses to stand still and creates an explosion the size of a small nuke. Everyone looks at this in amazement, with Sid not being that impressed. Haolan has given it his all, but Shigehira still stands, although heavily injured. He has won this fight, so it's only right that he finishes it with a kill. Before he can do that, Chisaki rushes forward, crashing his foot into Shigehira. He finally understands what he must do. He will forever cherish his old memories, but he is no longer the man he once was. So, this is the last time they will be training, but he can only hope he's ready to face the mighty Tsukumogami. In the past, as Chisaki fell asleep after training, Shigehira thought that he should just carry him to his bed, but first, he wanted to test something out on this boy, something he had been dying to know. He lunged his sword at Chisaki, only for Tsukumogami to catch it. Shigehira figured that there was a malevolent being protecting him, as this child had always been pretty senseless, but his movements are surprisingly fast. If that really was its intention, would it not have been polite to greet him? Tsukumogami only laughed, the same as it's doing right now. This sort of situation must be fated to happen, or perhaps it's just a little fight between a weakling of a teacher and his crybaby of a student. This is truly exciting. If he's honest, he really does not want to be here, so he will do something else. He suddenly pulls out a lantern from his chest and uses the spirit inside to send Shigehira spiraling down into a world filled with low-hanging lanterns. He cannot even appreciate the scenery. As he begins coughing up blood, he knows that the attack which Haolan has landed was almost fatal. Sid's control over him begins to falter for just a moment, allowing Shigehira to remember. He descended down to the cave of Crow Island, only to be met by Sid and his goons. His mind scrambles to find out more, but that's when he notices something coming from behind. Sure enough, Chisaki is moving in for a strike, but Shigehira notices too late, so he's thrown away like a puppet. Tsukumogami stands over Chisaki and hands him 2 blades, the reverse blades. Shigehira remembers something else as he sees them. When he was training with Chisaki, he was mad that he was using his right hand when he was left-handed, which surprised Shigehira. He explained that he has a habit of training his right hand. With this hand, there is no real hostility. It is only with the left hand that there is killing intent in this blade. When he does not want to kill someone, he will always fight with his right hand, just like he is doing right now. The pain that he is feeling always aches in his mind, but through this pain, something came back to him, the existence of himself, along with fragments of memories. Sid's power was too amazing, and his wishes for victory were all in vain. Sid was too powerful. He lost without being able to do much, but instead of killing him, Sid made him one of them. The seed which was given to him became a part of his body. It was a parasite that spelled doom for him. It began to whisper thoughts into his mind, knowledge, control, and loyalty above all else. It became a part of him completely, and when that seed is destroyed, his heart will stop. Now that his mind has recovered, he does not have an ounce of resistance. He was captured by this inhuman and became a murderer. Even though he did not know what he was doing, he still took someone's life senselessly. Even though he was not conscious enough to understand and could not disobey orders, he can see why they tried to kill that English woman. Despite all of this, in truth, he was just desperate for the sweet release of death. He begins talking with Chisaki, noting that all these lights are making him hallucinate, so he will borrow the darkness in order to resist. He has grown quite a lot. He is proud of him. In truth, they are both equals, but there's something that differentiates them like heaven and earth. Chisaki can't believe that his master is back, but he does not have much time left. He must listen to these words. Everyone makes mistakes when they grow up. It's inevitable, but things keep moving forward still. However, his should go smoothly. He should not be like him, who was captured and silenced. He should follow the light and continue his chosen path. He should not blame himself, and he should not cry. He should be proud that he can lean on him in these last moments. He thanks him for coming, even though he suffered a lot to get here. Kenta rises above, which Shigehira sees, but this gives him an idea. He jumps away at much speed and rushes towards Sid. Even if he does not have much left in this world, he will make sure that he will not go down quietly. He sheathed his sword and continued to run through the area. Nangi can see that he has gained his senses back and lets him pass, eager to see what he will do. Sid is annoyed by the fact that he's a pain to deal with. He should understand by now, even if they kill him, he will make sure to get rid of them. He uses his gaze to try and control Shigehira, which does slow him down, allowing a tentacle to crash straight on him with all its force. However, Shigehira is not dead. He turns around and slashes the tentacle to bits. 2 other tentacles follow this one, and combined with the one coming from the ground, they strike him with amazing power. Sid thought that he was pretty funny, but also unlucky. He likes to let people have some final words before he does this, so he should speak them now. Shigehira only said his name, and that the human will, feeble as it may seem sometimes, is not easily broken. One day, he will suffer the consequences of what he has started today. Sid knew that he was serious. His eyes did not lie, and neither are they now. Shigehira has teleported away from the tentacles and landed. Now he is able to rush in again. Sid abhors his unshakable gaze, but he understands that he has underestimated him up until now. A mistake he will not make twice. He reaches forward and with his fist clenching, the seed inside of Shigehira breaks, the eye behind his neck turning into crystals. He remembers his memories with Chisaki. As he lands on his feet, he also remembers how he cried when they finally met again. Because of all of this, his soul will not leave his body. Even if his heart has surely stopped, his body still moves. Sid is not taking any chances, so he throws a bunch of bolts at him, but to his surprise, Shigehira refuses to stand down. With this blade out, Shigehira prepares to unleash his final attack. When he was walking through the forest with Chisaki, he told him to keep his head low for a bit. Before Chisaki could even ask what for, Shigehira already unsheathed his blade and cut the entire forest down. The final stage of sword energy is one where the strike cannot even be seen. Not being able to see the start of the strike means that nobody will be able to see the wind that follows. Sid did not even see him unsheath his katana, and only now does he feel the pain of his neck being cut. This is Shigehira's ultimate and final technique. Extreme unsheath, pure tailwind. Everyone is shocked, and Shigehira falls down, his spirit finally allowed to rest. Pearl catches his body gently and closes after looking at his lifeless eyes. Gently closes them. Nangi stands in front of Sid, but he feels that something is wrong. His tentacles are retracting, sure, but his head is missing. Suddenly, He feels a presence behind him that almost makes him pass out. The real Sid has risen, sad to see that his puppet was destroyed by some measly superhumans. This is the true master of Crow Island, Sid Beacon. Both Nangi and Pearl feel a sense of helplessness instantly as they see Sid, who admits that Shigehira was a smart man. He showed his power even when he had no will of his own. From the start, up until this point, his blade was as sharp as ever. Since he respects him so much, he will send them to him, one by one. He begins unleashing a dark energy that Kirillov and Dan Yang notice. Kirillov specifically knows the feeling. He has faced it before when facing that beast while they were flying. Chisaki is pushed back by the sheer force of the charge up. His entire body cannot stop shaking. There is something going on over there that even his body cannot comprehend. Nangi, however, understands that when they first met Sid, in the situation they faced, he was the main opposition. But while he did feel a gigantic amount of energy coming from him, and his power was indeed dangerous, it was not too much for them to handle. However, his aura wasn't the same as what he felt with Behemoth, although that has changed now. The pressure that is dragging him to the ground is the same as when he met Behemoth. Sid says that this is the first time since they have gone against superhumans, that this seedling has been attacked and broken. It's honestly not bad to be out in the sun like this either, but killing his little toy is not something he can just let pass. Nangi knew it. The Sid they had been fighting up until now was just a hollow shell, something controlled by the real puppet master below. The inhuman they have so bravely fought was just a proxy of the main body. Nangi doesn't know what to think, but he remembers Shigehira's last words to him. If he fails, he leaves everything to him. Additionally, he should take care of Chisaki, the best he can. With that, he went and did what he did, sacrificing himself so that the true monster could come out of the shadows. Nangi remembers the talk he had with Shigehira one night, who said that he's not doing all of this because he feels obligated. It's more like it's something he wants to do. He also would never leave Japan, as it's the country he loves after all, and he didn't like mingling with other people either. Nangi told him that he never knew that, in the near future, perhaps there will be a day when superhumans unite. Shigehira never thought about it and wondered if he was predicting the future at this point. He is not really comfortable around strangers, but if they do meet again, they should drink some homebrewed wine. Nangi refuses to let his death mean nothing. He will help him end this and make sure that the inhuman threat is properly dealt with. Sid notices that he got serious, so it's about time he does the same. He puts his hands on his sides and unleashes his fingers into the ground, creating a bunch of tentacles that instantly rush toward Pearl. She decides to grab Shigehira's body and jump away, leaving Nangi to dodge the rest, but he can feel that they are entirely different. Sid has improved by a large amount. Both speed and power have been increased, but like before, he has limited movement because he's rooted in place. He thinks that this is an opportunity, so after dodging, he throws his scythe with all the power he can muster, which goes for Sid's neck. Unfortunately, Sid is able to go underground and appear right above Nangi. He improves his abilities by gathering the tentacles all under one hand, creating a strike that hits Nangi like a nuke, making debris fly off at blinding speeds. Since he is done with the tattooed man, it's time he deals with this glowing woman. Nangi does not stop bouncing, from building to building, crashing throughout, until he finally lands in a construction site, passed out completely. The university friends were also hiding in there, and they wondered what that was, as that man just fell from the sky. The fat guy refutes that, but the skinny friend tells him to be quiet. He begins to cry as they pretend that they are not there, leaving Nangi to fend for himself. Sid tries to eliminate Pearl swiftly, who dodges to the best of her abilities, and she actually charges through, allowing her to land a powerful headbutt. Even if she is powerful, Sid still lands a mighty punch on her, which she actually retaliates against. Sid continues this fight by punching her side, but through her expression, Sid can see how powerful and fast she is. Perhaps she has been hiding her power. He uses both of his fists to crash her head in, but she still manages to block his attack. Sid is impressed by her tenacity. She truly is the Pearl he has heard about. She suddenly sees Withrow, but she cannot afford any time to do that, as Sid uses his tentacles to boost his power and crash his fist into her head. She also remembers Jane, who told her that everything will be alright in the end. Sid continues his assault by stepping on her head with his foot, making her remember Shigehira's sacrifice. After she's completely put to the ground, she says that he was a swordsman, which confuses Sid, but she begins pushing against him, with enough force that she gets out of his grasp with a punch. Pearl will not let those who have died regret their actions. Sid is concerned by her determination, so he backs away and arches his back, before crashing his tentacles into the ground, making them all move for Pearl. She jumps high into the air, balls of yellow light emanating around her. She can feel their power, and grabs them all at once, crashing them down into the ground where Sid is. The light destroys his tentacles, forcing him to jump to her level, where they begin a mighty clash that shakes the ground again and again. Unfortunately, Sid gains the upper hand, as he finds her extremely interesting, for a superhuman that is. He uses this opportunity to grasp her so that she cannot escape. He has said this already, but her death will deal a huge blow to the superhuman power. It's high time he ends this, so this is goodbye, for good. In her final moments, Pearl remembers what she told James, that she has a wish. She wants to become stronger for those who trust her. There are people who rely on her quite a bit, and she wants to protect them with all she's got. James was quite worried about this. He understands that she wants to improve herself, but she needs rest sometimes. She must not carry the burden of protection by herself. The tentacles don't have time to hit, as someone crashes down on them. Basilov tells Sid that he's only a worm that can be killed just by stepping on it. He should not think about having a pretty death. Chisaki also joins the fight. He is Shigehira's enemy, and he will not forgive him for what he did. Back at the construction site, the students tremble in fear as the earth quakes, hoping that the building is secure enough, but that's when the skinny one notices something has changed. The man that has landed down has transformed into a benevolent being. The skinny friend backs away in horror, but he finally understands now. The reason that everything is shaking and the building is about to collapse is because of the fight that's going on outside. The fat friend suddenly feels a certain aura, and sure enough, Black Mirror approaches them, asking what they are doing in this place. In the past, on Crow Island, Sid told Calbus to get out of the way, who agreed immediately. Morel told Sid that he came all the way to this place to see what is going on. Does he not deserve to speak to the real Sid and not just some puppet? Sid saw how that might seem disrespectful to him, so he unburrowed out of the ground and asked him to speak. Morel told him that in truth, they have the same goal. After all, he is following the same path he is leading others. With this much faith, he doesn't really care what he's going to do with those people. It's his business after all. However, if they are talking about the superhumans, he should remember that they are an entirely different story. They are filled with ugly emotions, disregard, contempt, and curiosity. They are objects of resentment, and he is free to judge their souls however he wishes. But he will remind him this: the superhumans are an old foe of their race. They are an existence that is preventing them from moving towards their ultimate desire. Sid did not really agree with this opinion, as he is not afraid of them in the slightest. Morel knew that he would say something like that, because he thinks that they are the ultimate species of this planet, but that fact has not been proven. The idea that they have the upper hand when it comes to power is merely speculation coming from him, but there is also something else he should not overlook. Even if he hates it, inhumans and superhumans are similar. They are both strange beings that will eventually determine the fate of the world. There is also a clear difference between each other, however. Sid suddenly goes underground, the others unsure of his next move, but he suddenly appears right behind Chisaki, who notices and does manage to block his heavy strikes. As a result, his hands have been broken, leaving him defenseless. Sid knows this, so he moves in with a deadly kick, which Tsukumogami protects him against. This allows Basilov to move in, smashing Sid's arm like a gorilla before crashing into the ground. He does not stop here, as he gut punches Sid, but calm as ever, he gains the upper hand by tying Basilov up and striking him with a charged punch. In his stead, Pearl moves in, Sid remembering the talk he had with Morel. He asked him what he was trying to get at, and Morel tells him that the humans and superhumans do not have a chance against them. There are no beings that could surpass them now, but that is because the superhumans have yet to transcend. They are different in that aspect. They are beings who exist solely to overcome. However, they have transcended first as a species. They have actually become a springboard for their growth. Another thing he should add is that they have the ability to grow much stronger. That is the key difference between their species. The ironic thing is that they are the ones providing them a way to grow. So any of his fiction that is different from the path he is walking are just lowly excuses. Morel hoped he could understand what he was saying before it finally got to him. Sid thinks that he is wrong. No matter how much these worms struggle and scream, he will show him the difference between their species. After jumping Pearl, he moves on to Basilov, who receives the brunt of his strike fully. Tsukumogami laughs, as finally, his favorite game of hide-and-seek is about to begin. He pulls a flask out of his body, which asks why he chose him, but Tsukumogami told him before. There would come a time when even the useless water demon would be handy. He uses him to spray the water all around, engulfing everyone in it. After a little bit, Chisaki wakes in a strange place, where he stands above water. He knows that this is water, but it feels extremely different and it's really clear. Tsukumogami laughs again, as their game is about to begin, and it's something that everyone will have fun in. The university students cower, thinking that Black Mirror did something to them, but he actually left through the ceiling, letting them wonder just what the hell happened. While in the water realm, Pearl can hear the cry of a ghost. but also the fact that everything that was obstructing her vision, like dust, is gone. This transparent water under her also reveals what is happening underground. But is this truly just water? The power to create such a large space with its own properties is amazing. Perhaps it is just an illusion. Chisaki begins coughing blood, which Pearl notices. It seems that his body cannot keep up anymore. Tsukumogami apologizes, but he just could not help it. Perhaps he was a little too greedy, as they have been playing with their toys for a pretty long time now. Pearl asks Chisaki for his name, which he tells she wanted to know in order to thank him properly for fighting with them. All he needs to do from now on is keep this space running. She will fight and protect him in return. They were really helpless on the sand. They did not know where Sid's attacks came from, but thanks to his ability, it seems like their chance of survival had gone up. Tsukumogami laughs, as he did not mean to pour such cold water on them, but there's nothing else this bastard can do. He is a water spirit, but also a useless idiot. They cannot expect anything else than what they see. It's his limit after all. Pearl notes that this is enough talk. It's time they jump into the action. It seems that Basilov has rushed in already. He and Sid creating a fist fight that makes the waters move, which everyone can feel. Basilov seems to be holding his ground against him, but their punches are equal, making their brains scatter in their skulls. Sid uses his tentacles to empower both of his fists, and crashes them down with so much force that it makes the water rise to the air. Pearl rushes in, expecting the worst, but she suddenly sees something interesting, which is Basilov, who's stopping her from approaching further. As they were traveling, Kirillov was amazed by Basilov's power, as he used a lot of energy, but now he's gaining weight instantly. He hasn't eaten anything either, which is quite strange. Basilov didn't know how his ability really worked, but what about him? What's required for him to make these dumbass shoes? Kirillov didn't want to answer. He just said that he envied his determination and abilities. Basilov knew he was dodging the question, but he let it go and asked how his condition was. Kirillov explained that by alternately opening his eyes while distributing some of his power, he can maintain the shoes, but they are rather slow. Basilov knew that what he did was a complete and utter gamble, but he thanked God that it did not backfire. Just how long was he unconscious for anyway? Kirillov told him that it was only a couple of minutes, but he also apologized for pushing ahead so arbitrarily. But this situation was too dangerous. Basilov asked why, so Kirillov explained the reason why he had not given him the telescope before. But before that, he would like to know something. How was his fight against the inhuman he fought? Basilov said that he should have been able to eliminate her, but at the same time, this was the only time he felt like he might really just die. If there were more, he would have lost. Kirillov knew that there were more when he saw them through the telescope. There were 4 of them, and they were heading to an unknown location. Just seeing them from afar overwhelmed his senses and made him fearful. The reason he did not tell him is because he might have responded unexpectedly and jumped into a fight. Was he wrong for doing something like that? What would have he done if he told him that? Basilov agrees that the power he felt was something incredible, but he shouldn't worry about it, as his decision didn't matter much to him. There is one thing that Basilov regretted from this. He should have gotten rid of that woman. That way they would become weaker. This frustration is now fueling his decisions. He thanks Pearl for coming at the right time, but he wants to do this alone. It's about time he is put to the test. Steam comes out of his body as he gets skinnier and skinnier. Sid just watching his transformation. He will fight him until there is nothing left. Basilov has gone to 90% power and hopes that Sid can last long. With a blinding strike, he makes his head almost come off, but Sid manages to land on his feet. He knows that this is a dangerous situation, so he charges in. However, Basilov does not really care. No matter how many enemies he has to face, no matter how powerful his opponent may be, he will keep fighting so that he does not doubt himself. His strike pierces the sky, and their fist fight continues. Basilov seemingly having the upper hand, as his strikes are as fiery as the pits of hell. When he defeated Ali, he said that he would remember his name. Basilov knew that this wasn't a good fight, but fortunately, Ali did not see it in person. Even so, Basilov wanted him to know that he is a strong guy, and he fought with everything he had, like a man. Now he can rest from their unfinished battle and hope that his spirit is redeemed. He will remember him for as long as he lives, as a good man. Tsukumogami laughs, as there really is no room for them to join this epic battle. But his laugh suddenly turns into a puzzled expression, as he feels the water spirit shake. He looks around and Chisaki can feel something too, so he asks what's wrong. The water spirit can barely speak, but there is something. Something is coming into this magical space that nobody should be able to puncture. Like a meteor, a dark figure crashes down next to Basilov and Sid. It wonders what this place is, and what event led him here. Chisaki sees that the gentle water has turned into glass, which breaks all around them, transporting them back to the real world. The water spirit apologizes, but Tsukumogami consoles him. He should not worry. as none of this was his fault. He has nothing to whine about, but he did pretty well for the time he was here. Chisaki is still confused and asks what happened to that place. Tsukumogami likes to call it danri, or unlawful entry. Just like he told him before, something ended up coming in the area, which broke the barrier. Chisaki understands, but now the question that lingers in his mind is who that dark being is. Dark Mirror knows that Sid was the thing that dragged him back here, and Sid also seems to remember who he is. In order to deal with him again, he ties him up tightly before punching him hard once again, making Dark Mirrors skip on the sand. Sid has awakened his full power with the seeds he gave to Ali and Shigehira. He has become complete once again. He has become perfect, and expects Nangi to get up. In their minds, Nangi and Dark Mirror both seem to lose themselves, but something is burning within them, something that could make an entire planet explode without issue. This rage beckons something deep within them, making him scream out and unleash a world-breaking power. Everyone watches in anticipation, as Nangi charges up more and more, with Scotch thinking that they should just get out of here while they still can. Jane wakes up and says that she's going to the battlefield no matter what. She has to avenge the people she can never see again. They all must help them, and if anyone else wants to come with them, so be it. Daphne tells her that she's still extremely injured, but Jane understands that. Now that she is awake, she has to go. She will risk everything on this battlefield until she has nothing left to give. At the same time in France, at an antique shop called Biblo, an elderly man is cleaning while humming. He also has a familiar insignia on his back, but a phone suddenly rings far away, prompting him to stop. The person who picks up, Mohan, is being questioned about his location, as he did not even call to confirm if he was alive or not. Mohan tells the person that they are noisy, so why he didn't call back? The person wants to tell them a thing or two but leaves it for now. He should just come to Rev as they have a few things to discuss. Mohan thinks about it for a bit and asks if it's good or bad news. The person asks just what the hell he's talking about, but Mohan knows that he heard him. If it's not good news, then he is not coming. This is Sigmund Mohan, the puppet master. Nangi has completed his transformation. He has become the visage of destruction, and with just a look, he sends a strike that hits Sid's right hand. He can feel his power, so he tries to charge in and end this, but with a single punch, Sid is sent spiraling in the air. Nangi jumps towards him at amazing speed, leaving both Basilov and Pearl speechless. Their brawl continues in the air, where Nangi envelops Sid into his ability and pushes him further and further. Sid eventually does manage to get out of this, but Pearl is not about to let him do as he pleases, so she charges in with an amazing punch. Now, they've entered the endgame. Pearl's punch goes through Sid like Swiss cheese, but that doesn't deter him from summoning enough strength to push her away swiftly. Unfortunately for him, this allows Nangi to charge into him at blinding speeds. He continues his punch even onto the ground before gathering an impressive amount of energy, forcing Sid to get out of the way before he is obliterated. He tries to descend into the deep sand, but Basilov grabs his slimy tentacles and pulls him out, as he will not let him weasel his way out of here. He pulls even harder before smashing his foot on Sid's face, who seems to remember something about the evolution of their species, but also the superhumans. Basilov continues his stomping until he lets out one final earth-quaking stomp, leaving Sid incapacitated. He remembers Morel's words, that the superhumans are their old foes. They are the enemy preventing them from reaching their final goal. Just as Basilov thinks that he has the upper hand and is about to end this, Nangi gathers another big amount of energy and blasts it at Sid directly, also hitting Basilov in the process. Pearl is shocked to see this, and even Sid is left impressed by how insane that man has become. Basilov becomes enraged by his action and jumps to attack him, forcing him to lose even more weight. The others see what is happening and wonder why it's happening, with Kirillov sensing a gigantic amount of bloodlust from both of them. This little squabble gives Sid enough time to go back into the sand, passing Pearl and splitting himself before jumping out of the sand and into the deep ocean. Pearl does not want to lose him, so she jumps in too. However, due to how fast he is and how many clones there are, she can't know where the real body is. Suddenly, small henges begin to appear around her, showing the true path to her. It seems that Jane has awoken and has immediately gotten back into action. Kirillov tries to tell Basilov something he doesn't care about now. He tells Nangi that this is no game. Either he kills him or they both die. Tsukumogami tells Chisaki that they can turn that man back. He can call one of the toys, but he will leave that decision to him, because as he explained before, calling these toys out is tricky, and the aftermath of that action is much scarier than just blood and pain. Chisaki doesn't care. No matter what it is, he is no longer afraid of the future. Tsukumogami laughs. He liked his crybaby side better, but alas, he has no choice. He pulls out the Shinzoku Kagami and summons the mighty Ungaikyu. Suddenly, mirrors begin to appear all around them, even in front of Nangi. Tsukumogami explains that this will reveal one's true soul and sins. No matter how gentle or deep the sin, this will show them the truth. Ungaikyu laughs. It's his first time seeing something like this. A creature confused only because of its own ignorance. There's only one way to find out. He should look into the mirror and reveal his true self. Nangi does just that, dragging him deep into his mind, but he cannot quite place himself, even if he can see someone. He screams out, it alone being enough to shake the mirrors to their core. Now Ungaikyu understands it's neither ignorance nor denial keeping him like this, but a simple appeal. There are no lies within this creature. He is simply appealing that his existence is real. Tsukumogami knows that's a problem. If this is a failure, and the mirrors are broken, whoever comes forward will be killed. Suddenly Daphne comes forward, Chisaki asking who she is. She only says that she's that bastard's old teacher and will help, but she will have to step in for a moment. She immediately jumps in and slaps Nangi with the mind-lock mantra, forcing him to remember a core memory. When he met Dan Yang for the first time, he hadn't decided where he would start his adventure, but that only made it more fun for him. She asked for his name, and along with telling her that, he invited her to join him. This memory overwhelms him, and he slowly starts hearing a voice call out for him. Nangi has calmed down, but he is unconscious, ending this squabble that shouldn't have happened. Daphne does not expect him to come back from slumber soon. The purpose of the mind lock skill is to push him into his memories. If it works, he should faint, which he did. She cannot even fathom what he was before, but he was a really awfully ugly being. Now they can just hope that this will have brought him back. Basilov looks at him and thinks that he went a little overboard. Or perhaps this is a side effect of his ability, but his vision is starting to blur. He felt Nangi's amazing power firsthand, and now he wonders if that is his true power. If that is something he cannot control, it will become a problem later, as the rampage he went on was even more difficult to deal with than Sid. His power was amplifying again and again, to a degree he had never seen before. Kirillov realizes what was happening and asks where Sid is, so Basilov reveals that he ran into the sea while they were bickering. Pearl did follow him, but he doesn't think she can do something. Suddenly Jane speaks and says that Sid will not run away. This war is almost over, fortunately. She does not know all of them, and she doesn't know how they ended up all in the same place, but she has a request from them if they would listen. Sid sees that the henges are after him, making him instantly remember Jane and her annoying powers. Jane speaks with Pearl from the henges, telling her that Sid is completely exhausted. His main body is already aware of that, so he cannot escape the henges. She should leave this to her, and trust that this is really over. Isla rushes to Jane once she sees her, who welcomes her, and tells her to listen to her story. This war has been going on for far too long, and it all started because of her. After the Pacific Ocean battle, she arrived in Australia and came to meet Daphne, to see how bad things had gone there. Perhaps it was because she made such a loud noise with her arrival, but Daphne instantly recognized her and hid her, while using her power to heal her wounds. That's why now she feels that she's indebted to her. Yet the only things she can give her are an apology, and her heartfelt thanks. She requested her from Doom, and she would also like to thank Scotch and Isla for sticking with Daphne, even when things got very dangerous. Those Inhumans were here all the time. She knows that this may be sudden, but the purpose of the Inhumans is to make their race just as powerful as them, the Superhumans. That is why they chased after her when she was weak. However, their plans did not go well, because Ayla was there to help her. If she hadn't come, her recovery process would have been interrupted, and things could have gone much worse. Because she fought courageously in the first steps of the war, she had enough time to recover. Then, after they both fought to exhaustion, Pearl arrived, along with all the other people. Every single one of them has put in tremendous effort into this. She knows it was a close call, but because they came, the war came to an end. Ultimately, they have gathered in this place to do one thing: never lose. She wants to point out that that's the main goal of the Superhuman Alliance. Their mission is to achieve victory over their enemies, no matter how tall or powerful. She calls out Kirillov, as when she was down, he said something interesting. He was talking about a group of extremely dangerous Inhumans like Sid, who all brought unimaginable hell. People often say that the only ones who can fight the Inhumans are the Superhumans, and they are not wrong. So if monsters like Sid move in groups, is that not enough justification to form the Superhuman Alliance? The damage they cause now is only the tip of this very deep iceberg. These bastards will not allow a single strand of hair to escape their grapes. They have already lost too many precious things in this war, and soon they will experience even bigger losses. By the way, she volunteers as the leader of this alliance, as she is strong and has powerful skills. However, even with that, she's in a state where her body is rotting from the inside out. She tells Ayla that she will find out later about all this. As there is nothing to be gained now, nobody can understand the entire situation. In this fight, If one does not protect it, they shall lose it. So she hopes that this union will be filled with superhumans ready to sacrifice themselves for humanity and save the entire world from cataclysm. Pearl arrives just in time, and Jane tells her to listen. She will trust her to be the captain in her stead, alright? Pearl immediately hugs her, and Jane reciprocates that hug. Sid is almost at his main body. The stones will follow him until the end, but he can pass them just by speeding up. Jane slowly takes off her earrings and throws them at Ayla, who can't help but cry. This is too much for her. Just what is the meaning of all this? Jane looks back at everyone and smiles, as she will see them on the other side. With that, she switches places with a henge which is right above Sid, who knows that he is doomed. Jane tightly grabs him and turns both of them to stone, turning her into a memento of what a hero should be. All that's left of Jane is a simple stone, everyone realizing what she has done. They all watched as a calm breeze overwhelmed them, the silence being just as painful as any punch. Everyone was sad, as they all realized what just happened. The moment that stone appeared, it was the end of Jane as they knew her. Ayla falls on her knees in front of the stone, wondering what she should do, as she is clearly not ready to uphold her will. She is far too lacking and immature. She remembers what Jane told her, that instead of complaining she should get up and fight, as their chance will come. There was no point in talking about the odds. If there is a mountain that seems unclimbable, she should try even harder and prove herself. Even when they were fighting before Sid, she tried to come up with some sort of plan, but Jane suddenly told her that all the sweat and tears she put into this fight, she shall cherish them forever. Ayla asked where that came from. Is she trying to be a hero or something? Jane only laughed and agreed, but Ayla knows that deep down, even if she dies and reawakens, she will not be able to do what she did. However, despite the tears she's shedding now, she will do her best. Scotch hugs his grieving daughter, leaving everyone to look at this mournful sight. Suddenly, Kirilov notices that Basilov is gone, who has gone back to where he had his battle to honor a fallen comrade. Their revenge is over now. They have won the war, so now he can rest his weary body, as he has done enough. Back at the temple, as everyone is chatting, one of the trainees says that it's over, and shows a news report. Everyone seems to be watching it, as the US Special Forces have been dispatched to red alert areas, and the government is carrying out relief distribution of goods to people affected by this war. Helicopters have been mobilized to check for casualties on the beach, and although it has just been declared that the war is over, the government is on high alert, expecting a surprise from the enemy. Now on to breaking news. In connection to this Australian crisis, they have a superhuman life who's giving out a statement. Kirilov is that superhuman, who's being asked hundreds of questions at a time, which he doesn't really like, but he tells everyone that the war is over and for now, they are safe. He introduces himself and explains that along with other superhumans, they successfully subjugated all the inhumans who have invaded Australia. He cannot answer any more questions right now, but the war is over. They were able to save most of the people affected by it. However, the damage to the superhumans is too high. There were countless situations in that battle, and although he must tell them something important, he must put it well and accurately. First of all, they are currently mourning the loss of a superhuman who has helped them greatly, one that shall be remembered as a hero. On a plane, Evan and his cronies are relaxing, but Evan is bored out of his mind, hoping that coming after that guy will be worth it. On the sea, Morel asks Tobian how many islands they have destroyed thus far. Who doesn't know, but it's definitely in the hundreds. Pan sees that an island is rising in front of them, so Morel tells Tobian to slow down, as they are playing hide and seek. It's time for them to do what they came here to do. As the others jump off, Tobian hides himself in the sea, and when they land, they are mesmerized by the sea. Akabanga takes a deep breath and screams out loudly, a sound that surpasses the cave and reaches Jakayak, who seems ready for his visitors. Kylie asks why he did that. Is he mad about something or what? Suddenly someone else speaks, explaining that this place is only for those who are welcomed by the blue moon. This guy is Megpan. Kylie remembers him because he's the one Pan killed. She's sure that he died that day, so would he like to explain himself? Suddenly more Megpans arrive, calling out their true name, Fiber Megpan. They come even out of the sea, surrounding the group entirely. A bigger inhuman suddenly speaks, saying that Megpan is not guilty. He is a faithful ally whose goal was to follow orders. This is the true Fiber, Vomit Megpan. Morel instantly recognizes this as clones, while Akabanga sees it as expansion. He laughs because of this, while the others simply remain silent. Another inhuman arrives, Vicente Holligan. He introduces himself as Jakayak's servant, along with another small inhuman, called Metaresa. Vicente knows they destroyed all of their master's illusions by setting foot on the island, and even though he has served him for eons, they are the most formidable inhumans he has seen. As foreigners, however, they should use their brains and be polite, just as Jakayak commanded. Suddenly, Pan starts to squish him with his hands and warns him that if he speaks any more nonsense, he will make him explode into a pile of goop. They are here to get something, and he is here to cause them trouble for nothing. If he wants politeness, he should go ask somewhere else. Additionally, instead of sweating while talking to him, he should just call his boss here, so they can get this over with. Metarisa tells him to calm down. They are just servants delivering a message from their mighty master. Before he can say anything more, Kylie takes his head clean off. As for once she agrees with Pan, this really is some bullshit. Akabanga immediately begins to swallow the Megpons, with only Fiber barely being able to escape. He was lucky, but he should not worry, as they will see each other soon enough. With that, everyone disappears, but they are still on the island, it seems. Pan expected for this to happen. If he doesn't want to come out of his fortress, it seems that he will have to force him. The Inhumans wait with bated breath to see their target. Vicente only mad that this guy doesn't want to talk. Pan begins pushing, but a single Inhuman gets in the way, throwing his hands out of the way. He then lands down, along with 2 other Inhumans, one concerned for his well-being. He tells them that it's fine. If they don't want to die, then they shouldn't get involved. This is Actidus Lakin, and the group's next opponent. Kylie seems to be ticked off by him and asks who he even targeting, as he popped out of nowhere. Morel already knows of him and introduces himself, explaining that they are here to see Jakayak, while also asking what his relationship with him is. Actidus Lakin simply points at Vicente and says one word, release. In response, Pan tries to crush him into mush. This surprises Actidus's minions, as he has gotten in Pan's way simply by moving there, and asks if he gets his position now. After those words, he smacks Pan in the gut so hard he skips over to another island, where his crash can be felt throughout. Kylie immediately goes on the attack, aiming straight for Actodus's head, but he gets out of the way and uppercuts her face into the air. Instead of being mad, however, she seems to be enjoying it quite a bit. She attacks with the same punch, saying that they are the same, so they should calm down for a minute. In response, Actodus laughs and grabs her hands while pushing harder and harder. Vicente tries to grab his attention, as he's fine. Nothing has happened to him, but he knows that once this guy starts fighting, there's no stopping him. Suddenly, Pan's hand appears and cuts their fight off. However, Kylie seems to be pretty mad that he's attacking her too. Pan says that it's her fault for interfering. She should just stay out of this. Kylie smiles, but even though she will do that, she seems quite mad. Akabanga appears once again after he is done with his meal, bones flying out of his mouth as he lands. Kylie says that he seems to be having fun, but he doesn't care about that, although it is fun that there's a lot going on around here. As everyone watches, Actodus remembers what Jakayak told him. The boring times are over, and since the time for selection approaches, he can do whatever he wants now. This is why he is able to unleash himself tonight and prove he's the apex predator. Pan knew it. This place was sure to be filled with crazy bastards like him, and as expected, he ended up in a fight with one. He knows that if he goes on a rampage, it will be war between them, right? Actodus doesn't understand his question. Did he not want that? Pan has had enough, so he surprises everyone and summons a bunch of portals on the island, ready to bring it down. Morel thinks that this gathering is far too heated, so their playtime ends now. He will handle the situation from now on, so all they have to do is follow their orders. Suddenly, they are all overwhelmed by a black mist and transported somewhere else, the group having a hard time coming to grips with this, except Morel, who knows that Jakayak has done it. Finally, they are face to face with their real target, Jakayak Hapagrigan. Everyone stares at him, Kylie admiring him for whatever reason. Pan says that he has been a headache for them, but in a rather amazing way, and now he has brought them to this place. Is he the sort of person who invited the ones that want to end his life inside? Jakayak begins speaking, as he wants a straight answer from them. What is the motive for their senseless tyranny? Morel doesn't see it that way. They do have a purpose they cannot divulge, but he would like to know what he thinks their motive is. Jakayak couldn't care less. He won't even begin to think about it. However, since they are not showing sincerity, he will have to answer back with rudeness. Pan can't help but laugh. He is quite the brave little leader, but can he actually do anything against all of them? Jakayak believes so. They should prepare for the consequences of daring to touch the reverse scale. Suddenly, someone crashes through the door behind them. It's none other than Actidus, who seems glad to have found them. Pan finds him annoying too. He must really want to die if he's insisting so much. Actodus only says that he's funny, but that's when Jakayak notices someone coming through the cave hole. A bird-like inhuman lands, calling Jakayak by his name and apologizing for entering without further notice. This is Ul, who simply wanted to report that Ledum is arriving. Jakayak already knew that. He had sensed him in the sea. Sure enough, something big begins to ascend from the deep ocean, which the Megpons don't dare make a move at. The others watch as Ledum drags Tobian's corpse to the surface, and they welcome him back. This is Benik Ledum. Morel senses that something has gone awry with Tobian, and Kylie asks who else is coming, as they are like a string of sausage. Another one always seems to pop up. It seems that they really are here to have fun, and she's happy to oblige. The others get prepared for battle, but Morel knows that he is not stupid. He should understand well enough that when two parties with catastrophic powers collide, a never-ending war shall take place. He hopes that he is ready for the hellfire that will cascade the land and seas in the aftermath, but he probably hasn't brought them to this place for this result. In that case, right here and now, before they do, that will surely lead to their extinction. He wants to take the opportunity to ask him a simple question. Has he not been curious as to why he exists? 2 days after this, the end of the war in Australia is already old news, and on the Golden Coast, Isla is getting called by Daphne, with Isla surprised that she's up this early. Is she home? Daphne confirms as such, and tells her to wait a little as she's finishing something up. Nothing serious, but she has gotten thousands of messages and emails from students at school. She read all of them. They were full of encouragement and support, so she responded to all of them too. Now she's writing her resignation letter, as that job doesn't really suit her anymore. She asks how Scotch is, as he keeps asking her to come over and drink until dawn, but Isla only advises she listen carefully, as she can probably hear his drunken snoring. She also tells Daphne to get ready soon, as she wants to leave early. Daphne agrees and says that she will be ready in 30 minutes. With that done, Ayla wakes her father up by throwing a pair of socks at him, before asking how much he drank by himself. He really had fun last night. Scotch realizes that it's time to go, but what's even happening, as he's quite busy today? Isla simply tells him to get ready, as it will take some time to get to England, so they have to leave earlier than usual. Isla and Scotch arrive at the beach, where they meet with Daphne, but Scotch is confused. Were they not going to the airport? Isla doesn't even listen as she grabs Daphne's bag, which is apparently filled with sandwiches and the sort. She even brought a mini cooler along for the ride. Isla turns her attention to her father and asks what he's talking about. She did say they're going for a ride, right? Scotch knows what this means, but nobody could prepare him for flying on a rock. The other two are fine, but he immediately passes out from fear and jet lag. A farewell ceremony for Jane is being held, with one girl named Sophia expressing her thanks. She introduces her sister Isabel, and they live in Manchester. Even though she probably doesn't know about them, everyone here knows her pretty well. She is the hero who saved all of them. At the Oasis outlet, the building suddenly collapsed due to poor construction, but when they saw her, she came to save them with a smile on her face. When they heard that they died, they ran for their mother for a hug. They all cried so much that their eyes became tired. They even asked their mother why such a good person had to die. Their mother told them that Jane did something truly great, and now she gets to go to heaven. And instead of feeling sad that she left this world, they should remember all the good things she did for them. They should all be thankful and cherish her in their memories forever. Isabel is not that great at writing yet, so she decided to write this letter and send her entire family's condolences. She rushes to the parade and asks a guard if he could please take this letter along with the flowers to Jane. The guard sees the tear in her eye and agrees. She should just hand them over. He also assures her that even if Jane is in heaven, she will certainly read it. They arrive at the cathedral and gently take the casket inside, Isla and the others being there already. She seems to be distracted by something, however, as she thinks of Jane and their fight. It's really weird to see that coffin now, knowing that there's not even a body or soul. Kirilov and Basilov are here too, with Kirilov being surprised by the quiet atmosphere around here. Basilov asks what he expected someone holding up a mic and singing some jolly melody. Suddenly, someone screams that they are leaving. It's Sui, who can't bear this sight, and what has happened without her even knowing. Ben looks at her, but James assures him that she will be fine. She's just heartbroken about what happened. Surely time will heal her wounds, or perhaps scar them over. Pearl and Withrow sit in the front, both of them with sorrowful looks in their eyes, but Pearl is also determined. Even if she is gone now, she would like to remind her that they are just getting started, so if she could, she would very much like for her to watch over them. This is a day of mourning, as Tony has found out about Ali's death and subsequent burial, so now he's in Mexico, sitting for over an hour at his tombstone. The ones who brought him here want to leave, but the leader tells them to give him some time, as they were friends. Tony speaks to Ali. He rushed to the nearest airport when he heard the news. He also brought the things he most liked. He hopes that it's enough. One of the men doesn't get it, but the leader tells him to have some sympathy. They really can't know what that guy is going through right now, and since he was Ali's best friend, they must have had a strong bond, especially since the Ali united the 4 major crews, giving them a new life. Tony begins crying, calling him stupid, and saying that he wouldn't have scolded him if he didn't do something foolish. He remembers the time they took this picture, saying that he's the proudest friend ever, more than anyone else in the world. He grabs the picture and bawls his eyes out, promising to do his absolute best so that he can be proud of him from up above. In Japan, a Chisaki is holding a lonely funeral for his uncle, hoping that despite everything he is okay. From now on, he and Kenta will continue the journey he started them on, and they will certainly make him proud. Chisaki ends up falling asleep at the burial site, only being awoken by Kenta, who pecks at his cheek. He has done this because someone else has arrived, Haran, who explains that a long time ago, there was a master who taught him about Barujutsu. He was actually pretty eager to teach him, even if he had the urge to give up. The words he said and the way he taught him really shaped his worldview. So he would like to thank Shigehira for that, as he is also his master. Chisaki tries to call him uncle, but Haran immediately shuts his mouth. As he's not at that age yet, he should just call him by his name. Got it? Kenta begins to attack him because of this, while Chisaki just watches him get pecked. After that's done, they both sit down. Haran saying that he wanted to apologize, as he should have stayed with them at that time. Chisaki is curious about Nangi and Dan Yang, who are apparently somewhere near the mountain. Dan Yang is alright, and Nangi seems to be pretty busy. If he remembers that Kubekto guy, Nangi is interrogating him now. Chisaki does remember him, but also becomes curious about Pyongoid and his whereabouts. After the Australian War came to an end, he mentioned that he was going to look for him. Sure enough, after the war was over, Haran asked Dan Yang to transport him back to the island. But when they got back to the boat, Pyongoid was nowhere to be seen. He tells Chisaki this, and blames himself for it, as he should have paid more attention to that guy. It's really his fault. Somewhere dark and musty, Pyongoid's briefcase lies broken, as he has been let out of his cage by some inhumans who beckon him to say something. Morsamon advises him to not make Morel play a guessing game with him, as his survival doesn't make sense. He was under the company of superhumans after all, their mortal enemies. Babirusa demands that he answer, why was he there and what was he even doing there with those bastards? Bupe remains silent, but another inhuman calls them a pack of idiots, as they don't know how to get information. Perhaps he should take his eyes out one by one, or just end his life right now. Did he just forget to speak because of the company he had? He should answer, or he will slowly rip him into tiny little pieces. This is Carmen O'Pier, who doesn't seem to be playing, but Babylon advises that they wait for Morel and let him decide what to do, as at this rate they will really learn nothing. Carmen drops Pyongoid and calls bullshit. Why do they want to keep him alive when he can't even open his damn mouth? Babirusa agrees. This bastard is being too stubborn for such a weakling. It makes him want to rip him apart even more. Pyongoid thinks of all of the things he has done with the group. They even let him out, and Nangi promised him forgiveness if he repented his past. He wants to make it up to those guys. So even if he's stabbed hundreds of times, he will never give them anything. Bupe asks Babylon where Morel is, but he doesn't really know. He could still communicate with him some time ago, but now that connection has been lost. It's pretty safe to say, however, that he's in a place where he needs to be. When he regains connection, he will ask where he is. Marcus sits in his luxurious office and watches the news, which is mostly overwhelmed by Jane and her funeral, which has brought sadness all across the United Kingdom and beyond. In the fine print, however, he can see news about him, likely to be the next president, which his assistant congratulates him on, but Marcus says nothing. The news also reports about James, who mentioned the formation of what Pearl and the other superhumans are calling the Superhuman Alliance. It was claimed that the Alliance's first meeting is to be held later on in the day, but the location has not been disclosed. At this meeting, they will also discuss public safety, as well as how to stabilize their cooperation with other organizations. Marcus calls his assistant and asks if he has any idea where this Superhuman Alliance meeting is held. He is not sure, but perhaps it's at the laboratory where Pearl's personal assistant is staying. For now, even though they don't know the location, they can track their data and their previous whereabouts so they can calculate. Marcus orders him to find it, but first they should contact James and tell him exactly this. He, Gerald Marcus, hopes that they will allow him to attend this Superhuman Alliance meeting, as it's his responsibility as a member of the Congress. Meanwhile, in Phantom, Jakayak tells Morel that he's misunderstanding something. It's not just him that he's curious about, but about anything and everything. Looking for such an answer is like trying to solve the mysteries of the universe. Everything they see is the result of fate. Everything flows according to the natural law of cause and effect. Because of this, he is not afraid of the future, regardless if it's life or death, victory or defeat. The only fate they can confirm is the one that's lying right in front of them. Morel knows about this, fatalism, but fate is half right and half wrong. Jakayak says that's not for him to decide, but it's not that Morel already knows about it, and he will only repeat this once. Fate is half right and half wrong. The only creature in this entire world who can measure that balance is him, and only him. Thank you for watching. See you next time.